Huayao Number 1 High School, the premier institution of learning in Huayao City. In a city devoid of universities, high schools have ascended to the pinnacle of educational establishments, and Huayao Number 1 High School stands as the finest among them. On this particular day, within the teaching building of the Senior 3 at Huayao Number 1 High School, a piercing bell resonated, shattering the tranquility of the premises. In an instant, the once serene environment erupted into a cacophony of cheers, transforming the entire building into a veritable marketplace of noise. Class 1 of Senior 3 is located on the left side of the ground floor, separated from the staircase leading to the second floor by a mere wall. Chu Tianming, an ordinary student in Class 1 of Senior 3 at Huayao Number 1 High School, like countless peers, has been diligently striving upward, guided by the earnest counsel of his parents and the gentle encouragement of his teachers. The reason this exemplary student was the first to exit the classroom primarily stems from his role within the class. As the physical education representative, a position that carries a modest degree of authority yet is largely disconnected from academic pursuits, Chu Tianming has embraced this responsibility since his very first day at the school, diligently fulfilling his duties for nearly 3 years. Of course, not everyone can assume the role of physical education representative. One must possess a robust physique, exemplary athletic performance, a passion for sports, and the ability to earn the admiration of the teachers. Otherwise, attaining such a position would remain an elusive dream. It is said that as one progresses into the final year of high school, academic pressures intensify. However, physical education classes remain a requisite during the first semester. After all, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. These physical education classes serve the purpose of ensuring that students engage in physical activity amidst their studies. Primarily, Chu Tianming often indulges in reading novels and other leisurely literature during his free time. Although these books are merely for recreation, they contain profound insights. Inspired by a particular novel, Chu Tianming emulates the protagonist's approach, cultivating a plethora of friendships while minimizing adversarial relationships. The adage "a friend in need is a friend indeed" resonates with him regardless of future utility. He believes it prudent to forge connections. Consequently, since entering high school, Chu Tianming has managed to maintain amiable relationships with his peers, even those from different grades. He is well regarded among teachers as well, earning a commendable reputation. Individuals like Chu Tianming, who excel academically, endear themselves to educators, and maintain an exemplary record at school, undoubtedly embody the ideal student in the eyes of their teachers. As such, he occasionally receives special privileges, which I shall refrain from detailing. Regrettably, due to various circumstances, he was eventually filtered out and, through a network of connections, secured a position as a physical education teacher at Huayao Number 1 High School. His athletic prowess was indeed commendable. However, when it came to instructing students, he exhibited certain deficiencies. Nevertheless, physical education does not demand the same rigid structure as academic subjects, allowing him to navigate his role with relative ease. Since he began teaching Chu Tianming's class, a camaraderie blossomed between Chu Tianming and this sports teacher, who was fond of regaling tales of his past glories. Their relationship was quite amicable, though the authenticity of their bond was of little concern to Chu Tianming. "If it weren't for the injury to my right leg's tibia back in the day, I would not have been eliminated from selection," the sports teacher lamented, repeatedly recounting the incident that led to his disqualification, punctuating his tale with sighs of nostalgia. The office was remarkably minimalist, furnished solely with various sports equipment. On the desk, aside from a photograph of the teacher with his former teammates, there remained only a few ornamental items for show. At this moment, Chu Tianming sat on one side of the desk, listening attentively as the sports teacher spoke animatedly. The teacher was quite loquacious at times. He could engage in conversation for over an hour. However, since this was merely a break between classes, he soon wrapped up his discourse. "Tianming, come on, it's time for class," he announced, rising to stretch his limbs before playfully patting Chu Tianming on the shoulder and leading the way out of the office. In the expansive gymnasium, it is customary for two classes to share the space simultaneously, and this occasion is no exception. Alongside Class 1 of the third year are the members of Class 6, a class that frequently engages in friendly rivalry with them. Early in the morning, the students of Class 1 have gathered in small groups, indulging in casual conversations, as the bell for class has yet to ring, resulting in a rather relaxed atmosphere. Gaofeng, have you heard? That lunatic group from Class 3 is once again spreading doomsday rumors around the school, claiming that the end predicted by the Mayans is imminent. They assert that the apocalypse is not in 2012, but rather in 2013. What do you think drives them to propagate such nonsense? They must have too much free time on their hands. They stirred up trouble last year around this time, and I can hardly believe they are at it again this year. The speaker is Lu Jin, the vice monitor of Class 1, who excels academically and possesses a keen interest in management, thus taking great pride in his position. Naturally, he aspires to ascend to the role of monitor. Wu Gaofeng stands at a modest height of 173 centimeters, neither too tall nor too short, with a slightly plump physique. However, he prefers to be described as sturdy. As he listens to Lu Jin's remarks, Wu Gaofeng nods in acknowledgement and emits a few O's to signify that he is indeed attentive. Indeed, it is not that Wu Gaofeng wishes to ignore Lu Jin, rather, Lu Jin's daily pursuits, aside from his studies and management duties, predominantly revolve around gossip. He delights in sharing the tidbits he acquires, and what is most intolerable is that he has recounted tales about the peculiar students from Class 3 on numerous occasions. As Wu Gaofeng pondered how to extricate himself from Lu Jin's incessant chatter, the bell for class finally rang. Ding! Following the physical education teacher into the gymnasium, Chu Tianming scanned each student with a meticulous gaze, and upon confirming the correct number, he nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Lu Jin, standing to Chu Tianming's right, suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Curiously, Chu Tianming turned to face Lu Jin, who wore a cautious expression, and whispered, "Tianming, have you heard the news?" "Heard what?" Chu Tianming zipli Popa. What could he possibly have missed? Was there some recent development worth noting? Noticing the confusion etched on Chu Tianming's face, Lu Jin could not help but chuckle softly. Careful to keep his amusement contained should the physical education teacher overhear, he might impose some arduous task upon him. The outcome was predictable. Such a challenging series of vaults was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary high school senior, resulting in a rather embarrassing fall that left him utterly humiliated before his classmates. After laughing a few times, Lu Jin was about to recount the antics of the madcap group from Class 3 to Chu Tianming. However, before he could utter a word, Wu Gaofeng interjected. "Tianming, Lu Jin is referring to those doomsday enthusiasts from Class 3. They are once again propagating their apocalyptic theories." Wu Gaofeng remarked nonchalantly, displaying his inherent skepticism towards such notions and dismissing the matter with a mere chuckle. "Is that so? Apocalyptic theories?" Chu Tianming responded with a smile, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. The mere mention of the term doomsday seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling him to delve deeper into the subject. Soon enough, the physical education teacher, standing at the front, concluded his lengthy monologue, granting the students of Class 1 the freedom to engage in activities. Yet, their expressions were far from cheerful. This discontent was not merely a reaction to the teacher's tedious discourse, which they had long since grown accustomed to, but rather a result of the fact that the raucous group from Class 6 had nearly commandeered the entire gymnasium. Chapter 2. Conflict. Hey, Chu Tianming, aren't you going to intervene? Lu Xiaoxiao stormed up to Chu Tianming, pointing an accusatory finger at the four boys who were laughing and joking while monopolizing 3 ping-pong tables. Her eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed as if she wished to consume them whole. Chu Tianming, who had been playfully engaging with Wu Gaofeng and others, turned his gaze toward Lu Xiaoxiao, disregarding the few rascals beside him, and directed his attention to the ping-pong tables. It was them again. His expression darkened as he scrutinized the 4 boys from Class 6, whom he recognized all too well, troublemakers who delighted in picking on weaker classmates. Such bullies, who prey on the timid while shying away from the strong, were usually within his purview to manage. If he could intervene, he would. If not, he would simply overlook them. However, given the circumstances today, he felt compelled to take action. After all, he was the sports representative for Class 1 in his senior year, and it was indeed his responsibility to address instances of bullying during physical education. Yet, Chu Tianming was no fool. Even though he was tall and muscular, he had never mastered any combat techniques. Compared to those four, he was merely stronger, quicker in reflexes, and swifter in movement. Facing them 4-1 would likely not intimidate them. "Hey, you lot. Stop ogling and come with me." With that, he strode past Lu Xiaoxiao, making his way toward the ping-pong tables. Lu Xiaoxiao, initially intending to say a few words to him, furrowed her brows in frustration as she watched him walk away. Her lips pursed in discontent. "Hee, Lu Xiaoxiao, could it be that you have taken a liking to our brother Tianming?" Lu Jin, with a mischievous grin, gazed at Lu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't until he noticed her embarrassment, causing her to lower her head, that he burst into laughter and hurried to catch up with the ahead-moving Chu Tianming, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao visibly irritated, to stomp her feet in frustration. "Humph, that insufferable Chu Tianming. I shall remember this." With a furious glare directed at Chu Tianming, who had already reached the ping-pong table, Lu Xiaoxiao shot him several fierce looks before she trotted over to join him. After all, it was she who had instigated this situation, and now that he was helping her, it wouldn't do to simply stand by and watch. At this moment, as they approached the ping-pong table area, Chu Tianming's arrival had already captured the attention of four individuals. "Chu Tianming, what brings you here?" A tall man, clad in a black t-shirt with half of his hair obscuring his eyes, leapt down from the table with an air of arrogance as he regarded the approaching Chu Tianming. After sizing up the man, Chu Tianming slightly furrowed his brow, cursing his misfortune inwardly before responding. "Wei Dong, if you are not here to play, kindly refrain from disrupting others." "Hey," Wei Dong exclaimed with a laugh, turning to the three others still seated at the table. "Did you hear that? Chu Tianming is standing up for Lu Xiaoxiao. Ha ha ha, I bet there's something going on between them." Wang Ning, sporting a face full of acne, crooked eyebrows, and a prominent mole on the upper right corner of his mouth, burst into laughter. Although the other two did not utter a word, their laughter was scarcely less than that of Wang Ning. After a hearty bout of laughter, Wei Dong turned to face Chu Tianming, a cold smirk etched upon his countenance. With a sinister tone, he muttered, "Stay out of matters that do not concern you. I have taken a liking to Lu Xiaoxiao. If you fail to recognize your place, do not blame us for being ruthless." With furrowed brows, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Chu Tianming's eyes. Just as Wei Dong was preparing to mock him further, he was abruptly engulfed in darkness, followed by a searing pain radiating from his face. Instantly, a jarring impact struck the back of his head against a hard surface. His mind went blank, and he collapsed, unconscious. Meanwhile, the trio who had been reveling at the pool table fell into stunned silence. What had they just witnessed? Their elder brother, felled by a single punch from Chu Tianming, lay motionless on the ground. The blow had been so sudden that they scarcely had time to comprehend the situation before their brother was rendered insensible. A gasp escaped one of them, jolting Chu Tianming from his furious trance. He glanced at Wei Dong, who lay sprawled on the floor, and an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Damn it, how could he be so fragile? Chu Tianming chastised himself in his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Jin and the others arrived, and upon seeing the unconscious Wei Dong and the disheartened Chu Tianming, they were at a loss for what to do. "Tianming, you didn't kill him, did you?" Lu Jin, feeling a twinge of fear, tugged at Chu Tianming's sleeve. He had never witnessed anyone truly faint in front of him. He had only seen such occurrences on television. Now, confronted with the reality, he couldn't help but wonder if Wei Dong might have met his demise. Chu Tianming shot Lu Jin an exasperated glance. "He is not dead, just unconscious," he retorted. With that, he stepped forward and turned Wei Dong over, his heart racing until he finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there was no blood. Indeed, although Wei Dong had a significant bump on the back of his head, there was no bleeding, and this realization eased Chu Tianming's initial anxiety. At that moment, Lu Jin and the others, having witnessed Chu Tianming's actions, hurriedly approached, fearful that he might inadvertently worsen the situation, which would result in them facing consequences as well. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao, lingering at the back, had reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. "Tianming, is he okay?" Wu Gaofeng, summoning his courage, patted Chu Tianming's shoulder and inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Uncertain of the efficacy of his actions, Chu Tianming pinched Wei Dong with some force. To his astonishment, the figure that had lain motionless on the ground suddenly sprang up with a loud gasp, nearly colliding with Chu Tianming, who was crouching beside him. Phew, it really worked. Chu Tianming murmured, relieved. At that moment, Wei Dong, now conscious, felt a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Upon noticing Chu Tianming beside him, he recoiled in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Evidently, Chu Tianming's punch had instilled fear in him. Upon witnessing Wei Dong's state, Chu Tianming felt no inclination to linger any longer. After all, Wei Dong was now awake. A student of his ilk would never report to the teacher, and as long as no one else spoke of the incident, it would surely remain a secret. With this thought, Chu Tianming stood up, cast a glance at Wei Dong, who was still seated on the ground, and promptly turned to leave. Chapter 3. Trouble, let us go. There's nothing to see here. As he passed by Lu Jin and the others, Chu Tianming gave them a gentle tug. The trio had never been particularly fond of Wei Dong, and now that he was awake, they had no reason to remain. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she needed no prompting from Chu Tianming. She had already chosen to follow closely behind him. By the ping-pong table, it was only after Chu Tianming and his companions had departed that the 3 students from Class 6, who had been too frightened to move, finally jumped down to assist Wei Dong. "Brother Dong, are you all right?" Wang Ning inquired, casting a furtive glance at the back of Wei Dong's head, where a noticeable bump was forming beneath his hair. It seemed he had sustained a significant blow, Wang Ning mused. At that moment, Wei Dong, supported by the 3, suddenly wrenched himself free from their grasp. His face contorted in rage as he bellowed, "Get away from me, you bastards! Where were you when I was being beaten?" The 3 individuals stood there, speechless and hesitant, typically accustomed to following Wei Dong's lead. However, today, the sudden blow from Chu Tianming, coupled with Wei Dong's fainting, rendered them utterly disoriented, leaving them devoid of any inclination to assist. Now, witnessing Wei Dong's fearsome countenance, they could only stammer in silence, their hearts seething with resentment towards him for his cowardice. After all, he had not dared to utter a word when Chu Tianming was present. Wei Dong, observing his ineffectual subordinates, felt a surge of anger flush across his face, vowing to seek retribution against Chu Tianming after school for this affront. He would not forget this humiliation. After parting ways with Wei Dong's trio, Chu Tianming took a moment to steady his somewhat frayed nerves. Although his expression remained calm, it was merely a facade. Internally, he was in a state of turmoil. This was the first time he had rendered someone unconscious. While Wei Dong's fainting was largely due to the subsequent impact, it was still a consequence of Chu Tianming's actions. Thus, he had been anxious beforehand, though he dared not reveal it, for if he had, how could they have so easily brushed off the incident? Suddenly, Wu Gaofeng, who had been trailing Chu Tianming, grasped his arm, halting his forward motion. "Tianming, I fear that Wei Dong will not let this matter rest. You must exercise caution in the coming days." Wu Gaofeng gazed solemnly at Chu Tianming and stated, "As you are aware, Wei Dong has a cousin who is involved in the underworld. If this matter escalates, it could be quite detrimental for you." Chu Tianming nodded, fully cognizant that this issue would not simply dissipate. A petty individual like Wei Dong would certainly not let him off the hook so easily. After striking him today, he was likely already plotting his revenge. Lost in thought, Chu Tianming was oblivious to the apologetic gaze of Lu Xiaoxiao, whose reddened eyes conveyed her regret, her lips poised to speak, yet faltering. After pondering for a while, Chu Tianming finally lifted his gaze to the 3 individuals before him. After scanning their faces, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Well, I am well aware of the situation. I shall exercise caution. Besides, I reside on campus. Does he dare to bring trouble to the dormitory?" This remark seemed directed at the trio, yet also served as a reassurance to himself. This was a novel experience for Chu Tianming, typically composed. He had lost his restraint today. However, he harbored no regrets. Given the chance to relive the moment, he would undoubtedly strike Wei Dong with equal vigor once more. Observing Chu Tianming's buoyant demeanor, Lu Jin and the others felt their worries dissipate, and smiles began to grace their faces. "You are right. No matter how audacious they may be, they would not dare disrupt the school environment. Tianming, as a resident student, you have nothing to fear from them." Wu Gaofeng chuckled as he patted Chu Tianming on the shoulder, while Lu Jin playfully thumped his fist against Chu Tianming's chest with a grin. "Well done. To be honest, Tianming, That punch you just delivered was simply magnificent. Wei Dong collapsed to the ground in an instant. It was utterly cool. Lu Jin, with a smile, playfully draped his arm over Chu Tianming's shoulder, teasing him merrily. Observing the two, Chu Tianming couldn't help but laugh. Yet his occasional glances towards the ping-pong table betrayed his inner turmoil. Deep down, he harbored concerns. Did they truly dare to cause trouble at school? Shaking his head, Chu Tianming endeavored to dismiss such thoughts, resolving to simply avoid confrontation today. With that in mind, he cheerfully accompanied Lu Jin and the others to play basketball, choosing to disregard Lu Xiaoxiao entirely. He found her to be excessively willful and haughty, often looking down upon men like them, only seeking their assistance when in need, while maintaining her proud demeanor. Such a woman was one Chu Tianming wished to keep at arm's length. As Chu Tianming departed with Wu Gaofeng and Lu Jin, Lu Xiaoxiao, having dried her tears, furrowed her brows in confusion. She could not fathom why this classmate, Chu Tianming, held such disdain for her, which piqued her interest slightly. Despite her usual indifference towards men, Chu Tianming paid her no mind, and as he clutched the thin piece of paper, he suddenly felt its weight grow burdensome. Oh, Wei Dong, it truly is you. Upon unfolding the note, Chu Tianming swiftly absorbed its scant content. The message was brief yet ominous, cautioning him to be wary, accompanied by a barrage of threatening phrases. It culminated with a declaration of the writer's intentions to exact vengeance upon him, with the name Wei Dong inscribed in the lower right corner. Indeed, Wei Dong harbored no intentions of concluding this matter. He was determined to exact a severe retribution upon Chu Tianming. Clenching his fists, an inexplicable wave of frustration washed over Chu Tianming. He was not inherently a timid individual, yet he found such confrontations deeply unsettling. Ever since that altercation in elementary school, which had earned him a stern reprimand from both his teacher and parents, he had seldom resorted to violence. Little did he anticipate that after 6 years, his first bout would entangle him with such a formidable adversary. What misfortune! After muttering a few curses under his breath, he crumpled the note into a ball and casually discarded it into a nearby trash bin. As for Wei Dong's menacing threats, although a flicker of concern crossed his mind, he reassured himself that with a modicum of caution, he would likely remain unscathed. Thus, beneath the surface, his worries were rather minimal. Chapter 4. A sleepless night at worst. I might receive a beating, Chu Tianming contemplated. Indeed, in his mind, enduring a beating seemed a considerable form of retribution. He had not entertained thoughts of more severe consequences. After all, he was merely a senior high school student with limited exposure to the intricacies of society, oblivious to the darker facets of the world. Brother Dong, this kid is a boarder. How shall we teach him a lesson? With a sullen expression, Wang Ning toyed with a utility knife in his hand, and his small eyes occasionally glimmered with a chilling light. After speaking, Wei Dong suddenly let out a cold laugh, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of the few subordinates standing beside him. In the evening, Chu Tianming finished his dinner at the school cafeteria and made his way directly to the rooftop of the dormitory building. The rooftop housed a small shed containing a large generator, frequently visited by people, leaving the iron door unlocked. Typically, the door remained closed but not secured, allowing Chu Tianming to effortlessly push it open and ascend to the rooftop. The expansive rooftop, aside from the small shed housing the generator, was otherwise barren. Scattered along the edges were construction materials like used water pipes and steel bars, while a few folding chairs remained on the other side, remnants left behind by fellow students who had come to relax and socialize. Upon his arrival, Chu Tianming promptly shut the iron door behind him with a resounding bang, ensuring that without a key, no one could enter. However, maintaining an air of composure, he produced a set of keys and, after selecting a bright yellow one, inserted it into the lock with a satisfying click. With a few more turns, he skillfully secured the door, his motions indicating that this was not his first time. This key was obtained by Chu Tianming from the dormitory administrator. Ever since the first day he moved into the dormitory, he had endeavored to cultivate a rapport with the administrator. Over time, the elderly administrator naturally developed a fondness for this polite and amiable student. Thus, when Chu Tianming requested a key to the iron door on the top floor, the administrator readily complied. Upon discovering that the iron door was securely locked, Chu Tianming leisurely walked aside to retrieve a folding chair. After placing the chair flat, he settled down with a sigh, his expression marked by a certain melancholy. From a bag he had brought, he extracted a can of beer. With a decisive pop, he opened the tab and tilted his head back, swiftly consuming nearly half the can. Having hastily finished his dinner, he resolved to find a secluded spot. After some contemplation, the only refuge that came to mind was the rooftop of the dormitory, for he possessed the key to that sanctuary. By locking the door, he could ensure solitude from others. Thus, after purchasing several cans of beer, he ascended to the rooftop. Damn way dong, forcing me to hide up here. Chu Tianming muttered curses under his breath, then took several more swigs of beer in frustration. Perhaps due to his turbulent emotions, he drank too hastily, causing the beer to go down the wrong way, prompting him to cough awkwardly for a moment before feeling slightly alleviated. With a decisive motion, he tossed the empty beer can away. It rolled several times across the rooftop before finally colliding with the gently protruding edge, producing a crisp sound. After casting aside the beer can, Chu Tianming abruptly lifted his head, gazing helplessly at the dimly yellow sky, his mind clouded and adrift, lost in thought. As time gradually passed, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings, and twinkling stars adorned the inky night sky, resembling an exquisite painting. How swiftly night falls, Chu Tianming murmured to himself. Casting a glance back at the iron gate behind him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Turning back, he observed the suddenly tranquil campus, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. At that moment, the other students residing in the dormitories had commenced their evening study sessions, leaving Chu Tianming alone on the rooftop, lost in contemplation. Fortunately, these study sessions were voluntary, devoid of any teacher's roll call. Otherwise, a blemish might tarnish his reputation as a diligent student. As seconds ticked away, the entire sky succumbed to darkness, the stars seemingly veiled by ominous clouds, their brilliance dimmed, and even the once lustrous moonlight flickered uncertainly. A gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, making the already chilly air feel even colder, prompting another shiver from the still-sitting Chu Tianming. Winter is approaching, he whispered softly. At that moment, he recalled the members of Class 3's Doomsday Society, who claimed that December 21st, 2013 would herald the end of the world. Wasn't that today? Chu Tianming chuckled, surveying the vast horizon. Where was the apocalyptic scene they had envisioned? It seems that they will once again launch their promotional efforts next year, though by that time, it is likely they will no longer be at the same school, Chu Tianming mused with a smirk. Just as he was reveling in the thought of the Doomsday Society facing yet another disappointment, the entire sky suddenly darkened. This phenomenon was peculiar. It was indeed nighttime. Yet it seemed to plunge into an even deeper obscurity. However, Chu Tianming distinctly sensed that, for a fleeting moment, the sky had succumbed to an abyss of darkness unlike any he had encountered before. This darkness was not the usual kind. Typically, even in the deepest gloom, one could eventually discern some semblance of light upon allowing their eyes to adjust. Yet the darkness that enveloped him just now was utterly complete, devoid of any color save for the overwhelming blackness that instilled a sense of unease within him. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Doom. Shaking his head vigorously, Chu Tianming anxiously surveyed his surroundings, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over him. At that moment, a piercing beam of light suddenly pierced the sky, minuscule yet astonishingly brilliant. The blinding radiance compelled Chu Tianming to shield his eyes with his hand, squinting through the gaps between his fingers to catch a glimpse of the luminous point above. The light drew nearer, expanding in size with each passing moment. Just as Chu Tianming opened his mouth to exclaim, another glimmer emerged from the distant horizon, distinctly different from the first. This newly appeared light was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a comforting warmth, reminiscent of the rising sun, which inexplicably quelled the astonishment that had initially surged within him. A shooting star? A meteorite? Chu Tianming unconsciously murmured to himself. While he was still pondering the identities of the two glowing objects, the high-ranking officials around the globe were in utter disarray. In Huabua, within the subterranean base located 300 meters underground in Jinglong City, a group of individuals in the control room fixated intensely on the colossal screen displaying the two unidentified entities, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. As the supreme leader of this underground facility, Wang Long found himself at a loss regarding the course of action. These two enigmatic objects had materialized in the solar system merely 1 minute prior, rapidly approaching Earth at an alarming velocity. It was estimated that these were two colossal asteroids. The one emanating a blinding green light was particularly immense, and should it collide with Earth, the entirety of human civilization would face obliteration. The second asteroid, while slightly smaller, possessed the potential to devastate a significant portion of the planet, inflicting catastrophic damage. According to calculations, these two asteroids would impact Earth in 5 minutes, and humanity's weaponry was utterly incapable of intercepting them at such terrifying speeds. Even the swiftest missiles could not deter these celestial bodies. At their current velocity, Earth would face annihilation in 5 minutes. This unbearable reality lay starkly before all of humanity, and all they could do was await their impending doom. How tragic! Was humanity destined for extinction in this manner? Wang Long's heart brimmed with reluctance as he contemplated this grim fate. At that moment, a subscreen abruptly materialized on the enormous display before them. Within it, an aged visage emerged, captivating the attention of all present in the control room. Bang! The chairman, Wang Long, and his subordinates promptly saluted, for the figure on the subscreen was none other than the current chairman of the Huagua. Chairman Wang, do we have a solution? The elderly man's countenance was etched with resignation. Deep down, he comprehended that this was an irrevocable predicament, firmly set in stone. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Wang Long's face. I am afraid, Chairman, that humanity's technology is utterly inadequate to confront this situation. Is that so? Is there truly no hope? In that instant, the old man appeared to age a decade, his once murky eyes now a dull gray. Chairman, Wang Long exclaimed in alarm. With a wave of his hand, the chairman shook his head and spoke. Very well, Commander Wang, do your utmost. Even if we are destined for destruction, at least we will have made an effort. Without hesitation, Wang Long solemnly saluted. Yes, Chairman. As the subscreen closed, Wang Long turned to his right, his previously listless gaze suddenly igniting with fierce determination. Missiles in Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3, prepare for launch. The moment those two asteroids enter range, fire immediately. Wang Long commanded loudly. Missiles in Zone 1 ready to launch. Missiles in Zone 2 ready to launch. Missiles in Zone 3 ready to launch. Wang Long gazed at his subordinates, who had followed him faithfully for over a decade, and a profound sense of gratification washed over him. At the very least, I have these fine brothers by my side. In that moment, it seemed as though nations across the globe had reached an unspoken consensus. Whether it be Huagua or any other country, they were all making their final efforts, resolute in their determination, regardless of the outcome. They would face death without regret. Within the solar system, two massive asteroids continued their inexorable approach. At an indeterminate moment, the asteroid radiating a gentle glow abruptly altered its trajectory. Almost instantaneously, the major powers on Earth became aware of this development. In the underground base of Jinglong, Huagua, an ecstatic voice suddenly erupted from the control room. It has changed. It has changed. A man, who had been seated before intricate instruments, sprang to his feet, shouting with fervor. His outburst successfully captured everyone's attention. Wang Long immediately demanded, "What has changed? Speak quickly." The man's initial excitement gave way to a sense of calm as he heard Wang Long's command. It has changed. The second asteroid has altered its trajectory. According to current calculations, these two asteroids will collide outside the Earth's atmosphere. They will not strike the Earth. Silence enveloped the control room, a tension so palpable it was almost eerie. Yet, in the next instant, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted, reverberating throughout the entire control room. We will not die. The Earth shall not be doomed. In a frenzy of jubilation, even the typically stern Wang Long shed tears of joy. Thank heavens. Humanity is spared from annihilation. In the next moment, Wang Long quickly wiped away his tears and began issuing a series of commands. He promptly communicated this momentous news to the chairman. Although the asteroid would no longer collide with Earth, the threat of debris from impacts occurring outside the atmosphere remained. Their immediate task was to mitigate the peril posed by these fragments to the utmost degree. At that moment, nations across the globe fervently mobilized, with countless missiles standing ready to be launched upon the collision of the two asteroids, aimed at shattering the debris. Despite being referred to as fragments, they were still colossal. This term was relative. To the massive asteroids, they were indeed fragments. Yet to humanity, each piece loomed large, still capable of inflicting tremendous harm. Chu Tianming could no longer remain seated. He rose to observe the two increasingly prominent lights drawing near, which had grown so vast that they seemed to eclipse the sky. Moreover, the lights were gradually overlapping. If Chu Tianming's conjecture was correct, these two lights were likely the two asteroids, on the verge of collision. Was the apocalypse truly upon them? Was Earth destined for destruction? In that moment, a profound tranquility enveloped Chu Tianming's heart as the night sky, illuminated by the presence of the two enormous asteroids, became brighter than day. Chu Tianming gazed intently at the two asteroids poised to overlap in the sky. At that moment, the asteroids finally converged. Without a sound, these colossal bodies collided violently outside Earth's atmosphere, unleashing a barrage of enormous debris that surged forth, some hurtling into the cosmos, while the majority descended towards Earth. Eventually, billions of fragments breached the atmosphere, igniting countless flashes of light in the sky. In the next instant, myriad black dots erupted from the ground, so densely packed that they were impossible to count. Yet, all who witnessed this unfolding spectacle recognized the ominous truth. These were humanity's weapons, formidable missiles. Chapter 6. The True Apocalypse. As the missiles ascended, the entire human race fixated on these ominous specks of destruction. When the countless black dots made contact with the fragments of the fallen asteroids, a deafening explosion resonated across the expanse of the Earth. No matter where one stood in the world, the sound of the detonations was unmistakably clear. Had everything been obliterated? At this moment, Chu Tianming stood at the edge of the rooftop, staring blankly at the sky. The tremendous blast seemed to have no effect on him. Yet, the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes was tinged with a hint of fear. Missiles. In his life, Chu Tianming had never witnessed such a sight, let alone seen a missile explode. The fiery clouds blooming in the sky filled him with a surreal sense of wonder. In the fleeting moment before, he was merely an ordinary high school senior. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself amidst a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. As countless missiles soared into the sky, Chu Tianming was struck dumb with astonishment. At that moment, he couldn't help but question himself. Had everything truly been obliterated? All around the globe, humanity gazed upward, yearning to discern whether those fragments had been annihilated. Yet, while the world held its breath, oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe, uncountable wisps of green gas began to emanate from the shattered remnants of the asteroids. A gust of wind swept through the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, this verdant gas dispersed, expanding exponentially in mere moments. As the green gas continued to proliferate, it swiftly enveloped the entire planet. The once distinguishable hues of the gas had faded into a state indistinguishable from air, colorless and odorless. Should one have had the means to analyze the Earth's atmosphere at that moment, they would have discovered the presence of an unidentified gas, merging into all substances at a terrifying rate. Mountains, rivers, vast lakes, and even the depths of the ocean became saturated with this enigmatic gas. Minute particles infiltrated the respiratory systems of living beings, and soon, this unknown gas began to alter the very genetic structure of their fundamental cells. In a matter of mere minutes, the humans who had once rejoiced at the asteroid's failure to collide with Earth were now collapsing to the ground, stricken and incapacitated. At this moment, the entire Earth seemed to be ensnared in a slumber, from the tiniest single-celled organisms to the vast planet itself, all undergoing terrifying transformations. Standing on the rooftop of Huayao No. 1 Middle School, Chu Tianming observed the fiery red clouds in the sky finally dissipate, and he let out a sigh of relief. Had they finally weathered the storm? He murmured softly. As a wave of relaxation washed over him, he stumbled and fell to the ground, inadvertently scraping his palm against the sharp stones on the rooftop, leaving a small cut. Instantly, blood oozed forth. Gasping in pain, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow as he wiped at the wound, attempting to stem the bleeding before he braced himself on one hand and stood up. What bad luck. Now I have to spend money on a band-aid, he muttered under his breath, glancing at the 1 centimeter-long cut on his palm, feeling a sharp sting. Although the wound was minor, its pain was particularly acute. Those who have experienced such injuries know that sometimes a larger wound may not hurt as much, while a small one can feel as if numerous needles are incessantly pricking at them. Just as he had wiped away the blood, it began to seep again. And Chu Tianming, feeling weary, decided not to bother cleaning it up any further. It would likely form a scab soon, and if he continued to wipe it, the bleeding would persist. Muttering a few curses under his breath, he turned to walk back. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, he noticed, to his surprise, that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Surely Wei Dong and the others had already departed by now. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Upon closer inspection, there were no visible wounds on his body, which appeared exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer of silver light traversed the sky, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Had one not been watching intently, it would have gone entirely unnoticed. This beam of light seemed to pierce the heavens in an instant, hurtling towards the ground. At that moment, Chu Tianming's body began to sway erratically before collapsing with a resounding thud onto the rooftop, precisely 2 minutes after the inexplicable gas had begun to disperse. Upon falling, Chu Tianming felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, sensing his body diminish gradually, as if being devoured by some enigmatic substance. Just when he believed he could no longer endure and was on the brink of death, astonishing transformations were occurring within him as he succumbed to slumber. Waves of ghastly green energy relentlessly eroded the interior of Chu Tianming's body, yet for every inch the vile energy consumed, a silver energy would manifest, mending the ravaged areas completely. As time passed, the ghastly green energy diminished progressively until it ultimately vanished, having assaulted Chu Tianming's form numerous times. However, thanks to the restorative power of the silver light, not only did his body remain unscathed, but it emerged remarkably more robust, nearly doubling in strength. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianming, who had succumbed to a profound slumber, he was unwittingly permeated by the verdant gases contained within fragments of asteroids. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of a silvery light, he would likely have been irrevocably transformed by that ghastly green energy into an entirely different life form, leaving his true self in question. At the very moment when Chu Tianming was undergoing the most significant transformation of his life, all living beings across the earth had nearly succumbed to sleep, some exhibiting expressions of anguish, while others seemed to revel in ecstasy. Strangely, aside from humanity, other creatures displayed no discernible emotions. As the seconds ticked away, with the conclusion of night and the arrival of dawn, when the sun pierced through the darkness and the first rays of light illuminated the earth, the entire planet awakened. Yet, this earth was no longer the familiar realm known to humankind. It remained uncertain whether the awakened humans could adapt to this strange yet familiar world, akin to their ancient ancestors. Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Dead System. As Chu Tianming gradually stirred from his slumber, upon opening his eyes, he instinctively squinted against the blinding sunlight. Raising one hand to shield his eyes, he pushed against the ground with the other, struggling to rise to his feet. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming soreness enveloping his body, akin to the discomfort experienced after an exhausting workout, rendering him utterly unwell. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tianming lowered his hand that shielded his eyes from the sun, allowing his gaze to adjust to the brightness outside. Ah, yes, I had taken refuge on the rooftop, fearing retaliation from Wei Dong and his companions. Realizing this, Chu Tianming vigorously shook his still somewhat dazed head, as an influx of memories surged into his mind. The collision of asteroids, fragments striking the earth, missiles launched to shatter the debris, his palm lacerated by a stone, and the moments leading up to his fainting spell, all these vivid images cascaded through his consciousness. What has happened to me? How could I have lost consciousness? Have I been so frightened as to become dazed? Even now, Chu Tianming couldn't suppress a wry smile. After a few bitter chuckles, he finally felt a semblance of clarity return. At least the ache in his head had lessened. At that moment, Chu Tianming noticed something peculiar. Why was it so eerily quiet? Today is not a Sunday. The excessive silence of the school sent a shiver down his spine, as he had just regained his senses. A cold breeze swept past, further invigorating him. Just then, an odd, guttural roar resonated from below, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, and amidst the commotion, he faintly discerned the sound of weeping. Who could it be? Chu Tianming turned and strode to the edge of the rooftop. Peering down, he caught sight of a graceful figure fleeing in a panic along the corridor beneath the dormitory, pursued relentlessly by several disheveled figures that staggered after her like drunken men. Just as Chu Tianming was about to shout, the figure running ahead suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. The three shadows pursuing him let out exuberant howls, their heads thrown back in a display of wild excitement. For some inexplicable reason, Chu Tianming realized that his vision was remarkably acute. The rooftop of the 5-story dormitory loomed at least 30 meters below, and the figures had already sprinted far into the distance, separated from him by a good 70 or 80 meters. Yet, he could distinctly see the three horrific faces exposed to the air as they lifted their heads. With eyes wide open in disbelief, Chu Tianming collapsed onto the rooftop, his hands instinctively resting at his sides, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the three features that had been grotesquely transformed. Gulping nervously, he turned his head away, unable to bear looking below, while those mutilated faces haunted his mind. What kind of visages were those? One of them had nearly lost half of its face. Dark red strands of flesh still clinging to it, swaying slightly in the breeze. The pallid visage was marked by soulless, sickly green eyes and a mouth that, despite its disfigurement, retained a complete set of teeth. Chu Tianming swore that these three were certainly no longer human. No, they could scarcely be considered alive. Could it be? Suddenly, a well-known film surfaced in Chu Tianming's mind, a film centered around these very monsters. Zombies. The mere thought of these words caused him to retreat in fear, as if the three creatures below, resembling zombies, might catch sight of him. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from below. The sound struck Chu Tianming like a thunderbolt, halting his backward motion. Murder? Death? The apocalypse? These three phrases incessantly flashed through his mind, and he could even envision the gruesome sight of the three zombie-like beings feasting upon humanity. Overwhelmed, he quickly turned to the side, pressing one hand against his abdomen, feeling a sharp spasm in his stomach that compelled him to vomit. After expelling the contents of his stomach several times, he felt a slight relief. Yet the increasingly faint screams from below chilled his heart. Suddenly, the once tranquil campus erupted with a cacophony of roars, seemingly incited by the earlier screams. These cries resonated from every direction, deepening Chu Tianming's despair as his pallor intensified. Was humanity truly doomed? In that moment, thoughts of his parents, his relatives, his grandparents flooded his mind, their aged faces vividly materializing before him. In an instant, a flicker of struggle appeared in Chu Tianming's eyes. On one side lay the fear of the unknown, the terrifying, man-eating monsters rendered even the normally bold Chu Tianming feeling utterly powerless. On the other side was the deeply ingrained affection for his family. If the entire campus was teeming with these zombie-like creatures, then what about other places? Chu Tianming's home was in Huayao City. Were his parents and relatives safe at home now? In the next moment, Chu Tianming suddenly mustered the strength to support his nearly feeble body. Fear and determination etched on his face as he leaned over to look down. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I fear nothing. Reassuring himself, Chu Tianming moved slowly towards the edge of the rooftop. At that moment, the mere distance of 2 or 3 meters felt insurmountably vast, yet regardless of how distant it seemed, there would inevitably come a day when he would reach it. When Chu Tianming once again peered down to observe the scene below, he who had initially resolved to take the plunge suddenly turned his head and retched violently. It was not cowardice. Rather, it was unrealistic to expect an ordinary student accustomed to peaceful times to instantly accept such a brutal reality. Below the dormitory, 3 figures were desperately vying for delectable sustenance, and their meal was a student still clad in her school uniform. From the remnants of her body, it was evident that she was a female. At that moment, Chu Tianming was struck by the clarity of the sounds of flesh being torn apart. So vivid that even with his hands pressed tightly against his ears, he could still hear them with unsettling clarity. At that moment, Chu Tianming was suddenly struck by the fragility of life, and he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Would I perish like her? Or would I become one of those wretched zombies? This question abruptly invaded his thoughts. He was merely an ordinary high school senior, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. He lacked the strength of a boxer and was unfamiliar with any remarkable martial arts. In fact, he was not even proficient in fighting. For such an unremarkable student to survive amidst these demonic zombies seemed almost impossible, even to Chu Tianming himself. Was I destined to await my demise? At that instant, he found himself yearning for power. If only he possessed some unique ability, or even a modicum of combat skills, he wouldn't feel so utterly helpless. Reflecting on the zombies' sluggish movements, he thought that if he were unafraid, he could still contend with them. But what about 1 or 2? What if he were surrounded by a horde? It was in this moment of realization that he truly comprehended his own insignificance. The world had changed, and the old ways were no longer applicable. Zombies would not engage in reasoned discourse. To them, humans were merely moving morsels, akin to how humans perceive a piece of chicken. Despair, resentment, and fury surged within Chu Tianming's mind, and just as he felt on the brink of explosion, a sudden voice echoed in his consciousness. The Reaper system is activated. Commencing host's attribute assessment. The Reaper system? Host? A myriad of question marks surfaced in Chu Tianming's mind, leading him to ponder whether he was experiencing an illusion. Chapter 8. The Objective: Survival. The system for the deceased has been activated. Commencing the assessment of the host's constitution. Is this merely a figment of my imagination? With a sharp ding, a translucent screen materialized before him, leaving Chu Tianming in a state of astonishment. He was no fool. However, the reality struck him. This was not a mere illusion, for he had just pinched himself quite hard, confirming his consciousness. He gasped, inhaling sharply, and after blinking in disbelief, a sudden realization coursed through him. Opportunity. Indeed, Chu Tianming recognized that his moment had arrived. As a high school senior in this new era, he had often indulged in various novels online, despite the pressing demands of his studies. Reading had become a cherished escape, a means to alleviate his frayed nerves. Thus, the events unfolding before him felt oddly familiar. An opportunity, a monumental one. At that moment, Chu Tianming even perceived the end of the world as less daunting, imbued with a peculiar charm. Yet, this absurd thought was fleeting, extinguished almost immediately as he chastised himself. So many lives had been lost, and here he was, finding any semblance of charm? Such sentiments were utterly inappropriate. At this moment, Chu Tianming did not realize that he had become significantly less anxious and terrified than he had been at the outset. It was hard to fathom that the boy who was now grinning foolishly had once been so pale with fear that he had vomited multiple times. Perhaps it was the sight of hope, or perhaps it was simply that Chu Tianming had a naturally carefree disposition. Regardless, upon witnessing the translucent screen materialize before him, along with the information displayed upon it, he truly smiled. Host information: name, Chu Tianming. Gender, male. Physical condition, weak cell vitality, 12. Normal adult human is 1. Cell strength, 12. Normal adult human is 1. Nervous reaction, 12. Normal adult human is 1. Mental power, 2. Normal adult human is 1. Comprehensive assessment, level 2 life form. Normal adult human is level 1 life form. This data, listed on the left side of the translucent screen, revealed Chu Tianming's current physical status. Seeing that the final comprehensive assessment classified him as a level 2 life form, he nodded in satisfaction. Continuing to gaze towards the right side of the screen, he noticed additional information displayed there. Basic information: host level, level 0. Skills acquired by host. Detection technique. Experience required for host's next level upgrade, 0-100. Experience is primarily gained by hunting leveled life forms. For each life form of a particular level slain, the host will receive the level of the slain life form minus the host's current level, plus 1 in experience. For instance, if a level 1 life form is slain and the host is currently at level 0, the host would gain 2 points of experience. Experience. Level up. It feels just like playing a game, Chu Tianming muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a jolt of apprehension surged through him. Slaying leveled life forms? Could it possibly be those ghastly zombies? The mere thought of those repulsive creatures sent chills racing down his spine. Damn it! He vigorously shook his head. This is not the time to be afraid. I have finally encountered an opportunity, and I cannot let my cowardice lead to my surrender. In that moment, a vivid image flashed through Chu Tianming's mind, the scene of 3 zombies feasting on a human. The vision flickered, and he realized that the unfortunate victim being devoured had transformed into himself. Gasping for breath, Chu Tianming trembled slightly as he leaned on his knees, his entire body slightly hunched over. No, I refuse to perish like that. I must grow stronger. I must survive. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianming struggled to straighten his posture. His somewhat frail body swayed precariously for a moment before he managed to steady himself. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tianming suddenly realized how feeble his body had become. Even the act of standing resulted in a precarious wobble. With such frailty, could he possibly confront the zombies? In the next moment, he recalled the term feeble from his information displayed on the screen, which elicited a bitter smile. First, he ought to survey his surroundings. Moreover, he must tread lightly to avoid attracting a horde of zombies, which would spell disaster. With this thought, Chu Tianming cautiously made his way towards the steel rebars near the edge of the rooftop. In truth, given his current weakened state, creating any significant noise would prove quite challenging. After gingerly traversing the distance of several meters, he finally exhaled in relief. At least he hadn't frightened himself into trembling. Progress to be made, indeed. With a smile, he bent down and rummaged through the pile of rebars, extracting one that measured approximately 1 meter in length. The bar was not particularly thick, around the diameter of his thumb, thus opting for anything longer would risk bending it when swung. Concluding this, Chu Tianming abandoned the idea of a 2-meter-long rebar and settled on the 1-meter option, reasoning it would maintain its form during use. Weighing the rebar in his hands, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Excellent. You shall be my first weapon. Clutching the rebar, Chu Tianming felt a surge of confidence. Although he had acquired the deceased system, it was merely a latent potential. Ultimately, he could still rely on his own physicality. Possessing a reliable weapon was undoubtedly preferable to facing foes barehanded. Gripping the steel bar tightly, Chu Tianming cautiously edged towards the rooftop's edge. Peering down, he was startled to find that the 3 zombies, which were supposed to be feasting on corpses, had somehow dwindled to just one, standing there in a daze, while the other 2 had mysteriously vanished. Beside this solitary zombie lay a gruesome pile of bones, and with his current vision, Chu Tianming could distinctly discern the remnants of flesh clinging to the bones, covering his mouth with one hand. He was grateful that he had endured a night of hunger and had already vomited twice earlier. This time, he managed to suppress the urge to retch. Damn it! Is it really necessary to be so repulsive just for the act of killing? Chu Tianming failed to consider that these were zombies, whose primary function was to consume human flesh. No, to devour any form of meat. At that moment, he recalled the numerous apocalyptic novels where protagonists expressed their disdain for consuming human flesh. Back then, he had looked down upon such sentiments, but now he understood. It was indeed revolting to even contemplate. Even if a bloody slab of raw meat were placed before him, he wouldn't dare take a bite. It was simply too nauseating. Resolving to cast aside these unwelcome images from his mind, he reminded himself that he ought to seek out some formidable creatures to slay instead of indulging in futile thoughts. With this realization, he remembered that he seemed to possess a skill. Ah, yes. It was called detection, if he recalled correctly. But how was he to utilize it? This posed a dilemma for Chu Tianming, as he had never employed such a skill before. How should one truly utilize it? Furrowing his brow, feeling burdened by untapped potential. This indeed is a tragedy. I recall that in novels, such abilities typically manifest at the mere thought of them. With this in mind, Chu Tianming immediately concentrated on the attributes. Chapter 9, The First Kill, Part 1. Instantly, a familiar translucent screen reappeared before him. His gaze swept to the right side of the screen. Indeed, it was the detection skill. So, is it a matter of silently invoking the skill now? Resolving to act upon his thoughts, Chu Tianming promptly mentally invoked the skill. Consequently, the screen before him transformed into a different appearance. Skill, detection skill. It can be activated simply by thinking of its use. This skill is a supplementary feature of the undead system and does not require any energy expenditure. Effect, it can detect the current attributes of any living being within sight, with the level of detail depending on the host's inherent abilities. Currently, Chu Tianming possessed only one skill, so the vast screen displayed merely a few sparse words, which he quickly comprehended. So, this is how it is used. Understanding the method of employing the detection skill, Chu Tianming promptly willed it to close, and the screen vanished in an instant. After retracting the screen, his gaze fixated intently on the zombie in the corridor below. Detection skill. Chu Tianming silently contemplated. Upon invoking the detection skill, the attributes of the zombie materialized effortlessly in his mind. Biological name, zombie level, 1 gender, male physical condition, deceased cell vitality, 0 cell strength, 2 neural response, 1 mental power, 0 comprehensive assessment, level 1 life form skills, viral infection. Upon being struck by this creature, one has a high probability of becoming infected with a virus, potentially transforming into a zombie. Zombies possess gender too? Chu Tianming stared in bewilderment at the gender section, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of 2 zombies engaged in intimate encounters, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. However, to be frank, this particular zombie appeared quite dull-witted. Even an ordinary person would sense being watched, yet this zombie seemed utterly oblivious to Chu Tianming's gaze, continuing to stand there swaying mindlessly. A picture of absurdity. Indeed, aside from their terrifying appearance, these zombies did not exhibit much prowess. Their cell strength was merely double that of an average adult, while their cell vitality and mental power were astonishingly at 0. It appeared that the cells within these zombies had succumbed to complete death, resulting in an utter lack of vitality. As for mental power, it likely pertained to the realm of the soul, did it not? After a cursory contemplation, Chu Tianming suddenly realized that, apart from their ghastly appearance, these zombies seemed to possess no remarkable attributes. Nevertheless, the viral infection posed a significant concern. It would be unwise to allow the zombie to scratch or wound him. Reflecting on the introduction regarding the viral transmission attributes of the zombies, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow. In comparison, Although these zombies moved a tad slower and appeared somewhat daft, they were indeed formidable creatures that one could not afford to underestimate. Should they inflict harm upon him, it was likely that he would face the grim fate of either becoming a zombie himself or resorting to self-destruction. The exceedingly high probability mentioned in the introduction was, in Chu Tianming's estimation, far from reassuring. Thus, when confronting these zombies, employing long-range attacks or donning a thicker protective suit was imperative to ensure his safety. At this juncture, he lowered his gaze to inspect his attire, an ordinary long-sleeved shirt beneath a standard coat, which hardly aligned with the notion of being thick. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "It's either death or a fight. It seems I have no choice but to fight." Having come to this realization, Chu Tianming understood that, despite having acquired this upgradable undead system, it did not equate to the effortless advantages enjoyed by protagonists in novels. Achievements were the fruits of relentless effort and perseverance. Albeit he found himself in a somewhat more favorable position than others. With this thought, his resolve solidified. It was either their demise or his own. After all, he had yet to fully embrace life, and could not simply succumb to death. As he whispered these affirmations, Chu Tianming's steps grew resolute, advancing steadfastly towards the iron door on the rooftop. Had he possessed a firearm, the zombie lurking in the corridor below would have been the prime target for Chu Tianming's hunt. Alas, he found himself bereft of any weapon. Armed only with an ordinary steel rod for self-defense, the dormitory stood 5 stories tall, with but a single exit leading to the rooftop, which filled Chu Tianming with a sense of gratitude towards Wei Dong and his associates. Were it not for their relentless pursuit, he would never have acquired the Reaper's system, nor would he have survived to this moment. The thought of others possibly having succumbed to the ravenous jaws of the undead tightened his grip on the steel rod. He approached the iron door with measured steps, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Silence prevailed, though he could not discount the possibility of a zombie lurking just beyond the threshold. In light of this, he resolved that upon opening the door, he would first retreat. Should a zombie emerge, he would deliver a swift kick, sending it tumbling onto the staircase, after which he would plunge the steel rod into its skull. It seemed plausible that a blow to the head would ensure its demise, did it not? As he softly recited his plan, he bolstered his resolve and carefully retrieved his keyring. Upon locating the golden key for the iron door, Chu Tianming felt a surge of anxiety and took a deep breath. "Calm down. I must remain composed." With gentle determination, he inserted the key into the lock. Steadying himself, he turned the key while gripping the steel rod tightly, as if this humble implement could imbue him with boundless courage. Gently, at last, a faint click resonated. It opened. Chu Tianming's heart tightened, for he knew the crucial moment had arrived. With trembling fingers, he slowly pulled open the iron door. At that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Only after he had fully opened the door did he feel utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Nothing came rushing out. How splendid! He had feared a horde of zombies would charge forth. Gazing at the empty staircase before him, Chu Tianming finally exhaled in relief. Yet, a wave of concern washed over him again. Ideally, he had envisioned the best outcome being the emergence of a solitary zombie upon opening the door. He believed he could dispatch it given the advantageous position. Regrettably, it was a disappointment that no zombies appeared at all. However, he was also aware of his earlier trepidation, praying for the absence of zombies, and now he found himself lamenting their absence. Such a contradictory fellow. Chapter 10. The First Kill, Part 2, Sitting on the Ground. He regained a modicum of strength, primarily because Chu Tianming noticed his hands were trembling incessantly. After a considerable effort, he managed to steady them and pushed himself up from the ground. Peering cautiously at the staircase behind the iron door, he observed no signs of blood or struggle. It seemed no one had attempted to ascend. Perhaps it would be prudent to descend and investigate. If he encountered a lone zombie, he would deal with it. Contemplating quietly, Chu Tianming gripped the steel bar firmly and gradually descended the staircase. Below the rooftop lay the 5th-floor dormitory, inhabited by some first-year students. Chu Tianming himself had once resided there during his first year, thus he was relatively familiar with the 5th floor. To the left of the staircase leading from the rooftop to the 5th floor was a restroom, while to the right stood a row of dormitories. Directly opposite the staircase entrance was a solitary dormitory. As Chu Tianming cautiously peered down from above, he noticed that the door to this particular dormitory was closed. It was likely that the outbreak had occurred at night, hence all the dormitory doors were presumably shut. This realization brought a wry smile to his lips. It implied that he might be the sole human left in the entire dormitory building. The thought of confronting a multitude of zombies sent a shiver down his spine. Huayao High School comprised 4 dormitory buildings, 2 for girls and 2 for boys. The building where Chu Tianming resided contained 5 floors, each housing 13 dormitories. Typically, each dormitory accommodated around 8 individuals, which meant that if all the occupants of his building had been transformed into zombies, he would be facing a staggering total of 520 undead. However, zombies lacked cognition, meaning they would not be able to open doors themselves. As long as he refrained from opening the door from the outside, they would remain trapped. With this thought, Chu Tianming felt a slight sense of relief. If the frail Chu Tianming, armed with only a single steel rod, were to confront a staggering horde of 520 zombies, he would rather contemplate self-destruction. However, the current situation is somewhat more favorable, as the doors to the dormitory are securely shut, preventing the zombies from escaping. All Chu Tianming needs to do is unlock a dormitory door to release a few zombies and then deal with them one by one, thus making the task considerably easier. With this thought, a smile crept across his face, but in the next instant, he was struck by a realization. Where on earth would he procure the keys to these dormitories? With a heavy heart, Chu Tianming lamented the fact that he lacked the keys. Would he really have to resort to breaking down the door? He knew that should he take such drastic action, it would undoubtedly attract all the zombies in the vicinity. For the campus was eerily quiet. Any loud noise from his end would surely summon countless hordes to besiege him. No, he could not break down the door. Thus, he would have to venture down to the caretaker's room to retrieve the keys. However, as he glanced down the dark staircase, he swallowed hard. This was it. It was now or never. If he chose not to fight, he would surely starve to death in this place. Yet, if he dared to take the risk, he might just survive, especially since he had yet to level up his Reaper system. How could he allow himself to perish from hunger? With a fierce determination, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. In the face of such a choice, even if he was reluctant, he had no choice but to muster his courage and press on. Thoughts flitted through his mind, and after tightening his grip on the steel bar, Chu Tianming slowly descended the staircase. On the 5th floor, the doors to 13 dormitory rooms were firmly shut. Standing at the staircase, he could distinctly hear the muffled growls emanating from room 507. The sounds were faint, barely discernible from a distance, yet at that moment, Chu Tianming grasped the unsettling truth that there were indeed zombies lurking within those rooms. Swallowing hard, he cast a sweeping glance at the 13 dormitory doors on the 5th floor before making his way to the 4th floor. Cautiously, he ascended to the 4th floor, surveying its 13 dormitory rooms. All were securely closed. Satisfied that the rooms remained intact, he shifted his focus and proceeded to the 3rd floor. After spending 5 or 6 minutes traversing the building, he finally arrived at the ground floor. Directly opposite the staircase was the dormitory supervisor's office, which was slightly larger than the students' dormitories and conveniently located at the entrance of the dormitory building. As he descended, Chu Tianming noted that the door to the supervisor's office was ajar, while the main entrance to the dormitory was firmly shut, featuring 2 glass doors within a retractable iron gate on the outside. At this moment, both the iron and glass doors stood firmly closed. From Chu Tianming's vantage point, the outside appeared devoid of any specters. However, he could faintly discern some swaying figures in the distance. Zombies. Chu Tianming recognized those silhouettes. They were unmistakably the undead. For only they would meander leisurely at such a time. Yet, he surmised that even if they desired to hasten their pace, they would be incapable of doing so. The presence of zombies outside instilled in Chu Tianming a hesitance to boldly traverse the space, for should any nearby undead catch sight of his vibrant life, they would surely converge upon him in a frenzy. Although the iron and glass doors provided some semblance of security, it was not enough to instill substantial confidence in him. Thus, he opted to crouch low, advancing cautiously. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, he found himself at the corridor of the dormitory on the 1st floor, where thankfully, the doors remained shut. However, the administrator, Uncle Wang, was likely inside his room. Had he, too, succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie? Chu Tianming pondered, while his feet continued to move steadily forward. In no time, he arrived at the door of Uncle Wang's room. Peering through the slightly ajar door, he caught a glimpse of the interior, an old wooden bed, an electric fan, and a writing desk. The other side of the room remained obscured from his view. Yet he was familiar with Uncle Wang's quarters, which housed a large wardrobe and various toiletries. But where could Uncle Wang be? Chu Tianming felt perplexed. Logically, the dormitory door should have been closed, and Wang Bo ought to be in his room. Yet, after searching for a considerable time, he could not find any trace of Wang Bo. Could it be that he was not in his room? If not there, then where could he be? An inexplicable anxiety clenched Chu Tianming's heart, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. Gradually, he turned his gaze toward a room devoid of a door, his eyes betraying a mix of excitement and terror. The restroom. Was Wang Bo in the restroom? Chapter 11. The First Kill, Part 2. The Restroom. Chu Tianming stared blankly at the restroom adorned with pristine white tiles, his mind wavering with uncertainty. Should he go or refrain from going? If he ventured forth? Encountering Wang Bo, who might have transformed into a zombie, he could be injured and succumb to the same fate. However, there was also the possibility of vanquishing the zombie version of Wang Bo and gaining his first experience. On the other hand, if he chose not to go, he would avoid the zombie altogether, remaining on the rooftop in hopes of rescue. But was there truly any hope for rescue? Moreover, he was already feeling the pangs of hunger. Weighing the pros and cons, after much contemplation, Chu Tianming ultimately resolved to take the plunge. A man must not be deterred. What is there to fear? In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could strike down a bull with a single blow. Off he went, maintaining a half-crouch. Although he had decided to hunt zombies, his current physical state would only allow him to contend with a single zombie at best. If he inadvertently attracted a horde, he would truly be left in despair. The restroom on the first floor of the dormitory, like the other 4 floors, is situated to the left of the staircase, conveniently located diagonally across from Wang Bo's room, a mere 4 or 5 meters away. The dormitory's restroom essentially doubles as a shower room, a fact many students have come to experience. At times, while one is showering, a few others might be squatting nearby, laboring to relieve themselves. This sensation, to be frank, is far from pleasant. Consequently, some affluent students prefer to bathe in the facilities across the street from the school, where at least they can enjoy the privacy of individual rooms, devoid of unsavory sounds and unpleasant odors. However, Shushiming is currently too weary to dwell on such matters. His sole concern is to ascertain whether Wang Bo is indeed in the restroom. He cautiously approached the restroom door, peering inside with trepidation. At first glance, he noticed a row of urinals, but neither Wang Bo nor any other unfortunate souls were in sight. Continuing deeper into the room, he craned his neck once more and finally spotted a peculiar figure. With a rough backside elevated high, much of the body was ensconced within a stall, revealing only 2 legs and a substantial posterior. What revolted Shushiming the most was that the individual was not fully attired. To be precise, while the pants were indeed on, they were improperly fastened, hanging precariously on the legs, leaving the entire backside exposed, a sight that was as repulsive as it was absurd. The source of his disgust became clear as he recognized the shoes adorning the figure's feet. Those were Wang Bo's shoes. It was unmistakable, the bizarre silhouette with its exposed posterior. Protruding from the restroom stall was none other than Wang Bo himself. This is precisely what truly disgusts Chu Tianming. Had it been a beautiful woman, he would undoubtedly not have felt such revulsion, suppressing the nauseating sensation within. Chu Tianming silently contemplated the detection technique while his gaze remained fixed on the figure resembling Wang Bo. Biological designation, zombie level, 1 gender, male physical condition, deceased cell vitality, 0 cell strength, 1 nervous response, 0 mental strength, 0 comprehensive assessment, level 0 life form possessed skills, viral infection. Being struck by this creature will result in a high likelihood of infection, potentially transforming the victim into a zombie. Physical condition, the frailty of his aged body renders him incapable of acquiring formidable strength even as a zombie. His decaying form makes even walking an arduous endeavor. Chu Tianming gazed in astonishment at the information manifesting in his mind, never expecting that zombies could vary in strength. Wang Bo, due to his advanced age, even as a zombie, could not compare to an adult human, and astonishingly, his nervous response capability was rated at 0. Does this not imply that even if Chu Tianming were to strike him, it would take an extended period for him to react? Upon contemplating this, Chu Tianming felt a renewed sense of confidence. Who would have thought that the first zombie he was to hunt would be so feeble? Could it be that even fate is aiding me? Muttering softly to himself, Chu Tianming firmly gripped the steel rebar in his hand and began to advance step by step towards the zombie Wang Bo. Even though he was aware of Wang Bo's transformation into this horrid zombie, Chu Tianming did not dare to let his guard down. He understood that even the slightest scratch could lead to infection. Thus, despite feeling confident in his ability to easily vanquish this undead creature. He refrained from recklessly approaching it to deliver a fatal blow with the steel rod. Instead, he cautiously advanced, intending to drive the rod directly into its skull. Having meticulously devised his plan, he proceeded with utmost care, striving to make not a single sound as he inched closer to the zombie. It would be disingenuous to claim that Chu Tianming was devoid of anxiety at that moment. After all, he was not confronting a mere street thug or a delinquent from school, but rather a living entity capable of movement and possessing the potential to bite. The recent trauma he had experienced on the rooftop compounded his trepidation, rendering his state of mind exceedingly tense. 3 meters, 2.5 meters, 2 meters, 1.5 meters, 1 meter. Finally, Chu Tianming found himself positioned behind the zombie, gaining clarity on its actions. Covering his mouth with one hand, he nearly retched at the sight before him, barely managing to stifle the urge in time to avoid alerting the creature. Before him, the zombie, presumably Wang Bo, was grotesquely hunched over in a toilet, its stiff arms mindlessly pawing at a repulsive mass. Cursing under his breath, Chu Tianming steeled himself, and with a fierce resolve, he thrust the steel rod violently towards the creature's head. With a sharp pop, Chu Tianming's aim faltered, and rather than piercing the zombie's skull, he struck the edge of its neck. The creature let out a furious roar, clearly enraged by the failed attack. However, its rigid body could not maintain its balance, and, with a sudden effort, it collapsed to the ground. With a crack, Chu Tianming exerted every ounce of strength he possessed into his thrust, driving a substantial length of rebar through the already fragile cranial structure of the zombie, the tip even protruding from the opposite side. Plopping down onto the ground, Chu Tianming stared in terror at the still twitching zombie, feeling as though all his energy had been siphoned away. Damn it, why is it still alive? Wasn't it said that a blow to the head would ensure death? At that moment, he began to question the validity of this theory. Observing the creature writhing despite its skull being pierced. No, I cannot remain passive. If one strike does not suffice, I shall strike multiple times and see if you perish. Resolutely, Chu Tianming rose, cautiously avoiding the erratic flailing of the zombie's arms, and yanked the rebar from its skull. As soon as he withdrew the metal, the zombie convulsed violently, prompting Chu Tianming to swing the rebar repeatedly in a frenzy. I shall slay you. I will ensure your demise. I will end you. Chu Tianming was unaware of the exact number of strikes he had delivered. He only knew that by the time he had exhausted every ounce of his strength, the zombie's head had been utterly disfigured and mangled. With a resounding thud, he realized he could no longer continue. He felt as though even a single finger was beyond his ability to move. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for breath, and surprisingly, the terror within his heart began to wane gradually. Chapter 12. Unexpected Delight. First lottery seated on the cold porcelain tiles, Chu Tianming was reassured of his continued existence. Lifting his gaze to the lifeless zombie, he suddenly perceived that these creatures were not as fearsome as he had once believed. Just then, a crisp voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the independent hunt for the first time, earning a lottery chance. Lottery? Ignoring the horrifying visage of the corpse before him, Chu Tianming eagerly began to ponder this revelation. Indeed, as soon as the question formed in his mind, the melodious voice resounded once more. The lottery serves as an additional reward for the host. Completing certain hidden tasks can grant lottery opportunities, and each level up awards one chance as well. Fulfilling the missions issued by the system may also yield a lottery chance. Chu Tianming suddenly understood. It turned out that by vanquishing this zombie, he had inadvertently completed a hidden task. Was this his first kill? He murmured to himself. Pondering this, Chu Tianming inquired further. What can one win from the lottery? The prizes in the lottery are revealed at random each time, with a total of 10 prizes available for every draw. Some are advantageous, while others may not be, yet each holds its unique significance. These prizes can be broadly categorized into 5 distinct classes. Firstly, the category of tools, which consists of various instruments endowed with special functionalities, including weapons, armor, and auxiliary tools, among others. Secondly, the currency category, encompassing an array of diverse currencies. Thirdly, the skills category, which includes numerous varied skills. Fourthly, the techniques category, comprising countless forms of martial arts and magical practices, including internal arts from the realm of martial heroes, as well as cultivation methods for spirit and combat energy from the magical realm. Lastly, the elixirs category, featuring a variety of potions, each with its own unique effects. Such an abundance, exclaimed Chu Tianming, astonished. Initially, he had envisioned that the lottery would yield items such as firearms, gold, or cold weapons. To his surprise, there exists such a vast array of prizes, including many legendary artifacts, techniques, internal arts, magic, combat energy. These had previously been mere figments of his imagination, attainable only in the realm of dreams. However, it now appeared that as long as he survived to seize the opportunity to participate in the lottery, he might indeed acquire these coveted treasures. With this thought, Chu Tianming felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him, nearly compelled to slay a horde of zombies so that he might elevate his level to 1, thus granting himself yet another chance to partake in the lottery. However, this was merely a fleeting thought for Chu Tianming. If he were truly tasked with slaying, he would find himself utterly incapable. Zombies are not mere vegetables, to be sliced with ease. It is not akin to playing Fruit Ninja. Yet, the moment Chu Tianming recalled that he possessed a chance to draw from the lottery, a surge of excitement ignited within him. What if I were to draw a tome of martial arts techniques? What if I were to acquire an internal cultivation manual? What if I were to obtain a remarkably powerful weapon? A multitude of splendid dreams danced above Chu Tianming's head, and he was so immersed in these delightful fantasies that he nearly drooled. Alas, it would be best not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Let us simply take a chance. With this resolution, Chu Tianming promptly declared within his mind, use the lottery opportunity. Ding. The host currently has 1 lottery opportunity. Upon use, remaining opportunities will be 0. After the announcement, Chu Tianming suddenly found himself in a vast, white expanse. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a small black dot appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching until it was directly before him. It was a machine resembling a large roulette wheel, measuring over 1 meter in diameter, with 10 compartments of varying sizes. In the center of the wheel, a slender pointer dangled steadily downwards. Chu Tianming examined each compartment. 1 tael of gold, a single fasting pill, a great cleaver, a tome of internal cultivation Wudong heart method, a skill book fireball technique, 10 taels of gold, a motorcycle, a skill book shadow clone technique, and a suit of shining silver armor. Shall I draw again? Upon observing the final small square that offered a chance for a second attempt, Chu Tianming was filled with perplexity. What purpose could this second opportunity serve? It was not as if it provided a third chance. Drawing it seemed no different from not drawing at all. Yet, something felt amiss. There was no reason to present a seemingly futile option. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Chu Tianming's mind. I comprehend now. This second chance must entail a transformation of the prizes if one is dissatisfied with the current offerings. One must fervently hope to draw this second opportunity. With this newfound understanding, a smile graced Chu Tianming's face. Overall, he was rather content with the 10 prizes from this inaugural draw, as it was, after all, his first attempt, and comparisons were rather futile. Among the prizes were skills, techniques, and even a medicinal pill. Although Chu Tianming was unaware of how long the fasting pill could sustain him, it was undeniably invaluable to someone as ravenous as he was. Let the draw commence. Shall we begin? He declared. As soon as he uttered the word begin, the grand wheel before him spun rapidly, its velocity rendering the display a blur to Chu Tianming. Disheartened, he realized he would have to rely on fortune. With a furrowed brow, he watched the wheel turn for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Stop!" At his command, the wheel's speed dramatically decreased. Initially, the segments had been indistinguishable to Chu Tianming, but as it slowed, clarity returned. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. As the 4th round commenced, the speed of the great wheel had dwindled to a near standstill. It seems it will come to a halt, Chu Tianming pondered anxiously. At that moment, the pointer indicated the skill fireball technique, and the rotation had slowed significantly, appearing to be on the verge of stopping. No, I do not desire 10 taels of gold. I seek skills and techniques. Chu Tianming gazed at the slowly rotating wheel, his hands clenched tightly together. The notion of 10 taels of gold made his heart race. Gradually, the wheel moved past that segment, and upon witnessing its departure from the realm of gold, a wave of relief washed over him. Behind the gold lay a motorcycle. While a motorcycle held its allure, it bore no utility for Chu Tianming at this moment. After all, the streets were abundant with cars, motorcycles, and bicycles, rendering the lottery unnecessary. Do not stop. It must not stop, Chu Tianming fervently implored, his hands gripping tightly, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the wheel. which crept forward at a pace slower than that of a snail. May the deities above bless me. Please, do not stop. At this juncture, Chu Tianming's anxiety was palpable, for this initial lottery held significant implications for his future. If he were to draw a useless item, how could he possibly hunt zombies and level up? Would he be forced to wield a motorcycle to crush zombies? At this rate, he might very well be crushed by the motorcycle himself before the zombies could do him in. As the wheel inched forward, it suddenly jolted, spinning back and forth a couple of times before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 13. The Art of Substitution. Chu Tianming fixed his gaze intently on the pointer. When the wheel finally came to a halt, it pointed to a position that lay between two squares. How was that possible? Chu Tianming was momentarily perplexed. However, his confusion did not hinder the Requiem system's understanding. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill substitution technique. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence. The notification echoed in his mind, and an exhilarating wave of joy surged within Chu Tianming. To think he had acquired the substitution technique, what a delightful surprise. He had initially feared he might draw a motorcycle instead, lamenting the potential waste of a splendid opportunity for a prize. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, the announcement revealed his unexpected gain of the substitution technique, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Yet, where was the substitution technique? Chu Tianming looked around, but he could not find any trace of the skill he had drawn. As he sat there on the ground, an array of unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar information unfolded in his mind. This information coalesced into a square book, its cover boldly inscribed with the words substitution technique. Suddenly, the book shattered into countless specks of light, which swiftly merged into Chu Tianming's memory, as if he had practiced the technique a billion times before. In less than a second, he had inexplicably mastered this ninjutsu. Although the energy had settled, Chu Tianming genuinely felt its presence. Chakra. Chu Tianming is not foolish. Rather, he is quite astute. Once he calms himself and engages in a moment of contemplation, he comprehends the nature of this energy. It is widely recognized that the practice of ninjutsu necessitates the consumption of an energy known as chakra, which is extracted from human cells to execute a myriad of potent techniques. Although this substitution technique is merely one of the fundamental three-body techniques, it nonetheless requires chakra to be performed. Previously, in his excitement, Chu Tianming had momentarily overlooked this fact. However, upon regaining his composure and sensing this energy, he breathed a sigh of relief. With chakra at his disposal, he could naturally perform ninjutsu. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming could no longer suppress his curiosity and resolved to thoroughly experiment with this newly acquired skill. The substitution technique, one of the basic ninjutsu from the Naruto manga, allows one to instantaneously switch places with an animal or plant, serving as a means to evade attacks. The utility of the substitution technique is self-evident. For instance, if Chu Tianming were about to be caught by a zombie, employing the substitution technique at a critical moment would enable him to avert this peril. For someone like Chu Tianming, who currently possesses limited strength, this truly is an exceptional survival skill. Substitution technique. With a swift motion, he formed the hand seals. As the system of the deceased imparted the entirety of the substitution technique to him, allowing him to execute the seals with effortless familiarity, as if he had practiced them countless times. In almost no more than a second, Chu Tianming completed the hand seals for the substitution technique. As the thin veil of smoke dissipated, the spot where Chu Tianming had been seated revealed nothing but a short branch. Remarkable. Chu Tianming re-entered the restroom. Glancing at the branch that had occupied his former position, and a broad smile spread across his face. Naturally, he endeavored to keep his voice low to avoid attracting a swarm of zombies. Subsequently, Chu Tianming sensed the chakra within him and realized that utilizing a stand-in technique had diminished his internal chakra by 1/5. This meant that during his peak, he could only employ 5 stand-in techniques. Moreover, he gleaned from the information that in order to use the stand-in technique, a substitute object was necessary, like the branch he had just utilized, which was lying on the ground outside the restroom. However, if the distance was too great, it would be impossible to substitute for his own body, and this distance was approximately 7 meters. Of course, Chu Tianming could carry some items to serve as substitutes, yet he possessed no storage tools. Was he to carry a branch around everywhere? He cast a glance at the steel reinforcement bar on the ground, smeared with a dark, viscous substance, and sighed. Unfortunately, the substitute objects for the stand-in technique were limited by their size in relation to his body. Otherwise, bringing a handful of splintered wood would suffice. Indeed, Although the art of substitution involves utilizing other animals or plants as a stand-in, there exists a limitation to the size. For instance, objects that are excessively small cannot serve as substitutes. They must at least account for around 10% of one's total body surface area. In the past, when Chu Tianming watched the anime Naruto, he found it peculiar that the substitution technique frequently employed large wooden logs. Now, it becomes evident that the preference for larger objects is dictated by the inherent constraints of the technique itself. Moreover, the closer the substitute's volume is to the original body, the lesser the chakra consumption required. If one were a formal ninja, this minor chakra expenditure might not pose a concern. However, lacking the ability to refine chakra, Chu Tianming is solely reliant on the meager amount provided by the system. It appears that acquiring a storage device during the next draw is imperative. As he contemplated this, Chu Tianming picked up a steel rod, despite the repugnant liquid coating it, which unsettled his stomach. Nevertheless, this was currently his only weapon and could not be discarded lightly. After grasping the steel rod, he glanced at the lengthy branch on the ground, which did not seem particularly portable. Ultimately, he decided to take it as well. Of course, the administrator, Wang Bo, was already deceased, having died twice. He could no longer perish further. Yet, should this world possess souls, it is conceivable that Wang Bo could face a third demise, though he would likely be reluctant to endure such a fate thrice. Chapter 14. The other uses of Chakala. The curtains in Wang Bo's room were drawn, allowing Chu Tianming to finally stand upright without the fear of being seen by the zombies outside. After surveying Wang Bo's room, he approached the second drawer on the left side of the desk and pulled it open. Indeed, there it was. A plastic board adorned with a multitude of keys lay within, eliciting a smile from Chu Tianming. This was the key to every room in their dormitory. He had previously observed Wang Bo place the keys in this drawer during his visits, making his search today particularly smooth. Gently lifting the plastic board, he noted its considerable weight due to the numerous keys hanging from it. For Chu Tianming's currently frail body, maintaining a steady grip without allowing the keys to clink against one another proved to be quite a challenge. Carefully, he placed the plastic board on Wang Bo's bed, and it was only at that moment that he let out a sigh of relief. With so many keys, running up and down with them would undoubtedly create a cacophony. What was he to do? A frown creased Chu Tianming's brow as he gazed at the heap of keys. Sinking down onto the edge of the bed, he instinctively grasped the thick quilt. As one ages, the sensitivity to temperature often heightens. Indeed, Wang Bo was already wrapped in a heavy comforter. The sight of that thick quilt suddenly sparked an idea in Chu Tianming's mind. I can wrap the keys in cloth. As long as they are securely bundled, they will not rattle, and thus will not produce any sound. Yes, that is the solution. With this thought, Chu Tianming promptly rose from his seat and surveyed the room. He soon discovered a pair of scissors tucked away in the corner of his desk. Carefully wielding the scissors, he gingerly cut the bed sheet into strips. After creating several fabric strips, Chu Tianming removed a set of keys from the plastic board and wrapped them in the cloth. Each layer of keys was enveloped in a thick layer of fabric, and in this manner, he transformed the 65 keys from 5 floors into 5 bundles. He then connected these 5 bundles with a longer strip of cloth for easy transport. Upon completing this task, Chu Tianming sat down with a smile to rest for a moment. Why does my body feel so much better, and I am not as hungry as before? After pausing, Chu Tianming realized that his previously weak condition had significantly improved, and his once restless stomach had settled. Aside from a slight hunger, he no longer felt the discomfort he had earlier. Reflecting on this, Chu Tianming decided to check his attributes. Host information: name, Chu Tianming. Gender, male. Physical condition: slight hunger. Cell vitality: 2 cell strength, 2 nerve response, 2 mental power, 2 overall assessment. Level 2 life form. Seeing the changes in his attributes, Chu Tianming felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Indeed, it is not merely my imagination. My body has truly recovered. But what could be the reason for this? While physical recovery is a positive development, the lack of understanding regarding its cause leaves Chu Tianming feeling as though his heart is being scratched by a cat. Upon reflection, it seems this change began after I vanquished that zombie. Could it be that my triumph over the undead has triggered this recovery? No, that cannot be right. If slaying a single zombie were sufficient to restore one's health, it would be far too simplistic. After some contemplation, Chu Tianming dismissed this possibility. Thus, the only remaining factor is the newly acquired skill, the substitution technique. Ah yes, the substitution technique. I recall obtaining some chakra. Chakra, after all, is a form of energy. Perhaps it is this energy that has facilitated my gradual recovery. Smacking his forehead in realization, Chu Tianming was suddenly filled with delight. If this is indeed the effect of chakra, then this recent lottery was extraordinarily worthwhile. Not only did I acquire a life-saving skill, but I also gained the ability to slowly restore my body through chakra energy. Although the pace of recovery may be sluggish, at least it signifies progress, does it not? This is certainly a significant improvement from the deterioration I previously experienced. The thought of having drawn such a valuable skill on my very first attempt at the lottery filled Chu Tianming with pride, prompting him to smile with satisfaction. After taking a brief respite in Wang Bo's room, Chu Tianming rummaged through some hidden snacks, such as biscuits, that Wang Bo had stashed away. This indulgence allowed him to elevate his physical condition from a state of mild hunger to a commendable standard. After resting for a while and allowing his body to fully recuperate, Chu Tianming finally stepped out of Wang Bo's room. Upon arrival, he was gripped by fear. This trepidation stemmed not only from the unknown creatures he might encounter, but also from his own physical frailty. However, both of these concerns had been largely resolved. His body had completely regained its strength, now possessing physical capabilities exceeding those of an average adult by a considerable margin. Furthermore, his fear of the undead had diminished, particularly since he had already vanquished one himself. While he did not face the living dead with complete calm, he had certainly cultivated the resolve to confront these terrifying beings without succumbing to the paralysis of fear that once caused his limbs to tremble before action. With his current physical prowess, Chu Tianming could effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 200 kilograms and strike with the force comparable to that of a seasoned boxer. More importantly, his physical attributes were remarkably balanced. Unlike those who focused their training on specific body parts, gaining immense strength in their arms while neglecting their legs, Chu Tianming's strength was evenly distributed throughout his entire body. His capabilities had been enhanced uniformly, reflecting a complete doubling of the metrics typical of an average adult. Without any imbalances, even his mental acuity and reflexes mirrored this newfound physical prowess, allowing him to adeptly control his strength with ease. A testament to the advantages of such a balanced enhancement. Otherwise, one might possess great strength, yet have sluggish reflexes. In such a case, one might struggle to land a blow on an ordinary person, who is by no means a stationary target but rather a living being capable of evasion. However, such an enhancement, given contemporary technology, is not impossible, but indeed presents a challenge thousands of times greater than a singular advancement. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Requiem system, Chu Tianming finds this task remarkably straightforward. By merely leveling up, he can double his attributes, and with a bit of practice, he can fully master the newfound power without the need for arduous training. Of course, at this moment, Chu Tianming remains oblivious to the consequences of leveling up. He has neither inquired about it nor experienced it himself, leaving him in the dark. As Chapter 15, The Great Purge, commences, he sets his sights on room 507 on the 5th floor. Perhaps due to hunger, the zombies emit low, feeble growls, as if they are unsatisfied. Chu Tianming's initial target is the dormitory room directly opposite the staircase, room 507. Following that, he intends to clear rooms 508, 509, 510, and so forth. His method involves tying a rope to the doorknob of the dormitory and gripping one end firmly in his hand. He swiftly opens the door, allowing it to part just 20 centimeters. When a zombie reaches out, Chu Tianming pulls the rope taut, effectively ensnaring the creature's arm. He then wields a steel rod with vigor, delivering powerful strikes to sever the arms of the zombies, preventing them from inflicting harm upon him. At least Chu Tianming no longer had to live in fear of being scratched by a zombie. He decided to commence from room 507, where each zombie offered 2 experience points, and leveling up required 100 points. Thus, he needed to slay 50 zombies to achieve the next level. Furthermore, after leveling up, defeating these first-level zombies would yield merely 1 experience point each. It appeared that ascending to a higher level was quite the arduous task. Chu Tianming pondered this as he swiftly bound the tangled bedsheets to the doorknob of room 507. In no time, he completed the task. Taking a deep breath, he carefully removed the keys to room 507 and inserted one into the lock with great caution. A soft click echoed as he gently pushed the door, which slowly creaked open. Inside room 507, 8 grotesque zombies seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening. Their previously swaying bodies abruptly stilled, and in the next moment, They all turned in unison towards the entrance. At that precise moment, the door had opened just a fraction, allowing the scent of the living to waft through. Instantly, the zombies lunged frantically towards the door. Despite their enthusiasm, the zombies moved at a pace akin to that of an ordinary person walking, taking 4 to 5 seconds to cover a few meters. Outside, hearing the zombies' growls, Chu Tianming felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he observed the door ajar by approximately 20 centimeters. Gripping the bedsheet tightly in his hand, he braced himself. In the next moment, 3 ghastly, mutilated arms, smeared with dark, viscous blood, abruptly emerged from within the door. Before Chu Tianming could tighten the bedsheet, the zombie within the dormitory violently slammed against the door, inadvertently trapping its own arm. However, these wretched creatures were devoid of any sensation of pain. Even after such a brutal collision, they continued to frantically claw at the air, desperately attempting to seize Chu Tianming outside. With a low exclamation, Chu Tianming clenched the bedsheet in one hand while raising a steel rod high with the other. Summoning 80% of his strength, he brought it down with tremendous force. The steel rod struck the foremost arm with a resounding impact, driving it downwards at a sharp angle, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing that echoed in Chu Tianming's ears. Gripping the bed sheet tightly, he suddenly pivoted a full 180 degrees and thrust the steel rod with fervor, accurately piercing the head of the zombie that protruded through the gap between the door and the wall. With a faint crack, the skull of the creature shattered. Yet Chu Tianming understood that a mere thrust would not suffice to vanquish this undead foe. Thus, he pressed down fiercely with his right hand gripping the steel rod. With his strength now equivalent to that of 2 normal men, the force drove the pointed end of the rod through the top of the zombie's head, sending shards of bone flying in all directions. At that moment, an arm suddenly extended from behind the door, lunging towards Chu Tianming's chest. In an instant, terror engulfed him, prompting an instinctive reaction as he raised the steel bar and struck down forcefully. With a sharp crack, the arm fell limp. Yet Chu Tianming distinctly observed that the fingertips had grazed his coat, leaving a clear mark upon it. Fortunately, it was a narrow escape. Just moments ago, in a reckless endeavor to eliminate the zombie, Chu Tianming had positioned himself directly in front of the door, fully exposing his body to these creatures. Had it not been for his instinctive action in that perilous moment, he would likely have suffered a grievous wound from the zombie's grasp. A scratch would have signified a high probability of viral infection, condemning him to the fate of becoming a mindless zombie. The mere thought of nearly succumbing to such a fate ignited a fierce anger within Chu Tianming as he glared at the few zombies still struggling to break free. Damn these zombies, perish! He silently cursed, and with that, he lunged forward, driving the steel bar viciously towards a zombie that had just poked its head out. Die! He growled under his breath. Despite his fury, Chu Tianming maintained his composure and rationality. A loud outcry would undoubtedly attract more zombies. Although he had the rooftop as a potential escape, he was reluctant to resort to a heroic stand unless absolutely necessary. It is essential to recognize that being a hero is no easy feat throughout history. Which hero has managed to live long? The notion of a lone warrior standing against a multitude is indeed impressive. However, it is evident that such actions are not what Chu Tianming should engage in at present. He ought to diligently eliminate these zombies one by one, rather than confronting these mindless, flesh-hungry creatures with his own body. As an intelligent being, Chu Tianming would never resort to such thoughtless behavior. Thus, when he dispatched another zombie and earned 2 experience points, he could not help but chuckle softly to himself. If things continued this way, his first level up would be within reach. The mere thought of leveling up invigorated him, filling him with newfound energy, and even alleviating the fatigue in his right arm, which had been weary from wielding the steel rod. Chapter 16. The intention to change weapons after great effort. Chu Tianming finally succeeded in dispatching the 3rd zombie. The wretched head was reduced to a pulp by the steel rod in his grasp. As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, another clumsy zombie peered in, eager to join the fray. Indeed, zombies are remarkably foolish, Chu Tianming mused. For these mindless creatures, their only instinct is an insatiable hunger for flesh. Upon spotting Chu Tianming, a moving target of considerable size, they clamored to seize a bite. Unfortunately, the gap in the door was narrow, allowing only a portion of their faces to protrude, which was already quite fortunate for them. Nevertheless, this predicament transformed them into living targets for Chu Tianming, although he had not yet reached the level of dispatching a zombie with a single strike. With a few more jabs and blows, these undead creatures would inevitably meet their demise. witnessing the ease with which he could vanquish the zombies. Chu Tianming seemed to grow bolder. With one hand grasping a makeshift rope fashioned from bed sheets and the other wielding a steel rebar, he engaged in a rather flamboyant display of his prowess against the zombies. After relentlessly striking for nearly 20 minutes, despite the throbbing pain in his arms, he drove the steel rod forcefully into the skull of the last zombie before him. As the creature collapsed with a resounding thud, Chu Tianming found himself sitting on the ground, utterly bereft of dignity, gasping for breath in heavy spurts. His face contorted in agony. He lifted his right hand to massage the aching limb. Oh, the pain! Accidentally pressing on a tender spot, he grimaced in discomfort, a sight far from graceful. Fortunately, apart from the zombies, there were no other living souls to witness his awkward state. After a prolonged moment of self-massage, he finally felt a semblance of strength returning to his right arm, allowing him to push himself up with his left hand against the ground. Having dispatched 8 zombies without pause, he was left with both mental and physical exhaustion. Consider the ordeal of an ordinary high school student, compelled to wield a weapon against the incessant wails of the undead for an uninterrupted 20 minutes. This was a burden far beyond what any typical student could bear. Fortunately, Chu Tianming possessed a physique that surpassed that of an average adult by twice the norm. Otherwise, in the recent perilous situation, the moment he faltered, he would have met a grim fate, devoured by the zombies. Although these creatures appeared clumsy and foolish, it was precisely their lack of intelligence that drove them to pounce on any food source without a shred of fear or hesitation. Bereft of wisdom, they did not comprehend the concept of fear. Having transitioned into the realm of the undead, they were ignorant of fatigue. While a human might succumb to exhaustion, a zombie remained relentless. Therefore, when confronted by these mindless beings, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could spell unending peril. Chu Tianming was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, even when his strength waned and he could scarcely continue fighting, he gritted his teeth and persevered. There was no second chance. Either they perished or he did. If he wished to survive, he had to fight with unwavering resolve, enduring trials beyond the limits of ordinary endurance. Chu Tianming succeeded in this endeavor, vanquishing 8 zombies, each possessing a physique equivalent to that of an average adult, and in doing so, he garnered a total of 16 experience points. Adding the previous 2 points, he now accumulated 18 points of experience, leaving him with a mere 82 points until he could ascend to the next level. He contemplated the math. 82 points was not an insurmountable challenge, as each zombie yielded 2 points, meaning he needed to eliminate 41 zombies to achieve his goal. Presently, his body could only sustain him through the arduous task of dispatching 8 zombies, which was already at its limit, unless he acquired a more formidable weapon. As he spoke, Chu Tianming couldn't help but glance at the steel bar in his hand, which had already begun to bend slightly. It seemed that if he used it a few more times, it would soon be rendered useless. Steel bars, once bent, lose much of their rigidity. There was a genuine risk that it might snap while he was in the midst of combat, which would be unfortunate indeed. Therefore, Chu Tianming realized he needed to devise a plan to acquire a more formidable weapon. Although there were still steel bars on the rooftop, wielding one to fend off zombies was exceedingly cumbersome and labor-intensive. If only he had a machete, he was certain he would not tire so easily. Regrettably, this was a school, not a hardware store. Where could he possibly find a machete? If he could manage to locate a fruit knife, he would be immensely grateful. Wait, a fruit knife? The mere thought of those words sparked a sudden epiphany in Chu Tianming's mind. He recalled that a few fellows from Class 6 had used a watermelon knife to slice a large watermelon not long ago. Perhaps they still had it in their dormitory. He remembered that event from the previous semester when they were still in their second year. And those guys had boasted about their watermelon slicing prowess with a knife nearly half a meter long. It appeared he would need to venture to the 3rd floor. Chu Tianming muttered to himself. The dormitory of those Class 6 boys was indeed on the 3rd floor, and since his dormitory was also located there, it was no wonder he was aware of their watermelon knife escapades. With a final look at the steel bar in his hand, Chu Tianming made up his mind. He would go to the 3rd floor and retrieve that watermelon knife. However, before proceeding, Chu Tianming intended to thoroughly scour the current dormitory 507, for among these freshman students, there might be enthusiasts of blade collecting. With this thought in mind, he promptly pushed open the dormitory door, only to be met with a nauseating stench. Ugh! Chu Tianming instinctively covered his mouth and nose, recoiling in disgust. Curse it! Why hadn't he noticed the foul odor earlier? He mentally cursed himself. Just moments ago, he had been wholly engrossed in the act of slaying zombies. oblivious to the repugnant smell. It was only after he had settled on a target that he decided to enter the dormitory for inspection, only to be overwhelmed by the foul odor that repelled him. The stench resembled that of a decaying corpse left to rot within a coffin, provoking an involuntary urge to vomit. Fortunately, Chu Tianming had endured enough experiences that day. In truth, he had been acquainted with this scent for some time, only now coming to a realization. Thus, he did not actually retch, though he did dry heave a few times. Damn it, even in death, they offer no peace. After casting a furious glare at the zombies whose heads he had smashed, Chu Tianming waited until he had acclimatized to the stench before cautiously stepping into the dormitory. Inside, chaos reigned, with debris strewn about, undoubtedly the handiwork of the 8 fallen brothers. The bed lay in tatters, with several blankets draped over the railing, while others had simply fallen to the floor. The cabinet by the door had been carelessly overturned, yet the storage locker in the dormitory stood intact and steadfast. The entire room bore the marks of a thorough ransacking, prompting a frown from Chu Tianming as he entered. He resolved to search for anything of use. With this thought in mind, he made his way directly to the storage locker. Chapter 17. Assault on Room 302. The 507 dormitory housed first-year students. And after rummaging through the locker for what felt like an eternity, Chu Tianming managed to unearth only a plethora of snacks. The only potential weapon he found was a small fruit knife. Is this truly useful? He gazed skeptically at the fruit knife, barely the length of his palm, and let out a resigned sigh before stowing it away in his belongings. After all, it was still a weapon, and it might prove useful in a critical moment. Having secured his solitary weapon, Chu Tianming located a backpack and filled it with several high-calorie snacks. He also found a few articles of clothing to change into, as his current outfit had become soiled during his earlier encounter with the zombies, now marred with dark stains of blood and emitting a foul odor. Once he had changed, he slung the backpack over his shoulders, grasped a steel rod in one hand, and clutched the fruit knife in the other. With purposeful strides, he made his way towards the door. His objective, room 302. Descending to the 3rd floor, Chu Tianming's body ached from the intense exertion on the 5th floor. However, it seemed that the commotion had incited the zombies above, as they were now howling relentlessly, instilling a profound fear in him that prevented him from lingering any longer on the 5th floor. After a while, when silence fell, he contemplated whether they would eventually settle down. At this moment, the zombies possessed little intelligence. They acted purely on instinct. The noise he had made while dispatching them had drawn their attention, but it was merely a fleeting curiosity, a response to the cries of their kind, which would soon dissipate into silence. Yet, maintaining composure in the face of such terrifying creatures was not a feat achievable by an ordinary individual. Many might find horror films unfrightening, but should such a scenario unfold in reality, it would undoubtedly terrify them to the core. Even Chu Tianming, who had already vanquished 9 zombies, harbored a lingering fear of these abominations, a natural response. One could hardly expect a typical high school senior to transform into a battle-hardened warrior within a mere few hours. The fact that Chu Tianming had managed to confront this ordeal was commendable, yet even now, as he listened to the distant howls of the zombies on the 5th floor, he felt a slight tremor in his legs. The dormitory building of the school possesses a distinct advantage. Each room is identically laid out, alleviating Chu Tianming's concerns about the possibility of a lurking zombie in any hidden corner. The dormitory is modest in size, allowing for a comprehensive view at a glance, devoid of any dead spots or concealed spaces. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chu Tianming quickly found himself standing before the door of room 302. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he settled down on the floor to rest. It had unconsciously been 3 hours. Lifting his hand to glance at the watch on his left wrist, he furrowed his brow as he observed the dimming sky outside the window, inwardly lamenting, nightfall is approaching. It will be even more challenging to combat zombies once darkness descends, and I must find a secure place to rest. Indeed, Chu Tianming was not a zombie. He was a living human being, and he was now quite fatigued. Yet, he had yet to discover a safe haven to endure the night of his first day. He needed to find a safer refuge. With this thought, he lifted his gaze toward the door of room 302 on his left, contemplating. If only I could eliminate the zombies, resting in the dormitory for the night would be a splendid choice. After all, the dormitory does have a door. If I can vanquish the zombies within and remove their bodies, I could peacefully slumber. Originally, room 507 could have served as a resting place, but the sight of bloodstains and the overwhelming stench rendered it impossible for Chu Tianming to find any semblance of sleep there. It seems that this time, a different approach is required to eliminate these zombies. With this thought, Chu Tianming began to ponder deeply. As moments ticked by, he slightly closed his eyes before suddenly opening them wide. It was 4 o'clock. The time to act had arrived. Glancing at his watch, Chu Tianming inhaled deeply before rising to his feet. During his brief respite, he had devised a clever plan that would allow him to vanquish the zombies in his dormitory without soiling the room. However, executing this plan would pose a considerable challenge for him at this moment. Nonetheless, it remained his sole option if he did not find a place to rest. He would lack the strength to fight come morning. With resolute determination, he fixed his gaze upon the door before him. Suddenly, Chu Tianming produced a key and gently unlocked the door. With a decisive action, he pushed open the door to room 302 with considerable force. The door slammed against the cabinet behind it, producing a resounding crash. Instantly, the 8 zombies within the dormitory turned in unison, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light as they staggered toward the open doorway. The zombies moved at a sluggish pace, while Chu Tianming retreated to the side after opening the door. The first zombie emerged from the dormitory and immediately spotted Chu Tianming standing at a distance. It lunged at him with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf spotting a tender lamb, yet its speed left much to be desired. Suppressing the fear that weighed upon his heart, Chu Tianming paid little heed to the approaching zombie. As he observed the 8 undead creatures emerging one after another, his gaze remained unwavering. It was only when the foremost zombie reached out its hand towards him that he decisively formed several hand seals. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. As the words left his lips, a resounding bang echoed, accompanied by a puff of smoke, causing the zombie to lunge at nothingness. With a furious roar, the last zombie, still pondering the sudden disappearance of its prey, had its head unexpectedly explode, a substantial portion of its skull shattered by a wooden stick. Naturally, the zombie, now missing half of its head, could not survive and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the remaining zombies slowly turned around, providing sufficient time for Chu Tianming to strike again. With another bang, he forcefully brought the stick down upon the head of another zombie. Watching impassively as its skull was reduced to a pulp, he swiftly inserted the mop handle into the center of his backpack and instantly formed several more hand seals. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. With another loud bang, Chu Tianming's form vanished once more, leaving the remaining 6 zombies to grasp at thin air. A broom handle clattered to the ground. The very object Chu Tianming had used to substitute for a branch, crafted from bamboo and suitable for the body replacement technique. Witnessing their prey vanish again, even the mindless zombies could not suppress their irate roars. Chapter 18. The New Weapon, the Watermelon Knife. A fleeting silhouette appeared as Chu Tianming drew forth the mop handle embedded in his back, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike that landed squarely upon the head of the zombie at the rear. With a resounding bang and a sickening crack, disaster struck. Observing the mop handle snap in two, Chu Tianming wasted no time in discarding it into the air. Thud. The mop handle, not made of steel but sturdy enough, penetrated the zombie's skull, leaving it no chance for survival. Its head tilted unnaturally as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the remaining zombies finally turned to face him. Upon recognizing their foe, even these mindless creatures roared with fury, accelerating their pace in a frenzied charge towards Chu Tianming. Cursed be this predicament. He cursed under his breath, realizing he was now bereft of his mop handle weapon. Reluctantly, he retrieved a previously wielded steel rod and began to swing it with vigor. Alas, despite the rod's superior hardness compared to the mop handle, its size disparity rendered it less effective. A strike to the zombie's face merely created a dent rather than pulverizing its skull as the mop handle had done. As Chu Tianming swung the rod, he gradually retreated, and upon reaching the staircase, he had already dispatched one zombie. Yet, having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option. Resolutely, Chu Tianming sheathed the steel rod and formed several hand seals with his fingers. Ninjutsu. Substitute technique. The branch 3 meters away from Peng vanished and reappeared at the spot where Chu Tianming stood, while Chu Tianming found himself behind the horde of zombies. Die! He shouted furiously, seizing the opportunity as the zombie had its back turned. With a swift motion, he plunged his fruit knife into the creature's neck, severing it deeply, causing a significant portion of its head to dangle precariously from its shoulder. With a powerful kick, he sent the zombie's head flying, and as he landed, he had already replaced the knife with a steel rod. He swung the rod down with force, driving it halfway into another zombie's neck. With a fierce cry, Chu Tianming pivoted and delivered another kick, sending this zombie's head soaring once more. After landing, He fixed his icy gaze upon the sole remaining zombie that still stood. This mindless creature, devoid of any understanding of fear, continued to lunge towards Ichi, undeterred by the fallen bodies of its 7 companions. "Humph, die for me," Chu Tianming shouted, delivering a decisive kick that sent the advancing zombie tumbling to the ground. He then swiftly picked up the broom handle behind him and forcefully drove it into the zombie's skull. Crack! With both hands firmly gripping the broom handle, he finally released his grip after a considerable struggle, stumbling backward and sitting on the ground. Breathing heavily and gasping for air, he surveyed the scene before him. The zombies sprawled haphazardly across the ground, and for a moment, it felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Yesterday, he was merely a diligent third-year high school student, striving to gain admission into a prestigious university. Yet today, he has personally slain 17 flesh-eating zombies. This stark contrast left Chu Tianming with a surreal sensation, as though he were caught in a vivid dream. With a swift shake of his head, he sought to dispel the peculiar feelings that lingered within him, only to then become acutely aware of the pain coursing through his entire body. Gritting his teeth, he contorted his features as he cautiously raised a trembling hand to move his nearly rigid fingers. The pain was undeniable, in the heat of battle against the zombies. He had been oblivious to it. However, upon relaxing, the intense agony surged forth, compelling him to grimace. At that moment, it felt as if his pain receptors had only just awakened, sending waves of sharp discomfort throughout his being. He found himself devoid of the strength to even rise to his feet. Grasping a bent steel bar in one hand and leaning on a broom handle with the other, Chu Tianming wobbled toward the dormitory room 302 behind him. Had he not dismantled a mop and broom to fashion makeshift weapons, dispatching those 8 zombies would have proven a formidable challenge. Even with these tools, he was utterly exhausted by the end of the ordeal. The mop handle had broken during the fray, and the broom handle had been appropriated by Ichi for a substitution technique. Ultimately, he relied on the steel bar and a fruit knife. Alas, the fruit knife was too short. Otherwise, its razor-sharp blade would have served as an exceptional weapon. With a hesitant gait, Chu Tianming entered room 302, gently closing the door behind him. His actions were deliberate and soft, for the skirmish he had just endured had evidently drawn the attention of the undead from other dormitories. The entire 3rd floor, along with the 4th and the previously occupied 5th, echoed with the furious roars of zombies. In such a perilous environment, it would have been unthinkable for him to remain there if he had not acclimated significantly since before. Room 302 was similarly in disarray, having been ravaged by 8 zombies. However, this time, the foul stench of decay was absent, and the floor was devoid of dark, unsightly bloodstains, rendering the space relatively clean. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto a bed, overwhelmed by a pressing need for rest. His thoughts lingered on the search for a watermelon knife once he had recovered his strength. With that in mind, Chu Tianming gradually closed his eyes, surrendering himself to a much-needed respite. At some unknown moment, the cacophony of the undead subsided, and outside, the sky darkened with the approach of evening. A clock mounted on the wall of room 302 indicated that it was 5:30. The second hand moved in a steady, rhythmic manner, and in the profound stillness of the surroundings, even the faintest of sounds resonated with clarity. On the bed, Chu Tianming slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his cheeks to shake off the remnants of slumber. Once he felt somewhat alert, he carefully sat upright. Peering out at the dimming sky, he glanced at his watch once more. Indeed, it was already 5:30. Perhaps it was time to look for that elusive watermelon knife. Contemplating, Chu Tianming gradually rose to his feet. Although he had rested for a while, the pain in his body still lingered, albeit less pronounced than before. He gently moved his limbs, feeling the gradual return of his strength, and a broad smile broke across his face. His recovery was promising. It seemed he would be fully restored by dawn. With that thought, he made his way to the lone storage cabinet in his dormitory. One by one, he opened the doors in search of his objective. Soon, he discovered what he had been seeking nestled within one of the compartments. With a deft flick of his fingers, he struck the blade, and upon gazing at the gleaming silver edge, a satisfied grin spread across his face. This weapon was far superior to mere steel bars. Beholding the watermelon knife in his grasp, he marveled at its impressive design. The blade measured approximately 70 centimeters in length, with a handle spanning several inches. The blade tapered from wide to narrow, and the spine was robust, rendering it resistant to breakage. The entire knife felt substantial in his hand, exuding a quality far beyond that of the ordinary, inexpensive wares found in hardware stores. Excellent. With this tool, dispatching zombies would become a much simpler task. Chu Tianming grinned, his mind wandering to visions of effortlessly cleaving through hordes of the undead. But first, let me check how much experience I have accumulated. With that thought, he summoned his attribute panel, swiftly glancing over his stats before zeroing in on the experience section. Basic information: host level, 0 skills acquired by the host, detection technique. Substitute technique experience required for host's next level upgrade. 34, 100 Chapter 19. The upgrade. Part 1 Night. Chu Tianming lay quietly on his bed, one hand resting on the cold railing, his gaze deep and contemplative as he stared out at the night sky. A soft sigh escaped his lips. I wonder how my parents are doing? Surely they haven't turned into zombies? The mere thought of his parents potentially becoming those grotesque creatures filled Chu Tianming with a pang of anxiety. No. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling the notion. It is impossible for them to become such things. My parents must be safe and sound. In a bid to reassure himself, he repeatedly echoed this sentiment in his mind until no other thoughts remained, at which point he let out another sigh. Tomorrow, I must strive to eliminate zombies and hasten my ascension to level 2. This achievement will grant me 2 chances for a lottery draw, thereby enhancing my strength once more. By then, leaving the school should pose no difficulty. With his goals firmly established, Chu Tianming closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. It was as if he had barely shut his eyes before he drifted off. The following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight kissed Chu Tianming's face, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. He yearned to indulge in a few more moments of slumber, but the next instant, he sat up abruptly, his eyes scanning the dormitory in a state of alarm. Upon seeing the intact door, Chu Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. As morning dawned, the gentle light filtering through the window caught Chu Tianming's attention. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 7 o'clock, time to take action. With this thought, he pushed himself up from his seated position. He tiptoed to the opposite bed, unzipping his backpack to retrieve a bottle of mineral water. Turning towards the storage cabinet, he casually grabbed a towel from the rack, dampened it with a touch of water, and hastily washed his face. After a quick rinse, he spat out the mouthful of water, feeling refreshed. He then seized a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, hastily concluding his breakfast. Once satisfied that his hunger had subsided, he picked up a watermelon knife from beside his bed with one hand, while the other grasped a slightly bent steel bar. Securing the key to his dormitory, he cautiously opened the door, peering out to the left and right, safety assured. Seeing no signs of zombies in the corridor, he stepped out and gently closed the door behind him. Today, his mission was to clear all 12 remaining dormitories on the 5th floor. If he worked swiftly, he might even level up by morning. Poor Chu Tianming felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of still bearing the title of level 0. He crept up to the 5th floor, first glancing at room 507, directly opposite the stairwell, before fixing his gaze on room 508 next door. This one would do, he mused internally. Shushiming stepped forward decisively, producing a key that he inserted into the lock, simultaneously binding a tangled sheet to the doorknob. The ensuing events unfolded with remarkable simplicity as Shushiming expertly opened the door, luring the zombies towards him. Just as their hands reached out, he swiftly pulled the door shut, and with a decisive motion, struck with his blade. The sound echoed. Armed with a sharp weapon, he effortlessly severed an arm with a single stroke, and raised his weapon once more, promptly dispatching another limb. In a swift flurry, he cleaved through 5 arms before advancing to the doorway, methodically eliminating each approaching zombie with a precise strike. Whenever a fully intact arm emerged, Shushiming was quick to respond, severing it with unerring accuracy. In a mere span of 7 or 8 minutes, the 8 zombies of room 508 fell beneath his blade. However, upon ceasing his actions, Shushiming displayed no semblance of joy. The zombies had exhibited a marked increase in agility compared to the previous day. Just yesterday, their arms had moved stiffly, but today they demonstrated an unsettling fluidity, nearly catching him off guard. Shushiming realized, with a jolt, that their mobility had improved significantly. Yesterday's zombies had resembled those from cinematic horror, their outstretched arms rigid and slow, but now they moved with unnerving ease. Today, they astonishingly possessed the ability to flexibly swing their arms like ordinary individuals. Although their movements have yet to achieve the swiftness of a normal human, the degree of their agility is strikingly similar. What does this signify? The zombies are evolving. Their bodily functions are being restored. Chu Tianming pondered in disbelief. This has only transpired in a single day. If, in just 24 hours, they have progressed to this extent. How remarkable will their recovery be in a few days? Moreover, these zombies exhibit greater strength. Once they regain the agility of normal humans, will humanity be able to survive under their claws? Setting aside the terrifyingly advanced weaponry at humanity's disposal, even a simple kitchen knife could fell these zombies. Once humans transition from a state of passivity to one of initiative, they should undoubtedly gain the upper hand, completely eradicating these undead. Yet, it appears that the situation is not as straightforward as Chu Tianming had envisioned. Suddenly, he recalled the myriad depictions of zombies in apocalyptic novels, a chill running through him. If zombies can evolve, could they potentially manifest into unique forms? Chu Tianming vividly remembered the diverse abilities attributed to the zombies in those stories: fire manipulation, lightning control, exceptional speed, and immense strength. If such creatures were to emerge in reality, would humanity stand a chance? Chu Tianming stood frozen for a moment, before his gaze resolutely regained its determination. Regardless of whether you will evolve or not, I have acquired the Reaper system. Even if you do evolve, what of it? I shall strike you down one by one, trampling you beneath my feet. I, Chu Tianming, will never allow you to annihilate the entire human race. In this moment, Chu Tianming's resolve to swiftly elevate his own level grew ever more steadfast. Only with formidable power can he contend against these zombies that may continuously evolve. It is not that Chu Tianming aspires to be a savior. Rather, the thought of being the sole survivor on this earth, should all humanity fall to the zombies, fills him with a chilling dread of solitude and desolation. Chapter 20, Level Up, Part 2. I must survive. I must ensure the survival of my family. I must gain strength. I must ascend. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, Chu Tianming's gaze sharpened as he turned directly towards Dormitory 509, employing the same technique. This time, Chu Tianming struck with swifter, more ferocious precision. With a single blow, he cleaved a zombie's head in twain, the immense force causing the zombie behind it to stagger backward. With a flash of the blade, a silvery gleam flickered, and two severed arms, dripping with crimson beads of blood, fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a halt. A cascade of bright silver light, imbued with the essence of death, ushered each grotesque zombie toward the abyss of hell. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the last zombie's skull. Chu Tianming exerted his wrist, causing the blade to ascend sharply, accompanied by a cascade of blood droplets that severed the final vestiges of life from the creature before him. With a thud, the corpse collapsed to the ground. Leaning on his knee, sweat glistening on his cheeks, Chu Tianming surveyed the scattered bodies around him and couldn't help but smile knowingly. After a brief respite, he seized the opportunity to check his watch. It read approximately 7:20. In less than 20 minutes, he had amassed 32 experience points, and with the 34 points earned the previous day, he now possessed a total of 66 points, with a mere 34 points remaining until his next level up. After a while, as the fatigue began to wane, Chu Tianming rose once more. Onward. Just 9 more zombies to slay, and I shall ascend, he mused, gripping his knife as he made his way toward Dormitory 510. 10 minutes elapsed, and although he had taken a moment to rest, Chu Tianming's stamina had notably diminished. After all, wielding a somewhat dull watermelon knife to vanquish these zombies was no simple task. Each kill demanded considerable exertion. After dispatching the 6 zombies in Dormitory 510, he once again plopped down onto the ground. However, the resilience of youth is remarkable. Within a month or two, these newcomers had adapted to the rigors of this school. Despite Huayao No. 1 High School being the premier educational institution in Huayao City, it is not devoid of playful students, some of whom can be quite unruly. Take Wei Dong, for instance, who gained admission to this school solely through familial connections. The absence of 2 individuals in the dormitory signifies that Chu Tianming has lost 2 potential sources of experience in dealing with the undead. However, he harbors a desire for more individuals to venture outside the dormitory, as he suspects that these zombies possess the capacity for evolution. Currently, they remain comfortably ensconced within the dormitory, but once they evolve to a certain degree, the slightest noise from outside could prompt them to break through the doors, leaving Chu Tianming with no choice but to flee in haste or seek refuge on the rooftop. After resting on the ground for approximately half an hour, and feeling rejuvenated enough to confront the zombies, Chu Tianming dismissed any thoughts of idleness. In this precarious situation, exerting oneself is imperative, for in the next moment, one could easily lose their life. Rising to his feet, he resumed his previous strategy, luring the zombies one by one, severing their arms to render them incapable of inflicting harm with their sharp claws. with vigilant attention to any outstretched limbs. He relentlessly struck at the zombies that peeked through the door's crevice. Thud! With a decisive swing, he cleaved a substantial portion of a zombie's skull, sending it crashing to the ground. Clang! With another stroke, one zombie managed to evade his blow, resulting in the strike landing upon the doorframe instead. Damn it! The zombies are indeed evolving, and at varying rates. As he observed the zombie deftly evading his attacks, a flicker of concern crossed Chu Tianming's eyes. Fortunately, this particular zombie had not anticipated the presence of his companions behind him, or perhaps it had simply not considered the matter at all. Consequently, after dodging Chu Tianming's initial strike, when the second blow came, the creature found itself cornered by other zombies behind it. In that instant, it lost the opportunity to evade and was struck directly in the forehead by Chu Tianming's blade, resulting in a significant portion of its skull being severed. Chu Tianming had delivered that blow with all his might. Not only did it cleave off half of the zombie's head, but it also inadvertently harmed the other undead nearby. Thankfully, it was merely a tad more agile than the others. Seeing this zombie fall before him, Chu Tianming felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had feared he had encountered an exceptionally evolved zombie. Now it seemed he had merely frightened himself. The opponent was only slightly more nimble than its counterparts. After dispatching that zombie, Chu Tianming swiftly executed another slash, decapitating a newly emerged zombie. In the instant that creature collapsed, he suddenly felt a refreshing wave coursing through his entire being, akin to taking a hearty gulp of ice-cold water on a scorching day, with a delightful coolness spreading throughout his body. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chu Tianming was invigorated, feeling an abundance of strength surging within him. With a flourish of his right hand, a silvery arc of light emanated from his blade, and in an instant, a colossal head soared into the sky. Chu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He had only exerted 70% of his strength, yet he had effortlessly severed the head of a zombie, a feat he had previously struggled to accomplish even at full power. Could it be that leveling up enhances one's strength? He pondered. However, with 4 more zombies still before him, it was evidently not the moment to assess his attributes. Thus, Chu Tianming swiftly dispatched the remaining 4 troublesome zombies with precise and decisive strikes. After vanquishing these creatures, Chu Tianming pushed open the door and surveyed the dormitory, confirming that no other living zombies remained. He then silently invoked the term attributes in his mind. As the attribute panel materialized before him, he gazed in astonishment at his newly acquired stats, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. Chapter 21, Attribute Doubling and a Second Lottery. My heavens! How could there be such a significant increase? Chu Tianming marveled at the figures displayed on his attribute panel, his heart racing with excitement. Post information. Name: Chu Tianming. Gender: male. Physical condition: good cell vitality, for cell strength, for nerve response, for mental power, for comprehensive assessment. Level 4 life form. Basic information. Post level. Level 1 skills acquired. Detection technique. Substitute technique. Experience required for next level upgrade. 5,200 remaining lottery chances. 1. Originally, all of Chu Tianming's attributes were rated at 2, but after his recent level advancement, they astonishingly reached 4. Does this imply that each level increase results in a direct doubling of attributes? If this were indeed the case, it would be immensely gratifying. Chu Tianming mused. However, one upgrade alone cannot conclusively determine if the enhancement truly doubles the attributes. Yet, should his attributes rise to 8 upon the next upgrade, it would affirm that each ascension indeed doubles the attributes. Moreover, in addition to the attribute enhancement, Chu Tianming did not forget to acknowledge a significant contributor to his rapid advancement. He had also received another lottery opportunity, which he intended to seize with great care, pondering what rewards might await him this time. After muttering a few words under his breath, Chu Tianming refrained from immediately engaging in the lottery. Instead, he wielded a watermelon knife to eliminate the zombies in dormitories 511, 512, and 513. After the upgrade, Chu Tianming not only doubled his strength, but also significantly enhanced his speed and reflexes. When confronting these relatively agile zombies, he dispatched them with effortless precision, 1 stroke for each. And after 8 strikes, an entire dormitory of zombies lay vanquished. Having easily dealt with the zombies from 3 dormitories, Chu Tianming glanced at his watch. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. Let us continue, he declared, as he made his way towards dormitory 506. Now, eliminating zombies was no longer the cumbersome task it once was. With a swift kick, he forcefully opened the door, embodying the phrase "one man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot advance." With his singular strength, he blocked the entrance to the entire dormitory, taking down any zombies that approached, one by one, or even two by two. Within just over an hour, he had thoroughly cleansed the 5th floor. With a flick of his fingers, he dislodged the remnants of dark blood from his blade. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he checked his experience points, nodding in approval. He had leveled up in just one morning, accumulating 75 points towards the 2nd level of experience. Had it not been for the absence of 2 individuals, he would have reached 77 points. However, he was unconcerned. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he was confident he could achieve another level up that day. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming glanced at his watch once more before descending the stairs, 2 large backpacks slung over his shoulders. These bags were filled with snacks, as after clearing the 5th floor of zombies, he had scavenged a bounty of treats, enough to sustain him for approximately a week. Descending swiftly to the 3rd floor, Chu Tianming disregarded the anguished cries of the zombies and promptly opened the door to enter his dormitory. After placing the food from 2 backpacks, he retrieved a bottle of beverage, a bag of chicken legs, and a bag of bread, before settling down to indulge in his meal. The morning's relentless battles had significantly drained his stamina. Although his physical condition was now 4 times that of an ordinary human, the strenuous exertion of the morning had left him with an insatiable hunger. With fervor, he devoured 2 bags of chicken legs and 3 loaves of bread, before quenching his thirst with a bottle of drink. Ah, what a delightful sensation. After exhaling contentedly, Chu Tianming glanced at the discarded packaging on the floor, only to furrow his brow in disbelief. I never imagined I could consume so much. Could it be that my enhanced physique demands a greater intake of sustenance? If that is the case, then these provisions may scarcely suffice for 3 days. Rubbing his flat stomach, he shook his head in resignation. Even after such a hearty meal, he felt only about 70% full. However, after a brief moment of concern, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Since he was hungry, the solution was simple: eat. With the Requiem system and the strength it bestowed upon him, could Chu Tianming truly fear the prospect of going hungry? Chuckling softly, he reclined on his bed and summoned his attribute panel. He still had one opportunity for a draw, and he was determined to obtain something remarkable this time. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming once again found himself in that boundless realm. Before him, the Grand Wheel reappeared. Yet this time, it was markedly different from the last. Perhaps during the previous encounter, it was merely Chu Tianming's inaugural lottery draw. The colossal wheel once again soared in from a distance, but upon his entry this time, Chu Tianming was immediately greeted by the sight of the imposing wheel. Would you like to utilize one lottery chance? As soon as the words left his lips, the wheel revealed 10 distinct segments, each varying in size, adorned with the names of the prizes within. One could win 100 taels of gold, a motorcycle, 2 dual swords, a tome of internal martial arts titled Yujinjing, a treatise on martial arts known as Furious Wind Blade Technique, a small elixir, a bottle of fasting elixir, a set of vine armor, a steed of exceptional bloodline, or another chance to try again. Upon seeing these coveted prizes, Chu Tianming felt a surge of excitement. His gaze fixated intently on the Yujinjing manual, and his yearning was palpable. As a true son of Huaxia, he had nurtured a dream of becoming a martial hero since childhood, often envisioning himself traversing the realm of martial arts, sword in hand, singing with abandon. Yet, in those early days, such fantasies were but fleeting daydreams of youth. Now, however, Chu Tianming was astounded to find that the aspirations of his youth had materialized before him. He harbored no doubts about the authenticity of this internal cultivation manual. Everything he had encountered in the past few days had led him to wholeheartedly believe in this necromancer's system. Chu Tianming was convinced that it would serve as the foundation for his future survival. With such a coveted manual now within his reach, how could he not feel exhilarated? He simply had to win the Yujinjing. He had to. In his heart, Chu Tianming silently prayed. At that moment, the grand roulette before him began to spin rapidly. This time, Chu Tianming vaguely realized that he could discern some faint trajectories of the spinning wheel. It seemed that the enhancement of his physical abilities was not as simple as he had imagined. There must be many aspects that remained beyond his understanding. As he contemplated, Chu Tianming focused intently on the rotating roulette, hoping to uncover some underlying patterns in its motion. Unfortunately, with his current dynamic vision, he was unable to grasp the rhythm of the roulette's spin. He could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its movement. Stop! As soon as he uttered these words, the speed of the roulette abruptly diminished, allowing Chu Tianming to clearly see the trajectory of the wheel. Chapter 22. The tension of the lottery. As the speed of the roulette gradually decreased, Chu Tianming was finally able to discern its path. At this moment, the roulette was still moving relatively quickly, and Chu Tianming's gaze was fixed intently on the manual of the I Ching Jing, watching it pass by the pointer repeatedly, his heart racing with anxiety. In truth, the wind blade technique was also commendable, yet Chu Tianming leaned towards the more renowned I Ching Jing. Moreover, possessing only a blade technique without internal strength would surely hinder its true efficacy. Additionally, with nothing but a meager watermelon knife in his possession, did he truly intend to execute the wind blade technique with such a tool? The mere thought of wielding a watermelon knife while attempting to perform the wind blade technique made Chu Tianming involuntarily twitch at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the grand will finally slowed to a languid pace, taking nearly 20 seconds to complete a single rotation. The pointer passed the position of the I Ching Jing once more without halting. It's all right. It can still make a few more rounds. It will surely stop on I Ching Jing. Chu Tianming reassured himself, although deep down, he harbored uncertainties about whether the pointer would indeed land on that position. As the second round commenced, Chu Tianming watched as the golden bounty of 100 taels passed the pointer's mark, the wheel's momentum having noticeably diminished. Next came the motorcycle. As the wheel approached this segment, it appeared poised to come to an immediate halt. At last, under the fierce gaze of I Chi, the motorcycle too passed by. Phew, you made it past. Otherwise, if I had drawn that, I would have smashed you, I Chi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Slowly, the wheel continued its gentle rotation, occasionally swaying slightly, which sent I Chi's heart racing. The wheel lingered over the position of the twin swords for several interminable minutes, each moment stretching into what felt like centuries for I Chi. Ultimately, under Chu Tianming's hopeful gaze, the wheel remained steadfastly in motion, gradually moving the pointer away from the twin swords. Indeed, as I Chi had anticipated, the wheel was nearing a halt directly in front of the I Ching Jing segment. Witnessing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Tianming's face, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to leap for joy. However, before Chu Tianming could exuberantly celebrate his victory, the spinning wheel suddenly shook, and just as it seemed poised to come to a halt, it unexpectedly advanced a fraction further. Chu Tianming was left dumbfounded. The wheel was on the brink of stopping, yet it wobbled again, and to his astonishment, the pointer landed directly on the furious wind blade technique, which was hidden behind the I Ching Jing. What a cruel trick to play. Chu Tianming was infuriated. He had truly believed that he was on the verge of acquiring the legendary treasure of Zhao An, the I Ching Jing. It was within his grasp, but in the next moment, fate played a cruel joke on him. The I Ching Jing slipped away, replaced by the furious wind blade technique. While it was indeed a martial arts manual, it was a bitter disappointment. Martial arts necessitated internal energy, and Chu Tianming possessed none. How could he possibly wield the power of this technique without the requisite inner strength? The thought of his sole weapon being a mere watermelon knife made him despair. Cursing the heavens for their mockery, Chu Tianming found himself furiously contemplating a curse for divine impotence while glaring at the manual that had materialized in his hands. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the furious wind blade technique. This round of the lottery is now concluded. Remaining lottery attempts, 0, as the mechanical announcement echoed in his mind. Chu Tianming suddenly realized he had returned to his dormitory. A torrent of familiar yet foreign information flooded into his memory, and soon, he adapted to the new knowledge of the furious wind blade technique. For significant characters materialized in Chu Tianming's mind, while a tiny figure began to dance within his thoughts. On the surface, Chu Tianming appeared to be asleep with his eyes closed. However, in reality, he was engrossed in mastering the newly acquired wind blade technique. Although he felt a twinge of regret over losing the I Ching Jing, a revered martial arts manuscript, he found solace in the fact that obtaining the wind blade technique was still a commendable achievement. Moreover, he realized that even if he had acquired the I Ching Jing, he would lack the time to cultivate it, rendering it of little benefit to his current self. Of course, had the I Ching Jing allowed him to comprehend its essence as swiftly as the wind blade technique did, the situation would be quite different. Yet, complete understanding merely conferred an insight into the manuscript's meaning. In the case of internal cultivation methods, it would facilitate a more intuitive practice for him, but it would not result in an overnight transformation into a master. As for martial arts, they enabled Chu Tianming to reach an understanding akin to that of the technique's founder in a remarkably short span, allowing him to grasp its nuances with ease. In moments of inspiration, he might even discover new interpretations. After meditating with his eyes closed for several minutes, Chu Tianming finally opened them. With a decisive clang, he seized the nearby watermelon knife, his expression transforming into one of profound solemnity, as if he had become a different person entirely. With a watermelon knife in hand, Chu Tianming gracefully leaped, wielding the blade with a swift motion, unleashing a flurry of strikes midair. In that fleeting moment, he executed over a dozen cuts, limited only by his current physical capacity. Otherwise, a multitude of strikes would have been effortlessly achievable. In the next instant, he sheathed the knife and stood still, closing his eyes to introspect deeply before finally reopening them. Despite the seemingly effortless leap and strike, Chu Tianming's body could only manage a mere 10 cuts at that moment. However, he had astonishingly surpassed his own limits by delivering 17 strikes, depleting considerable stamina. If he did not take the time to recuperate, he would lack the energy to confront the zombies in the afternoon. Reclining on his bed, Chu Tianming simultaneously replenished his energy while reflecting on his current prowess. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and soon his breathing became measured and profound. Chapter 23. Slaying zombies is like slicing vegetables in the afternoon. After a period of rest, Chu Tianming resumed his mission to hunt zombies. The 5th floor had been cleared earlier in the day, leaving 4 more floors in the dormitory building untouched. This afternoon, his target was the 13 dormitories on the 4th floor. With a physique 4 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with the insights gained from the Gale Blade technique, Chu Tianming found that dispatching zombies was akin to slicing vegetables. In a mere flash of steel, he dispatched more than 3 zombies, and with another swift stroke, he eradicated nearly all the undead within a dormitory. Had these zombies not exhibited significantly enhanced agility compared to the previous day, Chu Tianming could have effortlessly vanquished them within seconds. The Gale Blade technique transcends mere swordplay. It encompasses strategic positioning and subtle combat maneuvers. This enabled Chu Tianming, lacking internal energy to fully harness the technique's potential, to instantaneously transform into a seasoned swordsman. Previously, he would tire quickly during skirmishes, primarily due to his inability to effectively channel his strength. However, after acquiring the Gale Blade technique, he gleaned invaluable insights into force application and evasion, rendering this newfound experience far more advantageous than the technique's intrinsic enhancement from internal energy. Throughout the afternoon, Chu Tianming paused only once, and within less than an hour, he had thoroughly cleansed the entire 4th floor. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he smiled as he sheathed his somewhat dulled watermelon knife. After all, it was merely a tool for slicing fruit, not a genuine weapon of war. The relentless chopping had already marred the blade to a certain extent. Should this intensity of use continue for several days, it would surely render the knife unusable. Alas, it seems imperative to seek a more suitable weapon. With a quiet sigh, Chu Tianming recognized that relying solely on a watermelon knife was not a viable solution. The watermelon knife, while somewhat effective, often failed to unleash its full potential. Its tenfold power frequently diminished to merely 70%. Moreover, with a length of less than 1 meter and a blade measuring only around half a meter, engaging zombies required close proximity, which was inherently perilous. Although the current zombies were agile, they were still comparable to ordinary humans, allowing Chu Tianming to evade them with relative ease. However, should they evolve further, he could not guarantee his ability to deftly dodge their close-range attacks. It was crucial to note that even a mere scratch from their claws could lead to a significant risk of infection, transforming him into one of them. If this were not the case, Chu Tianming would not be so troubled. After all, sustaining minor injuries was a normal aspect of combat, provided it did not hinder his ability to fight. Regrettably, his adversaries were zombies, not ordinary humans, which meant that he could not afford to be injured, not even by the slightest graze. Fortunately, he too had the capacity to evolve. As they advanced, so could he, rendering him unafraid of their progression. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily graced Chu Tianming's face. After clearing the 4th floor, he earned 103 experience points. Notably, one of the dormitories was 1 person short, resulting in 1 less zombie and consequently 1 less experience point for him. Adding to the 75 experience points he had accrued in the morning, Chu Tianming now boasted a total of 178 experience points, leaving him just 22 points shy of leveling up. Almost there, just 3 more dormitories to clear, and I shall ascend. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming pressed onward, descending to the 3rd floor. The hour was still early, just past 1 p.m. Thus he had no intention of concluding today's hunt. Most importantly, Chu Tianming had observed that after 2 or 3 hours, the zombies he encountered in the afternoon were noticeably more agile than those from the morning. If another night were to pass, he genuinely feared that these zombies would reach an even more terrifying level, which would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty of his hunt. In fact, Chu Tianming had contemplated a particular question: would the levels of these zombies increase? This notion struck him when he initially commenced his afternoon hunt, prompting him to employ detection techniques on a zombie's attributes, only to discover that each of its attributes had indeed improved. Biological name: zombie level, 1 gender, male physical condition, deceased cell vitality, 1 cell strength, 2 nervous response, 1 mental power, 0 comprehensive assessment, level 1 life form possess skill, virus infection. Being struck by this creature may result in viral infection, with a significant likelihood of transformation into a zombie. It is evident that the vitality of this zombie, which was initially at a level of 0, has now reached a degree of 1, comparable to that of an ordinary human being. This elucidates why these zombies have become so agile. Their cells have regained vitality. However, their mental capacity remains at 0, a concept that Chu Tianming has yet to fully comprehend. In his own experience, Chu Tianming perceives that the enhancement of mental capacity has rendered his thoughts clearer and more thorough. Matters that once eluded his understanding now become apparent with a mere shift in perspective. He believes that mental capacity has the potential to augment one's intellect, thereby bestowing greater intelligence. Yet, Chu Tianming senses that the influence of mental capacity extends beyond mere cognitive enhancement, hinting at other latent abilities that he has yet to discover. As for why zombies lack mental capacity, Chu Tianming naturally assumes it is due to their absence of wisdom. It is only when he encounters a zombie that possesses mental capacity yet remains devoid of wisdom that he realizes his initial assumption was flawed. Nevertheless, that revelation is a matter for the future. For now, Chu Tianming firmly holds to his beliefs regarding the transformations of these zombies. Chu Tianming is convinced that they are capable of leveling up, though this will likely require their attributes to reach a certain threshold or for unforeseen changes to occur. In any case, he harbors no concern about finding avenues for experience once he ascends to level 2. He found himself increasingly concerned about the survival of the remaining human beings in the face of these ever-evolving zombies. Would they possess the capability to endure? If they perished, would he be left as the sole survivor? What meaning would life hold for him alone, surrounded by grotesque zombies, leading a precarious existence? The mere thought of being the last human on Earth sent a chill down Chu Tianming's spine. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel such notions. After all, if even these zombies could evolve, surely humanity would also acquire certain survival abilities, akin to those depicted in novels. Although he harbored doubts, years of immersion in literature led him to believe that such possibilities were indeed substantial. Chapter 24, Level 2. A sudden mission had emerged. With this in mind, Chu Tianming ceased his anxious musings. He descended to the 3rd floor, focusing on enhancing his own strength. In due course, even if other humans were endowed with diverse supernatural powers, he would ascend to the pinnacle of society. While he feared being the sole human left on Earth, he was even less willing to be trampled underfoot by others. You must survive, but I shall surpass you all, Chu Tianming resolutely affirmed to himself. In the past, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts, but now, with the advent of the Requiem system and the transformation of the world, he was determined to turn his once impossible dreams into reality. He firmly believed in his newfound capabilities. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. This phrase is likely familiar to many, and countless individuals have fantasized about showcasing their prowess amidst chaos, aspiring to rise above others. Chu Tianming was once among those dreamers. Yet a society governed by law does not permit the emergence of such individualistic heroes. Therefore, those like Chu Tianming, who harbor this thought deep within their hearts, find a certain joy within themselves at the onset of the apocalypse. However, upon witnessing the true horrors of the end times, many are left with nothing but fear. Originally, Chu Tianming could have been one of them, but he was fortunate enough to acquire the Requiem system, which granted him an extraordinary power far beyond that of ordinary individuals in just over a day. This rekindled a flicker of ambition buried within him. Though it had yet to blossom, it was merely a matter of time. As long as Chu Tianming remains alive, he will inevitably forge a realm of his own, aligned with his innermost desires. Of course, before that can happen, he must possess the strength to match his ambitions. After placing the food from the third floor into dormitory 405, Chu Tianming grasped his watermelon knife and descended once more to the third floor. Having slain enough zombies to meet his leveling needs, he resolved to postpone further combat until tomorrow. With this in mind, he opened the door to dormitory 307, directly across from the staircase. The blade gleamed as it struck down 3 zombies that had just attempted to burst forth from the room, severing their heads in an instant. Chu Tianming denied them any chance to retaliate, delivering 3 swift kicks that sent the headless corpses crashing into the zombies behind them. As the glint of blades resurfaced, 3 colossal heads soared into the air. Upon witnessing the 6 fallen zombies on the ground, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow slightly before leisurely embarking on a quest for edible provisions. After neatly packing the food, he approached the entrance of dormitory 308. With a swift motion, he opened the door and initiated the hunt. 4 precise strikes severed the heads of the 4 advancing zombies. In one fluid movement, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the decapitated corpse of another zombie sprawling away, then darted into the fray of 4 more zombies. When Chu Tianming emerged, a backpack was now added to his possession. He had accumulated 14 experience points, leaving him just 8 points shy of his goal. Onward he pressed. Soon, as the last zombie in dormitory 309 collapsed, Chu Tianming once again experienced an exhilarating wave of satisfaction coursing through him. With a sudden jolt, he grasped the railing beside him with fervor, producing a jarring sound as the robust railing yielded to his grip, leaving 5 distinct imprints of his fingers. It doubled, indeed. It had doubled. Chu Tianming murmured to himself. After closing the door and setting down his belongings, he promptly summoned his attribute panel. Host information: name, Chu Tianming. Gender, male. Physical condition: good cell vitality, 8 cell strength, 8 nerve response, 8 mental power, 8 overall assessment. Level 8 life form. Basic information: host level, level 2 skills acquired by host, detection technique, substitute technique, Gale Blade technique. Experience required for next level upgrade: 0-300 remaining lottery chances. 1 indeed, as Chu Tianming had previously surmised. His attributes indeed double with each level gained. Now, he possesses a physical constitution 8 times that of an ordinary individual. He can distinctly perceive the formidable strength of his body. Suddenly, Chu Tianming raised the watermelon knife in his right hand and struck down towards his left hand with the force typical of an ordinary person. Clang! The sound resonated as if metal had collided. Chu Tianming looked in astonishment at the white mark on his left arm. Evidently, the enhancement of cell strength not only amplified power and speed, but fundamentally enhanced the essence of the cells. Thus, even if an ordinary person wielded a cleaver and struck fiercely, they would sustain no injury. With an octuple enhancement in cellular strength, Chu Tianming's body has undergone a transformative metamorphosis, rendering each of his cells akin to the resilience of copper and iron. Even more astonishing is the fact that this enhancement, rooted in the essence of his cells, has fortified even the most vulnerable areas of his physique, bestowing upon them an unparalleled hardness. For an ordinary individual, a swift jab to the eye with a finger would undoubtedly result in excruciating pain, potentially leading to blindness. However, for Chu Tianming, the delicate cornea of his eye boasts a durability twice that of an average person's skin. Concerning the most sensitive region of a man's anatomy, he could smile nonchalantly while enduring a kick without flinching. This fundamental enhancement of his cells signifies a comprehensive augmentation, with every bone in his body and even a single strand of hair exhibiting 8-fold strength compared to the norm. In the face of a typical zombie, he mused, it seemed unlikely that he would sustain any injury, even if captured. Yet, considering that zombies possess cellular strength twice that of a regular human, he remained uncertain whether their attacks could inflict harm upon him, and he harbored no desire to test this theory. Realizing the formidable nature of his own body, Chu Tianming felt a renewed sense of confidence in his ability to survive the apocalypse. However, his brow furrowed upon glancing at the experience bar, pondering whether those zombies might evolve into level 2 creatures by the morrow. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the uncertainty of what tomorrow might bring. At that moment, a sudden voice resonated in Chu Tianming's mind, triggering a random task with a difficulty level of 2 stars. The task selection commenced, and upon completion, he was instructed to review it. The sequence of 3 voices took Chu Tianming by surprise, as he had been deeply engrossed in contemplation. A task? Could there truly be a task? Suddenly, he recalled his initial encounter with the first zombie, during which the Requiem system had seemingly informed him about tasks. He vaguely remembered that completing a task could grant him a chance to participate in a lottery. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming hastily summoned the task panel. Chapter 25. The first task. Uncertain of where to locate the task panel, he speculated that it might function similarly to the attributes panel, activated by mere thought. Thus, he mentally intoned the word task. In the next instant, a moderately sized, translucent screen materialized before him. Unlike the previously encountered attributes panel, this task panel was only 1/3 its size, yet it was filled to the brim with information. 2-star task. Eliminate all zombies within the know. 1 dormitory building of Huayao No. 1 Middle School, and then safely evacuate the premises. Task requirements. The task must commence tomorrow. Slaying any zombie before then will result in task failure. Task rewards. 1 additional lottery chance, 300 experience points, and a tactical alloy knife. Task penalty. All experience points at this level will be reset, and 1 lottery chance will be forfeited. During the course of the task, no lotteries may be conducted, and upgrades are prohibited until the task is completed. Experience can still be gained. Task prompt. Utilize your strengths wisely and leverage the terrain. Task completion progress. 25. After reviewing the information on the task panel, Chu Tianming immediately began to contemplate and analyze. Firstly, he observed that the task's penalties were not excessively harsh. There were no extreme punishments akin to those found in certain novels where one might be obliterated at the slightest misstep. While losing the experience for the current level and having 1 fewer chance at a lottery could indeed be considered severe, it paled in comparison to annihilation. Moreover, the penalties did not directly diminish his abilities. They did not entail a downgrade, but merely the forfeiture of experience points at the current level. If his experience points were already 0, there would be nothing to forfeit. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming pondered, is the penalty from the Reaper system perhaps too lenient? This inquiry might seem rather ungrateful, yet failing to clarify it left him unsettled. The Reaper system was designed to nurture its host and facilitate their growth, not to transform them into a mere killing machine. Even if the host was reluctant to undertake the tasks assigned by the system, it merely slowed their progress. Everything the system implemented was in consideration of the host's development. The penalties were merely incentives to encourage the host to strive and grow. Now it all made sense. Chu Tianming's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Feeling relieved, Chu Tianming found that this Reaper system was not akin to those whimsical systems in novels that toy with the protagonist's life. Every action it took was aimed at fostering his own growth. As it had stated, even if Chu Tianming chose not to complete the tasks, it would merely slow his progress rather than pose a threat to his existence. This realization eased his mind. After all, having read numerous novels of that genre, he genuinely feared the possibility of the Reaper system issuing a fatal task, leading to dire consequences for non-completion. In such a scenario, one might question whether he was utilizing the system or if the system was, in fact, manipulating him. After this moment of relief, Chu Tianming scrutinized the task requirements once more. It seemed he could only commence the following day, suggesting that the strength of the zombies would undoubtedly increase by then, with a significant possibility of substantial growth. Recognizing this, Chu Tianming understood that the Reaper system was, after all, designed to cultivate him. Presently, he could dispatch these ordinary zombies with ease, akin to slicing vegetables, which hardly served as a means of training or development. Contemplating this, a nonchalant smile crept across his face. In truth, this task aligned perfectly with his original intentions. He had already planned to observe the zombies overnight to see if they would evolve by the next day. Given that he was currently a level 2 and had already mastered the art of slaying these level 1 zombies, there was no experience left to gain from such encounters. Even with a multitude of kills, his strength remained unaffected. His initial desire was to hone his skills, and now, the task merely provided a timely opportunity that brought him considerable benefits. With a smile, Chu Tianming naturally referred to the benefits associated with the task's reward. Not only would he receive an opportunity for a lottery draw, but he would also gain 300 experience points. It is worth noting that Chu Tianming required 300 experience points to progress from level 2 to level 3. Moreover, according to the established pattern, advancing from level 3 to level 4 should necessitate only 400 experience points. Consequently, coupled with the experience gained from slaying those evolved zombies, which might become level 2, he would undoubtedly reach level 4 upon completing the task. At level 2, he already possessed 8 times the physical prowess of an ordinary individual. Following the pattern of doubling with each level gained, At level 4, his physical capabilities would soar to an astonishing 32 times that of a normal person. Truly superhuman. The mere thought of such extraordinary physical attributes ignited a peculiar glint in Chu Tianming's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips. The arrival of an alloy tactical knife was fortuitous, perfectly suited for his use of the Gale Blade technique. Employing a watermelon knife had always felt rather awkward. The emergence of the alloy tactical knife had indeed alleviated Chu Tianming's pressing dilemma. The watermelon knife he possessed was already showing signs of wear, and he was uncertain how much longer it could endure. Initially, he had been troubled about where to find a suitable blade, as it was rare for students to bring knives to school. In Huayao No. 1 High School, encountering even 1 or 2 such students was remarkable, and Chu Tianming was aware that there was only one. Finding another reliable weapon was indeed a formidable challenge. However, it now seems that Chu Tianming need not worry. At least the watermelon knife in his possession would suffice until the task is completed, which he believed was certainly attainable. With this thought, Chu Tianming broke into a carefree smile, retrieving a bag of potato chips and swiftly devouring them. In the vast dormitory, the only sounds were the crisp crackling of chips between his teeth. Tomorrow heralded yet another busy day, and he pondered what form the evolving zombies would take, hoping they would not prove too feeble. Lost in contemplation, Chu Tianming narrowed his eyes, gazing intently out of the dormitory window. The familiar blue sky and white clouds remained unchanged, yet the world had transformed into something profoundly alien. In that moment, his spirit soared across much of Huayao City, conjuring images of a familiar neighborhood in his mind. Chapter 26. The Zombie at the Door. Night. Silence enveloped the expansive campus, interrupted only by the muffled groans of the zombies. In room 1, on the ground floor of a certain dormitory, a zombie, towering 2 heads above the ordinary ones, writhed in agony on the floor. It is difficult to fathom how a creature devoid of intelligence and pain could exhibit such distress. As it rolled about the dormitory, its powerful hands relentlessly struck the solid ground, fracturing the cement beneath. Meanwhile, the other 6 zombies observed this larger specimen with an air of trepidation. Huddled together in a corner of the dormitory, their eyes fixed on the frenzied thrashing of the colossal zombie. After a while, approximately half an hour later, the colossal zombie that had been convulsing on the ground abruptly ceased its thrashing, and its powerful arms fell still. Moments later, the creature suddenly propped itself up with its hands and rose to its full height, standing at around 2.5 meters tall. Its eyes glowed with a flickering light reminiscent of flames. It appeared bewildered as it raised its hands, and suddenly, the space around its palms twisted, giving rise to 2 orbs of orange-yellow fire that materialized from thin air. The other 6 zombies, upon witnessing the emergence of the flames, erupted into terrified howls, instinctively retreating, yet unable to move an inch. The bewildered zombie at the center of the dormitory glanced at the fiery orbs in its hands, and after a brief moment, it mindlessly extinguished the flames. Silence enveloped the dormitory once more, but peculiarly, the towering zombie sat on the floor, its expression vacant, while the remaining 6 huddled together, too frightened to make a sound. This strange occurrence was not confined to the zombies within the dormitory across the globe. A small fraction of the undead experienced astonishing transformations that night. With the dawn's light illuminating the earth, humanity remained oblivious to the myriad tribulations that awaited them. The following day, as dawn's first light barely broke, the slumbering Chu Tianming faintly perceived a series of footsteps echoing in the distance. Suddenly, Chu Tianming, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, sat up and swiftly moved to the door, straining to listen intently. The sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Could it be those zombies? Chu Tianming speculated anxiously, pressing his ear against the wall, careful not to lean against the door, for the fragile barrier could be shattered by the undead at any moment. The disordered footsteps indicated that more than one zombie was approaching. After a brief moment, the footsteps drew nearer. Just then, a loud bang resonated, followed by the sound of wooden boards crashing to the floor. The clatter persisted for a while before falling silent. Moments later, the footsteps resumed, accompanied by another series of pounding on the door. The confined space of the dormitory posed a disadvantage for Chu Tianming, complicating any potential confrontation. Though the corridor was not particularly wide, it was sufficiently lengthy, providing him ample room to evade and maneuver. Stepping out of the dormitory, Chu Tianming immediately spotted 3 zombies battering the door. There was a notable change in their appearance compared to 2 days prior. Some of their previously mangled limbs had begun to regenerate, though a few severed hands and feet remained unhealed. Overall, they appeared less terrifying than on the first day. As Chu Tianming registered the presence of the 3 zombies, they, too, became aware of him. Without hesitation, the trio abandoned their attempts to break down the door and charged directly towards him, moving with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Upon witnessing the rapid movement of the 3 approaching zombies, Chu Tianming's pupils instantly contracted. Indeed, after a night of transformation, these undead creatures had undergone an evolution. Their overall capabilities now surpassed those of an ordinary adult. As the 3 zombies lunged towards him, Chu Tianming deftly propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick, grasping a steel rod used for hanging clothes in the corridor with his empty left hand. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the onslaught of the zombies, reappearing behind them. With a swift motion, he swung his watermelon knife, the blade slicing through the air and striking one zombie's neck. A sound reminiscent of fabric being torn echoed as, surprisingly, his strike failed to sever the zombie's head. His eyes narrowed, and he promptly withdrew the watermelon knife embedded in the creature's neck, observing the dulled edge with a frown. In the next moment, the 3 zombies pivoted and charged at Chu Tianming, who unleashed a rapid series of kicks, his strength amplified 8-fold, sending the zombies staggering backward until they regained their balance several meters away. With a fierce shout, he propelled himself forward, covering the distance of 3 to 4 meters in an instant. As he executed a side kick with his left foot, he spun around and delivered a sweeping kick with his right foot, sending the head of the previously struck zombie flying. With a resounding thud, the headless zombie collapsed to the ground, yet Chu Tianming's momentum remained unyielding. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, driving the remaining 2 zombies back with relentless force. With a powerful strike, Chu Tianming's right leg resembled a dragon, its head crashing forcefully against the skull of a zombie, causing the creature's head to cave inward. Almost immediately, he unleashed a flying kick with his left foot, sending another zombie, which sought to ambush him, soaring through the air. In a fluid motion, the gleaming blade of his watermelon knife descended with tremendous force upon the face of yet another zombie. With a swift spin, Chu Tianming followed up with a kick, his right foot connecting forcefully with the chest of the undead, propelling it violently against the wall at the end of the corridor. As the zombie crumpled to the ground, Chu Tianming stood tall, surveying the remaining foe. He employed his detection technique. Biological classification, zombie level, 2 gender, male physical condition, deceased cell vitality, 2 cell strength, 3 neural response, 2 mental power, 0 overall assessment. Level 2 life form skills possessed, viral infection. Contact with this organism carries a high probability of infection, potentially transforming the victim into a zombie. Indeed, an upgrade. Observing the attributes of the level 2 zombie, Chu Tianming glanced at the now dull blade of his watermelon knife and furrowed his brow in resignation. With a cell strength reaching 3, it became exceedingly challenging for my watermelon knife to sever their heads with a single blow. Indeed, the cellular strength of the 3rd level has reached 3 times that of an average human. Such strength renders an ordinary watermelon knife seemingly ineffective. However, under the immense power of I Chi, it is still capable of severing their heads, albeit requiring twice the effort. Thus, on the first strike, Chu Tianming could only bury the blade halfway before he was unable to proceed further. In Chapter 27, Severed, standing in the corridor, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow as he observed the zombie nearby attempting to rise. The formidable 2nd-level zombie necessitated an all-out effort to achieve a decisive kill. Yet this would inevitably accelerate his physical exhaustion. Should his stamina be depleted, he would have no choice but to hide on the rooftop. The risen zombie let out a furious roar directed at Chu Tianming, then lunged at him recklessly. Humph! Seeking death. With a cold snort, Chu Tianming, in a foul mood, observed the approaching zombie and executed a swift kick, followed by a decisive slash, severing its head cleanly. This strike caused the blade of the watermelon knife to curl slightly once more. Sighing softly, Chu Tianming immediately set about straightening the curled blade. Though this action diminished its hardness significantly, yet there was little choice. Attempting to decapitate these zombies with a bent blade was already exceedingly challenging, and further complications would only exacerbate the difficulty. It seemed imperative to seek a more suitable weapon. Upon this realization, Chu Tianming instinctively lifted his gaze towards the steel pipes lining the corridor, originally intended for drying clothes, now rendered obsolete for that purpose. However, they now presented themselves as potential weapons. With this thought, Chu Tianming leapt into action, grasping one end of a steel pipe and exerting a forceful pull. The resonant sound of metal echoed as he dislodged a pipe, and only then did he direct his attention towards the staircase. The previous skirmish had undoubtedly caused quite a commotion, and he had anticipated the arrival of some zombies. Indeed, the ominous sound of their footsteps ascending the stairs soon reached his ears. In no time, a zombie burst forth from the staircase, immediately spotting Chu Tianming in the corridor. To the zombies, a living human like Chu Tianming was the ultimate prize, and upon catching sight of him, they resembled famished wolves, howling as they lunged towards him. With a resolute grip on his weapons, Chu Tianming did not wait for the zombies to reach him. Instead, he charged forward to engage them. A cacophony of zombie growls intertwined with Chu Tianming's fierce shouts resonated throughout the dormitory building. As one zombie fell, another surged forward, and amidst the horde, Chu Tianming discerned several familiar figures. Among them were his classmates and acquaintances, and to his dismay, he spotted Wei Dong, now transformed into a zombie. His head severed by a blade from Yi Qi, lying lifeless on the ground. The relentless horde of zombies surging onto the fourth floor quickly began to wear down Chu Tianming's strength. As he gazed upon the fearless throng of the undead before him, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, I can't keep fighting like this. With that thought, Chu Tianming continued to wield his weapon against the zombies, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential means of escape. Suddenly, he spotted a door not far away and, without hesitation, darted into the room. Even after retreating inside, the zombies would not relent. However, the narrow doorframe allowed only two of them to squeeze through at a time, restricting their movements. Chu Tianming positioned himself to block the entrance, ready to strike down any zombie that dared to peek through, whether with a swift slash of his blade or a brutal blow from a steel pipe. Before long, the fallen zombies formed a barrier, impeding those still advancing from behind. Seizing the moment, Chu Tianming swiftly made his way into the dormitory and yanked open a bed frame. Let us give this a try, he thought, and with a powerful kick, he struck the wall. The force of his blow created a sizable hole, and upon seeing this, a surge of hope filled him. He kicked again, then swiftly slipped through the opening, finding himself in an adjacent dormitory. It must be said that the intelligence of these zombies is astonishingly low. Upon witnessing Chu Tianming squeezing through the entrance, they relentlessly continued to push aside the corpses of their deceased comrades, desperately attempting to crawl through the opening. Yet, not a single zombie attempted to smash the door of the dormitory where Chu Tianming currently resided. This indeed speaks to Chu Tianming's foresight. After vanquishing the zombies on the fourth floor, he had promptly secured the doors of these dormitories to isolate the foul stench. In retrospect, his actions were undeniably prescient. The aperture that Chu Tianming had created was rather small, barely accommodating his own passage, and the zombies that followed, having cleared their fallen companions, could only enter one by one. However, would Chu Tianming permit them to do so? He chuckled to himself, recognizing that this would make the process of extermination considerably simpler. With a sinister grin, he observed a zombie's head emerging from the opening and swiftly struck, severing its head from its body. After a brief interval, the decapitated zombie's remains were dragged away, allowing another to crawl through. Chu Tianming employed the same tactic once more, swiftly executing another fatal blow. The blade glimmered, and droplets of blood filled the air. With a smile, he beheaded yet another zombie, and as he saw another one entering, he raised his watermelon knife with glee and, with great force, brought it down. However, instead of the anticipated scene of gleaming blades and cascading blood, there was an unexpected outcome. As the knife struck, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, and to his dismay, the watermelon knife shattered with a resounding crack. Alas, it has broken once again. Observing the shattered watermelon knife, Chu Tianming helplessly shook his head and discarded the remaining half of the blade. He then seized a steel pipe and struck it forcefully against the head of the fortunate zombie. The sound echoed as the zombie, a mere corpse, exuded a foul stench. Despite the passage of 2 days and nights, the zombies had evolved, their appearance less terrifying, and their odor not as pungent. However, the viscous black blood coursing through their bodies remained utterly repulsive. Particularly alarming was the possibility of accidentally splattering this putrid fluid into one's mouth, nose, or even eyes, which could lead to contracting the zombie virus, greatly increasing the likelihood of becoming a zombie oneself. Thus, Chu Tianming harbored an aversion to using the steel pipe to dispatch these undead creatures. Even though he recognized the watermelon knife would not endure much longer, He persisted in wielding it until it completely broke. Only then did he reluctantly resort to the steel pipe. Fortunately, he thought to himself, none of the vile fluid had splashed into his mouth. Chapter 28. The terrifying appetite had any of it reached his lips. It was conceivable that Chu Tianming too might succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie, a dismal prospect indeed. Luckily, despite being splattered with blood, none had landed in the more vulnerable areas. The zombie, whose skull he had shattered, was swiftly dragged away by the other zombies trailing behind, only for another to lunge forward in its place. This time, Chu Tianming did not resort to a blunt strike. Instead, he thrust the steel pipe forcefully into the creature's skull. In this manner, although the change in approach consumed more of his physical strength, it effectively prevented any splattering of blood, providing Chu Tianming with a sense of relief. Soon, nearly all the zombies that had surged onto the fourth floor met their demise at his hands. A few particularly sluggish ones seemed to meander in the corridor, yet Chu Tianming found himself too fatigued to concern himself with them any longer. Breathless and utterly exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as his chest rose and fell violently with each labored breath. After a considerable time, he began to feel a semblance of recovery and slowly rose to his feet. He mused to himself that he had probably dispatched over 100 zombies. Rubbing his still aching right arm, he grimaced as he made his way to a nearby bed and sat down. In the corridor, the remaining 4 zombies wandered aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to Chu Tianming's presence. The hole that he had previously kicked open was now entirely blocked by a heap of zombie corpses. Although it had been significantly widened, it was still thoroughly sealed. After listening intently to the sounds outside for a moment, Chu Tianming let out a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that there were at most 4 or 5 zombies left outside. Once he regained his strength, he would venture out to eliminate them. The fatigue in his body rendered him disinclined even to move his fingers. He resolved to wait until he had recuperated a bit before addressing the remaining zombies outside. At this moment, Chu Tianming summoned the task panel to examine the progress of his mission. To his surprise, the originally recorded 25 had now escalated to 45, indicating that only a single layer of zombies remained unvanquished. Of course, the exact number of zombies remained a mystery to him. However, it was assuredly no more than 104, as each layer harbored a maximum of 104 undead. Should the count exceed this threshold, the progress would not reflect 45. After reviewing the task completion status, Chu Tianming once again accessed his attributes panel. His gaze briefly skimmed over his statistics before fixating on the basic information. Basic information: host level, 2 skills acquired, detection technique, shadow substitute technique, gale blade technique experience required for next level upgrade, 210, 300. Had he truly exterminated 210 zombies? He was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his accomplishment. It was no wonder he felt so fatigued. Gazing at the figures in the experience bar, a silent, wry smile escaped his lips. As time continued its relentless march, the sun ascended to its zenith. Chu Tianming glanced at his watch. It was already 12:30 p.m. It was high time to venture outside, eradicate the remaining zombies, and indulge in a meal. His stomach was ravenous. He patted his flat abdomen, having skipped breakfast. Combined with the recent intense battle, he was now utterly famished. If he delayed any further in satisfying his hunger, he suspected he might perish from starvation before he could even confront the zombies. With a deep breath, Chu Tianming rose to his feet, grasping a steel pipe in one hand as he strode purposefully to the door. With a decisive twist, he unlocked it, and the sound of the door creaking open immediately captured the attention of the 4 zombies lurking in the corridor. In an instant, they halted, turning their grotesque heads towards him. Upon seeing Chu Tianming emerge, the zombies erupted into frenzied howls, charging towards him with unbridled enthusiasm, blissfully unaware that just moments ago, 210 of their companions had met their demise at the hands of this very man. If these creatures possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they might have reconsidered their reckless assault on him. Yet, slaying 210 zombies had taken a considerable toll on Chu Tianming, leaving him utterly exhausted. Even after resting for nearly an hour, he had only managed to recover about half of his strength. When faced with the 4 advancing zombies, he shot them a disdainful glare before unleashing a powerful kick that sent one of them sprawling. With a swift motion, he thrust the steel pipe forward, piercing the skull of another zombie. Releasing his grip on the pipe, Chu Tianming executed a spinning side kick that sent another zombie flying, and then, with a determined leap, he grasped a steel pipe in the corridor, narrowly evading the lunge of yet another zombie. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As he landed, he swiftly withdrew the pipe embedded in the skull of the fallen zombie, just as the remaining 3 zombies clambered back to their feet, once again lunging towards him. With a series of sounds, pop, bang, crunch, Shishaming shut the door and eagerly tore open a bag of chicken wings. In mere moments, he devoured them completely, then proceeded to rip open a bag of bread, consuming it just as swiftly. At that moment, Shishaming resembled a ravenous spirit returned to the mortal realm, feasting at an astonishing pace of nearly 1 bag per minute. Soon, the floor around him was strewn with empty wrappers, while he patted his belly in satisfaction. Although he was not entirely full, he had reached at least 80% satiety, which was quite sufficient. Chuckling softly, he glanced at the remnants of his indulgence and felt a twinge of embarrassment. As his physical prowess had increased, so too had his appetite, becoming increasingly formidable. In this brief span, he had consumed a quantity of food that would sustain an average person for 3 days, and yet it had barely filled him to the brim. Casting his eyes over the meager remaining food, Shishaming was suddenly overcome with regret. While it was beneficial that his body was growing stronger, the corresponding increase in his appetite was less than ideal. It was crucial to recognize that this was the apocalypse. Food was not an abundant resource to sate his hunger. The supplies in his room were scavenged from various dormitories, and now they were nearly depleted. He estimated that by the time he finished his meal tomorrow afternoon, little would be left. What vexed Chu Tianming the most was the realization that as he continued to level up, his appetite would only grow, making it conceivable that he could consume several tons of food in a single day. The mere thought of resembling a colossal elephant, stuffing his face with an enormous quantity of food, made him involuntarily grimace. Heaven forbid, would I become a mere glutton? Support for Misha is greatly appreciated. To the readers who have enjoyed Misha's first book, as well as those who have come specifically for the new release, your encouragement for Misha's second book, which has been crafted with immense effort and high expectations, is sincerely hoped for. If you find satisfaction in the reading, please cast a vote for Misha. Thank you all in advance. Chapter 29. The final layer. The astonishing volume of his appetite left Chu Tianming somewhat apprehensive. However, he soon cast this concern aside. In the afternoon, after resting in his dormitory for a while, he began contemplating how to eliminate the remaining zombies. He felt an intense aura of danger emanating from below, a profound threat to his life, which dissuaded him from the reckless notion of rushing downstairs to confront it. Trusting his instincts, he resolved against descending into the unknown peril. Yet, he could not remain above indefinitely. Setting aside his extraordinary appetite, the available food was insufficient to sustain him, even for the purpose of furthering his levels. It was imperative for Chu Tianming to eradicate the zombies lurking below. The task was not bound by a specific time frame. However, there was one aspect that piqued Chu Tianming's curiosity. He distinctly recalled the information regarding the 2-star task. 2-star task: eliminate all zombies in dormitory building No. 1 of Huayao No. 1 High School, and subsequently, safely exit the building. On the surface, it appeared devoid of any failure conditions. Yet, Chu Tianming discerned some subtle implications. What did subsequently entail? It indicated that one must leave only after fulfilling the preceding condition. What if Chu Tianming departed prematurely? Would that not signify the failure of his task? Uncertain of the validity of his suspicions, he was reluctant to test the waters, as he had already vanquished numerous zombies. The prospect of having his efforts squandered was intolerable. It seemed he must devise a strategy to lure the remaining zombies upward. He contemplated. After a brief respite and checking the time, Chu Tianming nonchalantly emerged from the dormitory, wielding a steel pipe. The corridor on the 4th floor was devoid of any spectral presence. However, with his acute hearing, he could detect faint growls emanating from below. Those unmistakably belonged to zombies. So be it. He wondered how many zombies he could entice to ascend. Contemplating this, he approached the stairwell with his steel pipe in hand. Peering down, he saw no signs of zombies. Without hesitation, he began to gently tap the railing of the stairs with the pipe. The wooden handrail collided with the steel pipe, producing a series of deep and resonant sounds that reverberated sharply in the stillness of the dormitory. Soon, Chu Tianming heard the hurried sound of footsteps approaching. They are coming. Upon hearing the footsteps, Chu Tianming swiftly concealed himself behind the wall, straining his ears to listen until the sound grew increasingly nearer. At which point a faint smile graced his lips. 7 or 8 zombies hurriedly ascended the stairs, their appearances grotesquely terrifying, yet in their movements, They bore no distinction from ordinary humans. Before long, these zombies reached the staircase on the 4th floor. The leading zombie suddenly let out an exuberant roar, prompting the others to turn their heads in unison towards its direction. With a resounding thud, the foremost zombie appeared to be struck by an unseen vehicle, propelled backward with great force, crashing into the remaining zombies behind it. Instantly, the 7 or 8 zombies tumbled down the staircase, rolling until they reached the corner, where they finally came to a halt. At that moment, Chu Tianming's figure emerged at the top of the staircase, wielding 2 bottles of erguo, their openings tightly stuffed with cloth. Meanwhile, he ignited a lighter with his other hand, the flame igniting the fabric. With a vigorous throw, he hurled the 2 makeshift Molotov cocktails onto the fallen zombies below. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted with a resounding roar. Although these zombies possessed cellular strength threefold that of ordinary humans, they were still unable to withstand the consuming flames. Even the current incarnation of I Chi could not resist the inferno. At most, he could endure it for a brief moment. But should the flames make direct contact, he too would succumb. The zombies, now engulfed in fire, lacked the sensation of pain, yet they soon found themselves unable to endure. Initially, they had intended to charge at Chu Tianming, but alas, he afforded them no opportunity. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Given Chu Tianming's speed, should he choose to flee, these zombies would be utterly incapable of pursuing him. Before they could even ascend the stairs, he had long since disappeared. The unfortunate 7 or 8 zombies, consumed by flames, wandered aimlessly in confusion, uncertain of what to do. After a short while, they began to collapse one after another onto the ground. With a gentle click, Chu Tianming opened the door and peered outside at the fallen yet still smoldering zombies. Glancing at his experience bar, a smile spread across his face. His intentions for this encounter were twofold. First, to ascertain whether these zombies harbored a fear of fire, and second, to observe whether he would gain experience from dispatching them in this manner. The outcome was now clear, although the zombies felt no sensation while ablaze. They ultimately perished if the flames were not extinguished. As the orchestrator of this fiery demise, Chu Tianming would indeed reap the corresponding experience. In this manner, Chu Tianming conceived numerous methods to exterminate a multitude of zombies. However, none of these could be executed at present. Firstly, the dormitory building was not an ideal location for widespread combustion or explosions, as such occurrences would undoubtedly threaten the entire structure, potentially burying Chu Tianming alive. Secondly, apart from a few alcoholic beverages purchased by students, there were no powerful explosive materials, such as gas cylinders, within the dormitory. These were all located in the cafeteria. Furthermore, it appeared that igniting zombies to incinerate them was an exceedingly slow process, one that paled in comparison to the swiftness with which Chu Tianming could eliminate them personally. Nevertheless, this method had its advantages, as it required minimal exertion. One could merely observe from a distance and still gain experience. Having grasped these notions, Chu Tianming resumed his efforts, striking the steel pipe to attract yet another horde of zombies. Although each wave was small, cumulatively, within half an hour, he had dispatched over 50 of them. After a while, once he had cleared this batch, no amount of clanking could lure any more zombies. Realizing it was time to descend personally, he pondered the mysteries of the 1st floor. Was there something terrifying lurking there, or perhaps a mutated zombie? With such thoughts in mind, Chu Tianming treaded lightly, step by step. As he made his way downstairs, the 3rd floor was secure, not a single zombie could be found. The 2nd floor was equally safe, devoid of any undead presence. And now, the 1st floor. Chapter 30, The Fire-Starting Zombie. Shishinming cautiously descended the staircase. The corridor on the 1st floor bore no distinction from those on the 2nd and 3rd floors, littered as it was with splintered wooden planks, remnants of the dormitory doors. However, he soon discerned a peculiar difference. HM? Why does the door to that dormitory remain intact? Could it be devoid of any zombies? His gaze shifted to the door marked 103, its unscathed surface evoking a sense of suffocation within Shishinming. This cannot be right, even in the absence of zombies. This door ought to have been dismantled by others of its ilk. Moreover, the ominous feeling was unmistakable. It had to be the very aura I have sensed all along. His eyes sharpened. At that moment, the door before him resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, instilling a sense of impending doom. Within dormitory 103, an unusual sight persisted. A towering zombie sat upon the floor at the center, emanating waves of perilous energy. Occasionally, small flickers of flame would spontaneously appear upon its body. its tattered clothing long since reduced to a ragged state. Yet, it remained oblivious, sitting upright with its eyes closed. In one corner of the dormitory, 6 zombies congregated, their expressions despondent, intermittently glancing at the towering figure or towards the door. This behavior had persisted for several hours. Just then, the once-seated giant zombie abruptly rose, its imposing stature imparting an air of natural dominance. With eyes wide open, the pallid pupils devoid of any semblance of humanity flickered momentarily with a spark of fire, imparting a hint of ferocity. As this towering zombie rose to its feet, the 6 zombies huddled in the corner began to emit low growls, as if attempting to convey some unspoken message. After a brief interval, the imposing zombie suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the beds in the dormitory to shudder violently. The 6 zombies, now animated with excitement, ceased their clustering and advanced towards the dormitory door. In the corridor outside, Chu Tianming pondered how to ascertain whether any dangerous creatures lurked within that dormitory. At that moment, an abrupt roar resonated, emanating unmistakably from room 103. Indeed, there was a formidable presence, Chu Tianming mused. Suddenly, a tremendous crashing sound erupted at the door, followed by the violent shattering of the entrance, with fragments hurtling towards the opposite door, producing a cacophony of impacts. The 6 level 2 zombies emerged from the dormitory, their excitement palpable. They turned their gazes towards Chu Tianming. But rather than charging at him like other zombies, they approached the door with lowered heads, exuding an air of reverence. Chu Tianming was taken aback, and in the next moment, a large zombie, its body seemingly scorched by flames, emerged from the dormitory. The towering zombie stood at least 2.5 meters tall, looming over Chu Tianming by a full 2 head lengths, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chu Tianming felt an acute aura of danger emanating from this creature. With a solemn expression, he fixated on the zombie, gripping the steel pipe tightly in his right hand. In the next moment, he activated his detection skill, revealing the attributes of the formidable zombie before him. Biological name: Flame Zombie, First Stage Mutation, Fire Element, Level 3 Gender, Male Physical Condition, Disease Cell Vitality, 3 Cell Strength, 3 Nervous Response, 3 Mental Power, 5 Comprehensive Assessment. Level 3 Life Form Skills, Virus Transmission. Flame Manipulation, First Stage. Upon witnessing such formidable attributes, Chu Tianming gasped in shock, particularly at the skill of flame manipulation, which instilled within him a sense of foreboding. Despite his own physical attributes vastly surpassing those of the zombie, Chu Tianming found himself overly cautious, reluctant to engage in close combat. Even if he were to attack, he would only dare to kick, while his hands remained occupied with wielding the steel pipe, afraid to sustain any injury, no matter how slight. This limitation significantly hampered his potential. Now, with the appearance of the new skill, flame manipulation, Chu Tianming could not help but reflect on the several zombies he had previously incinerated. Was this perhaps a form of retribution? Suddenly, the towering flame zombie opened its mouth and unleashed a ferocious roar. With a thunderous cry, it clapped its hands against the ground, and instantly, 2 streams of fire surged toward Chu Tianming at a staggering speed of over 300 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, the flames engulfed him. Cursed. With an expletive escaping his lips, Chu Tianming swiftly retreated, executing a spin just in time to evade the fiery onslaught. However, the fabric of his clothes was ignited. With a flurry of movements, he managed to extinguish the flames that clung to him, but to his dismay, the insidious flame zombie conjured 2 more fiery attacks aimed directly at him. Across from him, the flame zombie, witnessing Chu Tianming evade its fiery assault once more, seemed to erupt with rage, its fists clenched tightly. To his astonishment, flames ignited around its fists, blazing with intensity. With a roar, the zombie lunged forward, its fiery fists resembling 2 dragon-like flames, targeting Chu Tianming's face. Damn, underestimating me. Realizing that the flame zombie intended to engage in close combat, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Tianming's heart. He had been genuinely concerned that this creature would persist with its ranged fiery attacks. If that were the case, confronting it up close would pose a significant challenge. However, now it seemed that the zombie, believing its ranged assaults to be ineffective, foolishly relinquished its advantage and opted for a direct confrontation with Chu Tianming. It is essential to note that Chu Tianming possesses an astounding array of attributes, each reaching a formidable level of 8. In stark contrast, The fire zombie boasts an average attribute score of merely 3. While it does exhibit a slightly elevated mental strength of 5, this is still insufficient. As Chu Tianming closed in, misfortune befell the fire zombie. With a swift punch, he nimbly evaded the zombie's attack, then struck with the steel pipe in his grasp. Given Chu Tianming's remarkable speed, the fire zombie had no hope of dodging. The pipe landed squarely on the zombie's shoulder, producing a resounding thud. The towering fire zombie staggered, nearly toppling over, but even as it regained its footing, it was compelled to retreat several steps under the relentless assault. Chu Tianming, undeterred, continued to swing the steel pipe, delivering blow after blow upon the fire zombie, which was forced to retreat until it lost its balance and fell to the ground. With a resounding crack, Chu Tianming unleashed a final strike directly upon the fire zombie's head, causing stars to dance before its eyes. However, the steel pipe could not withstand such force and broke, the front half clattering to the ground with a crisp metallic sound. Chapter 31. Howling Winds versus Fireball Technique. What bad luck! Discarding the remaining half of the steel pipe, Chu Tianming propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air. With his knees bent and muscles tensed, he descended at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of his leap. With a resounding thud, Chu Tianming's knees collided forcefully with the head of the flaming zombie. Without allowing the creature a moment to react, he propelled himself upward with vigor. Upon landing, he executed a swift spinning sidekick, striking the seated flaming zombie squarely in the face. Enduring a barrage of relentless blows, even the formidable body of the flaming zombie could not withstand such ferocity. After Chu Tianming's kick, it was effortlessly sent flying, crashing against the wall with a tremendous impact, leaving a series of fissures in its wake. Meanwhile, Chu Tianming dashed into the corridor, seizing a steel pipe from the surroundings. First, he would deal with these lesser foes. Casting a glance at the 6 zombies, he brandished the steel pipe and charged forward. Like a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the shadows of his weapon dancing in the air. The 6 zombies howled in rage, yet they could not land a single blow on him. Instead, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In no time, the 6 zombies lay defeated. Chu Tianming twirled the steel pipe with flair, exuding an air of nonchalance. Witnessing his minions being decimated, the flaming zombie that had only just regained its footing was consumed by fury, its eyes glowing with embers as they fixed intently on Chu Tianming. Noticing this, Chu Tianming smirked and said, "My friend, would you care to experience the taste of my Gale Staff technique?" Although the flaming zombie could not comprehend his words, the insolent expression on Chu Tianming's face was enough to ignite its wrath. With a thunderous roar, the flaming zombie swung its massive hand, unleashing a fireball the size of a basketball that hurtled directly towards Chu Tianming. Startled by the sheer size of the fireball, Chu Tianming instinctively sidestepped, only to hear a tremendous crash behind him, followed by an intense heat radiating against his back. Turning around, he was astonished to see a sizable crater charred into the once white wall, surrounded by an ominous darkness. In disbelief, Chu Tianming gasped, realizing that the power of such a fireball rivaled that of a grenade. If it had struck him directly, his frail frame would have been no match for such a force. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the overwhelming power of the flames. Meanwhile, the flaming zombie, undeterred, raised its hand once more, sending yet another basketball-sized fireball hurtling toward him. This time, fear propelled Chu Tianming into action. He rolled aside, narrowly avoiding yet another fiery assault that left another mark upon the wall behind him. He thought to himself, "I cannot allow this behemoth to continue launching fireballs. If I fail to evade one, the consequences would be dire." With determination, he began to leap to the left and right, closing in on the flaming zombie. As the zombie prepared to unleash another fireball, Chu Tianming readied himself to dodge. The creature stood there, foolishly launching one fireball after another without so much as moving, presenting Chu Tianming with the perfect opportunity to advance. Swiftly, he evaded 2 more fireballs, though one grazed his arm, incinerating the fabric of his sleeve into ashes and leaving his skin seared and crimson. The pain endured by Chu Tianming was profound. After a painstaking approach to the fiery zombie, he swiftly brandished his staff, transforming the wind blade technique into the wind rod technique with a deft flourish. In that moment, misfortune befell the fiery zombie. Chu Tianming deftly maneuvered, his steel pipe seemingly endowed with sentience, striking the zombie's head with each blow. With a mere lift of his hand, the steel pipe flew forth, denying the zombie even a fleeting chance to unleash its fireballs. Originally, the wind blade technique emphasized swiftness, and now, as Chu Tianming spontaneously adapted it to the wind rod technique, speed remained paramount. As swift as the tempest, as ferocious as a storm, the poor fiery zombie, which once relied on fireballs to intimidate Chu Tianming, stood foolishly still, unable to adapt. Now, having allowed Chu Tianming to close in, it was left with no recourse but to endure the blows. What amused Chu Tianming further was the zombie's relentless attempts to launch fireballs. Each time he interrupted, it persisted in its efforts, only to be thwarted repeatedly. It wasn't until its right hand, battered and broken under Chu Tianming's relentless strikes, that it finally attempted a change. How clever of you to switch to your left hand. Without intelligence, even the mightiest strength is difficult to wield effectively. Observing the foolish demeanor of the fiery zombie, Chu Tianming couldn't help but ponder this in his mind. Had his adversary been a similarly astute human, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In such a well-suited environment as the dormitory building, attacking with fireballs would have rendered close combat against Chu Tianming excessively simple. However, the flame zombie remained oblivious to these intricacies, standing foolishly in place while launching fireballs, utterly unaware of the need to seek cover or distance itself from Chu Tianming. With a frown, Chu Tianming flung aside yet another broken steel pipe and, executing a swift kick, sent the flame zombie staggering back before dashing towards the steel pipes scattered along the corridor. He swiftly extracted another pipe, pivoting just in time to evade as the flame zombie had regained its footing and hurled another fireball his way. The fireball collided with the wall, sending debris scattering and dust swirling in the air. Chu Tianming narrowly dodged the attack, clutching the steel pipe tightly, his mind clouded with frustration. If only I had a proper weapon, I could have dispatched this zombie by now. He grumbled inwardly, yet his body moved swiftly to the side, leaping to avoid yet another fireball. With a resounding thud, he landed, his right foot crashing into the ground as he charged towards the flame zombie. "Prepare to face my gale strike," he declared. In that instant, the steel pipe transformed into a fierce gust of wind, enveloping the flame zombie entirely. With all his might, Chu Tianming unleashed a flurry of strikes, the gray whirlwind howling around him. When he finally came to a standstill, it was evident that the steel pipe had embedded itself deeply into the flame zombie's forehead. Coughing softly, with one hand pressed against his chest, Chu Tianming removed his palm to gaze at the pitch-black skin of his torso, a sharp pain igniting his nerves. Fortunately, he had managed to shield himself. Just moments prior, Chu Tianming had transformed into a whirlwind, charging toward the fiery zombie. Just as the steel pipe in his grasp was about to pierce the creature's skull, the flaming zombie unexpectedly unleashed a fireball. In that instant, evasion was impossible. He could only brace himself and endure the impact. As fate would have it, his current physical condition did not betray him, and with a last-minute attempt to shield himself, the injury to his chest proved non-fatal. Conversely, the fiery zombie was thoroughly vanquished, the steel pipe having penetrated its head deeply, rendering it lifeless beyond revival. Chapter 32. Level Up and Task Rewards. This battle had indeed been quite suffocating. As he spoke, Chu Tianming propped himself up slowly, rising to his feet. His chest bore a charred mark, the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting into his nostrils, causing the furrows in his brow to deepen. How should he address this injury? Observing the singed areas on his arm and chest, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Suddenly, a faint, warm aura emanated from the lifeless body of the fiery zombie, startling Chu Tianming into retreat. Could it still be alive? He pondered anxiously. But upon glancing at his experience bar, he noted an addition of 2 points, confirming that the fiery zombie had indeed perished. So what was it that was radiating such a warm presence? Understanding that the flaming zombie was indeed deceased, Chu Tianming cautiously approached. With one hand incapacitated and his chest severely injured, he found himself lacking the strength to resist should any unforeseen events arise. Slowly advancing, he carefully kicked the flaming zombie on the ground. Upon observing its lack of reaction, he extended his intact hand towards the steel pipe embedded in the zombie's head. Gripping the pipe firmly, he pressed his foot down hard on the flaming zombie's body, applying force. With a squelching sound, a nauseating liquid oozed from the zombie's head as the pipe was extracted, making Chu Tianming feel queasy. In the next moment, a vibrant crimson light accompanied the repulsive liquid as it splattered onto the ground, producing a crisp ding sound. What could that be? Chu Tianming glanced down to find a multifaceted crystal quietly resting amidst the pool of black, foul liquid, emanating waves of fiery light and a palpable warmth. This was it, the source of the intense heat. Upon seeing the crystal, Chu Tianming finally felt a sense of relief. He carefully maneuvered the crystal out with the steel pipe in hand. Remarkably, the surface of the crystal appeared impeccably smooth, as the black liquid seemed unable to adhere to it. After rolling a few times on the ground, the entire crystal became spotless, leaving Chu Tianming in awe of its wonder. Should he pick it up to examine further? Hesitating as he gazed at the crystalline object, Chu Tianming was uncertain of its nature and thus refrained from assuming it would not bring him harm, especially since it had rolled out from the head of a fiery zombie, a source of potential danger indeed. However, in the next moment, a smile spread across his face. How could I have forgotten the detection spell? I can simply use it to ascertain what this is. With that thought in mind, Chu Tianming promptly employed the spell on the crystal, and instantaneously, its information materialized in his mind. Item name: Flame Crystal, First Tier, Function, enhances the level of fire-based abilities. Non-fire ability users cannot utilize it. Can absorb and convert into 5 experience points. Would you like to absorb it? A flame crystal? It can elevate my fire-based abilities? Alas, I possess no fire abilities to speak of, and directly absorbing it for experience seems rather unworthy. I shall keep it for now. With this resolution, Chu Tianming picked up the flame crystal and placed it into his pocket. Despite its name, the crystal bore no heat. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stow it away. Having secured the flame crystal, Chu Tianming raised his steel pipe once more and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The situation was fortuitously aligned with his intentions, for completing the task required more than merely dispatching zombies. The ultimate prerequisite was to safely exit the dormitory building. With this in mind, Chu Tianming summoned the task panel, and indeed, the progress bar on it indicated that he had completed 55 of his tasks. As soon as Chu Tianming stepped out of the dormitory building, he knew he had completed his task. With this thought in mind, he approached and produced a key. One he had prepared earlier, the key to the dormitory's main entrance. He unlocked the tightly shut glass door and then opened the iron gate. Stepping through the gate, Chu Tianming exited the dormitory building. Ding! A crisp chime resonated in his mind. The 2-star task was accomplished, granting him 1 lottery opportunity, 300 experience points, and an alloy tactical knife. The host was encouraged to continue striving. As the voice faded, Chu Tianming felt a surge of vitality erupt within him, enveloping his entire being. His wounds on his arms and chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, the charred skin sloughed off, revealing delicate and tender new skin beneath. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory, he reveled in the powerful energy coursing through him, nearly overcome with the urge to let out a triumphant roar. Fortunately, he restrained himself, stifling the impulse to shout. This new skin might be a tad too delicate. Observing the newly formed skin contrasted against the sun-kissed bronze of the rest of his body, Chu Tianming couldn't help but chuckle wryly. However, the fact that leveling up could aid in healing his injuries pleased him immensely. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the school infirmary to tend to his wounds, but now, it seemed that would be unnecessary. Just then, he suddenly felt a weight in his right hand and looked down to behold a wondrous sight unfolding before him. First, a knife handle materialized in Chu Tianming's palm, and then, as if countless minuscule particles in the air were gradually coalescing, a magnificent longsword began to take shape. Within mere seconds, a completed silver blade appeared in his grasp. He raised the weapon, and even with his current strength, he felt a slight heaviness. A testament to the formidable weight of this blade. The entire sword measured approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters in length, with a handle spanning 20 centimeters. The blade was thick, boasting a width of 12 centimeters, while the spine exceeded 1 centimeter in thickness. Its edge was remarkably sharp, glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. Both sides of the blade featured a blood groove, rendering the sword reminiscent of an enlarged Tang's sword. Slightly longer and broader than the typical version, exuding an overwhelming presence that evoked a sense of bloodlust. A splendid weapon indeed. However, it was excessively heavy. An ordinary person would struggle to wield it. While he mused aloud, in his heart, Chu Tianming felt an overwhelming affection for this creation. At last, he had a reliable weapon. No longer would he need to switch weapons throughout the day. What a relief. Externally calm, he gently caressed the silver blade, with his eyes betraying an unmistakable delight. A plea for support echoed in his thoughts. Chapter 33. The Double Draw. Part 1. Securing the door. Chu Tianming swiftly ascended to the 4th floor. Upon closing the dormitory door, he placed the alloy tactical knife on his bed and, after sitting down, summoned his attribute panel with determination. Host information: name, Chu Tianming. Gender, male. Physical condition: good cell vitality, 16 cell strength, 16 neural response, 16 mental power, 16 comprehensive assessment, level 16 life form. Basic information: host level, level 3. Learned skills: detection technique, substitute technique, Gale blade technique. Experience required for next level upgrade: 290 for 100 remaining lottery chances. 3. With a physique 16 times that of an average adult. Does this mean I can now lift a staggering weight of 600 kilograms with both hands? Raising his hands and gazing at them, which appeared entirely normal, Chu Tianming found it hard to believe that they could unleash such terrifying strength. Yet, he could genuinely feel the immense power coursing through him. Even faced with a bear, Chu Tianming was confident that he could vanquish it with a single punch. If his hands could lift 600 kilograms, how formidable would his punch be? Moreover, with his speed also amplified to 16 times that of an ordinary adult, the combined force of his strike could easily exceed several tons. Contemplating this, Chu Tianming couldn't help but smile. Just 2 days ago, he was merely an ordinary high school senior, immersed in his studies. Who could have imagined that he would transform into a superhuman akin to those depicted in films? Though he lacked the abilities to manipulate flames or command lightning, his speed and strength, along with every part of his physique, far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Who could dare claim he was not a being of extraordinary power? If he had ventured out to demonstrate his abilities in the society that existed before the cataclysm, it would likely have incited national panic, perhaps even prompting military forces to pursue him as a monstrous entity. However, in this apocalyptic era, the existence of nations remains uncertain. In fact, Chu Tianming had yet to encounter a single living soul. His sole glimpse of humanity was the harrowing sight of another being devoured by zombies. He understood that if he did not strive to transform himself, he would inevitably be cast aside by this ruthless world. To ensure his survival in these dire times, and to possess the strength needed to seek out his family, Chu Tianming learned to adapt to a life rife with violence. In the span of 3 days, he had largely acclimated, not merely due to his remarkable adaptability, but because of his formidable power. Without such strength, how could he effortlessly hunt zombies? Had he lacked this power, he would have been reduced to mere ashes in the presence of the fiery undead. Everything stemmed from his capacity to survive, which enabled him to adjust to this unrelenting cycle of slaughter and to the transformed world that now surrounded him. With each enhancement of his strength, he felt a profound sense of joy, for it constituted the very foundation of his existence. Without such power, survival in this apocalyptic world would be utterly unattainable, let alone the dreams that resided deep within his heart. Those would remain mere fantasies. Now, having attained a physique 16 times superior to that of an ordinary person, his capabilities had reached unprecedented heights. Chu Tianming was confident that, should he face that fiery zombie again, he could dispatch it within 3 moves, emerging unscathed. After casting a glance at the numbers in his experience panel, he smiled contentedly before closing the attributes interface. Soon, he would ascend to level 4, granting him a physique 32 times that of an average human, making it considerably easier to contend with zombies. Speaking to himself, he then turned his gaze toward the alloy tactical knife resting quietly on the bed and employed a detection spell on it. Item name: alloy tactical knife. Weight: 350 kilograms. Sharpness: 3. Sharpness indicates the weapon's inherent cutting ability. A rating of 3 can sever the body of any creature with a cellular strength below 30, while those exceeding 30 are considerably more difficult to cut. A cellular strength of 30, you say? It is fortunate I did not test my own body against it. Otherwise, a single strike could have cost me an arm. The thought sent a shiver down Chu Tianming's spine. Moments ago, he intended to test the extent of his newly enhanced physical prowess, and the only weapon at his disposal was a tactical alloy knife. Initially, he planned to utilize it for this purpose. However, his eagerness to examine his attributes prevented him from doing so immediately. Upon observing the knife's remarkable sharpness, he was struck by a wave of trepidation. Yet, this apprehension quickly transformed into exhilaration as he realized the terrifying sharpness of the alloy knife. Had he acquired it sooner, dispatching the flame zombies would have been a mere matter of a single strike. With this thought, he laughed heartily, grasping the blade and delightfully caressing its edge. feeling the chill emanating from it while warmth enveloped his heart. After setting the knife aside, he surveyed the somewhat dilapidated dormitory and decided to use a chance at a lottery in his mind. In the next moment, he found himself once again in that vast, white expanse, gazing at the spinning lottery machine before him, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Would you like to use one lottery chance? Yes. Confirmation granted. The lottery commenced. Instantly, the spinning wheel revealed a series of boxes, varying in size, totaling 10 in number. Chu Tianming swiftly scanned the items within these boxes, committing them to memory. A piece of gold weighing 1 tael, a wristwatch, a spatial ring, a bottle of fasting elixir, a 5 tigers breakthrough blade, a set of golden armor, a martial arts manual on Arhut fist, a small returning pill, a 4-door automobile, and one more opportunity. Among the 10 squares, Chu Tianming immediately fixated on the spatial ring. Excellent. This time, the objective is clear. Let me see if my current neural reaction ability can discern its rotational trajectory. In the next moment, the roulette began to spin rapidly, and Chu Tianming focused intently on the revolving wheel. Soon, a wave of delight surged within him. Chapter 34, The Second Lottery, Part 2. With 931 votes, only 69 more votes are needed for the author to add an additional chapter. If 69 individuals each cast a recommendation vote, the author will graciously extend the narrative. The author wishes to add more today. Esteemed readers, your support is kindly requested. The wheel spun at an astonishing speed. Previously, when Chu Tianming was at level 2, he could not discern the trajectory of the spinning wheel, but this time, he saw it with remarkable clarity. In his eyes, the wheel appeared to rotate in slow motion, each square gliding past the pointer, igniting a surge of excitement within him. However, I am still unaware of the stopping pattern, and for now, I must conduct an experiment. With this thought, Chu Tianming watched the wheel continue its spin before exclaiming loudly, "Stop!" Suddenly, the rotation of the wheel came to an abrupt halt, and Chu Tianming distinctly recalled the moment he had called for it to stop, the pointer resting on a square inscribed with the word space ring. The wheel gradually decelerated, soon reaching a crawl. With a grave expression, Chu Tianming fixated on the wheel, observing each square pass beneath the pointer, his mind fervently hoping for the best. The reason he had called for a stop at the space ring was that he believed the outcome would align with where he had halted it. Thus, he could only wish silently that his intuition was correct. Otherwise, he would miss out on the coveted space ring. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was playing a little trick on him. Just as the wheel appeared poised to stop on the square marked with the space ring, it jolted unexpectedly, bypassing it entirely and coming to rest on a square adorned with a vial. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of fasting elixir. Keep up the good work. Chu Tianming stood there in a daze, his lips twitching as he gazed at the grand wheel before him. After a moment, he took a deep breath and chuckled. Well, a bottle of fasting elixir is certainly preferable to a car. At least it will help quell my insatiable appetite. With a slight smile and feeling a bit more at ease, Chu Tianming called out once more. Another draw. Would you like to use one draw chance? Yes, please. As soon as the words left his lips, the grand wheel before him shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, and the patterns and texts within the squares instantaneously transformed into a different visage. Chu Tianming raised his gaze and beheld the offerings: 50 taels of silver, a manual on internal skill breathing technique, a 4-door automobile, a small elixir, a manual on ninja arts shadow clone technique, a spellbook fireball, a single-edged sword, a set introduction to basic martial arts, a Phoenix-branded high-speed bicycle, and another chance to win. Once again, 10 distinct prizes appeared, among which Chu Tianming held particular esteem for the set introduction to basic martial arts, not merely for its content, but because its square was the smallest he had ever encountered, signifying that the treasures contained within were likely to be of superior quality. It was evident that the introduction to basic martial arts was indeed a coveted prize. According to the previous patterns, he needed to call stop at the position of the single-edged sword, ensuring that when the wheel concluded its spin, it would halt on the desired set introduction to basic martial arts. With this thought in mind, the wheel began to spin with increasing velocity. As it gradually decelerated, it would be disingenuous to claim that Chu Tianming was not anxious. However, regardless of his trepidation, he was powerless to alter where the wheel would land. All he could do was fix his gaze unwaveringly upon it, silently wishing that his conjecture would prove correct. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Soon, the speed of the spinning wheel diminished to the point of nearly halting, and at that moment, The segment marked with minor pills slowly passed under the pointer. The technique of duplication had passed. The fireball also drifted by. The word sword of electricity came to a stop, on the verge of halting. Just at that final instant, the wheel gave a slight jolt, advancing a fraction once again, ultimately ceasing at the outfit elementary martial arts introduction. I knew my conjecture could not be mistaken. Indeed, I have discerned the pattern. Chu Tianming stood in a daze for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice imbued with immense pride. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the outfit elementary martial arts introduction. The host is encouraged to continue striving. At this moment, besides Chu Tianming himself and the alloy tactical knife, there lay a small white porcelain bottle on the bed, resembling those small bottles containing elixirs often seen on television. Adjacent to the small porcelain bottle was a square box, measuring over 30 centimeters wide, crafted from dark red wood, and notably, it was not locked. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Tianming first picked up the small porcelain bottle, gently shaking it in his hand, and heard a faint clinking sound within. Upon removing the stopper from the bottle, a refreshing herbal fragrance wafted forth. He poured out a starvation-resisting pill, which was barely a centimeter in diameter, resembling a piece of chocolate. After inhaling its aroma and nodding with satisfaction, Chu Tianming directly cast a detection spell upon it. Item name: Fasting Pill Function. Sustains fasting for 3 months. The introduction is quite simple, merely a few words, yet its functionality is extraordinary. This small fasting pill possesses the remarkable ability to allow an individual to abstain from food and drink for 3 months. A truly miraculous phenomenon. Just as my stomach grumbles with hunger, I shall try one. With that thought, Chu Tianming promptly placed the fasting pill into his mouth. Before he could swallow, the pill transformed into a refreshing stream that flowed down his throat. As soon as the fasting pill slid deep into his throat, Chu Tianming felt the hunger in his belly gradually dissipate until he no longer felt famished. How astonishing! I am no longer hungry so quickly, and I feel invigorated. Not merely devoid of hunger, but as if I have genuinely indulged in a hearty meal. He patted his belly and smiled. Once again, he grasped the porcelain bottle, pouring out the remaining fasting pills to count them carefully. To his astonishment, there were a total of 29 fasting pills, plus the one he had just consumed, making it 30 in total. If one pill sustains fasting for 3 months, then 30 would extend it to a staggering 90 months, over 7 years. Gazing at these fasting pills, Chu Tianming thought, now I need not worry about food. Contained within is the set that Chu Tianming eagerly anticipated, the Beginner's Martial Arts Introduction Kit. It is worth noting that its compartments are significantly smaller than that of the spatial ring. It must be a valuable treasure. With that in mind, Chu Tianming cradled the box in his hands and placed it upon his knees. With both hands, he opened the lid of the wooden box, and instantly, everything within was revealed before Chu Tianming's eyes. Chapter 35. The Second Lottery, Part 2. Upon opening the box, the first thing Chu Tianming noticed was a blue book, alongside which lay several small porcelain vials, indistinguishable from the ones previously used to contain the fasting pills. Is this the entirety of the set? With a sense of doubt lingering in his heart, Chu Tianming grasped the blue book in one hand. The cover, adorned in blue, bore 4 characters inscribed in black: Elementary Internal Skill. Indeed, it is an elementary martial arts set. Holding the blue manual inscribed with the words Elementary Internal Skill, Chu Tianming proceeded to open the cover. In an instant, the book transformed into countless twinkling stars, these luminous points resembling a magnificent galaxy, each trailing a long tail as they surged towards the center of Chu Tianming's brow. Soon, all the radiant points merged into his forehead. Closing his eyes, Chu Tianming adeptly absorbed the information pertaining to this elementary internal skill. Suddenly, 7 grand characters materialized in his mind. Elementary internal skill, Mingyu Gong. Is Mingyu Gong truly an elementary internal skill? I recall it being one of the pinnacle internal skills from the legendary twins, didn't I? With this question echoing in his mind, Chu Tianming meticulously began to assimilate the myriad of texts manifesting within his consciousness. 3 minutes later, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing across them. Truly, Mingyu Gong is remarkable. However, why is it categorized as an elementary skill? What, then, constitutes intermediate and advanced internal skills? With thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Tianming could not help but turn his gaze once more towards the wooden box. Within it, after retrieving the volume of Mingyu Gong, He uncovered another tome adorned with a yellow cover. A beginner's martial arts manual? What might this entail? Contemplating. He grasped the book labeled as a beginner's martial arts manual and gently opened it. The tome once again transformed into a cascade of starlight, merging seamlessly into Chu Tianming's brow. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the essence of this foundational martial art. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his expression. The shadowless leg? I recall that in the film Once Upon a Time in China, the protagonist Wang Feihong employed a technique known as the shadowless kick. Is there a connection between these two? Thoughtfully, Chu Tianming sprang to his feet, his hands executing a flurry of kicks in an instant, the sound of air bursting resonating throughout the dormitory. Achieving such an effect solely with his physical prowess was remarkable. If he were to incorporate internal energy, the power would undoubtedly increase 5- or 6-fold. No matter. Acquiring both an internal skill and a leg technique is already a stroke of fortune. I ought not to be overly greedy. With that thought, Chu Tianming retrieved 3 porcelain vials from the wooden box. This time, without needing to employ his detection technique, he instinctively knew their contents. Minor revitalization pill, bone cleansing pill, essence refining pill. Glancing at the labels affixed to the 3 vials, Chu Tianming's expression turned to one of astonishment. The reason for the excitement lies in the notable reputation of 2 of the 3 elixirs. While the lesser-known Xiaohuan Dan had already caught Chu Tianming's attention on multiple occasions during the lottery. As for the final vial of Cuigu Dan, though its name was unfamiliar, its association with Xiaohuan Dan and Shisui Dan indicated its exceptional quality. This introductory martial arts set proved to be quite a boon. Chu Tianming mused, as this single set not only bestowed upon him a form of internal cultivation and a leg technique, but also presented 3 vials of elixirs. The earlier apprehension regarding the slow progress of his internal training was swiftly replaced by elation. Let us first ascertain the quantity. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming picked up the porcelain vial labeled Xiaohuan Dan, uncorked it, and tilted the opening, causing a bright yellow elixir to roll out. After shaking it vigorously and discovering no second elixir within, he felt a twinge of disappointment. I wonder what effects this Xiaohuan Dan possesses. Contemplating, he employed a detection spell upon the Xiaohuan Dan resting in his palm. Item name, Xiaohuan Dan function. Enhances internal cultivation by 5 years, effective only after mastering a form of internal cultivation. In a post-apocalyptic world, 5 years is more than just significant. Even 5 days could alter one's fate. To gain the strength that would normally require 5 years in advance is undoubtedly a miraculous remedy for survival. Setting down the porcelain vial of Xiaohuan Dan alongside the vial of Biga Dan, Chu Tianming then reached for the vial labeled Shisui Dan. Similarly, the porcelain vase contained but a single brownish-yellow essence cleansing pill. Utilizing his detection technique, Chu Tianming discerned the properties of this pill. Item name, Essence Cleansing Pill function. Alters the user's innate qualities, enhances bodily purity, and purges various toxins from within. Consuming it while practicing internal techniques yields superior effects. Satisfied, he nodded. With this essence cleansing pill in hand, Chu Tianming need not concern himself with his martial aptitude any longer. Setting the essence cleansing pill aside, he then picked up the last vial containing an unfamiliar bone refining pill. This bone refining pill appeared pitch black, resembling a poison, exuding a peculiar odor that paled in comparison to the fragrant aromas of the prior pills. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tianming was almost inclined to regard it as a toxin, were it not for his understanding that the deceased system would not play tricks on him. Item name, Bone Refining Pill function, refines the bones, enhances martial aptitude, and fortifies both the strength and resilience of the skeletal structure. Consumption induces severe pain. Enduring without fainting allows the effects to reach their utmost potential. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the bone refining pill's capabilities were on par with those of the essence cleansing pill. Moreover, unlike the essence cleansing pill, which diminishes in efficacy upon subsequent use, the bone refining pill offered a complementary enhancement to its effects. However, as he contemplated the final statement regarding the pain, Chu Tianming hesitated. Would it truly be so excruciating as to render him unconscious? How excruciating must this be? Chu Tianming felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he had endured several days of apocalyptic existence, at his core, he remained a young man. The prospect of confronting such a self-torturous elixir with equanimity was beyond his current capabilities. Reflecting on the notion of fainting, he couldn't help but recall Wei Dong, who had once knocked himself unconscious by colliding with the corner of a table. Yet, such occurrences befell others. Chu Tianming had never experienced a loss of consciousness himself. Furthermore, it had been stated that one must remain conscious to achieve the maximum effect. Would fainting not render all efforts futile? In Chapter 36, regarding the consumption of the elixir, Chu Tianming hesitated. He was uncertain whether he could endure the agony described. If he faltered, the bone-cleansing pill would be squandered. To proceed or not. He felt a pang of frustration. After a moment's reflection, he let out a resigned sigh and resolved, I shall proceed. Each additional measure of strength equates to enhanced safety. Who can predict the future of this world? If I retreat now out of fear of pain, how will I ever establish my place in this realm? With this thought, Chu Tianming grasped the porcelain vial containing the bone-cleansing pill and poured it into his palm. After mentally reviewing the operation of the Mingyu technique, he swallowed the elixir whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and at that moment, Chu Tianming began to cultivate according to the prescribed route of the Mingyu technique, bestowed upon Chu Tianming by the system of the deceased. The internal energy manifested as a faint pulse of true qi within him upon its acquisition. This delicate essence lingered motionlessly in his lower dantian until, upon the practice of the Mingyu skill, it surged forth, commencing its journey through the meridians of his body along the prescribed path. In that moment, Chu Tianming felt as though he were immersed in a crystalline spring, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of comfort. Gradually, the tension that had coiled within him began to unravel, and soon, the true qi traversed the small circulatory path of full 3 cycles. At that juncture, an unbearable stench erupted from his being, as viscous, dark liquid oozed through the pores of his skin, quickly coating him in a repugnant sheen. After completing 9 cycles of this practice, he infused a substantial amount of true qi back into his dantian. With his eyes wide open, just as he was about to marvel at the wonders of internal cultivation, he was met with the foul odor that assailed his senses. How revolting! He exclaimed, horrified by the sight of himself, covered in the vile substance. Prompting an urgent dash from his dormitory straight to the restroom. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianming finally found a moment to inspect his body post-cleansing. While it had not grown significantly stronger, he felt an invigorating lightness, as though he had shed an immense burden, leaving him with a refreshing sense of renewal. Indeed, the efficacy of the cleansing essence pill is truly remarkable. After a moment of heartfelt admiration, Chu Tianming resolutely grasped the porcelain vial containing the bone-refining pill. With determination, he stripped off his garments and hurried to the restroom to consume it. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from within the confines of the lavatory. The sound, though not overwhelmingly loud, resonated with a deep, powerful timbre, as if imbued with penetrating force. Chu Tianming's agonized cries attracted the attention of numerous zombies outside. Yet the sturdy entrance of the dormitory building effectively barred their entry. Once the screams subsided, the relentless zombies gradually dispersed. As Chu Tianming entered the restroom, clutching the bone-refining pill and settled cross-legged, he felt a profound sense of noble sacrifice wash over him as he swallowed the pill whole. Almost instantly, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very bones were shattering. In the next moment, the intense agony consumed his entire consciousness, prompting him to let out a desperate scream. Fortunately, a flicker of rationality remained, allowing him to suppress his cries, transforming them into a hauntingly low lament. The torment persisted for what felt like an eternity, lasting over 10 agonizing minutes. In truth, Chu Tianming had begun to falter several minutes prior, but the unwavering resolve in his heart propelled him forward, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Thus, fortified by sheer will, he endured the protracted suffering. As the moment arrived, the anguish that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed at all. This stark contrast nearly caused Chu Tianming to faint. Lying quietly on the ground for a while, he finally managed to rise feebly to his feet. Observing his body, he noticed a layer of dark substance had reappeared, yet this time it appeared remarkably thin, indicating that the impurities within him had been thoroughly expelled. From now on, engaging in internal cultivation would be infinitely easier. With this thought, Chu Tianming felt that the pain he had just endured was worth it. A fleeting suffering exchanged for a lifetime of happiness. How could that not be deemed worthwhile? The refinement of the bone-quenching pill had nearly drained him of all his energy. All he desired now was to rest adequately before contemplating other matters. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. After the sun set, the world swiftly succumbed to darkness. Within the dormitory, only the sound of Chu Tianming's steady, deep breaths could be heard. At that moment, the world outside was no longer relevant to him. Whether it was the zombies howling at the moonlight or the humans trembling in their hiding places, they held no connection to Chu Tianming. In his slumber, he appeared to be immersed in a beautiful dream, a childlike smile gracing his handsome face. The following morning, Chu Tianming awoke early. After glancing at the dilapidated campus and the silhouettes of zombies outside, he could only shake his head in resignation. It was time to make use of what he had acquired. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Tianming settled cross-legged on the bed, one hand grasping the small elixir, which he promptly placed into his mouth. The elixir melted upon contact, and instantly a warm current began to flow gently through his meridians. Chu Tianming activated his Mingyu technique, gradually refining the medicinal potency of the elixir. However, given the meager amount of true energy he possessed, the process proved to be rather arduous. As time ticked away, after half an hour, he had successfully refined half of the elixir's potency, and his true energy had expanded more than tenfold. What was once as thin as a hair had now transformed into a current as thick as a small finger. The true energy coursed through his body, rapidly refining the remaining medicinal essence. In a mere 10 minutes, the increasingly potent true energy completely assimilated the rest of the elixir's power, occupying a significant portion of his dantian and displacing the chakra that had previously resided there. Fortunately, there was no conflict between the two forces. Chapter 37. Strength. So far, there have been a total of 173 recommendations, leaving a mere 127 votes to reach the 300 mark for an update. Once the goal of 300 votes is achieved, an immediate update will follow. In truth, this endeavor is aimed at ensuring a favorable outcome for this new work. If you understand the author's intentions, kindly cast your vote. Many claim that apocalyptic literature is struggling, yet the author remains undeterred, determined to craft a remarkable tale in this genre. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chu Tianming slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and in that instant, a flicker of faint brilliance sparkled within them. Is this the result of 5 years of cultivating inner strength? As he sensed the vibrant energy coursing through his body, a smile crept onto his face. Now, if Chu Tianming were to employ the Gale Blade technique, he would no longer face the awkwardness of diminished power. With the synergy of inner strength, the true potency of these martial arts could finally be revealed. It is only with this inner energy that Chu Tianming could genuinely unleash his full potential. Both the Gale Blade and the Shadowless Leg techniques necessitate the integration of inner strength. Even someone as physically formidable as Chu Tianming could not achieve the enhanced effects without it. This reflects a fundamental distinction in energy. After consuming the small elixir, Chu Tianming rummaged through the wooden box once more, ensuring it was empty before setting it aside. He pondered whether to use his remaining opportunity for a draw. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Perhaps it was best to first venture outside and assess his current capabilities, saving the draw for later in the evening. With that resolved, he grasped his beloved alloy tactical knife, opened the dormitory door, and descended the stairs. Why did they not appear yesterday? With this question lingering in his mind, Chu Tianming boldly approached and opened the 2 doors of the dormitory building. The sound attracted the attention of the zombies, who instinctively turned towards him, recognizing him as a source of food. Suddenly, the zombies, upon catching sight of the delectable food, rushed towards this direction with a frenzy that far surpassed the speed of world champions. Chu Tianming keenly observed their velocity. It was evident that they had evolved significantly. Contemplating this, he swiftly operated the door, opening and closing it with haste. Armed with a tactical alloy knife in one hand, he charged towards the oncoming horde of zombies. Let me witness your true capabilities. With the knife gripped firmly in his right hand, Chu Tianming leapt into the air, executing a swift, decisive slash. In that moment, it seemed as though the world was illuminated solely by a gleaming silver light. As the radiance faded, Chu Tianming stood serenely behind a cluster of zombies, accompanied by the sound of heavy bodies collapsing to the ground. He pivoted, sheathing his blade. With a series of thuds, a dozen zombies found themselves decapitated, an act accomplished in mere seconds. Within that brief span, he had efficiently severed the heads of several undead, his weapon remarkably free of any bloodstains. I never anticipated my strength had grown so formidable. Chu Tianming chuckled with a hint of pride before turning towards the instructional building etched in his memory. The number of zombies within the school was not substantial. aggregating to just over 1,000. With the complete elimination of the undead from Dormitory 1, the total count within the campus stood at around 1,000. However, the school is not a closed environment, so along the way to the teaching building, Chu Tianming encountered numerous zombies adorned in peculiar attire. There were zombie workers clad in construction uniforms, zombie white-collar workers dressed in suits, and even a zombie beauty completely devoid of clothing. Of course, these figures had now become mere victims beneath Chu Tianming's blade. When it came to slaying these zombies, he demonstrated no hesitation. For Chu Tianming in his current state, these ordinary zombies posed no challenge whatsoever. Even in the face of thousands, he could easily escape. The speed of these creatures was akin to that of a tortoise compared to him. Moreover, this particular rabbit would not doze off along the way. The distance from Dormitory Building 1 to the teaching building for their senior year was neither far nor near. Ordinarily, even at a leisurely pace, Chu Tianming would reach it in a matter of minutes. Yet, amidst the relentless slaughter of zombies, he found himself walking for nearly half an hour before arriving at the teaching building. His primary purpose for coming here was to ascertain whether any living souls remained. He recalled that some diligent students often stayed late in the classrooms, and the teachers were more than pleased to witness their industriousness, making it quite common for the lights to be on well into the night. If memory served him correctly, that fellow Gao Feng should be in the classroom. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming made his way directly to Class 1 of Senior 3. With a forceful kick, he swung open the classroom door and strode in confidently. Indeed, upon entering, Chu Tianming immediately glanced towards Gao Feng's seat, where he indeed discovered textbooks and exercise papers strewn haphazardly across the desk, accompanied by several ballpoint pens scattered on the floor. The vast classroom was devoid of any presence. Yet the ground bore traces of dark, congealed blood. It appeared that a struggle had transpired here, leaving Chu Tianming apprehensive about his friend Wu Gaofeng's safety. After all, Wu Gaofeng was Chu Tianming's closest companion. They had been classmates in middle school and continued to share the same class in high school, forging a deep bond of friendship. Thus, the moment he exited the dormitory building, Chu Tianming's foremost thought was to ascertain whether Wu Gaofeng was still alive. Even if he had succumbed, Chu Tianming felt compelled to witness his body, or the zombified form he might have become. You better not turn into one of those grotesque zombies, he mused. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to end your suffering. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Tianming cast one last glance at the disordered classroom before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, an ominous gust of wind surged toward him from the left. Instinctively, Chu Tianming leapt forward, his battle blade instinctively flicking back. With a thud, a massive gash tore through the flank of the enormous wildcat, its crimson blood gushing forth as if it were a torrent unleashed. At this moment, the enormous wildcat was not dead. It continued to struggle, attempting to rise, its eyes, no larger than a baby's fist, fixed intently on Chu Tianming, as if poised to pounce at any moment. What a colossal cat, Chu Tianming exclaimed. Were it not for the fact that the feline still bore its original appearance, he might have genuinely believed he had encountered a tiger. Where in the world could one find a cat of such size? Especially in the city, who could possibly own such a creature? In the next instant, seizing the opportunity while the gigantic wildcat still clung to life, Chu Tianming employed a detection spell upon it. Biological name: mutant cat, a mutation derived from an ordinary mixed-breed cat. Tier 1. Level: 4. Gender: male. Physical condition: severely injured. Cell vitality: 5 cell strength, 5 neural response, 6 mental strength, 4 comprehensive assessment. Level 5 life form abilities: swift technique, which allows for a temporary doubling of movement speed. Chapter 38. Survivors. Additional chapter. With a total of 1,300 recommendations for this additional chapter, Yima has once again provided an update. Haha. I hope to continue with another chapter today. We are not far from reaching 1,500 total recommendations, so let's rally together. Chu Tianming was taken aback. The creature he had severely injured with a single strike turned out to be a level 4 mutant being. How exceedingly disappointing for a level 4 mutant. Shishinming was oblivious to the fact that it was not the weakness of his opponent, but rather the overwhelming strength he possessed. Not only did he boast an impressive attribute score of 16, but the alloy tactical knife he wielded, with its lethal 30 cellular strength, was sufficient to create a chasm between them. With a single strike, how could this mutated feline possibly endure? If it did not perish immediately, that would be a remarkable feat, of course. This was also due to the inherent frailty of the mutant cat. Had it been a mutated ant, Shishiming would have been in dire straits. In truth, following the invasion of the cosmic evolution virus on Earth, it was these animals that first underwent mutations. From the tiniest single-celled organisms in the water to the colossal blue whales in the ocean, astonishing transformations occurred. Unlike humans, whose results varied, animals only faced two outcomes: successful mutation or death. Among humans, however, a peculiar intermediate result emerged: the zombies. These individuals, having failed to evolve, bizarrely resurrected after death, only to lose their self-awareness, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Shishiming was unaware of this. He merely pondered why this level 4 mutated creature was so feeble. Nevertheless, he shrugged off the thought. Weakness was indeed advantageous. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself before advancing to sever the head of the mutated cat. In the face of its fierce gaze, he decisively brought down his alloy tactical knife, cleaving through the creature's skull. What is this? After a lengthy search, Chu Tianming was unable to locate a crystal akin to the one found within the head of the previous flame zombie, leaving him engulfed in confusion. Could it be that mutated creatures differ from zombies? Contemplating this, Chu Tianming, reluctant to concede, continued his search for a while longer before ultimately turning away in disappointment. Huayao No. 1 High School, established in 1977, has undergone 2 renovations since its inception. However, remnants of the original buildings still linger. The basement of the No. 1 laboratory building, once intended for storing and used experimental apparatus, has now transformed into a refuge for some of the surviving students. The spacious cellar is dimly illuminated by a few hanging flashlights, rendering the darkness less oppressive. Within the basement, a dozen figures are either standing or seated, some huddled together in hushed conversation. Among them, 3 haughty young men are gathered, perched on 3 worn-out chairs, engaged in discussion. Occasionally, one of them turns his gaze towards a group of 4 girls congregated nearby, his eyes brimming with a certain leer. Brother Ming, do you think we could have our way with them? A rather slender, albeit somewhat handsome, young man, his gaze filled with lascivious intent, pointed towards the girls and spoke to the towering figure beside him. This Brother Ming, previously lost in thought, lifted his head at the remark, an expression of disdain evident in his eyes. Refrain from harboring such thoughts. This is not the time for folly. Upon hearing Ming Ji's remarks, the man instinctively recoiled, lowering his head in contemplation. After observing Ming Gu's continued focus on his thoughts, he cast a resentful glance at the 4 girls in the distance, his heart brimming with discontent. Nearby, a stout fellow, witnessing the diminutive man's expression, couldn't help but smirk, though he refrained from voicing his amusement and instead engaged in a casual conversation with him. Not far off, several boys clad in school uniforms were congregated, unmistakably adorned in the attire of Huayao No. 1 High School. Among the 8 boys gathered, a few were taciturn, lost in their thoughts, while 5 of them frequently cast wary glances towards Ming Gu and his companions, their eyes filled with suspicion. Do you think those blokes will cause trouble? They don't seem like the good sort, Lu Jin remarked, his expression alert as he eyed Ming Gu and his 2 associates. Indeed, I suspect they have their sights set on Chu Yun and the others. Look, that short one keeps glancing over there. He's definitely up to no good, replied a youthful boy with an innocent visage, his fair skin now contorted into a fierce expression. Chu Yun, as mentioned, was one of the 4 girls and also his classmate. Although the others remained silent, their glances mirrored Lu Jin's, revealing a shared hostility towards Ming Gu and his companions. Under the gaze of 4 individuals, Wu Gaofeng realized that remaining neutral was no longer an option. Thus, he reluctantly spoke up, although they may not appear to be benevolent. We are all trapped here together, and it would be prudent to avoid any disputes. Upon hearing his words, the other 3, save for Lu Jin, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, deeming Wu Gaofeng overly timid and subconsciously looking down upon him. However, Lu Jin, as a classmate of Wu Gaofeng, understood that he was not one to shy away from danger. Had it not been for Wu Gaofeng's timely intervention 2 days prior, Lu Jin might have succumbed to the clutches of those grotesque zombies. Thus, while the others regarded Wu Gaofeng with disdain, Lu Jin chose to speak in his defense. I believe Gaofeng is right. We are unaware of the situation outside. If we were to quarrel and draw the attention of those zombies, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Indeed, upon Lu Jin's utterance, the faces of the other 3 turned pale with fear. They had all witnessed the terror of those undead creatures. The mere thought of those disfigured, foul-smelling monstrosities sent shivers down their spines, dispelling any prior notions they held. Their animosity toward Ming-Gu and his companions stemmed not only from the fact that they were not from their school, but also from the evident interest that the shorter individual had toward a few of the girls, especially since among them were one or two who were particularly attractive. This fueled the boys' hostility toward the trio even further. Indeed, this is something Ming-Gu and his companions are well aware of, which is precisely why Ming-Gu repeatedly prevents the diminutive one from acting recklessly. Otherwise, given their original identities as ruffians, they would hardly be so docile. Even Ming-Gu, who has never been particularly fond of women, would not deter his subordinates from seeking amusement. However, the circumstances have changed. Should they allow the little one to continue his antics, they might all find themselves as prey for the zombies lurking outside. In Chapter 39, what do you think you are? In the basement, Wu Gaofeng cast a grateful glance at Lu Jin, who responded with a smile and a reassuring pat on Wu Gaofeng's shoulder, conveying an understanding that alleviated Wu Gaofeng's awkwardness momentarily. Just then, four girls gathered at a distance suddenly rose and approached them, drawing the attention of others in the basement. The girls approached without regard for their surroundings, and one of them stepped forward to Lu Jin. Looking somewhat embarrassed as she asked, "Lu Jin, do you have any food?" With a pitiable expression, she gazed at Lu Jin. Initially pleased by the attention from such a beauty, Lu Jin's demeanor shifted as he shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm hungry myself. I have no food to offer." Lu Jin spoke a profound truth. When these individuals fled to the basement 2 days prior, they had brought little with them. Over the past 2 days, each of them had nearly starved, yet there was little they could do. Fortunately, the basement provided running water to stave off their hunger, offering at least a modicum of sustenance, though far from sufficient. After 2 days of deprivation, the boys were left with their stomachs pressed against their spines, and the girls fared no better. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the four who had already lost hope bit their lips tightly, their expressions a portrait of grievance, on the verge of tears. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly pierced the air. "I have a piece of chocolate here. I'll share it with you." The group turned to find Li Ku. "You still have food?" Lu Jin exclaimed in surprise. The young man, named Li Ku, ambled over to the four girls, extending the sole piece of chocolate in his hand toward Chu Yun. Gratefully, Chu Yun nodded at Li Ku. "Thank you," she said, as she tore open the packaging, ready to break off a piece to savor. Just then, a voice filled with ire reached their ears from a short distance away. "Do you intend to hoard the food for yourself?" The boys, including Lu Jin, turned to see the towering figure of Ming-Gu, who typically remained as silent as a shadow. Ming-Gu gazed greedily at the chocolate in Chu Yun's hand. He could withstand the allure of beauty, for he had no interest in such distractions, but the temptation of food was beyond his endurance. Upon witnessing Li Ku produce the bag of chocolates, he had already resolved to seize it for himself. Now, seeing Chu Yun poised to consume his precious treat, he could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, Brother Ming summoned his companions, the stout and the diminutive, and advanced towards the scene. The onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation as the towering figure of Brother Ming approached, instinctively drawing together, with the four young women retreating behind their male counterparts for protection. Holding the chocolate in one hand, Chu Yun's face paled as he regarded the advancing trio. The piece he had broken off was left in a state of indecision, neither consumed nor discarded. Ultimately, he could only retreat behind Lu Jin, wearing an expression of pitiful vulnerability. This display stirred Lu Jin to stand tall, as if the approaching Brother Ming had lost some of his fearsome aura, and he felt a surge of nobility within himself. Thus emboldened, Lu Jin shouted without hesitation, "What do you want?" At this declaration, Brother Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Once a leader commanding a band of 100 followers, he was now confronted by an audacious youth. How could he not be incensed? "Are you addressing me, boy?" Perhaps due to 2 days of hunger, the ferocity he intended to project appeared somewhat diminished, lacking the imposing presence he had envisioned. Indeed, perhaps emboldened by the sheer number of people on his side, Lu Jin boldly shouted, despite witnessing Brother Ming's demeanor, "What of speaking to you? Listen well. Do not approach any closer, or we shall take action." As he spoke, Lu Jin glanced at the other boys beside him, seemingly seeking affirmation for his words. With a total of 9 boys standing together, Lu Jin's proclamation bore a considerable weight of intimidation, causing even the seasoned Brother Ming to waver. Clearly, the opposing side boasted 9 individuals, although they were all students. Some were undoubtedly tall and robust, In contrast, apart from Lu Jin's own fighting capability, the other two, despite their fierce appearances, would falter in an actual confrontation. Brother Ming, upon reflection, realized that the trio stood at a disadvantage, and a wave of regret washed over him. How could he have been so impulsive as to overlook such matters? The moment he saw the other party produce that bag of chocolate, his thoughts became jumbled, leading him to confront them aggressively without considering the disparity in their strengths. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Just then, Brother Ming noticed Chu Yun, who was stealthily attempting to slip a small piece of chocolate into his mouth. And an idea suddenly struck him. He then exclaimed, "You fools, what do you gain by fighting us here?" As he spoke, he pointed directly at Chu Yun's direction. Suddenly, the 9 boys turned their gazes toward Chu Yun, causing her to nearly choke on a small piece of chocolate she had just placed in her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. What are you all staring at me for? Do you have any idea that I almost choked? Chu Yun exclaimed, her temper flaring like a spoiled princess, which only deepened the dissatisfaction of the 9 who were already perturbed by her solitary indulgence. Is that so? You almost choked, huh? Should we then offer you an apology? Wang Sun replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He had harbored discontent towards Li Ku for giving chocolate to Chu Yun, and had only refrained from expressing his disdain earlier because they were all classmates united against a common adversary. Now, witnessing Chu Yun selfishly enjoying her treat while they prepared to confront the 3 ruffians, he felt no obligation to assist her, nor did he intend to mask his contempt. At Wang Sen's words, Chu Yun's face darkened with fury. Having been cherished like a princess by her parents throughout her life, she was unaccustomed to such insolence. Just when she thought her misfortune had reached its peak, a fool had given her something to eat, only to be met with mockery the moment she took a bite. Her royal temper erupted. Fuming with anger, she glared at Wang Sun and the others, clutching the entire bag of chocolate in one hand while defiantly proclaiming, "This chocolate was given to me by that person. Since it's mine, I shall eat it without concern for your opinions. Just look at yourself. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Who do you think you are?" Silence enveloped the basement as Chu Yun's words hung in the air. On the opposite side, Minggu regarded her with a look of smug satisfaction, reveling in the moment as he observed the haughty demeanor of Chu Yun. Chapter 40. Great bust does not equate to great wit. Just as Minggu had anticipated, these affluent young ladies, accustomed to their princess-like existence, could not relinquish their airs even in such dire circumstances. He was certain that Chu Yun would inevitably clash with the male students, which prompted his earlier remarks. Indeed, as he witnessed her embroiled in a dispute with the troubled students, a wave of triumph washed over him. Conversely, after uttering her impulsive words, Chu Yun felt an immediate pang of regret. She was no fool. Her momentary surge of emotion had led her astray. Upon meeting the hostile gazes of those around her, clarity struck. This was hardly the moment to indulge her entitled temperament. The animosity directed towards her filled her with remorse. Unfortunately, it was too late. Aside from Li, who had previously offered her chocolate, the other boys glared at her with barely concealed fury. Clearly, her selfish and dismissive behavior had deeply wounded their spirits. Even Wu Gaofeng, typically mild-mannered, cast an angry glare at Chu Yun, displaying an unprecedented expression of ire. Lu Xiaoxiao, standing beside Chu Yun, noticed the boy's expressions and frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the isolated Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, what did you just say? Is that how one ought to speak?" she questioned, her voice laced with discontent. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Chu Yun was instantly filled with indignation. However, aware that she had provoked the ire of those around her, she concealed her fury and donned an expression of contrition, casting a glance at the crowd before burying her head deeply into her chest. This display of vulnerability immediately softened the hearts of several boys, who instinctively forgave Chu Yun, their gazes subtly drawn to her bosom, now accentuated by her bowed posture. As they suppressed their inner howls of desire, Lu Xiaoxiao, initially poised to articulate her thoughts, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Chu Yun's maneuver. She had harbored hopes of creating a rift between Chu Yun and the group of boys, believing that with her own beauty, which rivaled Chu Yun's, she could swiftly capture their affections and significantly enhance her chances of survival in this social milieu. Yet, it became evident that Chu Yun was not so easily trifled with. Her earlier provocative remarks had stemmed from a moment of agitation, and once her composure returned, she proved to be a formidable opponent, who said that children from affluent families were easily deceived. Each one of them was astute. And were it not for the 2 days of hunger that had heightened Chu Yun's emotionality, she would never have uttered such words. As for the other two girls, Lu Xiaoxiao chose to disregard them entirely. In terms of beauty, they paled in comparison to her and Chu Yun, while their lack of refinement, being from ordinary families, rendered them devoid of the grace that characterized women from the upper echelons of society. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao did not regard the two of them as her rivals. In her eyes, only Chu Yun posed a threat to her. Perhaps, before the apocalypse, she had deemed it beneath her to compete with Chu Yun for boys who lacked both status and looks. However, now, in this era of desolation where flesh-eating zombies roamed freely, having more suitors to protect her was far preferable to facing the dangers alone. This was not a time for her to be choosy. Regardless of their appearance, each additional ally was a boon. Therefore, she had to suppress her disdain and engage with these odious men, even resorting to scheming with that insufferable Chu Yun. If it weren't for the necessity of survival, she wouldn't care to spare them a glance. As Lu Xiaoxiao surveyed the group of boys before her, a flicker of contempt flashed in her eyes, though she concealed it so well that no one noticed. Meanwhile, Minggu observed with astonishment as the girl named Chu Yun seemed to undergo a sudden transformation, his expression shifting in response. He could clearly see that several boys, who had previously worn expressions of anger, now exhibited a more lascivious demeanor. He inwardly lamented the failure of his plans, realizing he had underestimated these pampered young ladies. I truly misjudged them. Alas, what a blunder. Minggu reflected regretfully. Chu Yun discreetly glanced at the 9 boys before her. The one named Li Ku had not shown any signs of anger towards her, and she felt no need to gauge his expression. However, she could not afford to overlook the others. With this thought in mind, she discreetly scrutinized the expressions of the other boys. First, her gaze fell upon the tall boy who had just ridiculed her, a lad named Wang Sr. Although his face did not betray any overtly lascivious expression, Chu Yun, with her years of keen observation, discerned a glimmer of something in his eyes. A surge of joy welled up within her. Even this first boy to mock her seemed to harbor some interest. She felt as if she had taken another step closer to success. Her attention then drifted, gliding past the bashful Li Ku and landing on Lu Jin, a boy with whom Chu Yun was somewhat familiar. Earlier, he had displayed a countenance of anger, yet now, while the fury had ebbed from his expression, he revealed no other sentiments. Chu Yun could not ascertain whether Lu Jin was merely adept at concealing his feelings or if he had always been indifferent to her, leaving her previously buoyant mood considerably dampened. Continuing past Lu Jin, her gaze settled on a slightly portly boy who had been standing beside him, whom she recalled was named Wu Gaofeng. He was a top student in Class 1 of the senior year and also served as class monitor, maintaining a solid rapport with Lu Jin. At that moment, Wu Gaofeng regarded her with a blank expression, his thoughts a mystery to her. Wu Gaofeng, was he not a friend of Chu Tianming? She wondered if Chu Tianming was still alive. A handsome figure flashed through her mind, but she promptly shook her head. This was not the moment for thoughts of attractive boys. Her gaze once again swept over Wu Gaofeng's figure, as Chu Yun meticulously examined the group of boys before her. Among them, one was familiar. He was a classmate with whom she had never exchanged a word, barely qualifying as an acquaintance. Had it not been for her sharp memory, she might have even struggled to recall his name. Aside from Lu Jin, whose indifference remained inscrutable, and Wu Gaofeng with his impassive countenance, the other boys were evidently captivated by her demeanor, which filled Chu Yun's heart with a surge of joy. Chapter 41. The distribution of chocolate. As Chu Yun observed the expressions of the 9 boys, she gradually lifted her head, adopting a pitiable appearance as she glanced at them. With a soft sob, she choked out, "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm just so hungry. It's been 2 days since I last ate. Please don't be upset with me." Her gentle tone, combined with her woeful expression, stirred sympathy not only in the 9 boys, but even in the diminutive and portly companions of Minggu, who couldn't help but display understanding looks, prompting Minggu to lament his unfortunate fate in encountering such a challenging character. Oh dear, Jian truly proved to be a formidable presence. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly realized that the situation was spiraling in an unforeseen direction. If she did not intervene soon, she risked being outmaneuvered by Chu Yun. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and said to Chu Yun, "Sister Chu Yun, we understand your feelings. In fact, we are hungry too. Don't you all agree?" The crowd instinctively nodded in agreement. Even Wu Gaofeng cast a affirming glance at Lu Xiaoxiao. Clearly, compared to the junior Chu Yun, Lu Xiaoxiao, as a classmate, held greater persuasive power over him. Observing the collective nodding of the audience, Lu Xiaoxiao seized the moment before Chu Yun could speak. Continuing with enthusiasm, everyone is hungry, and we can empathize with your feelings. However, you shouldn't indulge in solitary feasting, should you? Now that you realize your mistake, why not share the chocolate? Let us all partake together. What do you think? Upon Lu Xiaoxiao steering the conversation towards chocolate, Chu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. While the others promptly discarded their previous thoughts, nodding in unison with Lu Xiaoxiao and fixating their gazes on the bag of chocolate in Chu Yun's hands. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but take delight in Chu Yun's slightly stiff demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. Were it not for their own hunger after 2 days and nights, and the impending sense of doom, they would not have allowed Lu Xiaoxiao to so easily divert their attention towards food. It was evident that when faced with the choice between survival and beauty, these not-so-foolish young men opted for life, momentarily setting aside their desires and redirecting their focus from the alluring figure to the modest bag of chocolate. This bag, though not large, would yield only a thumb-sized piece for each of the 13 individuals if divided, and with Chu Yun having already taken a bite, the portions available for sharing grew even more meager. In that moment, the 9 boys, who had previously been united, cast veiled, hostile glances at one another, their hearts secretly wishing for the demise of their peers at the jaws of the zombies, hoping to claim a larger share of the precious chocolate. Yet, this was merely human nature. After all, they were merely classmates, many not even in the same class. Before the apocalypse, they were essentially strangers. So how could they possibly sacrifice their own survival for others? Perhaps such saints exist in the world, but they were certainly not among this group. It was not just these boys who coveted the chocolate. Even the 2 girls who had remained largely silent throughout were eyeing the enticing package in Chu Yun's hands with evident longing. Damn it, it seems I won't get any. Ming Gu, observing the group, understood all too well that they would not share a morsel with him. He was far more aware of human selfishness than these naive youths, and harbored no foolish expectations. After a while, noticing the continued silence among the crowd, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, are these people brainless? At such a time, do they really still wish to bicker? Observing the tense atmosphere among the boys, Lu Xiaoxiao's ire flared. Thinking to herself, if you one team make a decision, then I shall. With that resolve, Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward once more, instantly garnering the attention of everyone present. Clearing her throat softly, Lu Xiaoxiao spoke up. I understand the thoughts lingering in everyone's minds, but I implore you to direct your gaze over there. Do you truly believe we ought to engage in actions that sow division among us? She pointed towards Ming Gu and his companions, causing their faces to darken with indignation. The audacity of that little vixen to involve the 3 of us. Ming Gu seethed inwardly, wishing for her to avoid crossing paths with him, lest she face dire consequences. In stark contrast to Ming Ji's fury, the 9 boys, upon noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's gesture, felt a wave of unease wash over them. They had been so preoccupied with their own schemes to secure a share of the chocolate that they nearly overlooked the presence of those 3 perilous figures. Even the more clear-headed Wu Gaofeng and Lu Jin experienced a twinge of anxiety, reflecting on how, despite their benign intentions, they had remained wary of others while neglecting the threat posed by Ming Ji's trio. Thankfully, Lu Xiaoxiao's clarity surpassed their own. Had it not been for her timely warning, they might have found themselves embroiled in a conflict that would have allowed Ming Gu and his companions to exploit the chaos. With this realization, the group cast appreciative glances towards Lu Xiaoxiao, prompting a surge of irritation within Chu Yun. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, merely smiled and continued, All right, let us distribute the chocolate. Who knows when our next meal will be? It's possible we may not even survive to see that moment. As Lu Xiaoxiao spoke, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Though her intention was merely to ensure that everyone remembered her presence more vividly, the moment those words left her lips, a sense of trepidation gripped her heart. A palpable silence enveloped the group, before they gradually converged, extracting 2 pieces of chocolate from their wrappers. After a meticulous division, they finally consumed every last morsel. Once the chocolate was ingested, whether it was mere illusion or genuine effect, they immediately felt their ravenous hunger abate, as if they were satisfyingly full. Chapter 42. Reluctant to await death. After devouring the chocolate, the group reassembled in small clusters. This time, the 4 girls gravitated towards the boys, seemingly united by the shared experience of the chocolate. Observing their camaraderie ignited a fierce anger within Ming Gu and his companions, who were still famished, wishing they could rush over and deliver a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, the shorter and plumper individuals fixated their gaze on Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun's alluring forms, perhaps seeking solace for their own gnawing hunger. Time trickled by, second by second. The scarcity of chocolate was painfully evident. Each person had only received a meager portion, hardly enough to satiate their hunger. Lu Jin nudged Wu Gaofeng with her elbow, whispering softly, "I'm hungry again. Are we truly destined to starve to death here?" Wu Gaofeng cast a helpless glance at Lu Jin. He too was feeling the pangs of hunger. Yet what could they do? Their lack of preparation upon their escape resulted in a complete absence of provisions. The only sustenance that Li managed to procure was a small packet of chocolate, a choice dictated by the convenience of its compact size, easily stowed away in a pocket. It was not a matter of conscious planning. Otherwise, one would not have been limited to such a solitary item. Casting a glance at Lu Jin, Wu Gaofeng absent-mindedly patted his flat stomach, and with a spark of inspiration, he whispered to Lu Jin, "Why not venture out to seek some food? After all, we face certain doom here. I would rather perish with a full belly than starve to death." Though Wu Gaofeng and Lu Jin spoke in hushed tones, their words were clearly audible, as the others were seated in close proximity. Upon hearing Wu Gaofeng's proposition, several young men exchanged approving glances. Indeed, Wu Gaofeng's sentiment resonated profoundly. We ought not to languish here awaiting our demise. Even in death, I, Wang Sun, would prefer to be a well-fed ghost. Wang Sun exclaimed, thumping his thigh with fervor. His booming voice commanded attention, drawing the gaze of Ming Guo and his companions from afar, who could not help but turn their eyes toward Wang Sr. Unfazed by the collective attention, Wang Sun stood resolute. Rising to his feet, his tone somewhat feeble, yet his voice resonating firmly, he proclaimed, "I believe we all comprehend the significance of the overarching principles, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. As Wu Gaofeng aptly stated, even if we remain ensconced here in safety, it is merely a matter of time before we meet our demise. Thus, it would be far more prudent to venture forth in search of sustenance. At least this way, we may discover a path to survival. If we continue to hide in this place, we will be utterly bereft of any means of escape. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, I, Wang Sun, have resolved to seek food." With that, Wang Sun's gaze shifted directly to Wu Gaofeng, the originator of this discourse. Upon meeting Wang Sun's eyes, Wu Gaofeng glanced at Lu Jin beside him and took her hand, rising to his feet. "Indeed, we too shall venture out in search of provisions. It is evident to all that after 2 days without nourishment, our strength has significantly waned. If we delay another day, I fear we shall lack the energy to even escape this basement. Will you continue to linger here and await death?" Upon hearing Wu Gaofeng's words, several previously hesitant young men immediately stood up, expressing their agreement to seek food. Only 2 particularly timid individuals remained seated, provoking disdain from the group of 7. Aware of their precarious position, the 2 young men could only lower their heads, enduring the scorn directed at them. Their reluctance to venture out stemmed from an overwhelming dread of the terrifying zombies. Their hearts raced, and their legs trembled, rendering them incapable of summoning the courage to seek sustenance. Among the 4 girls, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun stood up almost simultaneously, while the other 2 displayed no intention of rising to join them. Upon witnessing the 2 girls standing, the 2 seated boys lowered their heads even further, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and shame. Yet, the thought of the lurking zombies extinguished any courage they might have mustered to stand. Better to endure the awkwardness and shame than to face the prospect of being devoured by those creatures. Wu Gaofeng and the other 6 were taken aback when they saw Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun rise, particularly Lu Xiaoxiao, who had consistently exuded an aura of competence, prompting the boys to regard her with newfound respect. As for Chu Yun, the label of mere ornament was swiftly erased from their minds. With those who ought to stand having done so, the remaining 4 seemed disinclined to follow suit. Wu Gaofeng and Wang Sun exchanged glances before turning their attention to Ming Guo and his companions. Ming Guo felt a surge of frustration as he noticed everyone looking in their direction. However, upon seeing the expressions of his 2 brothers beside him, his initial anger dwindled to resignation. "What are you all staring at?" Ming Guo thought helplessly, though his words remained assertive. Wu Gaofeng and Wang Sun shared a glance, and it was Wang Sun who stepped forward and declared loudly, "It's nothing. We were just wondering if you 3 strapping men should join us in seeking provisions." In truth, they feared that after their departure, Ming and his companions might wreak havoc upon the remaining 4. Although these 4 individuals appeared disloyal, They were still bound by the camaraderie of their shared experiences as classmates, and thus they felt compelled to offer assistance, especially considering their own reservations. Consequently, it was imperative for Ming and his companions to accompany them. Clearly, a person as astute as Ming was well aware of the underlying motivations, and upon hearing Wang Xin's words, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, harboring deep-seated animosity towards these individuals. He vowed that should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to devour them whole. Suppressing his anger, Ming acquiesced to Wang Xin's proposal. "We shall accompany you," he declared, darkly pulling along the diminutive and portly companions beside him, following Wu Gaofeng and the others towards the entrance of the basement. Chapter 43. The screams of men due to the outbreak occurring at night. The entire experimental building was devoid of any personnel, which implied that no zombies roamed within its confines. This revelation brought a modicum of relief to the 12 individuals who had recently ascended. "Everyone, take heed. We shattered the glass doors upon our entrance, and it is entirely possible that zombies have already infiltrated the building," Wang Sun admonished with a grave expression. "Therefore, let us remain vigilant. Should we inadvertently encounter a zombie, remember to unite our efforts. Together, we can confront one or two of them." The crowd nodded in agreement, although Lu Jin felt quite displeased with Wang Xin's authoritative demeanor. It was undeniable that Wang Xin's imposing stature lent him an air of persuasion that Lu Jin's frail physique simply could not match. After delivering his remarks, Wang Sun positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Even Wu Gaofeng, who had previously suggested searching for food alongside Wang Sun, lagged behind him, a clear indication of Wang Xin's leadership within this makeshift team. In the midst of the gathering, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. Soon, the group turned a corner and arrived at the main corridor of the laboratory building. By continuing eastward, they would reach the grand entrance, which was the very same door through which they had entered 2 days prior. The corridor floor was tiled, and although Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun were female, they wore sneakers as students rather than high heels. Consequently, with everyone's conscious effort to tread lightly, no sound was made. As they proceeded eastward, the entire laboratory exuded an unusual tranquility. After a while, a glimmer of sunlight began to pierce through the dimness at the end of the corridor. Wang Sun raised his hand to check his watch, realizing that it had unwittingly become past 8 in the morning. He pondered whether these zombies, akin to traditional depictions, might refrain from activity during daylight hours. After all, when they had sought refuge in the basement, it had been the early hours of the morning, and the undead had not emerged. Thus, Wang Sun remained uncertain whether these creatures would share the same aversion to sunlight as their fictional counterparts. If fear truly grips one, then that would be splendid. With this thought swirling in his mind, Wang Sun instinctively quickened his pace. Suddenly, as he reached the end of the corridor, he stepped forward. But before his other foot could follow, he found himself frozen in place. The individuals trailing behind him, caught off guard, collided into him, sending Wang Sun crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In the next instant, before anyone could express their apologies, Wang Sun let out a piercing scream of sheer terror. It was hard to fathom how a boy's scream could be so shrill, yet at that moment, no one had the luxury to ponder such thoughts, for their eyes were drawn to several ragged figures, their pale skin and eyes glowing with a ghastly green hue, unmistakably embodying the very essence of their deepest fears. Zombies. At that moment, who would still regard Wang Sun, their erstwhile leader? Who could recall their earlier vows to unite against the undead? In their minds, a singular command echoed, urging them onward. Run. Run fast. At that very moment, in the northeastern corner of the experimental building, a figure abruptly turned, gazing towards the structure. Were there screams? Were there living souls? The figure descended to the ground and immediately took off, sprinting towards the experimental building. This person was none other than Chu Tianming. Just as Chu Tianming had departed from the classroom of Class 3, he encountered numerous zombies along the way, yet he did not encounter any mutated creatures. The Level 2 zombies posed no challenge or opportunity for experience gain, rendering the act of slaying them rather tedious. After a while, observing the relentless tide of zombies approaching him, he reluctantly chose to retreat. Rather than squander his energy on these experience-less foes, he resolved to wait until they ascended to Level 3, at which point he could engage them for a more rewarding encounter. A single Level 3 zombie would grant him a point of experience, propelling him swiftly towards Level 4. Since his upgrade yesterday, Chu Tianming had toiled without respite, only amassing a mere 2 points of experience, which left him feeling rather disheartened, especially considering how swiftly he had anticipated his next level up. Gazing at the number 292 in his experience bar filled him with a sense of conflict, particularly after crossing paths with so many zombies devoid of any experience to offer. Indeed, his spirits were considerably low. Furthermore, having witnessed the existence of mutated beings, he understood that his journey would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. Thus, he sought a companion who could assist him, and Wu Gaofeng emerged as an excellent choice. They were good friends, and Chu Tianming trusted him enough to impart some survival skills. Moreover, Wu Gaofeng possessed driving skills, which Chu Tianming lacked. With a vehicle at their disposal, the 34-kilometer distance would no longer seem insurmountable. Relying solely on foot, even with Chu Tianming's commendable physical fitness, could not compare to the advantages of a car. However, he could not find Wu Gaofeng for the time being, nor did he encounter his corpse or see him transformed into a zombie. Yet, an instinctive feeling whispered to him that Wu Gaofeng was still alive. Only moments ago, while evading a horde of zombies, he had heard a piercing scream. It was evident that zombies do not scream. Thus, it must have been a living person, regardless of whether Wu Gaofeng was inside or not. Chu Tianming felt compelled to investigate. After all, they were all survivors now, united by a common enemy, and he was willing to extend his assistance. Chapter 44. Timely arrival. Rushing forward with great speed, Chu Tianming quickly reached the eastern entrance of the laboratory building. Through the transparent glass doors, he caught sight of the scene within. 3 pale-skinned zombies, nimble in their movements, were voraciously feasting on a human corpse inside the entrance. Beside the shattered glass doors lay several stones and a broken chair. The person was already dead. A slight twitch passed over Chu Tianming's lips. Having just glimpsed a living soul, he found it tragic that by the time he arrived, the individual had already met their demise. This evoked a sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Damn those zombies, they all deserve to perish. The sound of boom boom. Boom echoed in rapid succession as Chu Tianming landed and glanced at the 3 zombies whose heads were embedded in the wall. A cold smile crept across his face. If not for the desire to keep my shoes clean, I would have kicked your heads in without hesitation. Muttering under his breath in frustration, he lowered his gaze to the dismembered corpse and let out a resigned sigh. Alas, why do you not endure a little longer? Glancing at the ineffectual figure, as he observed the head of his adversary vanish, Chu Tianming contemplated turning away. However, in the next moment, he halted, and with a swift motion, he found himself in the corridor. What is this? On the floor around the corner of the corridor, a slightly yellowish puddle, exuding a foul odor, came into his view. Is this urine? Could there still be someone here? With this thought, Chu Tianming immediately lifted his gaze towards the dimly lit corridor, and his previously tranquil emotions surged once more. The reason Chu Tianming did not suspect that this puddle of urine belonged to the corpse was primarily due to the direction of the scent. The mere possibility of other human beings existing within this experimental building dispelled his hesitation, and he promptly followed the stench, racing deeper into the corridor. It must be said that the enhanced physical prowess, now 16-fold, manifesting from the fundamental cellular transformation, extends beyond mere visible capabilities. Even the senses, sight, smell, and hearing, have undergone significant augmentation. Chu Tianming's olfactory acuity now rivals that of an ordinary police dog. Following the scent, he soon arrived at the staircase. Ascending, furrowing his brow, an ominous premonition washed over him. It is essential to remember that the current zombies possess double the physical attributes of an ordinary person. Competing in endurance against a zombie is akin to courting death. Throughout his journey, Chu Tianming was not merely assailed by a singular scent. Could he truly be oblivious to the overpowering stench of decay emanating from the corpses of the zombies? Thus, he was certain that the survivors were currently being pursued by one or more of these undead fiends, which could easily explain why some were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders, fleeing in a frantic daze towards the upper floors. He distinctly recalled that the experimental building possessed a basement, a far more secure refuge than hiding outdoors. However, in moments of extreme peril, individuals often lack the clarity of thought necessary to make rational decisions. They instinctively flee in the direction that first catches their attention, which elucidated why these individuals chose to ascend the stairs. The building comprised only 4 stories, yet upon reaching the 4th floor, the foul odors still lingered. Could they have sought refuge on the rooftop? Contemplating this, Chu Tianming's gaze instinctively drifted towards the staircase leading to the terrace. Having traversed 3 floors, He was now convinced that more than one human being still lived. The ground bore the remnants of torn flesh, abundant bloodstains, and 3 disparate shoes. Surely, one person cannot don 3 different shoes? Moreover, these shoes belonged to distinct brands and styles, indicating that 3 separate individuals had left their mark. The presence of 3 shoes, along with pools of blood and bits of flesh, suggested that at least 3 people had been pursued by zombies and had sustained injuries. As for whether these shoes belonged to the undead, Chu Tianming was well aware that most zombies were barefoot. At least, the ones he had encountered in the dormitory were. If bitten by a zombie, one must eliminate the threat. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming hastened up the staircase. The pathway leading to the rooftop was relatively short, merely half the length of a typical staircase. The iron door to the rooftop stood ajar, and he could already hear the ghastly roars of the undead mingled with the anguished cries of humanity. His gaze shifted toward the iron door, where he was startled to discover 10 deep claw marks etched into the surface. Instantly, his expression grew tense, and his pupils constricted. It appeared that a formidable adversary lurked within. This realization filled Chu Tianming with exhilaration, for the presence of such a creature signified the potential for experience gain. Typically, these mutated zombies were 1 or 2 levels stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Even a single level increase would yield him 1 point of experience. He thought to himself, any gain is valuable. With renewed determination, he grasped the alloy combat knife strapped to his back and drew it into his hand, propelling himself towards the rooftop with remarkable speed. Please, let them not all be injured. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. As he dashed forward, he soon spotted several figures. Gao Feng. Upon recognizing that familiar silhouette, Chu Tianming's heart tightened, and he immediately accelerated, raising his alloy knife to deliver a powerful strike against the back of a nearby zombie. The reaction speed of an ordinary zombie pales in comparison to the swift prowess of Chu Tianming, even though they were separated by a distance of approximately 10 meters. By the time Chu Tianming's blade struck the zombie's skull, it had merely begun to turn its head. The creature did not even have the clarity to discern who had delivered its demise before succumbing to Chu Tianming's blade. With a powerful swing, he cleaved the zombie in 2, the force of his strike rendering it asunder. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly on his feet, his gaze fixated on a colossal zombie, standing about 5 to 6 meters away, towering nearly 3 meters high. In comparison to this behemoth, the other zombies appeared almost childlike. At that moment, Wu Gaofeng and the remaining survivors also noticed the sudden appearance of this figure, and a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted as they turned their attention toward Chu Tianming's visage. Tianming. Chu Tianming. Chapter 45. The First Order Titan Zombie. As Chu Tianming's silhouette came into view, it sparked a wave of gasps among the onlookers. 8 individuals remained alive on the rooftop, most of whom were acquainted with him. In response, Chu Tianming merely nodded at Wu Gaofeng and Lu Jane, his expression grave as he directed his focus toward the towering zombie before him. The presence of this creature instilled in Chu Tianming a sense of unease that surpassed even that of the earlier mutated cat, enveloping him in a heavy, oppressive aura that compelled his right hand, gripping the alloy battle knife, to tighten instinctively. Detection technique. Biological name: Titan Zombie. First stage of mutation. Power type: Level 5. Gender: Male. Physical condition: Deceased cell vitality 6. Cell strength 10. Neural response 6. Mental power 6. Overall assessment Level 6. Life form: Possess skills: Herculean strike, concentrates all the strength throughout the body into a single blow, capable of delivering 3 times the power of a standard attack. Viral infection. Furrowing his brow at the attributes of this Titan zombie, Chu Tianming felt a pang of unease. How had this zombie ascended to level 5? Could the evolution disparity among zombies be so vast? It is worth noting that the ordinary zombies were merely at level 2, while the mutated cat he previously dispatched was only at level 4, and that fire zombie was a mere level 3. However, this Titan zombie clearly displayed a formidable level 5, with physical attributes that surpassed the level 3 fire zombie by a full 2-fold. Most astonishing was its skill, 3 times the power of a standard attack. This implies that when wielding this ability, a single strike could reach the terrifying strength akin to entities with a cell strength of 30. Meanwhile, Chu Tianming's own cell strength stood at a mere 16, making him ill-equipped to withstand such a devastating blow. It appeared that this battle would not be as effortless as the previous ones. Contemplating this, Chu Tianming hastily gestured to the still-dazed crowd, inwardly cursing their lack of awareness. At this moment, on the vast rooftop, only a colossal, powerful zombie, Chu Tianming, and 8 others remained. The towering zombie cast a glance at the slowly advancing 8 individuals, causing them to nearly collapse in fear. Fortunately, it seemed that the creature was also wary of Chu Tianming, refraining from any obstructive actions. This, however, deepened the furrow in Chu Tianming's brow. Could it be that it possessed intelligence? He pondered. He recalled that before leaving the dormitory building, he had speculated that zombies endowed with mental prowess would also possess wisdom. Yet, the reality had proven this notion erroneous. In truth, the possession of mental power did not directly correlate with wisdom. However, once wisdom was attained, mental power was inevitably acquired, while the reverse was not necessarily true. This distinction was evident in the fierce flame zombie and the mutated cat. Both were formidable, yet lacked the spark of intelligence in their eyes, resembling mindless beasts solely driven by the instinct to hunt, unlike the scrutinizing giant zombie before him. Tianming, can you handle him? Wu Gaofeng asked anxiously, stealing a furtive glance at the zombie before hastily averting his gaze. Wu Gaofeng hesitated. Don't worry. I can manage him. You all should retreat for now. With that, Chu Tianming propelled himself from the ground with a powerful thrust of his right leg, soaring into the air like a bird, achieving a height of 3 to 4 meters. He then grasped his knife with both hands and brought it down forcefully towards the colossal zombie. With a resounding roar, the formidable zombie unleashed a powerful strike, its colossal palms resembling giant fans forcefully descending upon Chu Tianming, who was leaping from above. Had these hands made contact, Chu Tianming would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. In that pivotal moment, he swiftly altered the trajectory of his blade, redirecting it from the zombie's head to its outstretched hands. Sever, with a decisive slash. Disappointment washed over him. He had not anticipated that the astute zombie would evade at the last moment. Nevertheless, his blade managed to slice away a portion of its right arm, sparing it from a more grievous fate. Landing deftly, Chu Tianming surged forward with unyielding momentum. The zombie, having narrowly escaped the previous attack, was left vulnerable and unable to retaliate or evade. Chu Tianming's blade, aimed directly at its head, promised to deliver a fatal blow. With a fierce glare, just as his blade approached its target, the zombie's arms suddenly swelled, as if engorged with blood. Its sinewy hands, resembling thick columns, crashed violently against the surface of Chu Tianming's weapon. With a thunderous impact, Chu Tianming felt an immense force surge through him. In an instant, his alloy blade flew from his grasp, embedding itself into the rooftop, leaving only the hilt visible above the surface. However, the formidable zombie was not unscathed. Although Chu Tianming's blade had been unleashed, the force behind it still caused the creature to stagger backwards several steps, ultimately collapsing onto the rooftop. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Tianming abandoned the alloy warblade, his legs resembling 2 fierce dragons as he lunged towards the fallen giant zombie. With a thunderous sound, his shadowless kick manifested, empowered by 5 years of internal energy, casting countless leg shadows that enveloped the downed giant zombie. It was as if each kick were a whip, striking mercilessly against its body. In an instant, not a single part of the giant zombie remained unscathed, particularly the head, which Chu Tianming focused on, ultimately obliterating it after delivering 17 or 18 devastating blows. Following a torrential downpour of blood, Chu Tianming, using a cloth to shield his hand, retrieved a blood-red crystal that had erupted from the zombie's shattered head. He then turned and, with a few swift steps, retrieved his alloy warblade. Rubbing his calf gently, he mused, that was quite painful. Chapter 46. Choices. After vanquishing a level 5 giant zombie, Chu Tianming obtained a crystal and simultaneously earned 3 experience points. However, he also recognized that these zombies were not as easily dealt with as he had initially imagined. In such a short span of time, a level 5 zombie had already appeared. What would happen if he survived this day? Would level 6, 7, or even 8 zombies emerge? Although the attributes of these zombies were not particularly high, a level 5 zombie's attributes were inferior to his own level 3 status. They possessed their own unique skills. For instance, the previous flame-wielding zombie demonstrated such mastery over fire that even those with attributes double his own might not stand a chance against him. Moreover, the recently deceased colossal zombie is not to be underestimated either. While a full frontal assault may reveal vulnerabilities, its sheer might is formidable, should one fail to evade its onslaught. Even those with attributes thrice that of the colossal zombie would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Once wounded, It would not be long before they become the feast for these relentless creatures. Unbeknownst to him, a figure lurking in the shadows of a nearby teaching building had been observing intently. Upon descending to the 4th floor, Chu Tianming immediately noticed the anxious expressions of 8 individuals. As soon as they spotted him, they began to chatter excitedly, creating a cacophony that tested Chu Tianming's patience. All right, one at a time. Gao Feng, you speak first. He shot them an exasperated glare and pointed towards his closest confidant, Wu Gaofeng. The others fell silent. And Wu Gaofeng boldly inquired, Tianming, did you slay that zombie? Upon hearing this, the other 7 gazed at Chu Tianming with eager anticipation. He glanced at them and nodded, reassuringly stating, rest assured, it is dead. Ah, that's a relief. Oh, suddenly, Chu Tianming turned his attention to a stranger, a young man clutching his shoulder in agony, his attire stained with copious amounts of blood, which continued to seep through his fingers. Have you been scratched by a zombie? Chu Tianming inquired with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the individual immediately shook his head fervently, as if it were a rattle drum, persistently denying, No, I wasn't scratched by a zombie. I accidentally cut myself on a piece of wire. However, his words lacked any semblance of conviction, as one of the boys loudly pointed at him, exclaiming, Brother Chu, I saw him get scratched by a zombie. We cannot keep him. Chu Tianming nodded and gestured for the crowd to part, advancing toward the individual. Release your hand. The boy, trembling in fear, gazed at Chu Tianming, yet his left hand remained clamped over the wound. With a steely gaze, Chu Tianming reiterated, I command you to let go. If your injury truly stems from wire, I will discern that at a glance. But if it is indeed a zombie scratch, you must be aware of the consequences. No one comprehended the ramifications of such an injury better than Chu Tianming, for it was explicitly stated in the skill set of all zombies. Faced with Chu Tianming's resolute demeanor and the terrified, disdainful glances of the other 7, the boy gradually lowered his hand from the wound. Upon its release, Chu Tianming beheld 4 gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone, unmistakably inflicted by claws rather than any wire. Frowning, he confirmed that the boy had indeed been scratched by a zombie, leaving him in a quandary. If he were to abandon him, Chu Tianming found himself unable to muster the resolve. Despite his unhesitating actions against the undead, this was a living human being before him. The thought of taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. Perhaps in the future, he might find the strength to do so, but in the present, he simply could not. It became evident to him that this young man had indeed been clawed by a zombie, yet his heart was torn with indecision. The boy stood frozen, head bowed, as if he were already aware of the grim fate that awaited him. However, the intense, almost palpable hatred reflected in his gaze towards the ground betrayed his innermost thoughts. He comprehended that the other individual was blatantly lying. He had not witnessed the boy's injury, though the boy himself knew too well that he had indeed been harmed by the zombies. The outcome seemed inevitable. He would succumb to the same fate as those mindless creatures, becoming a mere shell of his former self. Even if that powerful Chu Tianming chose to disregard him, a flicker of hope still resided in his heart. Yet that fragile hope was ruthlessly extinguished by the other. Chu Tianming stood before the injured youth for over a minute, grappling with his decision. Let us leave. This place is no longer safe for lingering. Do you wish to remain here? With that, he resolutely stepped around the incredulous boy and descended the staircase. Behind him, Wu Gaofeng approached and gently patted the boy on the shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, Tianming is far from a cold-blooded butcher. As long as you have not succumbed to the fate of those zombies, he will not take your life. With that, Wu Gaofeng hurriedly tugged at Lu Jin, swiftly following the path of the forward-moving Chu Tianming. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a curious glance at the silhouette of Chu Tianming before hastening to join him. As for the fate of that boy, she was utterly indifferent. Accompanying her was Chu Yun, who was equally intrigued by Chu Tianming. After exchanging a glance filled with mutual hostility, they proceeded together. Ming Ge cast a complex gaze at the retreating figure of Chu Tianming. Recalling the unfortunate demise of the short and the fat on the rooftop, and couldn't he help but smile wryly. Thinking to himself, it appears I must now lower my head and play the role of a subordinate. Ultimately, he quickened his pace to catch up. Chapter 47. Tell me. Why? We are only 117 votes short of 2,500. It is not much. Surely, today will prompt Misha to update. I beg of you all. Understanding this, Chu Tianming retrieved some chocolate from his pocket and distributed it among them. Of course, he did not have much. He had brought it primarily to savor the taste. for food held little significance to him, possessing the elixir of abstinence. After sharing the chocolate, Chu Tianming took out the keys they carried and unlocked the door to the basement. One by one, they entered, and after closing the door behind them, they proceeded towards the direction where they had previously rested, guided by the faint light. The basement, neither overly spacious nor diminutive, resembles a floor that has been halved in size. It is partitioned into several rooms, complete with corridors, though significantly smaller than the upper laboratory. Remarkably, nearly 40 years have elapsed, yet this initial basement remains remarkably sturdy. The construction of yesteryears was indeed robust. Unlike the present, Chu Tianming gazed at the unwavering walls, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. At that moment, a series of low, labored breaths and moans echoed from ahead. Chu Tianming's expression shifted. He was no naive youth. As a senior in high school, he had experienced a few romantic entanglements and had gained a measure of understanding in that regard. Upon hearing those sounds, he could hardly feign ignorance. He recalled Wu Gaofeng mentioning that 2 girls and 2 boys had chosen to remain behind when they departed. It seemed they were indulging in a moment of intimacy. Yet, he pondered whether those 2 girls had consented. However, the sounds did not suggest coercion. Still, until the situation was clarified, Chu Tianming refrained from jumping to conclusions. "Who will go and take a look?" he inquired, turning to the 8 individuals behind him. His gaze bypassed the 2 girls, understanding that their delicate sensibilities would be heightened by such sounds, leaving their faces flushed. He could not possibly ask them to investigate. As for the remaining 6 boys, upon hearing his words, only the tall figure known as Minggu raised his head, while the others lowered their gazes. "Ahem, Minggu. Perhaps you should go and take a look." Pointing towards Minggu, who was looking up, Chu Tianming learned from Wu Gaofeng that this Minggu had previously had a conflict with him and his 2 deceased brothers. However, Wu Gaofeng also mentioned that this Minggu appeared to be not overly lustful. He merely sought something to eat. Upon hearing Chu Tianming's words, Minggu chuckled and nodded, then proceeded forward, turning around a corner and entering a large room. Under the beam of the flashlight above, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of 4 bare bodies, prompting him to snicker disdainfully before promptly exiting the large room. The 4 individuals lost in their revelry remained oblivious to Ming Ji's presence, continuing their endeavors with vigor. Upon returning to the others, Minggu recounted his observations to Chu Tianming, particularly emphasizing the nauseating sight of the 4 crammed together. Chu Tianming felt a wave of disgust. While one might wish to indulge in their desires before death, doing so as a group was simply repugnant. The image of the 2 men huddled together made him feel particularly ill. How could these wretches not have met their end yet? Lu Jin covered his mouth, his face contorted in revulsion. Not only him, but aside from Chu Tianming, who maintained a relatively calm demeanor, the other 6 displayed similar expressions of disgust. As for Minggu, having witnessed the scene, he had likely expelled his nausea long ago. "All right, let us change rooms," Chu Tianming declared, casting a glance at the rooms lining the corridor, before carelessly selecting one and pushing the door open to enter. As the flashlight illuminated the room, the group surveyed their surroundings before carefully moving a few overturned chairs aside, each taking a seat. Lu Xiaoxiao promptly retrieved 2 chairs, offering one to Chu Tianming, and then placed her own beside him, settling down quietly. Chu Tianming cast a glance at her, although he was reluctant to engage with this woman. He could hardly refuse her kindness, so he took a seat as well. Upon seeing Chu Tianming sit down, a flicker of delight sparkled in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes, while Chu Yun, who had arrived a moment too late, felt a pang of regret. Given that there was only one flashlight, the expressions of the 2 girls remained obscured. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao's overt gesture of offering a chair to Chu Tianming was unmistakable, leading the boys who had previously harbored intentions towards Lu Xiaoxiao to swiftly abandon their thoughts. Once everyone was seated, Chu Tianming instructed Lu Jin to place the flashlight on the ground at the center of the group, directing its beam toward the ceiling. Glancing at the others, Chu Tianming noted that even in the darkness, his vision remained remarkably sharp, nearing the acuity of night vision. "Now, who among you can recount what transpired at the onset of the apocalypse?" Chu Tianming inquired. When he awoke, it was already broad daylight, and the undead had begun to roam freely. A persistent question lingered in his mind. What had caused humanity to transform into zombies? How extensive was the reach of this calamity? For a long time, Chu Tianming has been plagued by 2 questions, yet he has never encountered a single living soul to provide answers. Thus he has been left to speculate alone. Previously, He had contemplated the possibility that the calamity might be linked to the meteorites from that fateful night. After all, they were celestial entities, making them the most likely culprits for this disaster. If indeed those meteorites were responsible, the implications would be vast. The 8 individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately, 7 of them shook their heads in resignation, leaving only Minggu, who remained silent. Consequently, Chu Tianming's gaze turned towards this notorious figure of the underworld, Minggu. Do you know? Upon meeting Chu Tianming's gaze, Minggu nodded slightly. I know a bit. Just before the apocalypse began, I happened to be dining with some brothers at a restaurant when the television reported on 2 asteroids colliding with Earth. The collision occurred beyond our planet, and fragments subsequently rained down, obliterated by humanity's weaponry. This much I am aware of. What I seek to understand is what transpired afterward. Chu Tianming furrowed his brow as he spoke. He had witnessed these events as well, although he was unaware that it was 2 asteroids initially set to collide with Earth. He had always believed they were merely meteorites. However, what he truly desired to know was what unfolded after he lost consciousness. In the dimly lit confines of the basement room, Minggu, sensing the discontent in Chu Tianming's expression, felt a sudden pang of unease in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Certainly, you are undoubtedly aware of this. However, the crux of my discussion lies elsewhere. Minggu hastily interjected and continued speaking. After the fragments were reduced to powder, my comrades and I were reveling in our triumph. But it wasn't long before we were beset by a wave of dizziness, and we collapsed onto the ground. When I finally regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. Chu Tianming's gaze sharpened. Minggu had awakened in the dead of night, which implied that he had only been unconscious for 2 or 3 hours. Thus he surely possessed far more knowledge than I did. Consequently, the initially hostile look in Chu Tianming's eyes transformed into one of anticipation. Minggu did not disappoint this expectation, revealing several things unknown to Chu Tianming. Upon awakening, I discovered that everyone in the restaurant lay sprawled upon the floor, with my brethren at my side. Initially, I intended to rouse them, but as I stood up, I witnessed a portion of them undergoing a disturbing transformation. It began with violent tremors in their bodies, and within a minute, their forms began to twist grotesquely. Some faces swelled to the size of a large basket, and shortly thereafter, their bodies exhibited varying degrees of decay. Their skin turned pale, and their hair became brittle and yellowed. As Minggu recounted this tale, vivid and eerie images emerged in the hearts of the listeners, causing them to tremble in fear within that oppressive darkness. Strangely, it seemed as though they possessed no sensation at all, despite the profound transformations occurring within their bodies. Remarkably, not even a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. It was only natural, for how could one feel pain in death? Brother Ming spoke with a hint of lingering dread. Chu Tianming nodded in agreement. Indeed, these zombies exhibited no feelings whatsoever. Yet, he was certain that this was merely a temporary state. Who could predict the changes that might befall these undead in the future? At the very least, intelligent zombies had already begun to emerge. Noticing that everyone was listening intently, Brother Ming cleared his throat and continued. At that time, I was utterly terrified and fled the restaurant in a panic. To my horror, I discovered that the entire city was enveloped in an eerie silence. The once vibrant city, typically aglow with light, had plunged into darkness. I felt as though I had descended into hell itself. The deathly stillness drove me to madness as I ran, until I encountered the short man and the fat one. Then, around 3 or 4 in the morning, those who had fallen to the ground, their bodies decaying, began to rise. They then attacked the living, much like the zombies depicted in films. At that moment, numerous survivors had already emerged on the streets. The sudden resurrection of these zombies caught a significant portion of the populace off guard, resulting in their immediate assault. I witnessed firsthand individuals who were bitten or scratched transforming into indistinguishable zombies, observing their skin turn pallid and the emergence of festering sores upon their wounds, a sensation that, unless experienced directly, is utterly beyond comprehension. At this juncture, Minggu trembled uncontrollably. Upon speaking, his gaze fixated on the boy who had been clawed by a zombie. Noticing his stare, Chu Tianming turned to glance at the boy as well. The boy's complexion was ashen, his body quaking, and his forehead glistened with sweat, as if he were suffering from a grave illness. Aware of the attention he garnered, the boy instinctively shrank his neck. Does this imply that he is destined to become a zombie? Wu Gaofeng abruptly turned to Minggu, inquiring. Minggu nodded, then cast a glance at Chu Tianming. In truth, he harbored a desire to abandon the boy, for his presence posed a constant threat. Should he transform into a zombie among their ranks? Only Chu Tianming possessed the capability to remain unscathed, while the others could easily fall victim to him. However, within this makeshift squad, Chu Tianming held the ultimate authority, and it was not Ming Ji's place to voice his dissent. Thus, he could only subtly express his views, refraining from articulating them directly. Chu Tianming surveyed Ming Gu and then the boy once more, ultimately shaking his head in resignation with a soft sigh. With a heavy heart, Chu Tianming rose and approached the young man before him. I must bind you now. Should you transform into a zombie, I will grant you a swift end. If you remain unaltered, I shall release you. What say you? His gaze bore into the young man's eyes, ready to strike without hesitation at the first flicker of malice. This was an opportunity presented, and should the young man fail to recognize it, Chu Tianming would not hesitate to eliminate a human on the brink of becoming a monster. All for the safety of those around him. Upon hearing Chu Tianming's words, the young man trembled slightly, lowering his head in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze to meet Chu Tianming's and nodded. Bind me, please. I understand you are doing me a great service. Had it been anyone else, I would have surely been abandoned by now. With that, he closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Sighing softly, Chu Tianming gestured for a few understanding individuals to search the room for ropes suitable for binding. Soon enough, they procured some, and Chu Tianming meticulously secured the young man to a chair. Even if he were to become a zombie, the newly transformed creature would lack the strength to break free from the bindings, ensuring the safety of Wu Gaofeng and the others. Once secured, Chu Tianming positioned the young man in a conspicuous spot and resumed his seat, listening intently as Ming Gu recounted the tumultuous events that unfolded at the dawn of the apocalypse. Ming's fortune can be described as remarkably favorable. Firstly, he awoke at an early hour, seizing the first opportunity to flee for his life. Secondly, he fortuitously avoided being besieged by hordes of zombies. Although the undead moved slowly at the onset of the apocalypse, once their numbers reached a critical mass, encirclement rendered their sluggishness inconsequential. Furthermore, Ming, accompanied by the dwarf and the corpulent one, fled in a state of panic and fortuitously arrived at Huayao No. 1 High School, where they encountered Wu Gaofeng and other surviving students. Without this serendipitous meeting, how would they have acquired the key to the basement? How would they have known that the school harbored a refuge underground? Among Ming's discourse, the most pressing concern for Chu Tianming was the transformation of those who fell to the ground. Some had metamorphosed into zombies. But what of the others who neither became undead nor regained consciousness? What had befallen them? As for the reason behind such transformations, Chu Tianming speculated that it was linked to the two small asteroids. Otherwise, why would such occurrences not have transpired at other times? But only after the asteroids collided with Earth? Chapter 49, Regression or Evolution. Part 2. Only 116 votes remain until an additional chapter is added. Misha believes that the esteemed readers will not allow Misha's anticipation to be in vain after several hours, will they? Misha hopes for an additional chapter today, and even more fervently desires a miracle that would permit multiple chapters to be added. However, miracles are termed such precisely because their likelihood is exceedingly low, approaching near zero. Thus, Misha will contentedly hope for just one additional chapter, as the occurrence of multiple additions has seemingly never graced Misha. What could possibly be the reason? Moreover, why do similar humans yield such disparate outcomes? A surge of doubt arose in Chu Tianming's heart, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, an abrupt scream shattered the silence of the basement, startling even Chu Tianming. Turning his gaze, he beheld Lu Xiaoxiao beside him, her face a mask of terror, pointing a trembling finger towards the left front. Her eyes reflected a mixture of disgust and panic. Without uttering a word, Chu Tianming followed her gaze, and soon, the others turned their attention in that direction as well. The sight was enough to send chills down their spines, leaving everyone but Chu Tianming nearly paralyzed with fear. The boy whom Chu Tianming had placed in plain view was undergoing a startling transformation. Just as Ming Gu had described, his body began to decay to a certain extent, his skin turning an ashen hue, while his eyeballs started to invert, leaving only the whites visible. He trembled violently, sharp toenails piercing through his shoes, sparking against the ground. Within the hollow sockets where his eyes once were, a flicker of green light emerged, and a greenish orb suddenly appeared, casting an eerie glow in the pitch-black surroundings. Agonizing screams erupted from his mouth, a stark contrast to Ming Ji's earlier assertions, clearly indicating that he was suffering immensely during this grotesque metamorphosis. Could this delineate the distinction between direct mutation into a zombie and an indirect transformation? Direct mutation occurs when one dies first and then undergoes transformation, while indirect mutation involves enduring suffering during the transformation until death ensues. Chu Tianming pondered this notion. At that moment, the boy's voice had become utterly hoarse, rendering him incapable of uttering another anguished cry. Shortly thereafter, a sound emerged from his throat that was more beastly than human, a chilling roar. Upon releasing this cry, the boy ceased to struggle, his body beginning to stabilize. However, his eyes, illuminated with a sinister green glow, remained fixed upon the onlookers. Disgustingly, a viscous, yellow-green fluid, reminiscent of saliva, trickled from the corners of his mouth. The crowd recoiled, retching in revulsion, yet Chu Tianming remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the creature before him. Odd, indeed, it was perplexing that this newly turned zombie was already classified as level 2. Was it not the case that zombies undergoing indirect mutation progressed gradually from the lowest tier? When the transformation had first occurred, Chu Tianming had employed his detection technique on the creature, only to discover that it was, contrary to his expectations, indeed a level 2 zombie, which left him greatly puzzled. Tianming, are you not going to kill him? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, her eyes fixed on him. Chu Tianming glanced at her and then nodded, rising to his feet. With a swift motion, he dispatched the zombie with a single stroke of his blade. The poor creature having barely lingered in its undead state for mere minutes before meeting its untimely demise. Upon finishing his words, Chu Tianming waved his hand at Wu Gaofeng, leading him directly out of the room, leaving the 6 individuals behind, exchanging glances in silence. As for the deceased zombie, they would not dare to approach it, even if they had 100 lives. Exiting the basement, Chu Tianming guided Wu Gaofeng towards the surface, his expression calm and devoid of conversation. After a moment of shared silence, Wu Gaofeng suddenly grasped the arm of the advancing Chu Tianming. What is it? Chu Tianming turned to him and inquired. He smiled, revealing little astonishment. In fact, shortly after encountering Wu Gaofeng, he had already employed his detection technique to examine the information of all present, primarily to ascertain whether they remained ordinary individuals. To his astonishment, he uncovered an extraordinary detail. Among the 8 of them, including the one who had just transformed into a zombie, all possessed skills. Notably, Wu Gaofeng and Lu Xiaoxiao even possessed a unique ability known as talent. This revelation left Chu Tianming greatly astounded, though he had not displayed his surprise earlier. By inviting Wu Gaofeng to step aside, he sought to discern whether he genuinely regarded him as a friend. Should Wu Gaofeng voluntarily share this information, Chu Tianming would strive to assist him in enhancing his abilities. However, if he chose to conceal it, Chu Tianming would treat him merely as an ordinary acquaintance. The rationale behind his caution lay in the fact that, although these individuals possessed skills, they remained sealed, while only Wu Gaofeng's abilities appeared to have broken free from such constraints. As for the talents of the 2 individuals, Chu Tianming could only interpret them as innate gifts. Biological name: Human, Evolver. Name: Wu Gaofeng. Level 2 Gender: Male. Physical condition: Hungry cell vitality, 2 cell strength, 1 neural response, 2 mental power, 3 comprehensive assessment. Level 2 life form possesses talent: Elemental control, theoretically capable of manipulating all magical elements in the world. Yet in practice, mastering each element requires countless years. Upon mastering a particular element, one can gradually inherit the legacy of elemental magic. Possesses skill: Ice arrow technique. Launches a magic ice arrow, the thickness of a child's arm, to strike adversaries with remarkable speed and freezing effect. Wu Gaofeng's ice arrow technique intrigued Chu Tianming, who was eager to discern how many ice arrows could be launched with a mental power of 3. It is noteworthy that Chu Tianming himself possessed a mental power of 16, yet he remained utterly perplexed regarding its application. Faced with Chu Tianming's knowing demeanor, Wu Gaofeng felt a wave of helplessness, subsequently revealing the peculiar transformations occurring within his body to Chu Tianming. It transpired that 2 days prior, while Wu Gaofeng was studying in the classroom, he lost consciousness after fragments of an asteroid shattered in the sky. Upon regaining consciousness, he sensed that something unusual had transpired within him. Before he could comprehend these changes, he encountered the presence of zombies, which precipitated a frantic escape. It was only upon reaching the basement and finding a moment of respite that he had the opportunity to explore the alterations within his own body. As a result of this peculiar sensation, he unexpectedly discovered that he could perceive strange points of light in the surrounding air. By merely closing his eyes and focusing his attention, he could effortlessly sense their presence. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach these elusive light points. In Chapter 50, titled Reversion or Evolution, Part 2, Wu Gaofeng grappled with this predicament for an extended period. He yearned to confide in someone, but the only person he felt somewhat close to was Lu Jin, and their relationship could only be deemed average at best, given the sensitivity of the matter. Wu Gaofeng preferred not to share it with him. After encountering Chu Tianming, he pondered whether to disclose this phenomenon to him. Ultimately, Wu Gaofeng resolved to confide in Chu Tianming. Firstly, Chu Tianming was his closest friend, and Wu Gaofeng trusted that he would not indiscriminately divulge this information. Secondly, it was due to the remarkable abilities that Chu Tianming had exhibited. His reluctance to inform Lu Jin stemmed from the fear of being misunderstood. After all, these were apocalyptic times. If he were to reveal his ability to sense light points in the air, Lu Jin might misconstrue it as a sign of impending transformation akin to that of the zombies. Moreover, during a prior encounter with a pursuing zombie, Wu Gaofeng inexplicably acquired a memory that did not belong to him. This memory contained information about an ice-based magic known as Ice Arrow Technique, detailing how to unleash it, the necessary actions during its casting, and the extent of magical energy he could summon. In an instant, everything became clear to him. That's all there is to it. Tianming, do you think this is a good thing? Am I destined to become a mindless monster like those zombies? After Wu Gaofeng expressed his concerns, he gazed at Chu Tianming with a look of deep worry. With a chuckle, Chu Tianming pondered why Wu was so hesitant, realizing that he feared becoming a creature akin to those zombies. This thought made him unable to suppress a laugh. It's nothing to fret over. Do I appear to be a monster? Chu Tianming replied with a smile. Wu Gaofeng's face brightened, and he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that you too possess a transformation akin to mine? Is it these changes that have rendered you so formidable?" Chu Tianming nodded with a grin. The matter of the deceased system was of great significance, and he preferred to keep it a secret, planning instead to masquerade as an evolver. After all, the skills he acquired through the lottery could easily be perceived as evolution abilities. No one would suspect him. Seeing Chu Tianming's affirmative gesture, Wu Gaofeng's anxious heart finally settled. Phew, now I can relax. By the way, I haven't yet tried that ice arrow technique. I think I shall give it a go now. As he spoke, Wu Gaofeng raised his hand to cast the ice arrow technique, but was swiftly halted by Chu Tianming. Wu Gaofeng looked at him in confusion, while Chu Tianming shook his head with a smile. Let's not experiment here. We should venture outside and test it against a zombie. Without waiting for Wu Gaofeng's agreement, Chu Tianming took hold of him and headed toward the entrance of the experimental building. Behind him, Wu Gaofeng appeared pale. And had it not been for Chu Tianming's firm grip, he would likely have struggled to move at all. The mere recollection of Chu Tianming's earlier words left him feeling weak in the knees. Tianming, may I propose that we first procure some food? Wu Gaofeng conceded with a nod, fully aware that this could not wait for another occasion. No, there is no room for negotiation. Despite having acquired extraordinary powers, the terror of the zombies still gripped his heart, rendering him fearful and unsteady. Chu Tianming, cognizant of this fear, was eager for Wu Gaofeng to confront a zombie. Doing so would enable him to conquer his inner dread. The more he vanquished, the more accustomed he would become. After all, that was how Chu Tianming himself had endured. Within the experimental building, there were merely 2 or 3 zombies, which Chu Tianming had already dispatched. For the moment, no others had infiltrated the premises. As they passed the entrance, Wu Gaofeng beheld the 2 zombies whose heads had been forcefully driven into the wall by Chu Tianming, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Tianming, did you truly strike these 2 zombies into the wall? He inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Chu Tianming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that was my doing. Although Wu Gaofeng anticipated this response, he remained astonished by the transformation in Chu Tianming. How did you accomplish that? Glancing back at him, Chu Tianming smiled and said, I am not like you. What I have acquired is a physical enhancement. Now, in terms of strength, speed, and defense, I am several times more formidable than an ordinary person. Kicking 2 zombies into the wall is hardly a challenge. Wu Gaofeng's mouth twitched. If that wasn't a challenge, then what could possibly be? Unperturbed by Wu Gaofeng's thoughts, Chu Tianming decisively pulled him past the flower bed, soon coming across several zombies wandering in the campus. Go ahead. Your ice arrow technique can eliminate several at once. Remember, aim for the head. With that, Chu Tianming released Wu Gaofeng, positioning him in front, pointing at the zombies that had yet to notice their presence. Just kill them? But Wu Gaofeng felt a surge of fear, his hands and feet trembling incessantly. Chu Tianming chuckled, reassuring him, "Don't worry. If you can't do it alone, I am here. 3 ordinary zombies are nothing. A mere wave of my hand will suffice." Wu Gaofeng was at a loss for words, yet Chu Tianming's confidence ignited a spark of pride within him. Although he didn't aspire to match Chu Tianming's prowess, surely he could manage to take down at least one. With this resolve, Wu Gaofeng finally hesitantly raised his right hand, mentally reviewing the essentials of the ice arrow technique. He then gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the icy elements in the air, and began to gather a small portion of those elements in his hand, arranging them in a unique formation. Suddenly, Wu Gaofeng opened his eyes and uttered softly, "Ice arrow technique, go." With a swift motion of his right hand, a blue ice arrow, as thick as an arm, materialized before him and shot rapidly towards a distant zombie. Upon witnessing the remarkable power of this seemingly simple ice arrow technique, Chu Tianming felt a surge of excitement within. The force of this attack was comparable to a full-strength strike from a being with a cellular strength of 30. Such was the essence of magic. Expending a small portion of one's internal mana to commune with the elements of the universe to unleash tremendous energy. Truly impressive. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over Chu Tianming. Why had this magic manifested from Gaofeng's memories? Even with evolution, it should not directly confer the ability to use such powers. Could it be that this was not evolution at all, but rather a phenomenon of ancestral return? Perhaps. In ancient times, some humans genuinely wielded magic, and through some potent mystical means, the memories of these magics were passed down in ways beyond our comprehension. However, through generations of inheritance, it has become nearly impossible to unlock these abilities, and yet, the extraterrestrial viruses have just sparked this latent legacy. But is this truly the case? Chapter 51. The plan to depart. Ever since Wu Gaofeng witnessed the might of his ice arrow technique, his fear of the zombies had significantly diminished. During the second annihilation of the undead, his limbs trembled less violently than before. Thanks to the freezing capability of the ice arrow spell, even when the zombies' heads exploded, the gruesome spectacle of blood and gore was averted, as both the wounds and the fragments were encased in ice, rendering them far from repulsive. Thus, Wu Gaofeng did not succumb to nausea. After the third kill, Wu Gaofeng informed Chu Tianming that his magical energy had been depleted and that he could only await its gradual restoration before he could unleash his spells once more. Through the detection technique, Chu Tianming also discerned the alterations in Wu Gaofeng's attributes. In the column of mental power, the figure had transformed to 03, signifying that Wu Gaofeng possessed 3 points of mental energy, sufficient to cast the ice arrow spell 3 times. However, this was merely Chu Tianming's conjecture. According to Wu Gaofeng's account, this magical energy resided deep within his brow, a peculiar force of which he could only vaguely sense its existence. Upon casting a spell, he would tap into this magical energy to communicate with the elemental forces of nature, orchestrating a series of arrangements before releasing the magic. It was indeed possible to control the elements directly without the use of magical energy. However, doing so would merely allow him to condense them into ice without the capacity for intricate arrangement. Consequently, any ice attacks generated without this arrangement would be negligibly weak. The ice arrows, although identical in thickness, yield drastically different results depending on their formation. One, meticulously arranged by Wu Gaofeng from his memory, possesses the formidable power to shatter a zombie with a cellular strength of 3, simultaneously encasing its remnants in ice. Conversely, the unrefined ice arrow, though still capable of being launched, necessitates physical force from the wielder for projection, thereby limiting its velocity to the user's physical prowess. With Wu Gaofeng's cellular strength of merely 1, such an arrow can only strike an unsuspecting zombie within a mere 10 meters. Its impact, akin to that of icicles forming beneath eaves in winter, would inflict pain upon a human, yet would be utterly negligible to a zombie. Nonetheless, this pure ice manipulation ability is not without merit. Wu Gaofeng can encase his fists in ice, delivering a painful blow upon contact. Enhancing this with ice spikes would amplify its effectiveness. However, at present, he can only manage to cover his 2 fists, unable to extend this icy shroud to his entire forearm. What perplexes Chu Tianming is the paradox of the ice, exuding a chilling aura yet failing to induce any cold sensation on Wu Gaofeng's hands. Perhaps it is an intrinsic aspect of his ability, much like the phenomenon of conjuring a fireball that hovers effortlessly above one's palm without causing harm. After gaining a deeper understanding of Wu Gaofeng's abilities, Chu Tianming attempted to engage in combat with individual zombies using his ordinary ice control skills. After several encounters, Wu Gaofeng's combat prowess notably improved, and Chu Tianming felt largely satisfied with his performance. As for searching for food in other dormitory buildings, Chu Tianming had not even considered it. Firstly, those buildings were undoubtedly teeming with zombies, likely numbering in the hundreds, and there was a possibility of encountering mutated zombies among them. Accompanied by Wu Gaofeng, Chu Tianming did not possess the capability to protect him from zombie attacks, and moreover, he had no personal need for the food. The only reason he would venture out to assist others in obtaining food was out of a sense of shared humanity and camaraderie as fellow students. It must be noted that this is an apocalyptic scenario. Chu Tianming had no intention of playing the role of a martyr. While he would not hesitate to lend a hand to other surviving humans if he could, he would not risk his own safety for their sake. His primary concern remained for his parents. Although their home was equipped with a security door that could withstand the current ordinary zombies, what if they managed to break in? What if they encountered a mutated zombie? These thoughts weighed heavily on Chu Tianming's mind. Thus, upon locating Wu Gaofeng, he had already resolved to leave the school at once. After all, defeating these level 2 zombies would not yield any experience, rendering his continued presence there unnecessary. With his own strength now considerable and Wu Gaofeng having attained a basic level of self-protection, the two of them could embark on their journey home with a sense of assured safety. "You are leaving?" Wu Gaofeng exclaimed in surprise, quickly nodding in understanding. Observing Wu Gaofeng's expression, Chu Tianming could easily discern his thoughts. However, he did not press Wu Gaofeng to accompany him. If he truly wished to remain and safeguard those individuals, Chu Tianming would not object, though he would feel a sense of regret. "All right, I comprehend your perspective. But you must also understand that the world has changed. If you focus solely on others, it is ultimately you who will suffer." With that, Chu Tianming ceased further discussion and picked up a fully packed backpack, heading towards the direction of the experimental building. Has the world truly transformed? Wu Gaofeng was not foolish. After all, that was how he had excelled academically. A moment's reflection allowed him to grasp Chu Tianming's intent. Sometimes, ungrateful individuals can be found everywhere, especially in these apocalyptic times. You may offer them selfless care, but do you truly know their innermost thoughts? Could it be that my sincere assistance would lead them to harm me? Wu Gaofeng paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. To be honest, he had never contemplated such matters before. Had it not been for Chu Tianming's earlier words, he might never have considered these issues throughout his life. Chapter 52. The Dark Side. With a mere 115 votes remaining, it seems that Isha will have the opportunity to add another chapter today. In the blink of an eye, the word count has surpassed 100,000, and one wonders if it will reach 200,000 by the end of this month. Isha has always been content with the performance of this book. However, human nature is inherently greedy, and it is only natural to aspire for greater achievements. Thus, Isha humbly implores everyone to elevate the success of this book to new heights. Returning to the basement, Chu Tianming remained remarkably composed, unaffected by Wu Gaofeng's refusal to leave. He produced a key and unlocked the entrance to the basement, both of them stepping inside before securely locking the door behind them. As darkness enveloped them, Chu Tianming frowned slightly after taking just a few steps. Nevertheless, he pressed on, his footsteps becoming almost inaudible. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and urged, "Hush, listen quietly and do not make a sound." With that, Chu Tianming quietly approached the doorway, his ears attuned to the conversations within. Behind him, although Wu Gaofeng was puzzled by Chu Tianming's intent to eavesdrop, he complied with the request and stood silently against the wall, listening intently to the dialogue inside. "Luo Sheng, do you think that Chu Tianming can be trusted? He hasn't already whisked Wu Gaofeng away, has he?" remarked a rather unremarkable young man, his hand resting on the edge of the chair, addressing another boy seated beside him. Having spoken, Luo Sheng cast a resentful glance towards Lu Jin, who was seated nearby. Just half an hour prior, he had been sitting with Lu Jin, intending to inquire about Chu Tianming, a classmate of theirs. However, upon questioning, he discovered that Lu Jin was utterly oblivious to any relevant details. leading to a heated argument between the two. Now he found himself seated next to this very individual. As for the two girls huddled together, he did not lack the desire to approach them. In fact, he harbored a strong yearning to possess them completely. Yet, the presence of others, particularly that of Minggu, quelled his more lascivious impulses. Deep down, he was unwilling to let two beautiful women remain unappreciated, especially in such apocalyptic times, for who could predict how much longer he might live? The thought of not indulging himself before his demise was intolerable to Luo Sheng. Contemplating death, he recalled the four individuals who had perished in each other's embrace, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him. To die alongside women devoid of allure or charm seemed a fate far worse than solitude. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Sheng furtively cast a gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun, his eyes lingering on their figures. Upon hearing Luo Sheng's earlier lament, the boy's expression darkened with resentment as he muttered, "Of course, I am unwilling, but what choice do I have? Do you possess any provisions?" At this, Luo Sheng's gaze darted towards the two girls, a glimmer of lust igniting in his eyes. "Splendid. Let us proceed as you suggested. We shall each have one. However, there are still two individuals over there." With this, the young man subtly gestured towards Ming Gu and Lu Jin. Luo Sheng chuckled softly and whispered to him, "Fear not. I possess my own strategies. Yet, it seems we cannot have one apiece. Rather, it will be 2 for 1. Are you suggesting that they join us?" Luo Sheng nodded, asserting, "We are all men. I cannot fathom that they would not be captivated by beauty." With that, Luo Sheng rose, patted his companion on the shoulder, and strode purposefully toward Minggu. Outside the room, Wu Gaofeng was nearly beside himself with rage, contemplating storming in to deliver a sound thrashing to those two rascals. But he was firmly restrained by Chu Tianming. "Do not be hasty. There are still 2 who have yet to express their intentions. Let us observe further." Upon hearing this, Wu Gaofeng regained his composure, reasoning that, at least for the moment, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were not in immediate danger. Thus he refrained from rushing in to intervene. Nevertheless, his heart felt heavy. The events unfolding within the room were in stark contrast to his own worldview. Curse it! How could they even contemplate such actions? Wu Gaofeng struggled to accept this reality. He had always believed such occurrences were far removed from his life, even in the face of an apocalypse. He naively assumed humanity would unite to combat the encroaching undead. Yet now, it appeared that the world was not as he had envisioned. Rather, it was rife with darkness, a truth he had previously been oblivious to. In the room, Luo Sheng reiterated his earlier words to Minggu. Minggu did not refuse. In truth, he found himself bereft of any reasonable grounds for denial. As hunger gnawed at him and his strength waned considerably, he began to sense the looming specter of death. "Very well, I acquiesce, but I demand to be the first with Lu Xiaoxiao. No one is to contest this." Minggu glared fiercely at Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng, intimidated, nodded heavily in agreement. "Rest assured, no one will contest your claim on Lu Xiaoxiao's attention first, but you must assist me in persuading Lu Jin. I fear he shares a close bond with Lu Xiaoxiao, and his dissent could jeopardize our plans." Minggu nodded in acknowledgement and followed Luo Sheng toward Lu Jin. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun noticed the peculiar demeanor of the group of boys, especially when they inadvertently caught sight of the unfriendly glances directed at them. "Lu Xiaoxiao, do you think they might be harboring ulterior motives?" Chu Yun tugged at Lu Xiaoxiao's sleeve, her expression fraught with alarm. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I am uncertain, but their demeanor suggests otherwise. If that is indeed the case, what should we do? What should we do? How am I to know? Aren't you supposed to be clever? Think of something quickly," Chu Yun exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She was acutely aware of her own allure, witnessing the lecherous gazes of the boys. She felt certain that they were plotting something untoward against the two of them. "What options do I have? Am I to fight them desperately?" Lu Xiaoxiao was also anxious. She certainly did not wish for her first time to be with these ordinary people she despised. The mere thought of potentially being violated by them filled her with regret. Indeed, she felt remorseful. Initially, she had intended to accompany Chu Tianming in search of sustenance, but the horrifying visage of the zombies had made her reconsider. Now it seemed that rather than being defiled by these repugnant men, it would be preferable to perish at the hands of the undead. Her heart ached with regret. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 53, The Final Decision, Additional Chapter. After successfully persuading Minggu, Luo Sheng led him directly to Lu Jin. Once seated, they fixed their gaze upon Lu Jin, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. What do you two intend to do? Lu Jin asked, his expression tense as he regarded them. Luo Sheng smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just wanted to have a chat with you." Without further ado, he swiftly got to the point. "Minggu, Li Ku, and I have discussed the matter and decided to include Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun. What do you think? Will you join us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jin was instantly enraged. With a forceful motion, he overturned his chair, glaring furiously at the startled Luo Sheng as he shouted, "Don't even think about it. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Lu Xiaoxiao or either of them, I will fight you all." As he spoke, Lu Jin felt his words lacked sufficient conviction, and he swiftly grabbed a nearby chair, brandishing it as if to strike. "You are utterly ungrateful." Ro Sheng, filled with rage, rose to his feet, seizing a chair and confronting Lu Jin. Meanwhile, Minggu, standing beside him, observed the standoff between the two, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, Ro Sheng, noticing Ming Ji's inaction, turned to glare at him. "Minggu, will you not take a stand?" Ro Sheng exclaimed. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun had already risen, while Li Ku had rushed to Ro Sheng's side, brandishing a chair as if ready to engage in a brawl. After a brief hesitation, Minggu ultimately chose to align himself with Ro Sheng, addressing Lu Jin, "Surrender now. We are 3 against you alone." Upon hearing this, Ro Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, while Lu Jin's face darkened with fury. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jin gripped the arms of the chair tightly, glaring at the trio before him as he shouted, "Do not even think about it. I will never stoop to your level, you despicable wretches." "Humph, unaware of your own demise." Ro Sheng scoffed, preparing to strike Lu Jin and teach him the consequences of defiance. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out from the direction of the entrance. "It appears you are the one who is truly oblivious." Accompanying this voice were the figures of Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng, who suddenly came into view. At this sight, Lu Jin was filled with elation, while Ro Sheng and his companions wore expressions of despair. "Heh, that is but your own delusion, is it not?" With a cold sneer, Chu Tianming dismissed him and stepped forward, throwing a backpack at Lu Jin. "Are you still planning to use the chairs in your hands as weapons against me?" Chu Tianming scoffed at Luo Sheng and Li Ku, who clutched their chairs, their disdain unmistakable. How utterly foolish. With a casual wave of his hand, the sturdy chairs were reduced to a pile of splintered wood. Grasping a piece of wood, he hurled it like a dart, striking Luo Sheng squarely in the abdomen. The wooden shard hurtled through the air, propelled by an immense force, and pierced Luo Sheng's body, freezing the look of triumph on his face. With a thud, Luo Sheng fell to his knees, supporting himself on the ground, his head slowly lifting to meet Chu Tianming's gaze, filled with bitterness. "Chu Tianming, I curse you to an unworthy demise. I curse you to be devoured alive by zombies. I curse you." Before Luo Sheng could finish his malediction, Wu Gaofeng, unable to bear it any longer, conjured an icicle with a swift motion and drove it forcefully into Luo Sheng's temple. With a final shudder, Luo Sheng collapsed, his lifeless body surrounded by shattered ice fragments. Wu Gaofeng's display of power left the onlookers in stunned silence. "Gaofeng, what was that?" Lu Jin asked, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Wu Gaofeng, whose face had grown somewhat pale, an unsettling feeling stirring within. The others also regarded Wu Gaofeng, though he himself was not in a favorable state either. In a fit of rage, he instinctively summoned an ice spike and hurled it at Luo Sheng, resulting in the latter's untimely demise. This left Wu Gaofeng, who only later grasped the gravity of the situation, pale and staring blankly at the lifeless body, unable to find solace. Chu Tianming glanced at Wu Gaofeng and, after offering a few comforting words, handed over the backpack filled with provisions to Lu Xiaoxiao and her companion. "Here, it's all food. Please, do eat." Upon finishing his statement, Chu Tianming cast a glance at Li Ku and Minggu, pondering how to deal with the two of them. Initially, he contemplated expelling them from the basement, leaving their fates to chance. However, Luo Sheng's unexpected resistance caused him to waver. Mercy towards one's adversaries could very well be cruelty towards oneself. But was it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? Chu Tianming hesitated, torn by indecision. His attack on Luo Sheng had been provoked. Had Luo Sheng not struck first, he would not have reacted with lethal force. It was an impulsive act born of fury. Now, in the aftermath, faced with the shackles of years of philosophical contemplation, he found himself unable to inflict harm upon the other two individuals. To kill, was that truly the path he should take? They were, after all, living beings, Could he really take their lives over such trivial matters? Furrowing his brow, he sat down, his gaze fixed on the two standing motionless, mirroring his own internal conflict. At that moment, Wu Gaofeng, his complexion slightly improved, approached, and, seeing Chu Tianming's expression, could only shake his head in resignation. Here, eat. Looking up at Wu Gaofeng, Chu Tianming shook his head, signaling for him to sit beside him, and then inquired, "Do you think I should eliminate them?" Wu Gaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head and replied, "Let it be. Their crimes do not warrant death. Besides, we need not concern ourselves with them any longer. We can simply allow them to fend for themselves. By the way, I intend to leave with you." Oh, a flicker of joy illuminated Chu Tianming's face as he gazed at Wu Gaofeng and cheerfully remarked, "In that case, you won't be dealing with them anymore?" As he spoke, Chu Tianming gestured towards Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions, who were indulging in a hearty meal nearby. Wu Gaofeng chuckled, suggesting that they could indeed accompany them. Together, a frown creased Chu Tianming's brow. Inwardly, he was reluctant to bring along these three burdens. Despite possessing sealed abilities, they remained in a dormant state. And this was a reality he could not ignore. Bringing them along would undoubtedly invite numerous troubles along their journey. Observing Chu Tianming's expression, Wu Gaofeng felt compelled to advise. "Tianming, humans are social creatures. Survival is not feasible in isolation. We ought to seek companions. In this apocalyptic world, greater numbers enhance our chances of survival." Chu Tianming nodded in agreement, fully aware of this truth, yet he felt the time was not right to form a team. However, after hearing Wu Gaofeng's reasoning, he acquiesced, resolving that they could find a safe haven along the way to temporarily shelter the trio. Chapter 54. The Space Ring. Having determined the path for Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions, Chu Tianming turned his attention to Li Ku and Ming Ge. After much contemplation, Chu Tianming could not bring himself to execute them. Perhaps it was best to allow them to fend for themselves. The reasons for his leniency were twofold. First, he could not muster the resolve to take the lives of his own kind, and second, they posed no genuine threat to him. Ming Ge's powers were sealed, granting him merely enhanced physical strength, a trait that paled in comparison to Chu Tianming's own escalating capabilities. With each advancement, Chu Tianming's attributes doubled, rendering him impervious to any potential retribution from Ming Ge in the future. As for Li Ku, he wielded nothing more than a standard detection ability, lacking any combat prowess. Akin to Chu Tianming's own reconnaissance skills, categorizing him as an auxiliary evolutionist. Given that neither posed a threat and Chu Tianming lacked the heart to harm them, he deemed it reasonable to let them go. "Very well, you two may leave," he declared decisively. Startled, the two exchanged incredulous glances, having assumed that, following Luo Sheng's demise, they would meet a similar fate. The unexpected mercy left them in disbelief. Observing their retreating figures, Chu Tianming chuckled softly, shaking his head before turning to rejoin the others. "Let us depart tomorrow. For tonight, I shall first utilize the remaining opportunity for the lottery." As he pondered what fortune the lottery would bestow upon him, Chu Tianming absent-mindedly picked up a piece of chocolate and placed it in his mouth, subsequently succumbing to a silence that enveloped him. Night had fallen. This marked the third night Chu Tianming had endured since the apocalypse began. In the basement, devoid of moonlight, he and the four others simply found a spot to lie down and drifted into slumber. At 9:30 p.m., while the others were fast asleep, Chu Tianming remained wide awake. Observing their peaceful slumber, he finally closed his eyes and descended into the realm of the lottery. Once again, he found himself in that vast, white expanse. Without waiting for the customary announcement, he spoke directly. "I wish to use one lottery chance. Is this confirmed?" "Yes." Before him, a spinning wheel began to reveal 10 compartments of varying sizes. 1 low-grade spirit stone, 1 high-performance motorcycle, 1 volume of the Internal Skill Buddha's Heart Sutra, 1 spell electric shock, 1 spatial ring, 1 Black Wolf pistol, 1 bottle of fasting elixir, 1 packet of hemostatic powder, 1 saber, and an opportunity for another draw. Having discerned the prizes contained within the 10 compartments, Chu Tianming watched as the wheel spun rapidly. Employing his acquired knowledge of its patterns, he confidently called out "Stop." As it neared the compartment for the spell electric shock, the spatial ring's utility was self-evident. It served not only as a means of storage, but also as a tool for subduing adversaries. Imagine, in the face of an adversary, you engage in combat with empty hands. Just as your fist is about to strike multiple foes, a battle blade materializes in your grasp. leaving your enemies unprepared to meet their demise at your hands. After a brief moment, the wheel of fate comes to a halt, and Chu Tianming successfully acquires a spatial ring. At that moment, he feels a sudden chill enveloping his right index finger, prompting him to glance down and behold a shimmering silver light gradually coalescing upon it. Eventually, this radiance dissipates, revealing a ring adorned with intricate, mesmerizing patterns. A true feast for the eyes. Simultaneously, information on how to utilize the spatial ring floods Chu Tianming's mind. He closes his eyes, absorbing the knowledge, and upon completion, his eyes spring open, brimming with joy as he gazes at the ring on his finger. After a moment of admiration, he focuses his spirit upon the ring, and soon perceives a glimmer of silver light emanating from it. Concentrating his mental energy on this luminous aura, Chu Tianming experiences a sudden sharp pain in his brow, followed by an overwhelming sensation of connection between himself and the spatial ring. He muses to himself, the bond of ownership is complete. Now, let us explore the expanse of this space. Suddenly, as his thoughts stirred, Chu Tianming found himself seeing a vast expanse, an immense space that was a blinding white, measuring the size of a football field and soaring 300 to 400 meters high. Even a skyscraper could easily fit within this boundless realm. The enormity of the space filled him with delight, prompting him to withdraw from the ring's confines. With a mere thought, the alloy war blade materialized within the ring's space. He then envisioned the blade appearing in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, it indeed manifested there. It was as he had hoped. He pondered whether it could materialize at a greater distance. Determined, he set aside a chair beside him and concentrated, envisioning it materializing inside the experimental building above him. However, the chair remained firmly in the ring's space, refusing to vanish. Was the distance too great? Undeterred, Chu Tianming attempted once more, envisioning the chair appearing 2 meters in front of him. This time, the chair truly dissipated from the ring's space and reappeared on the ground 2 meters away. A laugh escaped him, filled with triumph. He gazed at the chair, thinking of summoning it back into the ring, and in an instant, it was again nestled within the confines of the ring's space. Following this, Chu Tianming conducted several experiments. In the first attempt, he envisioned a chair appearing 3 meters in front of him, and it succeeded. He then stored the chair in the spatial ring. During the second trial, he imagined the chair appearing 4 meters ahead, and once again, he met with success. For the third attempt, Chu Tianming suddenly increased the distance to 6 meters, which resulted in failure. However, upon reducing the distance by 1 meter, the chair successfully manifested 5 meters away. After completing his experiments, Chu Tianming arrived at the conclusion he sought. The range of the spatial ring's storage and release is confined to within 5 meters surrounding oneself, and it must be within his line of sight. If an obstacle lies between, it cannot be done. Having grasped the capabilities of the spatial ring, Chu Tianming nodded in satisfaction, concealing the ring and gazing at his clean, empty fingers. Truly practical. Chapter 55. The battle between humans and zombies. Only 127 votes remaining. Progress is near. The following day, one by one, the individuals awoke in the modest underground chamber. After washing their faces and consuming a few morsels, they gathered to discuss their plans for leaving the school. Unfortunately, Chu Tianming did not possess the virtue of tenderness. After stating his intentions bluntly, apart from Wu Gaofeng, who was already aware, the other three were just learning of Chu Tianming's destination. Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened, and a flicker of discontent arose within their hearts. All of this was keenly observed by Chu Tianming, who chose to remain silent. The location was indeed a decent hideout. The walls of the villa district stood 3 to 4 meters high. Chu Tianming had visited once, and if it were to serve as a base, it would be a reasonable choice. However, this consideration hinged upon the successful retrieval of his parents and relatives. Thus, Chu Tianming would not acquiesce to any opinions from the trio. Their dissatisfaction and resentment were of no consequence to him. Even though Lu Xiaoxiao possessed a talent comparable to Wu Gaofeng's, she remained in a sealed state. Once the seal was broken, Chu Tianming would be immediately informed. Should she dare to pose a threat to him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her without remorse. Chu Tianming mused, I have already extended considerable assistance to you. Should you remain unsatisfied, do not blame me for being ruthless. Subsequently, after conferring with Wu Gaofeng regarding the route, he waited for the other three to regain their composure before summoning everyone and proceeding directly towards the exit of the basement. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the sky still bore clusters of white clouds. The azure expanse remained unblemished, and the sun continued to selflessly bestow its light and warmth upon the earth. Yet, the surface had undergone a complete transformation. The once thriving metropolis lay in ruins. Collapsed buildings obstructed the roads, and the streets were lined with abandoned vehicles, devoid of any human presence. Only pale-skinned, nimble zombies, moving with the swiftness of leopards, remained. After an additional 24 hours of evolution, by the fourth day, the zombies had attained physical capabilities 3 to 4 times greater than that of an ordinary human. This was merely the standard zombies. The mutated ones had evolved to a nearly terrifying degree. Huaiyao City, the most prominent metropolis in China, had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The city's population of 5 million had plummeted to a mere few 100,000 overnight, and this dwindling number continued to decline rapidly, with perhaps even less than a few thousand remaining by today. In the initial days of the apocalypse, the surviving humans had clung to hope that the military would come to their rescue. Indeed, the military had arrived, but their presence was so conspicuous that they became ensnared before even entering the city. What transpired when millions of zombies congregated? An unfortunate army of over 10,000 found their path obstructed by this horde. On the first day, it was manageable. The zombies moved sluggishly and were easily dispatched. However, by the second day, the remaining zombies became increasingly difficult to eliminate, and a series of mutated zombies emerged. By the third day, the number of mutated zombies surged, and the ordinary zombies underwent further evolution. Had Chu Tianming been present, he would have observed that the level of evolution among the zombies here vastly exceeded that of those within Huaiyao No. 1 High School. The standard zombies generally reached level 3, boasting physical attributes approximately 4 times that of an ordinary human, with a rare few reaching level 4, achieving 6 times the physical prowess of an average person. The abilities of those mutated zombies were diverse and formidable. What is this control over fire and electricity? Such abilities are merely commonplace. Those who can manipulate metals and soil, and some who can even ascend into the sky to engage in combat with helicopters, are far more extraordinary. This is merely the third day. The military has relied on armored vehicles and tanks, bolstered by formidable defensive lines, to hold their ground. However, they have begun to retreat. On the fourth day, the zombies underwent yet another evolution, and the mutated ones became increasingly formidable. Among them, some particularly powerful aberrations could lift cars from the roadside as if they were mere toys and hurl them hundreds of meters into the air, targeting helicopters. From compact cars to buses, these vehicles, once in their grasp, resembled playthings, reminiscent of scenes from films featuring the Hulk in battle, strikingly similar to the current predicament. Fortunately, in recent days, the military has gradually seen the emergence of soldiers endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Some can wield their powers to confront the mutated zombies, while others are limited to battling the ordinary ones. This led to a stalemate, and the ongoing conflict attracted even more zombies to the fray, inevitably suggesting that victory would eventually favor the undead. However, there is a silver lining. Originally, there were approximately 4 million zombies in Huaiyao City, but the military's presence has drawn away nearly 2 million. Subsequently, many more zombies have been lured by the commotion, resulting in the current number of zombies in Huaiyao City falling below 1 million. This has afforded the surviving humans a brief respite. Returning to Huaiyao First High School. As the military engaged in a fierce battle against the horde of zombies, Chu Tianming had already led 4 individuals out of the basement. Upon exiting the laboratory building, the 5 living humans quickly attracted the attention of numerous zombies. Despite having slain many zombies in recent days, a significant number still lingered within Huaiyao No. 1 High School. They remained congregated, showing no inclination to depart unless lured by the prospect of prey. The distance to the military was considerable, and the sounds of conflict from that direction reached them only faintly. Unless missiles or similar attacks were employed, they would remain oblivious. Consequently, the zombies in this area exhibited no desire to vacate, clustering together to pounce on any food that appeared, and meandering aimlessly when none was present. Upon spotting the 5 individuals, a small group of 13 zombies was immediately drawn to them and charged forward. Chu Tianming swiftly intervened to halt Wu Gaofeng, who was about to engage the zombies. "Stay back. Let me handle this," he declared, not waiting for a response before plunging into the fray. His eagerness stemmed from the realization that these zombies had reached level 3, igniting a glimmer of hope for his own advancement. Chapter 56. The Strange Zombies. Additional chapter, 3800 for an extra update. "I kill, I slash, I decimate. Let them all perish," murmured Lu Xiaoxiao, their words barely audible. In an instant, they witnessed a blur pass by, and the 13 fearsome zombies lay severed and defeated. "Let us go." Having spoken, Chu Tianming said nothing further and directly led the 4 dazed companions towards the school gate. With a cellular strength of 16, he could traverse 100 meters in approximately 0.7 seconds. Such velocity was astonishing. Individuals like Lu Xiaoxiao, whose neural reactions remained at a mere level of 1, could only perceive the fleeting shadow left by Chu Tianming. Even Wu Gaofeng could hardly keep pace with them, given Chu Tianming's current physical prowess. His capabilities were akin to those of level 7 or 8 mutated zombies. Apart from the myriad abilities exhibited by these mutated zombies, Chu Tianming's evolutionary stage had undeniably surpassed all zombies and humans alike. What does this signify? It indicates that these evolved individuals were utterly unaware of how to enhance the power within themselves. Take Wu Gaofeng, for instance. He had no understanding of how to augment his mental strength, relying instead on a passive cycle of consumption and recovery, resulting in negligible increments. Consequently, in stark contrast to Chu Tianming, whose strength could continuously rise with each upgrade, a significant disparity emerged between them. While some individuals might initially possess formidable abilities, as time progressed, their stagnation in evolution rendered them obsolete, whereas Chu Tianming relentlessly advanced. Despite their earlier advantages, they would inevitably find themselves left far behind by Chu Tianming in the future. With this understanding, Chu Tianming felt a sense of reassurance, while simultaneously contemplating how these evolved individuals could enhance their own capabilities. Let us take a moment to reflect later. For now, it is imperative to strengthen oneself. That is the righteous path. The illustrious Huayao No. 1 High School occupies a vast expanse of land, serving as the pinnacle of educational institutions in Huayao City. Within this precious urban landscape, it stretches over several acres. The 5 individuals, departing from the experimental building towards the school gate, traversed for over half an hour, only to arrive at the grand athletic field. Huayao No. 1 High School boasts 2 playgrounds, one large and one small, and not far from the expansive field stands the imposing entrance, 100 meters wide. At the entrance, there is a colossal stone gate that, if one disregards its dimensions, bears a striking resemblance to a triumphal arch. As they approached the playground, Chu Tianming had already vanquished nearly 100 zombies along the way, and his experience points had reached 380, leaving him merely 20 points shy of leveling up. Almost there. Just 20 more zombies to slay. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming hastened his pace, guiding the 4 companions around a teaching building, finally laying eyes upon the vast playground. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before them, one so bizarre that even the seasoned Chu Tianming found himself momentarily stunned. What is happening here? His mind struggled to comprehend the sight before him. A zombie was engaged in combat with a horde of its own kind. This was utterly ludicrous. Indeed, at this moment, in the vast expanse of the playground, a throng of several hundred zombies encircled a towering figure, a zombie standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, save for its eyes, which glowed a vivid crimson, and its pallid skin. Apart from these 2 distinguishing features, it could easily be mistaken for a giant human. At this moment, this peculiar zombie wielded a massive tree trunk, relentlessly assaulting the ordinary zombies surrounding it. None of these were mutated zombies, they were merely common ones. With each swing of the trunk, the towering zombie sent its foes flying, some even suffering the misfortune of being severed in half upon impact. The scene was nothing short of grotesque. "Is this creature truly a zombie?" Wu Gaofeng remarked. Disbelief etched across his face. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others shook their heads, their gazes fixed intently upon the formidable zombie, murmuring softly among themselves. Witnessing a zombie slay its own kind was an unprecedented sight, and the sheer strength of this giant zombie seemed almost excessive. The tree trunk, measuring approximately 5 meters in length, must have weighed over 1,000 kilograms, yet it appeared as light as a toothpick in its grasp, swinging effortlessly. The unfortunate zombies struck were either cleaved in 2 or hurled through the air with tremendous force, soaring hundreds of meters high before crashing down, reduced to a mere pulp upon impact. The 5 individuals collectively gasped, their eyes drawn to the gruesome sight of mangled flesh strewn across the grass. A wave of nausea washed over them, prompting 4 of them to bend over and retch, while only Chu Tianming remained. His brow furrowed as he fixated on the zombie before him. He pondered that lifting the tree branch would require a modicum of effort. Yet to wield it with the same ferocity as the creature was an unattainable feat. He could manage only a few swings before fatigue would inevitably set in. Of course, should he tap into his internal energy, he could indeed wield it effectively, but with merely 5 years' worth of internal power at his disposal. Such a significant expenditure would deplete his reserves in no time. Before him stood a zombie that swung the branch with sheer physical might, a truly terrifying prospect. "I am eager to ascertain the extent of your attributes," he mused, promptly employing a detection technique. Biological name: Diamond Zombie, second stage mutation. Evolved from a giant strength zombie. Level: 10. Gender: male. Physical condition: mutated entity. Cell vitality: 15 cell strength, 30 nerve response, 20 mental power, 10 comprehensive evaluation. Level 18. Lifeform skills possessed: virus infection. Diamond transformation: instantaneously transforms into a 10-meter tall diamond zombie, temporarily doubling all attributes. The revelation that it had reached level 10 was utterly chilling. Upon reviewing the attributes of this zombie, Chu Tianming was overwhelmed with astonishment. While other zombies were still struggling at levels 3 and 4, he had already attained level 10. What a staggering disparity. Moreover, the skill diamond transformation was extraordinarily exaggerated, instantly doubling one's attributes. Although temporary, it was undeniably a formidable ability capable of annihilating any adversary of the same level in battle. The emergence of such a skill within a zombie instilled a profound sense of foreboding in Chu Tianming. This particular zombie was evidently beyond his current capabilities. With a cell strength of 30, it had reached the threshold of an alloy combat knife. Should it employ diamond transformation, Chu Tianming could very well be eliminated on the spot. No, I must level up before it attacks. Chapter 57. What is the name of the zombie? The powerful diamond zombie instilled in Chu Tianming a fresh sense of crisis. Having grown accustomed to annihilating zombies with inferior physical attributes, encountering this formidable foe once more evoked the same trepidation he felt when facing the very first zombie. The shadow of death loomed ominously over him, making him acutely aware that his life could be in peril at any moment. 20 zombies. I merely need to slay 20 more to level up. Once I achieve that, my attributes will double again, reaching a staggering 32 times. At that point, if I act swiftly and decisively, I shall deny this zombie the opportunity to utilize diamond transformation and will undoubtedly triumph. With that thought, Chu Tianming addressed the 4 individuals behind him. Find a place to conceal yourselves, and regardless of what transpires, do not emerge. Having spoken, Chu Tianming did not afford them the opportunity to inquire further. He plunged headlong into the horde of zombies. Tianming, Chu Tianming. The 4 were taken aback. Yet at this moment, Chu Tianming had already immersed himself amidst the undead, rendering their calls futile. Never mind, Tianming must possess confidence in his actions. Let us adhere to his advice and find a secure place to hide, Wu Gaofeng remarked, observing Chu Tianming's figure weaving through the throng of zombies. Subsequently, the 4 sought refuge in a relatively safer location, watching the battle unfold on the playground. As Chu Tianming plunged into the zombie cluster, he wielded his alloy battle knife, severing the midsections of 4 nearby zombies. He then unleashed his windstorm blade technique, and in an instant, the air was filled with the shadows of his blade, reducing a dozen zombies around him to mere fragments. The windstorm blade technique was as swift as a tempest. Once enacted, Chu Tianming transformed into a whirlwind, rampaging through the horde. In no time, 20 zombies met their demise beneath his blade, while he relished the exhilaration brought forth by his leveling up, hastening the harvest of their lives. Before long, 70 to 80 zombies had fallen at his hands. At this juncture, he paused, sidestepped to the side, effortlessly dispatching the zombies drawn to him, and turned his gaze toward the towering, peculiar zombie. At that moment, the imposing zombie wielded a massive tree trunk, forcefully striking the ground while occasionally casting a complex gaze towards Chu Tianming. Upon meeting the zombie's eyes, Chu Tianming was convinced within himself, this creature possesses intelligence. If it were merely a mindless zombie, it would not exhibit such a nuanced expression. He even discerned a flicker of surprise within its gaze, which filled Chu Tianming with profound perplexity. Could it be that it was pleased to encounter an evenly matched adversary? Chu Tianming pondered. Just then, the surrounded colossus zombie suddenly leapt high into the air, grasping the enormous tree trunk as if it were a comet crashing into the earth, and slammed it down with tremendous force. The resounding impact reverberated for an extended period, as though the ground had just endured a cataclysmic earthquake. Fissures of considerable width and length radiating from the epicenter in all directions. The more than 100 zombies gathered nearby were obliterated by the immense force, reduced to a gruesome pulp, and the scene was as blood-soaked as one could imagine. As the dust settled, Chu Tianming once again beheld the Colossus zombie, now releasing its grip on the enormous tree trunk, its gaze directed towards him. In that moment, remarkably, Chu Tianming refrained from executing his prior plan for a swift resolution. He sensed not a trace of hostility from the Colossus zombie. Instead, he felt an unexpected warmth, as though he were meeting another human being. Shishinming was taken aback, as a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, presenting him with a hypothesis that left him astounded. Could it be that remnants of his human memories lingered? Indeed, the status of his body indicated mutated entity rather than death. Did this imply that he was not a true zombie, but rather a form of aberrant life closely resembling one? Contemplating this, Shishinming couldn't help but gaze at the zombie before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the distant zombie let out a resounding roar, yet there was no hint of menace or anger in its voice. "Can you understand my words?" Shishinming called out tentatively. To his astonishment, upon hearing his voice, the formidable zombie responded with another roar, its expression shifting to one of delight. Shishinming's heart raced with the realization that it could indeed comprehend him. He then approached the creature, but as he did, the zombie appeared somewhat apprehensive and took a few steps back. Observing this, Shishinming reassured, "Do not worry, I merely wish to converse with you. I surmise that you must retain some of your memories from when you were human." After a moment of stunned silence, the zombie quickly nodded in excitement, the fear dissipating from its visage. As Shishinming continued his approach, the creature not only ceased to retreat, but also moved toward him with an air of curiosity. "Are you a student of Huao No. 1 High School?" Chu Tianming stood before the diamond zombie, unafraid of a sudden attack. For his reflexes had reached an impressive level of 32. He was confident that he could evade any strike before it reached him. The diamond zombie nodded and, with a pained expression, scratched his head. Suddenly, he crouched down and began to draw on the ground with a single finger. Curious, Chu Tianming lowered his gaze to the earth. Was he writing? He observed as the diamond zombie traced out several characters that gradually formed words. "My name is Mo Feng." "Are you Senior Chu Tianming?" Reading each character, Chu Tianming's heart swelled with certainty that the zombie retained memories from his human past and recognized him. Raising his head, he met Mo Feng's slightly excited gaze and smiled. "Hello, Mo Feng. How did you come to be like this? And are you truly a zombie now? Why do the other zombies attack you?" Chu Tianming posed 3 questions in quick succession, leaving Mo Feng, unable to speak, to wear a wry smile. He then extended his finger once more and resumed his drawing on the ground. "I do not know how I became this way. When I awoke, I found myself transformed into a zombie. However, the other zombies attack me with fervor, and when I defeat them, I absorb some strange energy. The more I absorb, the stronger I become. As for whether I am a zombie, I truly do not know. My skin has not decayed, and I retain my original memories. I do not even require sustenance. Yet I am utterly perplexed as to what manner of creature I have become." Chapter 58, Mo Feng's Choice. A mere 158 votes remain. I wonder if we shall reach our goal today. My confidence is waning. Regarding Mo Feng's predicament, Chu Tianming found himself at a loss for words. After offering a few words of consolation, he led him to meet with Wu Gaofeng and the others. Upon encountering the towering Mo Feng, the 4 were so taken aback that they nearly fled in terror, only to be halted just in time by Chu Tianming. Nonetheless, this encounter dimmed the previously bright expression on Mo Feng's face. Chu Tianming, perceiving this, understood the reason behind it. However, he was powerless to assist Mo Feng. Such matters could only be altered by the passage of time. He could not expect others to regard Mo Feng in the same light as an ordinary human being. Mo Feng, do not hold it against them. Their reaction is but a natural response. Mo Feng gently nodded, glancing at the 4 who remained fearful. Yet his heart felt heavy with sorrow. It was only upon encountering humanity up close that he realized how ludicrous his previous thoughts had been. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has ceased to hope. He arrived with high hopes, only to be met with profound sadness and disappointment. While Chu Tianming continued to offer him words of comfort, they could not assuage the disappointment that lingered within Mo Feng's heart. With a thunderous roar, Mo Feng sent Wu Gaofeng and his companions retreating in fear, as though he might pounce on them at any moment. This sight prompted Chu Tianming to shake his head in dismay. Alas, it seemed that Mo Feng was indeed no longer suited for coexistence with humanity, he mused. Initially impressed by Mo Feng's formidable strength and possessing human memories, he had intended to invite him into his team. However, it now appeared that such an aspiration was unattainable. Mo Feng departed, leaving Chu Tianming with a fleeting acquaintance of this zombie endowed with human recollections. Yet, in the next instant, he was gone. Chu Tianming made no effort to detain him. Even if he had, he could not provide Mo Feng with the environment he desired. A solitary existence was far preferable to being scrutinized with those fearful gazes day in and day out. Shaking his head, he glanced at the 4 individuals who still appeared shaken. He bore no ill will towards them. Their instinctual fear of zombies was natural, particularly in the presence of one as powerful as Mo Feng. Were it not for Chu Tianming's own considerable strength, which instilled him with confidence, he too would hesitate to approach a formidable zombie like Mo Feng. Regardless of whether Mo Feng retained any vestige of human thought, the sheer intimidation exuded by his zombie form instilled dread in ordinary humans. No one relishes the prospect of living alongside a creature that could, at any moment, turn predatory. Although Mo Feng had claimed he did not require sustenance, those were merely his own words. With a soft sigh, Chu Tianming glanced at the 4 individuals before speaking. All right. Mo Feng has departed, and there is no need for you to remain so fearful. Let us continue on our journey. With that, Chu Tianming turned and strode towards the school gate, leaving the 4 behind to exchange glances. In truth, Chu Tianming was quite frustrated. The presence of a formidable ally like Mo Feng would have significantly enhanced their safety on this journey. Yet, such a valuable asset had been driven away by their fears. To claim he was not angry would be a falsehood, but upon reflection, he found it difficult to maintain his ire. Why? It was simply a matter of human nature. Their reactions were understandable. Although he felt a surge of anger, he could not express it towards them. Should he demand they apologize to Mo Feng simply because of their trepidation? Thus, even though annoyance lingered in his heart, he chose not to unleash his wrath upon them. Silently moving forward without uttering a word, the oppressive silence cast a heavy atmosphere upon the 4 trailing behind him. Meanwhile, at a distance from Chu Tianming and the others, Mo Feng sprinted away, immersing himself in his own thoughts. He longed to weep for all that he had lost, to let the tears flow freely. Yet he found himself unable to cry, as if tears had forsaken him. With a grimace, he collapsed onto the ground, staring vacantly at the earth beneath him, his hands instinctively scratching at the ground. In a sudden burst of frustration, he clenched his fists and struck the ground with tremendous force, creating 2 deep craters in the unforgiving concrete. After throwing a few punches, Mo Feng seemed to have come to a realization. Reflecting on this, he rose once more, his towering figure casting a shadow over a patch of sunlight. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed in his ears. Curious, Mo Feng turned his head to the side, only to behold 2 disheveled figures rushing towards him. Behind them trailed a tattered zombie, whose speed should have far surpassed that of these ordinary humans. However, at that moment, 3 steel pipes were lodged in the creature's right leg, significantly hampering its pace. As the 2 figures drew nearer, Mo Feng found himself hesitating. I am a zombie. I should slay these 2 humans. No, I am a human. I ought to save them. Caught in this dilemma, he was at a loss for how to proceed when the oncoming duo caught sight of Mo Feng, the towering zombie. His pallid skin and crimson eyes unmistakably signified his undead identity. Damn it, there's a big one ahead. Minggu stared in horror at Mo Feng not far away, accompanied by his temporary companion, Li Ku. Upon seeing Mo Feng, they were instantly struck with fear, turning to flee in another direction. Yet the sheer terror reflected in their eyes profoundly affected Mo Feng's spirit. Damn it, you fear me so greatly. Then I shall ensure you fear me even more. In a moment of heated impulse fueled by anger, Mo Feng surged forward, his massive hands swiftly descending to crush the skulls of the 2 humans into oblivion. Chapter 59. Either kill or leave. Chu Tianming and his companions walked silently towards the school gates. The imposing double doors stood ajar, revealing a throng of zombies wandering outside. The arrival of the 5 attracted the attention of these undead creatures, and instantly, like a lid being blown off a pot, all the zombies surged towards them. Observing this, Chu Tianming spoke up. Gaofeng, this is your moment. You can handle it, right? Wu Gaofeng nodded with a smile, responding, no problem. But I estimate I can only take down 3. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed an ice arrow towards one of the zombies. The arrow struck the creature's head directly, causing an explosion of ice that encased the headless zombie in a frozen prison. "Wow, that is impressive," exclaimed Lu Jin and the others, awestruck by Wu Gaofeng's display of power. Although they had previously witnessed his ability to conjure ice with his bare hands, this was the first time he had employed the ice arrow technique. With a mere flick of his wrist, a thick ice arrow materialized and shot forth, instantly obliterating a zombie. The trio regarded Wu Gaofeng with newfound admiration, yet internally, they were grappling with a sense of inadequacy. They were all students, with Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Jin being classmates of Wu Gaofeng. Why did he possess such formidable abilities while they were left defenseless, relegated to watching as others vanquished the zombies? In an instant, a sense of imbalance enveloped the hearts of the three individuals. The flames of jealousy began to blaze fervently within them. Why should Wu Gaofeng and Chu Tianming possess such prowess while they did not? At that moment, Wu Gaofeng, engrossed in the task of exterminating zombies, remained oblivious to the change in the trio, while Chu Tianming, though aware, chose to remain silent. Yet within, he regarded them with a measure of disdain. With a flurry of 3 ice arrows unleashed, Wu Gaofeng once again found his magical energy depleted. In the next moment, he conjured ice spheres the size of fists, hurling them towards the zombies as if they were baseballs. Regrettably, these ice spheres not only lacked power but also fell short in speed compared to the previous ice arrows. Hitting even 1 out of 10 was considered a commendable feat. Wu Gaofeng launched dozens of these spheres, yet only a mere 10 found their mark, rendering their impact rather feeble. "Damn it," he muttered in frustration, harboring deep resentment for his meager magical energy. The 3, who had previously been consumed by envy, couldn't help but smirk upon witnessing Wu Gaofeng's failure after casting merely 3 ice arrows. However, they dared not display their amusement outwardly. Chu Tianming, observing the scene, shook his head in exasperation, feeling utterly speechless at Wu Gaofeng's ice arrows. Though their potential was undeniably formidable, the fact that he was rendered ineffective after just 3 casts was indeed perplexing. "All right, let me take over." As he spoke, Chu Tianming grasped his alloy sword and, with a single stride, unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes in an instant, each blow effortlessly claiming the life of a zombie. By the time he sheathed his weapon, only 3 dismembered zombies remained, their limbs severed, while the others lay lifeless at his feet. The reason Chu Tianming spared these 3 zombies was primarily to instill a sense of courage in Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions. He was thoroughly exasperated by their instinctive retreat at the sight of the undead, so he left the incapacitated creatures for them to dispatch, believing it would bolster their bravery. "You 3, eliminate those zombies," he commanded, gesturing towards the fallen figures. "Ah!" The trio gasped, instinctively retreating several steps, which only served to heighten Chu Tianming's irritation. "Either slay them or leave. The choice is yours." With that, he turned away, refusing to cast another glance in their direction. It was not without reason that Chu Tianming appeared stern. This was a post-apocalyptic world, where life hung by a thread. If they continued to cower in fear, they would only hinder him and Wu Gaofeng, burdened by 3 liabilities on their journey, inevitably inviting untold complications along the way. Moreover, their tendency to hide behind Chu Tianming whenever they encountered a zombie genuinely irked him. If it were merely that, it might have been bearable. However, at times, they would clutch their own garments in fear, leaving Chu Tianming to ponder whether, in the face of a formidable adversary, he might be undone by their cowardice. Today, they had no choice but to fight. If they truly refused to engage, he would consider abandoning them and departing with Wu Gaofeng. Lu Jin and the others were not foolish. They could discern the gravity in Chu Tianming's demeanor, and thus, none doubted his resolve to leave them behind. Yet, as they cast their eyes upon the 3 zombies, a wave of trepidation washed over them, rendering their legs weak. Despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to advance towards the creatures. Observing this, Wu Gaofeng furrowed his brow, his expression betraying a desire to speak, yet hesitating. After a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao, brandishing a steel pipe, cautiously approached one of the zombies, moving slowly, pausing with each step. The other 2, encouraged by her resolve, began to advance towards the remaining zombies. Before long, the trio found themselves beside the 3 dismembered zombies, which were fiercely roaring, their toothy maws opening and closing as if eager to devour the humans before them. Resolute, they steeled their hearts and raised their steel pipes, bringing them down with force upon the heads of the zombies below. With 3 dull thuds, the scene did not unfold as the trio had imagined. with brain matter splattering everywhere. Instead, after striking down with their makeshift clubs, they only felt a sharp pain in their palms, nearly dropping the steel pipes they wielded. In contrast, the three zombies continued to roar, their mouths opening and closing. Appearing completely unscathed, Chu Tianming slapped his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face as he regarded the trio, yet he couldn't help but find it amusing. Level 3 zombies possessed a cellular strength of 4. With the meager force they applied, it was utterly impossible to inflict any harm upon them. Chu Tianming, bemused, realized he had overlooked this fact until now. You should aim for their eye sockets, he suggested. Following his guidance, the three plunged their steel pipes into the zombies' eye sockets. And within moments, the three zombies met their demise. Observing this, Chu Tianming nodded in satisfaction. Although the trio retched violently after vanquishing the zombies, at least they managed to hold back their stomachs during the act, which was quite commendable. Chapter 60. Encounter with the Mutated Ant Swarm. The second volume begins. Today, we are still 135 votes short of our recommendation goal. Let us rally together. After slaying the three zombies, the trio heaved violently, feeling their stomachs convulse, expelling even the remnants of last night's meal. Once they had finished, they dared not look at the bloodied corpses of the zombies, fearing that another glance would provoke another wave of nausea. As Chu Tianming observed their cessation of vomiting, he spoke up. Once you have finished, let us continue our journey. Our destination this time is the South China community located in the northern part of the city, nearly 40 kilometers away from Huayao No. 1 Middle School. Along the way, we shall find a vehicle for transportation. Who among you can drive? Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun promptly raised their hands, exclaiming, I can. Immediately, the two exchanged glares, seemingly irked by one another for having spoken simultaneously. Chu Tianming merely nodded, contemplating that he must take the opportunity to learn how to drive next time, so he would not have to rely on others for that task. Since both of you can drive, you shall take turns behind the wheel, he decided. Initially, Chu Tianming intended for Wu Gaofeng to drive, but with other candidates available, it freed up Wu's time to recuperate his magical energy. It became evident that when Wu Gaofeng focused, his recovery of magical energy during the recuperation phase was 2 to 3 times faster than usual. Approximately 3 points of mental energy could be restored within just over an hour. After determining the drivers, Chu Tianming glanced at Lu Jin, who had yet to contribute anything of value, causing Lu Jin to appear rather embarrassed. Well, I suppose I am helping a classmate, he thought, as his gaze shifted past Lu Jin and settled on the school gate. The entrance of Huayao No. 1 Middle School was resplendent, much like the school's name suggests, glorious and dazzling. On either side of the enormous school gate lay verdant strips of greenery, each stretching 15 meters wide, adorned with an array of flowers, grasses, and trees, exuding a vibrant aura of life. Yet inexplicably, upon gazing at these lush landscapes, Chu Tianming felt an unsettling chill creep over him, as though countless malevolent eyes were observing him, rendering him restless and uneasy. Shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, he led the 4 companions behind him and exited the campus he had called home for the past 3 years through the partially opened gate. The sky remained a brilliant blue, the clouds a pristine white, yet Chu Tianming's expression transformed to one of pallor. Just moments after stepping beyond the threshold, a rustling sound reached their ears, emanating from the greenery flanking them. Suddenly, a flash of dark brilliance captured their attention, and what did they behold? Creatures of considerable size, akin to fully grown domestic dogs, emerged before them. Upon closer inspection, these beings appeared somewhat familiar. Could it be ants? Lu Xiaoxiao gazed in disbelief at the figures emerging from the thickets. Indeed, they were colossal ants. The countenances of the 5 transformed dramatically. Even the dauntless Chu Tianming found himself paralyzed with fear. He perceived the situation with greater clarity than the others, for upon encountering these enormous ants, he had employed a detection technique, and the information gleaned shattered his confidence, plunging him into dismay. Biological name: mutant ant, evolved from ordinary ants. Level: 11. Gender: male. Physical condition: good cell vitality, 20 cell strength, 40 nervous response, 30 mental power, 30 comprehensive evaluation. Level 30. Life form: innate skill, colossal strength. A unique physical structure enables them to exert force twice that of their cell strength. Acquired skill: formic acid spray, emits a copious amount of highly acidic formic acid from its mouth to attack enemies. It has a long range, swift speed, and is difficult to evade. Upon observing the attributes of these mutant ants, Chu Tianming was immediately overwhelmed by the urge to flee. Goodness! A level 12 mutated creature, with a cell strength of 40 and the innate skill of colossal strength combined, these factors could easily obliterate Chu Tianming in a single blow. Faced with such a formidable foe, how could one not turn and run? Yet, was escape truly feasible? Chu Tianming despondently glanced at the 10 mutant ants forming a semi-encirclement around him, promptly abandoning any thought of retreat. Cursed be his ill fortune. Chu Tianming felt as though his heart were bleeding. Having just stepped out of the school gates, he was confronted by this band of malevolent beings. Was fate truly intent on his demise? Realizing that escape was no longer an option, Chu Tianming steeled himself, stamped his foot, gripped his alloy combat knife tightly in one hand, and clenched his fist with the other, preparing to engage in a desperate struggle against the mutant ants. As Chu Tianming prepared to embark on the final battle of his life, a sudden and jarring gunshot pierced the air. Instantly, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down, enveloping the bodies of the 10 mutated ants. The sound of metal clashing rang out in quick succession. Realizing the peril, Chu Tianming swiftly retreated, urging the other 4, who were momentarily stunned, to follow suit. The size of the mutated ants, akin to that of a dog, made them easy targets for the bullets. However, their formidable exoskeletons effortlessly deflected the onslaught. To Chu Tianming's astonishment, the assault had evidently provoked the mutated ants, compelling them to abandon their attack on him and his companions. Instead, they turned and charged ferociously towards the group of humans. At that moment, Chu Tianming glanced towards their saviors. He lifted his gaze and saw, approximately 50 to 60 meters from the school gate, a contingent of 20 armed individuals clad in black, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the mutated ants. Yet, even under the relentless hail of thousands of rounds, the ants' exoskeletons remained unscathed, their aggression only further ignited by the attack. This situation boded ill. Those individuals would not be able to hold their ground for long. Observing the 4 who remained frozen in place, Chu Tianming, exasperated, forcefully shoved them to the ground, his expression fierce and menacing. With a long exhalation of turbid breath, Chu Tianming turned to face the mutated ants. "You have rescued me, and I shall not flee alone." This was the essence of Chu Tianming's character. Regardless of whether their intentions were deliberate or not, the fact remained that they had saved him. Thus, even when opportunities for escape had presented themselves, he chose to remain and fight alongside them. This unwavering resolve would persist, even in the face of apocalypse. Chapter 61, The Rescue Team, Additional Chapter. Only 35 votes were needed. Misha could not afford to wait any longer. He needed rest for the early rise the following day. Today, he would consider the vote count sufficient, as yesterday they had merely fallen short by a few dozen. Therefore, he chose to disregard the remaining 35 votes and proceeded with the additional chapter. Chu Tianming's decision to stay was not one of recklessness. He possessed a certain level of confidence in his choice. Although these mutated ants were more than twice his strength, they lacked any substantial technique. Furthermore, with 5 years of internal energy at his disposal, Chu Tianming was confident that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would not be at a disadvantage. Had he not encountered 10 of them attacking his group simultaneously, he would not have felt the slightest panic. Now, with the assistance of these individuals, Chu Tianming could truly leverage his advantages. If they could dismantle their opponents one by one, it would be an optimal outcome. With this thought, he called out loudly to the distant group, "Be cautious. These mutated ants cannot be dealt with by ordinary firearms. Attack while retreating, and leave one for me to handle." The individuals over there, either having not heard Chu Tianming's words or believing him to be jesting, did not heed his counsel to leave one behind for him to contend with. Instead, they unleashed a formidable barrage of firepower to attract the 10 mutated ants, retreating as they engaged in combat. Initially, their speed would have allowed the mutated ants to close the distance in the blink of an eye. However, the overwhelming firepower significantly hampered their advance, rendering their pace nearly equivalent to that of those retreating. Observing this, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. It appeared that unless he showcased his prowess, these individuals would not regard him with any seriousness. Contemplating this, Chu Tianming swiftly accelerated towards the swarm of mutated ants. The alloy battle blade in his hand danced with precision, deflecting the onslaught of bullets, and soon, he had singled out one of the mutated ants. With a resounding shout, he delivered a decisive strike upon the creature, sparks flying in all directions. This blow captured the attention of the mutated ant, which immediately pivoted and charged at Chu Tianming. Attempting to collide with me, Chu Tianming raised his blade in defense, only to feel a tremendous force collide with him as the alloy blade struck against his chest. With a muffled thud, he stumbled back several paces before regaining his footing. After the initial collision, the mutated ant summoned its strength once more and charged at him again with renewed vigor. With a sharp ding, a sudden jolt coursed through his hand, causing Chu Tianming to furrow his brow and retreat 2 steps. Meanwhile, the mutated ant was violently struck by his blade, sent hurtling through the air. Although the creature possessed formidable strength, it had no point of leverage while airborne. Chu Tianming's powerful strike, though it failed to injure the ant due to its tough exoskeleton, nonetheless propelled its body clumsily away. After rolling 3 or 4 times on the ground with a series of thuds, the mutated ant finally steadied itself. With a resonant clicking of its 2 mandibles, the ant, roughly the size of a dog, glimmered with a dark sheen under the sunlight. At this moment, it appeared incensed by the earlier confrontation. The sound of its mandibles snapping echoed so loudly that even Chu Tianming, several meters away, could hear it distinctly. So angry, is it? It seemed rather pleased when it collided with me a moment ago. Chu Tianming scoffed, muttering under his breath. The mutated ant, of course, was oblivious to his words and would not comprehend their meaning. These creatures possessed only the most rudimentary biological instincts, akin to wild beasts in the jungle. They understood hunting, sleeping, mating, and engaged in simple forms of communication, yet they lacked the capacity for human-like inventions, for their intelligence was limited to the simplest forms of life. Though it may sound prolonged, the interval from the moment Chu Tianming charged into the fray to the instant the mutated ant was struck and sent flying spanned merely a fleeting second or 2. The physical prowess achieved by individuals of their caliber allows them to engage in a spectacular battle within mere seconds. The distant gun-wielding warriors, who initially regarded Chu Tianming's decision to remain as an act of folly, now found themselves engulfed in astonishment. Their hearts were filled solely with disbelief. They struggled to find any adjectives to encapsulate the extraordinary spectacle before their eyes. A person, strikingly identical to them, was capable of leaving behind an array of afterimages in the air, moving with such speed that even 2 of the evolved beings among them could scarcely discern his movements. Even more astonishingly, after being struck by a mutated ant, he emerged unscathed, ultimately dispatching the creature with ease. Observing the mutated ants, which remained unharmed under a barrage of bullets, one could only fathom their terrifying nature. Yet, it was this seemingly unassuming human, standing at a modest height of around 1.80 meters, who effortlessly sent one of those fearsome creatures flying. At that moment, they questioned whether they were witnessing a scene from a film featuring a green giant, rather than an ordinary human. Could this be a jest? One member of the squad marveled at the sheer magnitude of his strength. Could he possibly be a monster? Another pondered, scrutinizing Chu Tianming from a distance, as if attempting to discern any traits that might reveal his monstrous nature. The others remained silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from an inability to articulate their thoughts amidst the overwhelming spectacle. The 2 individuals engaged in conversation are the sole evolved beings within their rescue team. The first speaker possesses the extraordinary ability to elongate certain parts of his body, reminiscent of the elastic hero from the cinematic portrayal of the Fantastic Four. However, his capabilities are limited to a 10-fold extension, currently confined to the elongation of his limbs. The other individual boasts an acute sense of smell, surpassing even the most elite police dogs. His olfactory prowess bears a resemblance to the mythical tracking abilities of the celestial hound. Yet he can only trace scents over a distance of 10 miles. Nevertheless, this is already quite formidable. On this occasion, they have been dispatched by their leader, Mr. Chu Wan, to locate his daughter, Chu Yun. Following the trail guided by the wolf-like sense of smell, they ultimately arrived at this location, fortuitously encountering the pivotal moment when Chu Tianming and his companions faced the mutated ants upon exiting the school gates. Consequently, they swiftly brandished their weapons, launching an all-out assault against the colossal ants. However, the strength of these mutated creatures evidently exceeded their expectations. Despite the onslaught of modern firearms, the ants remained unscathed, advancing menacingly towards them. This was a dire situation, considering that among the 23 members, the only 2 evolved beings possessed auxiliary abilities ill-suited for combat. As the monstrous ants approached, terror seized them, prompting an immediate and desperate response as they unleashed their full might, disregarding the ammunition at their disposal. Chapter 62. The daughter of the underworld boss. Chu Wen. As the leader of the most formidable gang in Huayao City, Chu Wen naturally commanded a cadre of elite individuals. This time, tasked with locating Chu Yun, were 21 retired Special Forces soldiers and 2 evolved beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. Their assembly was undeniably formidable, having dispatched numerous zombies along their path. However, when they encountered the mutant ants, they found themselves utterly helpless. At that moment, upon witnessing Chu Tianming single-handedly engage a mutant ant without defeat, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. As their ammunition dwindled, the specter of death loomed ominously over them. They had resigned themselves to their fate, lamenting their lack of discernment. In a fateful turn, they had unwittingly fired upon these powerful mutant ants, yet upon witnessing Chu Tianming's prowess, their hopes for survival rekindled. Meanwhile, after a brief standoff against the mutant ant, Chu Tianming re-entered the fray. In an instant, shadows danced as a cacophony of thunderous clashes resonated from the melee. The soldiers could scarcely perceive the unfolding drama. They knew their survival hinged solely on the strength of that formidable man. In the next moment, the afterimage dissipated, and Chu Tianming, with his clothes tattered and in disarray, knelt on one knee upon the concrete ground. A few meters away, a mutated ant, severed in 2, struggled in vain. The ground between them lay in ruins. The once sturdy concrete now resembling mere crumbled tofu under the immense destructive force unleashed by both parties. With a grunt, Chu Tianming pressed his hand against the wound on his left side, using his alloy blade for support as he rose to his feet. In the recent battle, he had traded a grievous injury for the life of that mutated ant. The evidence was clear. In a one-on-one confrontation, Chu Tianming indeed possessed the prowess to slay these aberrant creatures. His wind blade technique, augmented by 5 years of inner strength, had amplified his attack more than threefold in an instant. It was as though his alloy blade transformed into a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the mutated ant's body and severing it in 2. However, this strike had depleted all of his internal energy. Feeling the sudden emptiness in his dantian, Chu Tianming furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the mutated ant would possess strength far beyond his expectations. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the ghastly wound on his waist, where the ant's corrosive acid had ravaged him. In the face of the mutated ant's venom, his once proud physical resilience had proven utterly inadequate, resulting in a gaping hole that had even begun to erode parts of his internal organs. Were it not for the formidable vitality of his cells, which hastened the coagulation of his wound, he might have succumbed to excessive blood loss at that very moment. Enduring the agony, Chu Tianming released his grip and glanced at the coagulated blood clots, feeling a sharp sting in his heart akin to being pierced by needles. Raising his head, he shot a fierce glare at the mutated ant lying not far away, still clinging to life. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Chu Tianming took deliberate steps toward the creature, slowly lifting the alloy combat knife in his hand. With a resounding thud, the blade descended forcefully upon the mutated ant, striking it as if it were a solid mass of metal. Although no visible wounds were inflicted, the tremendous force rendered the dying ant utterly lifeless. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bell echoed in his mind, followed by a cold, mechanical voice resonating within his consciousness. Hidden task completed. Slay 1 mutated ant within level 5. Reward: 1 lottery chance, 100 experience points. In the next moment, Chu Tianming's attributes panel materialized before him. As he skimmed over the attributes, Chu Tianming's gaze settled firmly on the fundamental information. Basic information: host level, for acquired skills, detection technique, substitute technique, gale blade technique, shadowless leg technique, cultivated method. Mingyu Gong experience required for next level upgrade, 109. 500 remaining lottery attempts. 2 his experience had reached 109 points, 9 of which were earned from slaying a mutated ant, while the remaining 100 points came from completing a hidden quest. With 2 lottery attempts still at his disposal, Chu Tianming felt confident that he could further enhance his strength through the rewards he might draw. The newly added section on his cultivation methods appeared only after he successfully mastered Mingyu Gong. As for the chakra, it was a bonus from the substitute technique. Chu Tianming had no knowledge of chakra refining techniques, thus it was absent from his list of cultivation methods. He had not anticipated that killing a mutated ant would also complete a hidden quest, and he wondered if slaying another would yield the same result. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced at the remaining 9 mutated ants still enveloped by bullets, then at the wound at his waist, shaking his head in resignation. Given his current injured state, he stood no chance against those mutated ants, even if he could slay another. It was unlikely that the system would grant him such a boon. Resolute, Chu Tianming called out to the soldiers who were fighting while retreating in the distance. Hold on a little longer. I will devise a plan. In the distance, the 23 individuals felt a wave of despair, yet the barrage of bullets showed no signs of abating. They observed the injury sustained by Chu Tianming and privately dismissed his words as mere consolation. If he had suffered severe wounds while contending with a single mutated ant, how could he possibly confront the 9 mutated ants before them? As hope flickered momentarily, it was ruthlessly extinguished. What was Chu Tianming engaged in at this moment? He was acutely aware that, in his injured state, he would be no match for the mutated ants. However, the thought of abandoning his saviors to flee alone was inconceivable to him. After much deliberation, Chu Tianming resolved to take a gamble, wagering the lives of those 23 warriors. He believed he could safeguard his own life, so regardless of the outcome, he would emerge unscathed. Should misfortune befall him, he would mourn the loss of the warriors, not out of ingratitude, but simply because he had tried and failed. With this determination, Chu Tianming stood resolutely in place and entered the lottery space. After several rounds of drawing, he discerned that his consciousness was transported into this realm for the lottery, and there appeared to be a temporal discrepancy between the two spaces. Though he had not quantified the extent of this difference, any reduction in time was advantageous. Given the urgency of the situation outside, Chu Tianming could ill afford to squander any moments. Chapter 63, The Seizure of Souls. As soon as consciousness entered the lottery space, Chu Tianming immediately declared, "Use one lottery chance." Is it confirmed to utilize one lottery chance? Confirmed. The grand spinning wheel before him began to whirl rapidly, while Chu Tianming intently focused on the prizes displayed above. During the first draw, he was dissatisfied with the available rewards, as none of them could remedy the predicament outside. Consequently, he opted to try once more. On the second attempt, he finally set his sights on a particular prize, the spell Soul Snatch. This incantation hails from the world of Harry Potter and is classified as one of the 3 unforgivable curses in that realm, designed to compel sentient beings to act according to the caster's commands. This spell could prove pivotal in addressing the situation outside, prompting Chu Tianming to unhesitatingly select it based on the discerned pattern. In the next moment, he exited the lottery space and glanced at the watch on his wrist, discovering that less than 3 seconds had elapsed in the outside world. I must have spent at least several minutes inside, indicating a temporal disparity of nearly 100-fold between the two realms. Chu Tianming pondered. Just then, a rush of unfamiliar yet familiar memories flooded his mind, encompassing all information regarding the Soul Snatch spell, including its incantation, application, and how to unleash its full potential. Upon receiving this information, Chu Tianming successfully mastered the incantation, as if he had been practicing for decades, achieving a level of familiarity with the spell that rivaled that of the foremost masters who created it. The soul-snatching spell. In the next moment, a ghastly green luminescence erupted from the tip of Chu Tianming's outstretched finger, striking the mutated ant like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, he sensed the emergence of another consciousness within his mind, simple and unrefined, akin to that of a newborn. Controlling it became remarkably effortless. Chu Tianming understood that this was the consciousness of the mutated ant he had now dominion over. He then examined the swirling magical energy manifesting at his brow, realizing that casting the soul-snatching spell consumed a substantial half of his magical power, and maintaining control over the mutated ant continued to deplete his energy. Aware of this, Chu Tianming thought to himself, "It seems I must act swiftly." He promptly issued a command to the mutated ant, attack the other nearby mutated ants, and ensnare them. As soon as the command was given, the controlled mutated ant abruptly changed direction, colliding headlong into another mutated ant beside it. The power of a mutated ant is astonishingly formidable. When it charged, it struck its counterpart with such force that cracks appeared along the armor, and a trickle of corrosive green liquid seeped from its body. The force of the collision sent the other mutated ant flying, crashing into yet another, resulting in an immediate impact between the two. In the next moment, the first mutated ant launched a frenzied assault, not only ramming its head but also expelling its corrosive formic acid. Soon, the remaining 8 mutated ants, advancing forward, were struck multiple times, causing them to halt their advance and turn to attack their rebellious companion. Witnessing this, Chu Tianming realized his plan had succeeded and promptly shouted to the distant group, urging them to seize the opportunity and flee. Although the 23 individuals did not fully comprehend how he accomplished this, they recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. Upon hearing his command, they swiftly turned and ran, quickly disappearing beyond the school gates. Chu Tianming himself had already vanished, having made his escape a moment earlier. Not long after his departure, the controlled mutated ant abruptly ceased its violent attacks, looking around in confusion, only to be overwhelmed by the onslaught of its fellow mutants in the next instant. After evading the swarm of mutated ants, Chu Tianming soon located the warriors, who were now seated on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly having expended considerable energy in their flight. How exhilarating was that? He inquired. Chu Tianming laughed heartily as he gazed at the group of 23 individuals. Almost simultaneously, they raised their heads to meet his gaze, and instantly, 23 fingers shot up towards the sky. After a brief chuckle, Chu Tianming's expression turned serious as he addressed them. "Why have you rescued us? I trust this is not without reason." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, as the contrast in Chu Tianming's demeanor was strikingly profound. They were momentarily speechless until one of the men in black finally spoke. "We were sent by the boss to locate Miss Chu Yun just now. Our intention was to save her, but we never anticipated that those monstrous ants would be so formidable. We nearly paid the ultimate price." At this revelation, the others looked at Chu Tianming with profound gratitude. Had it not been for this young man before them, they would have surely become the next meal for those mutated ants. Acknowledging their appreciative gazes, Chu Tianming merely smiled. They had all saved one another, which he deemed a fair exchange. Had it not been for their efforts to hold off the mutated ants, his own escape would have been exceedingly difficult. He was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Without the soul-seizing spell and their assistance in distracting the other mutated ants, he would have perished long ago. However, Chu Tianming kept these thoughts to himself, as some understandings need not be vocalized. After a moment of contemplation, he was beginning to grasp the identities of these individuals. Before the apocalypse, he had heard rumors about the class president of the second year, Chu Yun, having a rather notorious father. Initially, he dismissed it as mere gossip, a product of exaggerated tales. However, it has now become evident that these rumors hold a grain of truth. It is said that Chu Yun's father, Chu Wan, is the notorious leader of the largest organization in Huayao City. Given such a background, it is entirely plausible that he could dispatch a group of armed individuals to search for his daughter. Yet, Chu Tianming found himself perplexed. Was it possible that this organization had encountered remarkably few transformations into zombies during the onset of the apocalypse? How could they still exist? Naturally, these questions were not ones he could pose to them, as it would be impolite for an outsider to intrude upon their internal matters. Chapter 64. From 3 to 2. From the leader of this group, Brother Lai, Chu Tianming learned the names of these individuals. Among them, the Wild Wolf and Rubber possessed unique abilities. Despite both of their powers being auxiliary in nature, they proved to be exceptionally practical. After a brief respite, primarily because they had exhausted themselves from running, Chu Tianming felt no fatigue at all. The wound at his waist had already begun to scab, and he believed it would not be long before he made a full recovery. He was quite pleased with his healing abilities. Such a severe injury had scabbed over in merely 10 to 20 minutes. It appeared that by the next morning, he would be left with nothing but a scar. With such a terrifyingly rapid recovery rate, how could Chu Tianming not feel satisfied? After a brief respite of approximately 10 minutes, the group had sufficiently regained their strength to resume their journey. Thus, Brother Lai summoned the wolf to once again employ his abilities in the pursuit of Chu Yun's whereabouts. Sniff, sniff, the wolf's nose twitched several times, and suddenly, his eyes brightened with discovery. "I have located him. He is to the north, roughly 3 kilometers from our current position," he proclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing the news of Chu Yun's location, Brother Lai immediately urged the group to organize their equipment and prepare for departure. Naturally, Chu Tianming would accompany them, as his friend Wu Gaofeng was among those with Chu Yun. As they navigated their way through the landscape, they adeptly evaded solitary zombies, dispatching them with a powerful pistol equipped with a silencer. In the event of encountering a horde, they would either conceal themselves or take a detour. The journey of 3 kilometers took them nearly half an hour to complete. This delay was largely due to Chu Tianming's reluctance to engage, as his injuries rendered him hesitant to exert himself, and the elimination of these third-level zombies yielded no experience points. Consequently, Chu Tianming remained largely an observer throughout the trek. Half an hour later, the group stealthily arrived at the location of Chu Yun, as indicated by the wolf. They found themselves on a commercial street, flanked by shops selling a myriad of goods. Soon, the wolf once again twitched his nose, taking several more sniffs before leading the group into a roadside store that specialized in athletic apparel. The massive floor-to-ceiling glass of the shop lay in ruins, and the garments and shoes within had mostly tumbled to the ground. Chu Tianming casually picked up a seemingly decent piece of clothing and replaced his tattered attire. As he observed Brother Lai and the others prying open the wooden door to the store's storeroom, a cacophony of crashing sounds ensued. "Do not be afraid, young lady. It is us," came Brother Lai's distinctive voice from within. After a short while, Brother Lai and his companions emerged, bringing with them the disheveled Chu Yun trio. Upon closer inspection, Chu Tianming noted the conspicuous absence of Lu Jin and could not help but inquire, "Where is Lu Jin?" At the sound of Chu Tianming's question, the two women immediately began to weep, while Wu Gaofeng, embodying a semblance of composure amidst the turmoil, began to explain with a slightly trembling voice. Despite the fear that flickered in his eyes, it turned out that after fleeing from Chu Tianming, they had unfortunately encountered a small group of zombies scavenging for food. In their panic, the four of them had fled in a frenzied manner, but their physical capabilities were no match for the ravenous horde, and they were quickly overtaken. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, Wu Gaofeng, having regained some magical energy, employed the ice arrow technique to eliminate one of the zombies, creating a brief moment of chaos. Seizing the opportunity, they dashed into a vehicle parked by the roadside. Wu Gaofeng then drove them at breakneck speed, but the streets were littered with wrecked cars, severely hampering their progress. They had not traveled far before they crashed. Behind them, the relentless horde of zombies continued to pursue. In a moment of desperation, Lu Jin stumbled and fell, his calf grazed by the sharp remnants of a car on the ground. Initially, Wu Gaofeng rushed to assist him, but soon Lu Jin found himself devoid of the strength to even walk, significantly hampering Wu Gaofeng's pace. The once distant zombies swiftly closed in on them. In a frantic decision, Wu Gaofeng contemplated abandoning Lu Jin, intending to push him into a nearby vehicle, wagering that the zombies would prioritize their chase and neglect Lu Jin. However, the panicked Lu Jin clung to Wu Gaofeng, resolutely unwilling to part ways, embodying a spirit of shared demise. As the zombies drew nearer, a vehicle suddenly careened out from a neighboring street, crashing violently into two of the undead. The force of the impact sent the creatures sprawling, while the car itself was overturned, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Instantly, the zombies were captivated by the commotion, providing Wu Gaofeng with a crucial opportunity. He forcefully pried Lu Jin's hands from his grasp and summoned every ounce of strength to catch up with Lu Xiaoxiao and Chu Yun, who were ahead. They sought refuge in a store, hiding within a warehouse, too fearful to emerge. Upon hearing Wu Gaofeng's account, Chu Tianming couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had that crucial moment not been interrupted by the sudden arrival of the vehicle colliding with the zombies, their survival would have been improbable. It was likely that the occupants of that car were also fleeing for their lives, though fate had dealt them an unfortunate hand. Chu Tianming did not inquire whether Wu Gaofeng wished to stay, nor did Wu Gaofeng express any desire to remain. In fact, he had no such inclinations. Meanwhile, the visibly shaken Chu Yun, upon hearing Chu Tianming's words, nodded emphatically and declared, "I want to go with them." Chu Tianming acknowledged her with a nod, and then turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Upon noticing his attention, Lu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to accompany Chu Yun and the others in their departure. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite astute. She discerned that Chu Tianming was indifferent to her presence. Thus, in her estimation, even if she chose to follow him, she would ultimately reap no benefits and might even find herself in jeopardy, given that Chu Tianming's destination lay nearly 40 kilometers away. Conversely, she shared a relatively amicable relationship with Chu Yun. Although they had experienced a minor disagreement since the onset of the apocalypse, the essence of their camaraderie remained intact, particularly since their families were well acquainted. By aligning herself with them, she felt it likely she would be able to reunite with her father and others. With this thought, Lu Xiaoxiao raised her head and addressed Chu Tianming, saying, "I will go with Zhao An." Chu Tianming nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, for he respected individual aspirations and truly did not care whether Lu Xiaoxiao opted to follow him. Observing his nonchalant demeanor only strengthened Lu Xiaoxiao's resolve. Chapter 65. The Resplendent Golden Hotel. At noon, The sun hung high in the sky, and a gentle warm breeze stirred the fallen leaves on the ground. Perhaps due to the impending apocalypse, or perhaps it was simply the nature of the season, January had arrived with an unusual warmth, devoid of the typical winter chill. Along the streets, a few zombies meandered slowly, their noses twitching as they occasionally glanced towards the shops, searching for sustenance. On a rooftop, Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng lowered their heads to observe the zombies below, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Just 3 hours prior, they had parted ways with Chu Yun and his group, who had ventured in a different direction as the two of them continued their journey northward. As they traveled, the only companions they encountered were the zombies, which left Chu Tianming perplexed. Where were the mutated creatures? Such formidable beings seemed to be exceedingly rare. Was the probability of mutation so minuscule that it rendered them almost non-existent? After much contemplation, he could only arrive at this tenuous conclusion. Nonetheless, avoiding those terrifying mutated beings was a small blessing. Dealing solely with the zombies was already a considerable challenge for the two of them. Had they encountered mutated creatures as well, their survival would have been in jeopardy. During their 3-hour trek, they initially sought refuge in a vehicle for transportation, but after only a few kilometers, they attracted the attention of thousands of zombies, forcing them to abandon the car and flee to the rooftops of nearby buildings. Afterward, the two individuals proceeded on foot for more than 2 hours. To avoid attracting an excessive number of zombies, they were compelled to slow their pace, partly due to Wu Gaofeng's inability to keep up with Chu Tianming. After all, Wu Gaofeng possessed only a cellular strength of 1, rendering his speed comparable to that of an ordinary person. His prowess lay primarily in his mental fortitude. Over the past 2 days of adaptation, Wu Gaofeng had made significant strides in his mental strength, reaching a level of 4. This enhanced mental capacity granted him greater magical potency, enabling him to cast the Ice Arrow spell 4 times, while also improving the rate at which his magical energy replenished. Of course, in comparison to Chu Tianming's formidable mental strength of 32, Wu Gaofeng's abilities appeared rather inadequate. Nevertheless, it was essential to remember that Chu Tianming had ascended through rigorous advancement, whereas Wu Gaofeng was not an evolved being. Chu Tianming speculated that the Reaper system might have consumed or expelled the evolutionary energy within Wu Gaofeng, though Chu Tianming felt a tinge of regret regarding this. If given the choice between evolution and the Reaper system, he would unequivocally choose the latter. For Chu Tianming, the current necessity lay in acquiring a diverse array of skills, be they magical or martial. He required them all. Casting spells demanded magical energy. According to Wu Gaofeng, utilizing a first-level Ice Arrow spell consumed 1 unit of magical energy, while Chu Tianming possessed enough magical energy to unleash 32 first-level spells. However, what Chu Tianming currently possesses is but a singular, extraordinary magic. It does not belong to the conventional elemental schools of sorcery, but rather leans towards the esoteric realm of soul magic. Yet, this obscurity also signifies its immense power. Enabling him to manipulate the souls of other beings, how could that not be formidable? Regrettably, the cost is utterly terrifying, he lamented inwardly. The memory of having expended half of his magical energy to control a mutated ant loomed over him, and even after the control was established, each passing moment drained his power further. In merely a few minutes, his magical reserves were nearly depleted, a truly harrowing thought. Of course, the potency of the soul-snatching spell is beyond question. However, when applied to the complex minds of humans, with his current mental fortitude, he could only exert control over those with a mental strength of 20 or below. After all, human thought is intricately convoluted, necessitating a greater expenditure of magical energy for control. As for other spells that consume less power, Chu Tianming was not well versed in them. Although he still had one opportunity for a lottery draw, it would be imprudent to aim for a basic spell. It would be wiser to continue employing the Gale Blade technique in combat. As long as he did not encounter another mutated ant like before, slaying these zombies would be akin to chopping vegetables. Chu Tianming mused. As night fell, having traveled tirelessly throughout the day, Chu Tianming and his companion gazed at the darkening sky, their ears filled with the chilling roars of zombies echoing through the city. They yearned to find a safe haven to endure the night, yet no shelter was in sight. Let us press northward. I recall there should be a grand hotel nearby, Chu Tianming said to Wu Gaofeng. Wu Gaofeng nodded. He too wished to avoid spending the night on the streets. Finding a hotel to stay in would undoubtedly be preferable. The two continued their journey northward, and after traversing 3 or 4 miles, they finally beheld the Grand Hotel, described by Chu Tianming. In the darkness, an enormous edifice loomed. obscuring the moonlight above. Once a symbol of luxury, the hotel now appeared ominously foreboding, resembling a monstrous beast from ancient times, its gaping maw wide open, awaiting the arrival of the unwary. With a soft gulp, the two exchanged apprehensive glances before stepping forward to push open the dilapidated entrance. Upon entering the hotel, they found themselves in a vast hall, its floor adorned with pristine white tiles that shone like mirrors. At the center stood a solitary silver column, intricately carved with the four characters, Golden Splendor. This was the largest hotel in Huayao City, boasting 29 stories. The ground floor housed the reception area, alongside a large dining hall. The second floor was dedicated to various entertainment facilities, while the upper levels were entirely comprised of guest accommodations. As they stepped into the Grand Hotel, an unsettling chill enveloped Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng, starkly contrasting the warm temperature outside. "Be cautious. There must be some formidable creature lurking here," Chu Tianming whispered to Wu Gaofeng. Wu Gaofeng rubbed his palms together, his expression tense as he nodded, scanning the surroundings in search of any lurking monstrosities hidden in the shadows. After standing in the hall for a while, no monstrous entities emerged to assail the two individuals. Strangely, there wasn't even a single zombie in sight, which kept them on high alert as they cautiously ventured deeper into the hall. Such grand hotels typically possess independent power facilities. However, without human operation, they cannot function autonomously. Consequently, utilizing the elevators was out of the question, compelling them to seek the location of the stairs and quickly find a room to rest for the night. Chapter 66. The Ice Giant Lizard, Additional Chapter. With 400 recommendations secured, Misha upheld his promise and thus, an additional chapter is presented. The hotel at midnight exuded an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The opulent decor, usually splendid, now only contributed to the chilling ambience of the establishment. Chu Tianming and his companion groped their way through the darkness in search of the stairs, yet after an extensive search, they still had not caught sight of them. Damn it, could this resplendent hotel possibly lack stairs? Chu Tianming thought in frustration. However, the absence of stairs in a hotel was clearly implausible, so he merely grumbled internally and continued his pursuit of the elusive staircase. The resplendent hotel spanned nearly 100,000 square meters per floor, and combined with numerous decorative walls, it took the cautious duo approximately half an hour to finally uncover the whereabouts of the staircase. The staircase of the hotel is exceedingly spacious, adorned with a vivid crimson carpet that, in the darkness, appears as though it is stained with blood, exuding an air of grotesque terror. "Let us ascend. I always feel as if someone is watching us from here," Wu Gaofeng urged, addressing the motionless Chu Tianming. Yet, Chu Tianming's gaze remained fixated elsewhere, his body showing no inclination to advance. Wu Gaofeng, puzzled, turned to discern what had captured Chu Tianming's attention. Upon realizing the nature of the object in question, a chill coursed from his feet to his very brain, rendering him immobile, even hesitant to draw breath. "What is this?" Wu Gaofeng stammered, his voice trembling. Before them lay a colossal and fearsome lizard, sprawled near the foot of the staircase. Its presence, initially obscured by the shadows, became unmistakably apparent as they approached. The massive creature resembled a stretched Lincoln, its dark green scales glistening with an eerie chill under the pale moonlight. Beneath its four claws, the ground was blanketed in blue crystalline ice, and at that moment, Chu Tianming comprehended why the air was so frigid. In the next instant, he employed a detection technique to glean the creature's bodily information. Biological name: Ice Giant Lizard, evolved from ordinary mutated lizards. Possessing a trace of frost dragon lineage. Level: 20. Gender: male. Physical condition: asleep. Cell vitality: 100. Cell strength: 100. Nervous response: 80. Mental power: 80. Overall assessment: Level 90. Life form: innate skill, magic immunity, as a creature with frost dragon ancestry. Its dermis boasts a 70 immunity to ice-based magic. Acquired skills: Ice Spike, condenses massive ice spikes to strike adversaries with incredible speed and power. Possessing freezing effects: Ice Armor, encases itself in ice to deflect incoming attacks. Earth-shaking slam: the giant lizard's colossal claws strike the ground, creating tremendous vibrations that destabilize opponents, accompanied by waves of icy energy that can hinder their speed. With 1 innate skill and 3 magical abilities. Coupled with the terrifying attributes of this ice giant lizard, Chu Tianming was suddenly overcome with dizziness. Alas, how unfortunate they were to wander into the lair of such a creature. Was this not a death wish? The only solace for Chu Tianming was that this ice giant lizard lay in slumber at present, thus it would not attack them. However, should it awaken, their fates would be dire. At this moment, even without perceiving the attributes of the slumbering ice giant lizard, Wu Gaofeng understood that they must not awaken the colossal creature resting within. Its sheer size alone was enough to envelop one in a suffocating sense of dread. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, their figures vanished from the staircase. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they remained acutely aware of their surroundings, treading lightly as they continued their ascent. It was only upon reaching the 5th floor that they finally exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. Such a massive lizard. How could anyone survive that? Wu Gaofeng's face reflected his lingering fear, and the mere thought of the gigantic lizard sent shivers down his spine. Well, at least we made it up here alive. Thankfully, we discovered it early. Otherwise, we would have no idea how we might have perished. At this moment, Chu Tianming also bore an expression of residual anxiety. The attributes and skills of that ice giant lizard sent a shudder through him. For him, this behemoth was evidently an invincible entity. Should they ever cross paths with it, their only options would be to either stealthily depart as they had done today while it slumbered, or to flee for their lives, though the likelihood of escape seemed grim. Nevertheless, one must try, wouldn't one? Just then, with a relaxed demeanor, Wu Gaofeng turned to Chu Tianming and inquired, "By the way, why did we not simply leave this hotel, but instead chose to venture upstairs?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianming promptly began to elucidate. Should we venture outside, any disturbance caused by those zombies could very well attract the attention of that colossal lizard, leaving us with no chance of escape. Conversely, ascending to the upper floors would provide us with a far greater sense of security. Wu Gaofeng appeared visibly perplexed. With a gentle smile, Chu Tianming continued. Such mutated creatures typically possess a strong territorial instinct. Within their domain, the presence of other beings is utterly unwelcome. Moreover, at night, those zombies tend to wail and howl incessantly. Have you heard any such sounds emanating from this hotel? Hence, ascending is our sole avenue of escape. Given the immense size of that giant lizard, I surmise it would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend unless absolutely necessary. But how shall we depart? Wu Gaofeng inquired. At this question, Chu Tianming could only muster a wry smile. We shall take it 1 step at a time. We will address it tomorrow. With that, Chu Tianming proceeded to enter an unoccupied room with an ajar door. After a brief pause, Wu Gaofeng hastily followed suit. The room was remarkably clean, likely untouched since the onset of the apocalypse, as its previous occupant had just vacated, leaving the door wide open. There were no signs of dismemberment or bloodshed within the room, in stark contrast to the corridor outside, which was smeared with blood and littered with severed limbs, most of which appeared to be incomplete, presumably devoured by the frigid giant lizard. Chapter 67. The 5th day as of now. The recommendations have reached 581, leaving a shortfall of 219 tickets for the additional update. Yesterday alone, 414 votes were garnered, and it is believed that today will surely see the total rise to 800. Once the required number of recommendations is achieved, Misha will promptly provide an update. Additionally, Misha has initiated a survey concerning the female protagonist, which those interested may participate in. In the dead of night, Wu Gaofeng had succumbed to a profound slumber, while Chu Tianming gazed out at the luminous moonlight, listening to the distant roars echoing in his ears, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The night was desolate, the cold wind biting, the silvery moonlight, akin to merciless blades, gently grazed his skin. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world underwent a grand transformation, with the earth morphing into a hellish realm, where mountains of corpses and seas of bones arose, and countless malevolent spirits howled at the heavens. The next moment, now, I have reached level 4, with a mere 391 experience points remaining to ascend to level 5. Considering the current evolution rate of the zombies, it is anticipated that within 2 to 3 days, I shall become a level 4 zombie, at which point those 391 experience points will be within my grasp. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Chu Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Imagine if all the zombies on Earth were to evolve into level 4 zombies, each possessing physical capabilities 4 to 5 times greater than that of an ordinary human. A mere individual, armed with a handgun, would stand no chance of hitting those zombies, and even a well-trained soldier would find such a feat impossible. Fortunately, the remaining humans should gradually be awakening their latent powers once they evolve. They will naturally possess the strength for self-preservation. With this thought, Chu Tianming finally eased his worries. After casting a glance at the moonlight outside, he settled himself on the ground in a cross-legged position, with his palms facing the heavens and his eyes closed. He began to channel the vital energy of the Mingyu Gong according to the foundational root of the first level. At this stage, Chu Tianming had reached a critical point. With just a bit more progress, he could successfully break through to the next level, achieving new heights. At that juncture, the Mingyu Gong would reveal its more pronounced effects, and in the realm of martial arts, he would be regarded as a third-rate master. The Mingyu Gong is characterized by its Yin nature. Thus, practicing it under the moonlight yields remarkable results. However, compared to the consumption of medicinal pills, the speed of advancement is indeed incomparable. Nonetheless, the internal energy cultivated through diligent practice is exceptionally pure, far more precious than that gained from pills, and it manifests with greater ease and efficacy. Upon acquiring the cultivation method of the Mingyu Gong, Chu Tianming became acutely aware of the efficacy of this internal skill. The Mingyu Gong is predominantly oriented towards nurturing the inner self while utilizing softness to overcome rigidity. When mastered to a profound degree, it allows one to maintain eternal youth with relative ease. Utilizing the Mingyu Gong in combat does not exhibit the grandiose and forceful momentum characteristic of more aggressive internal arts. Rather, it enables one to take a life with a mere flick of the wrist. Frankly speaking, if given the choice, Chu Tianming would prefer the likes of the I Jing Jing. In the hierarchy of martial arts, both Mingyu Gong and I Jing Jing are classified as first-rate internal techniques. However, if one were to categorize them into superior, medium, and inferior grades, the Mingyu Gong would unfortunately fall into the medium tier, while the I Jing Jing would occupy a prestigious position within the superior tier. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that throughout his upbringing, Chu Tianming was continually exposed to the notion that the pinnacle of martial arts emanates from Shaolin. Naturally, he harbored a fervent desire to learn the I Jing Jing, a treasure of Shaolin. Furthermore, many martial arts that piqued his interest are characterized by grand and sweeping movements. If he were to employ the Mingyu Gong to execute such techniques, it would indeed be somewhat laborious, potentially resulting in a mere 80% of his full strength being realized, thus rendering the effort counterproductive. Regrettably, Chu Tianming finds himself without alternatives. Being fortunate enough to obtain a commendable internal technique at this early stage is a blessing in itself. Moreover, there exists a plethora of martial arts with a gentle disposition. As many sword techniques lean towards a more subtle nature, and numerous finger techniques similarly embody this softness. Moreover, the essence of martial arts lies not in quantity, but in depth. Chu Tianming believes that mastering a few profound techniques is more than sufficient. Furthermore, he does not rely solely on martial prowess for sustenance. He possesses a myriad of other skills, such as the substitution technique learned at the outset, along with various forms of magic. In the future, he may even acquire formidable cultivation skills. In summary, while Chu Tianming is not entirely content with his current circumstances, he is filled with anticipation for what lies ahead. In the deep of night, moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping the meditating Chu Tianming in a silvery luminescence, akin to a gossamer garment or a river of stars, gently cradling and nurturing him. The following day, as the morning sun struggled to rise slowly, Chu Tianming, having practiced throughout the night, opened his eyes at the opportune moment. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, swiftly drew the curtains, and after casting a glance at the still sleeping Wu Gaofeng, he proceeded into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and soon, Chu Tianming emerged from the washroom. On the fifth day, it was evident that these zombies remained at level 3, showing no signs of evolving to level 4. It appears their rate of evolution has begun to wane. Through the window, Chu Tianming observed the zombies in the street, noting that there was no discernible change compared to the previous day, while a select few zombies had experienced a minor increase of 1 point in their attributes. It was insufficient to trigger any form of evolution. Moreover, the attribute that had increased was predominantly mental strength, a characteristic that ordinary zombies could not utilize effectively. After assessing the attributes of these zombies, Chu Tianming concluded that they warranted little attention. Level 3 zombies posed no significant concern for him at present. They neither offered experience points for his advancement nor posed any tangible threat. What merit was there in focusing on them? It was indeed time to contemplate his escape. Uncertain if the plan he devised yesterday would prove feasible, muttering softly to himself, he turned to glance at Wu Gaofeng, who lay on the bed, and with a smile, he seized a pillow from the bedside and tossed it at him. Time to rise. No more slumber. The pillow struck Wu Gaofeng, rousing him from his deep sleep. Drowsily rubbing his eyes, he suddenly realized that they were no longer in a peaceful era, which startled him into an immediate upright position. Goodness, it's already 6 o'clock, he exclaimed. I was utterly exhausted yesterday and must have fallen into a deep sleep without realizing it. With that, Wu Gaofeng swiftly descended from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he emerged holding 2 clean glasses. Chapter 68, Mutated Rats vs. Ice Giant Lizard, Part 1. As Wu Gaofeng emerged with the 2 glasses, Chu Tianming casually tossed him a bottle of beverage from the hotel room. With a gentle gurgle, 2 cups were filled to the brim. Wu Gaofeng handed one to Chu Tianming, placed his own on the coffee table, and turned to the small refrigerator in the room, retrieving an array of delectable-looking delicacies. The hotel, being of a higher caliber, provided exceptionally attentive service, and this room was replete with amenities. The modest refrigerator housed no fewer than a dozen different food items, each appearing more appetizing than the last. Unable to resist, Wu Gaofeng immediately bit into a golden sausage that he had just taken out. Chu Tianming, witnessing this, chuckled and shot him a playful glance before tearing open a loaf of bread, extracting a piece to savor. After taking a bite, he spoke. I contemplated this yesterday. If we are to leave, we certainly cannot exit through the lobby. Wu Gaofeng nodded in agreement while munching on his snack. Since the lobby was off limits, they would have to descend from the outside. However, the whereabouts of that colossal creature remained uncertain, necessitating utmost caution as they made their descent. We must tread lightly and strive to make no sound. Wu Gaofeng swallowed his morsel and replied, Indeed, let us proceed with that plan. But I will require your assistance. My meager strength may not suffice for this endeavor. As Wu Gaofeng spoke, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. To be frank, his survival up to this point was largely due to the assistance of Chu Tianming. Without Chu Tianming's support, his meager magical abilities would have rendered him incapable of escaping from Huayao No. 1 Middle School. It was entirely possible that he would have perished in some corner, becoming fodder for a zombie. Although the provisions he currently enjoyed were not directly from Chu Tianming, he recognized that without Chu Tianming, he would never have attained them. Even during his flight, he would still require Chu Tianming's aid, leading Wu Gaofeng to ponder whether he was indeed somewhat inept. However, he felt a sense of helplessness. Despite possessing magical powers, his magical energy was only sufficient to conjure a mere 4 ice arrows. While his basic freezing ability was useful against ordinary individuals, it proved woefully inadequate against the zombies and mutated creatures lurking outside. Chu Tianming, on the other hand, harbored no grievances. It was akin to an investment. One must always make some initial sacrifices. Moreover, as good friends, assisting Wu Gaofeng in surviving was a natural inclination, requiring little effort on his part. Furthermore, Chu Tianming had observed that Wu Gaofeng's mental strength had increased by 1 point that very morning, along with a similar enhancement in cellular strength. Now, Wu Gaofeng's attributes were relatively balanced. Aside from his mental strength being twice that of his other attributes, the remaining 3 were uniform. His physical power had also seen considerable improvement since yesterday. Presently, even if he exhausted all his magical energy, he would still be capable of using his freezing ability to contend with a standard level 3 zombie. At least that is how Chu Tianming perceives it. After hastily resolving the matter of breakfast, the 2 tidied up, primarily because Wu Gaofeng needed to take some food along. Seeing Wu burdened with 2 large backpacks, Chu Tianming, with a sense of resignation, offered to carry one. As for the matter of the spatial ring, he preferred to keep that secret for the time being. After gathering the essentials, Chu Tianming took the lead and stepped out of the room they had occupied for the night. Were it not for his quest to find his parents, he would have found living here quite agreeable. At least there was a colossal ice giant lizard guarding them, deterring other zombies and mutated creatures from daring to approach. Given the immense size of the ice giant lizard, it was unlikely to patrol his territory, rendering the rooms above remarkably safe. However, Chu Tianming was destined not to remain stationary for long. After all, to enhance his strength, he needed to hunt other creatures. Relying solely on cultivating his inner power would take decades before he made any significant progress. By then, he figured the entire Earth might have undergone a dramatic transformation, potentially becoming a realm dominated by mutated beings or zombies. As he treaded upon the dark red carpet in the corridor, Chu Tianming observed the rooms on either side while occasionally offering reminders to Wu Gaofeng behind him. Soon, they arrived at a grand window. The expansive floor-to-ceiling glass was marred, with some panes shattered beyond recognition. Considering that this glass was tempered, its destruction spoke volumes about the power of the assailant. Through the shattered opening of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Tianming peered down to the ground below. He found himself on the 5th floor, approximately 30 meters above the earth, a height largely attributed to the 10-meter elevation of the lobby on the 1st floor, while each subsequent level stood at 5 meters. From his vantage point, he looked down at the left side of the hotel, where a stretch of greenery lay beneath, and further still, the road appeared, devoid of any signs of life. A few battered vehicles were strewn haphazardly across the asphalt, and occasionally, a couple of zombies would wander by, aimlessly shuffling on. Despite the seemingly tranquil scene, Chu Tianming felt an unsettling disquiet. Indeed, in the next moment, he sensed a tremor beneath his feet, as the trees in the greenery outside began to sway violently. Before long, accompanied by a cacophony of rumbling sounds, a significant section of the road across suddenly ruptured, with an explosion of concrete either plummeting or soaring into the air, followed by the incessant chattering of countless creatures. Damn it, a horde of mutated rats. Chu Tianming cursed inwardly. Emerging from the depths of the road was indeed a massive swarm of these aberrant rodents. Biological name: mutated mouse, derived from ordinary mice. Level: 5 gender. Female physical condition: hungry cell vitality, 10 cell strength, 10 neural response, 10 mental power, 6 comprehensive assessment, grade 9 life form innate skill. Bite: the mutated mouse can unleash thrice the power of its cell strength through its bite. Possessing a certain corrosive capability, acquired skill: pounce, an instantaneous leap forward, capable of achieving double speed. If there were merely 1 or 2 of these mutated mice, Chu Tianming would not even bat an eyelash. They would be adversaries easily vanquished without concern. However, the current situation is not 1 or 2, nor even dozens, but an innumerable horde, densely packed and overwhelming. Chapter 69, Mutated Mouse vs. Ice Giant Lizard, Part 2. As far as the eye could see, the entire roadway was thronged with these mutated mice, each resembling a tiger in stature. Every one of them glowed with green eyes, and wherever they traversed, all consumable items vanished completely. Damn it, they wouldn't charge in here, would they? Chu Tianming pondered anxiously. In the next moment, a tremendous and oddly unsettling sound erupted from beneath the feet of the two, followed by a palpable tremor in the ground. An icy chill began to seep up from below. This is bad. This swarm of mutated mice has collided with that ice giant lizard. Chu Tianming was taken aback and quickly pulled the still-dazed Wu Gaofeng beside him, racing towards the higher floors. They ascended to the 18th floor in one breath, feeling the vibrations beneath their feet, while the chilling sensation gradually dissipated after reaching the 10th floor. Upon stopping at the 18th floor, Chu Tianming gazed out of the window, where his eyes fell upon the figures of those mutated rats. At the center of this swarm of aberrations lay a colossal lizard, entirely encased in ice. The ice giant lizard had even activated its icy armor. It appeared that sometimes, numbers indeed mattered. Observing the scene below, Chu Tianming murmured to himself. Despite the formidable nature of the ice giant lizard, even with its myriad attributes, it was forced to employ its defensive skill, icy armor, against a horde of mutated rats, each possessing only basic attributes of 10. What if the adversary were human? With the same attributes and skills, it was likely that humans, with their cunning, would instinctively flee at the first sign of danger. Contemplating this, Chu Tianming realized that regardless of the power one possesses, intelligence remains the most crucial factor. The mighty ice giant lizard was besieged by tens of thousands of mutated rats, which, despite being obliterated in droves by its icy spikes or earth-shattering attacks, continued to recklessly assault the massive body of the lizard, opening their gaping maws to gnash at its form. Although their attacks failed to breach the lizard's defenses, the relentless onslaught proved to be an unending torment, even for one as powerful as the ice giant lizard. To wield magic requires a significant amount of magical energy, and spells such as Ice Spike and Earth-Shattering Strike, which undoubtedly exceed the first level of magic, demand even greater reserves of power. Additionally, the icy armor enveloping the ice giant lizard incessantly drains its magical energy. Soon, the creature found itself unable to continue the fight, as it felt the dwindling reserves of magic within. Although not particularly wise, it was nonetheless a high-level mutant creature awakened from an ancient bloodline, possessing an intellect comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Realizing that the battle was no longer in its favor, it naturally chose to retreat. Struggling to shake off the bothersome mutated rats clinging to its back, the ice giant lizard charged forward, smashing through the mutated rats blocking its path, and made a beeline for its lair. The ice giant lizard sought to escape, yet the relentless horde of mutated rats, eager for vengeance against the beast that had slain countless of their kin, refused to let it go. The rats, having been initially scattered, once again bravely impeded the ice giant lizard's escape, gnawing fervently at its body with their teeth. Regardless of the effectiveness of their attacks, they exerted their utmost effort. With a roar, the ice giant lizard was consumed by fury, bewildered by the tenacity of these wretched little creatures. All it desired was to leave, yet they dared to obstruct its path. In that moment, the creature's already limited intellect succumbed to the tempest of rage. With a resounding thud, a single step unleashed a cataclysmic force that obliterated all mutated rats within a 10-meter radius of the ice giant lizard, leaving those slightly farther away crippled. The immense shockwave shattered the once pristine ground into countless fragments, while blue ice crystals began to crystallize upon the surface. In a grand display, the ice giant lizard expended the last remnants of its magical energy in a single earth-shattering maneuver, causing its icy armor to dissipate rapidly. Its body, once a mesmerizing ice blue, reverted to a mottled hue of yellow and green. Yet, the relentless tide of mutated rats continued to surge forth, undeterred by the earlier display of power. The loss of their brethren only fueled their fury. They would not retreat without exacting vengeance upon their foe. Soon, throngs of mutated rats began to ascend the ice giant lizard once more. This time, bereft of its icy armor, the creature found itself vulnerable. Although the rat's teeth could not initially penetrate its tough hide, persistence proved fruitful, and eventually, one of the creatures managed to breach the scales. A howl of pain erupted from the ice giant lizard, plunging it into a frenzied state. In a fit of madness, it forsook all defense, trampling the surrounding mutated rats with relentless ferocity, while its massive tail loomed ominously, casting a shadow over its rear. Stomp, smash, crush. The ice giant lizard ruthlessly slaughtered the mutated rats that had inflicted harm upon it, utilizing every part of its body capable of attack. In its frenzied state, the ice giant lizard remained oblivious to the increasing number of wounds adorning its form, as yellow-green blood saturated its entire being, presenting a grotesque sight. On the ground, countless mutated rats lay dead or injured. From the depths emerged tens of thousands of these creatures, only to be mercilessly felled by the lizard's magic, resulting in the demise of over 10,000. In its wrathful frenzy, the ice giant lizard continued to annihilate the remaining rats, leaving no survivors, until the ground was devoid of any intact mutated rat. Only then did the lizard cease its onslaught, letting out a furious roar that echoed skyward. Disinterested in the maimed rats, it dragged its grievously injured body slowly back to its lair. The entire battle unfolded within a mere hour, yet in that brief span, tens of thousands of mutated rats lost their lives, while the formidable ice giant lizard sustained severe injuries. This entire spectacle was witnessed in vivid detail by Chu Tianming on the 18th floor, observing the wounded ice giant lizard as it crawled into the hotel. He could not suppress the urge to rush down and finish off the injured behemoth. However, he quickly shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, "What am I even contemplating? How much experience does one gain from slaying an ice giant lizard? Even a severely wounded creature of such magnitude could easily overwhelm me with a mere strike. At this juncture, my focus ought to be on reaping the lives of the surviving mutated rats." Indeed, outside, numerous mutated rats remain alive, albeit in a grievously impaired state. Some have lost substantial portions of their bodies, others have suffered the loss of several limbs, and many are left with shattered bones. Nonetheless, they persist in their existence. And in the eyes of Chu Tianming, each one represents a source of experience. Chapter 70, A Windfall. As of now, the recommendation count stands at 1,015. With only 185 votes needed for the next update, it is not far off, and I believe we shall reach it today. Chu Tianming patiently awaited on the 18th floor for a considerable time before turning to pull up Wu Gaofeng, and together they made their way to the stairwell. Upon descending to the 3rd floor, they finally paused. "We will climb down from the 3rd floor. I shall proceed to eliminate those surviving mutated rats." While you wait for me by the greenbelt, Chu Tianming instructed Wu Gaofeng. Wu Gaofeng nodded in agreement. Though he harbored doubts about Chu Tianming's insistence on dispatching the already crippled mutated rats, he refrained from voicing his queries. Crawling through the broken window, Chu Tianming did not leap down immediately, despite the ease with which he could do so. He needed to create some footholds for Wu Gaofeng to follow. Thus, Chu Tianming grasped the window with both hands, his right fingers fiercely carving a groove into the wall. He repeated this action as he descended, and by the time he reached the ground, the wall bore numerous indentations. Subsequently, Wu Gaofeng, guided by these grooves, descended effortlessly from the third floor. All right, you should hide over there. Remember to call for me if any danger arises. Chu Tianming pointed towards a verdant area adorned with sizable plants, where one could easily conceal themselves from prying eyes. Wu Gaofeng nodded and swiftly darted into the foliage. Once he confirmed there was no threat within, he cautiously emerged and signaled Chu Tianming. Seeing this, Chu Tianming felt reassured and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Jinbihui Hotel. The ground was littered with the remnants of mutated rats. Occasionally, he encountered those that had not yet perished, and he took delight in dispatching them with a swift strike. By the time he reached the entrance, Chu Tianming had eliminated 23 still-living mutated rats, earning himself 46 experience points. A level 5 mutated rat granted him 2 experience points. And if there were indeed 196 living mutated rats in this vicinity, he could effortlessly ascend to level 5. Yet, he mused to himself, it was unlikely there were that many. Amidst the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, Chu Tianming wielded his alloy combat knife, pushing aside the piled remnants of the fallen as he searched for any surviving mutated rats, all the while remaining vigilant for the potential ambush of the ice giant lizard. An hour passed. Chu Tianming discovered 57 surviving mutated mice, which bestowed upon him 114 experience points, coupled with the previous 46 points. He had amassed a total of 160 experience points, despite having only scoured a small fraction of the vast mound of corpses thus far. 2 hours elapsed, and he unearthed an additional 40 surviving mutated mice, earning another 80 experience points. As he beheld the steadily increasing tally of his experience, a wave of elation surged within him. He lamented the absence of a specialized skill for detecting living beings. Had he possessed such an ability, he would not have to painstakingly sift through the heaps of bodies. 3 hours later, he encountered yet another 55 mutated mice, yielding 110 experience points. However, he was nearing the completion of his search through the entire pile of corpses, and it appeared that these surviving mutated mice would not suffice for him to reach level 5. After reluctantly searching for another 10 minutes, he ultimately abandoned this fruitless endeavor. After 3 hours and 13 minutes, Chu Tianming had located a total of 152 surviving mutated mice, along with the 23 he had encountered along the way, culminating in 175 mice, which translated to 350 experience points. At that moment, his experience bar had transformed into a different visage. Experience required for the next level upgrade, 459. 500. He was merely 41 points shy of leveling up. Cursing the accursed ice giant lizard, he wondered why it could not have left behind a few more mutated mice for him. Upon gazing at his experience bar, a wave of discontent washed over him. As the impending upgrade loomed, the elusive 41 experience points seemed unattainable. The streets were teeming with third-level zombies, yielding no experience upon their demise. The sporadic appearances of mutated creatures remained a mystery, their hiding places unknown. Without their emergence, it was impossible for Chu Tianming to track them down. When a significant number finally appeared, fortune seemed to smile upon him, only to discover, in the end, a frustrating shortfall. Could this not incite his ire? Nevertheless, despite his vexation, Chu Tianming had nonetheless managed to reap substantial rewards, acquiring a wealth of experience with surprising ease. Perhaps there were still a few living beings lurking in the vicinity from which he could benefit. He decided to investigate further. With this thought in mind, he was reluctant to linger in his current location, especially with the looming threat of a massive ice giant lurking behind the nearby entrance, capable of slaughtering thousands of mutated rats. Should that behemoth suddenly go berserk and charge out to attack him, to whom could he turn for solace? Resolute in his decision, Chu Tianming hoisted his alloy battle knife and deftly leaped down from a pile of corpses, making his way towards the greenbelt where Wu Gaofeng was concealed. Upon returning to the greenbelt, Chu Tianming observed Wu Gaofeng relentlessly hurling ice spikes, at a diminutive zombie. Intrigued, he glanced at the attributes of this peculiar undead creature. What? A mere 2 points of cellular strength? What manner of zombie is this? Shishiming gazed in astonishment at the remarkably low-level 3 zombie before him. Yet, this seemingly insignificant creature possessed a formidable talent known as mental control. This skill enabled it to exert influence over its kind, commanding those whose mental prowess equaled or fell short of its own. Although the description was brief, it imparted a profound understanding of the potential terror this ability harbored. Should this zombie evolve, it would undoubtedly emerge as a leader among its kind. What was most peculiar, however, was the creature's reaction upon sensing Shishiming's presence. It turned and fled in fright, disregarding Wu Gaofeng, who relentlessly hurled ice spikes in its direction. In that moment, Shishiming realized this creature possessed a level of intelligence far beyond what he had anticipated. Previously, it may have believed it could withstand Wu Gaofeng's assault. But upon realizing Shishiming's arrival, it understood that remaining was not an option. Without a hint of hesitation, it made a swift retreat. Yet, having unearthed this little creature's secret, Shishiming was determined not to let it escape so easily. With a swift kick, he sent the diminutive zombie flying several meters away. Meanwhile, Wu Gaofeng brandished his crystallized ice spear, thrusting it forcefully into the creature's thigh. To Shishiming's surprise, the anticipated shattering of the ice spear did not occur. He cast a bewildered glance at Wu Gaofeng, who had pinned the small zombie to the ground, before approaching the scene. Even though the little zombie was pinned to the ground, it continued to struggle desperately in a futile attempt to escape, its meager strength proving insufficient for liberation. Witnessing this, Chu Tianming couldn't help but smile lightly before inquiring, "How did you come across this fellow?" Wu Gaofeng chuckled and recounted the events leading up to their encounter. Shortly after Chu Tianming had departed, Wu Gaofeng encountered this little zombie accompanied by 5 ordinary zombies at the roadside, and they soon noticed Wu Gaofeng, a human. The little zombie, seemingly unaware of Wu Gaofeng's capabilities and mistaking him for an ordinary human, commanded its 5 subordinates to eliminate him, intending to make him its breakfast. However, tragedy struck as Wu Gaofeng unleashed a volley of 5 ice arrows, effortlessly dispatching the headless, 3rd-level ordinary zombie. Witnessing Wu Gaofeng's formidable prowess, the little zombie was immediately struck by fear and attempted to flee. Yet, Wu Gaofeng was not inclined to let it escape. Although his magical energy was depleted, his ability to conjure ice crystals had significantly strengthened alongside the enhancement of his mental faculties. He swiftly summoned a dozen petite ice spikes, which bombarded the fleeing little zombie, forcing it to cower in terror. The little zombie's speed was woefully inadequate. Even Wu Gaofeng, whose cellular strength was merely 2 points, outpaced it by a considerable margin. Thus, a relentless struggle ensued between man and zombie. As the battle raged on, the little zombie gradually realized that Wu Gaofeng seemed incapable of wielding those formidable ice arrows any longer. Thus, it began to grow bolder, unaware that Wu Gaofeng was steadily restoring his mental energy throughout the skirmish. Although the prolonged conflict had diminished the speed of recovery, after several hours, he managed to regain a point of energy. After listening to Wu Gaofeng's account, Chu Tianming once again unfolded the attribute list of this little zombie. Creature name, Dominator, 1st tier psychically altered zombie. Level, 3 gender, male physical condition, injured cell vitality, 3 cell strength, 2 nervous response, 2 mental power, 5 overall assessment, tier 3 life form innate skill, mind control currently controlled creatures. 5 The little zombie bore a rather imposing title, Dominator. However, it was evident that this Dominator was merely an infant, possessing a meager 5 points of mental power, only capable of commanding a mere 5 zombies. Even if it could control just 1 more, it would not have fared better today. Alas, it seemed to be a case of unfortunate timing. This future true Dominator was destined to perish here. Dominator. It appears that the variety among zombies is indeed intricate, Chu Tianming pondered. Having contemplated this, Chu Tianming cast one last glance at the diminutive Dominator before drawing the alloy combat knife from his back. In a swift flash, the blade gleamed, and the young Dominator fell beneath Chu Tianming's strike. In the next moment, just as Chu Tianming was about to rise, he paused, then joyfully stood up, leaving Wu Gaofeng beside him in a state of confusion. It turned out that after he had slain the small zombie, a mechanical voice from the deceased system echoed in his mind, notifying him that he had completed a hidden task and received 2 rewards. Ding. Hidden task completed. Slay a Dominator zombie. You have received the task reward. a lacquered wooden treasure chest, and 100 experience points. Setting aside the lacquered wooden treasure chest for the moment, the mere acquisition of 100 experience points was enough to fill Chu Tianming with elation. As he savored the exhilarating sensation coursing through his body, he narrowed his eyes in delight, relishing the pleasure that accompanied leveling up. In the next instant, as the exhilaration subsided, Chu Tianming joyfully advanced to level 5, his attributes doubling once more to reach a terrifying level of 64. This enhancement was not merely quantitative. It also signified a qualitative transformation. With a firm grip, he exerted his strength, and a crisp sound resonated in his ears. Subsequently, Chu Tianming unleashed a punch, causing the air in front of him, just a meter away, to surge forward as if it were a tangible entity, traveling dozens of meters before dissipating into the atmosphere, followed by a resounding explosion. With a deep breath, Chu Tianming stood upright, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded his own hands. Turning to the astonished Wu Gaofeng, he offered a reassuring grin before containing his excitement, and speaking up, "I've made a slight breakthrough. My strength has significantly improved." Wu Gaofeng, still in a daze, nodded slowly. His mind fixated on the powerful punch Chu Tianming had just thrown, pondering, is this truly just a minor breakthrough? A considerable enhancement? Indeed, it is quite substantial. Reflecting on his own limited abilities, Wu Gaofeng felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. Once, they had all been classmates, and he had held the position of class leader. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic reality, Chu Tianming had grown immensely powerful, safeguarding him on their journey, while he himself had made little progress. Stripped of his magical abilities, he could barely hold his ground against a feeble, melee-averse zombie. In contrast, Wu Gaofeng's sense of helplessness deepened. "I wish to protect others. I yearn to fight on the front lines." He clenched his fists tightly, the sharpness of his nails leaving 4 deep crimson marks on his palms, as if they could break the skin at any moment. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Turning to look, Wu Gaofeng found Chu Tianming gazing at him with concern. Instantly, he lowered his head again. "Gaofeng." Chu Tianming spoke gently. "Strength can be cultivated over time, but you must always maintain your confidence. Do you understand?" Wu Gaofeng nodded gently. Yet Chu Tianming could discern that he still did not grasp the essence of his words. In this regard, Chu Tianming felt a profound sense of helplessness. All he could do was offer verbal encouragement, for he could not directly alter Wu Gaofeng's thoughts. Ultimately, it was a journey he must undertake alone. Nevertheless, Chu Tianming was heartened by the fact that Wu Gaofeng did not harbor jealousy or resentment towards him due to their disparity in strength. Instead, he merely perceived himself as inadequate. This realization brought Chu Tianming great joy, as it affirmed that he had not erred in choosing this friend. Chapter 72. Qianding Temple. When it came to comforting others, Chu Tianming felt rather inept. Thus, upon noticing Wu Gaofeng's melancholy, he could only remain silent. The two departed from the opulent Jinbi Huai Hotel and continued their journey northward. Before leaving, Chu Tianming located the Dominator, the crystallized essence within the little zombie's brain. This marked the 3rd crystal he had acquired. As for their purpose, thus far, Chu Tianming only knew that they could be utilized to absorb experience. Beyond that, he was entirely ignorant of their other potential functions. Around 11 a.m., the sun had risen high in the sky, casting a temperature of approximately 27 to 28 degrees Celsius, a pleasant warmth, neither hot nor cold. On the expansive road, numerous overturned vehicles and the charred remnants of explosions were scattered about, and at times, a gust of wind would stir up fragments of tattered cloth. Just a few moments ago, Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng discovered 2 electric scooters along the roadside, still charged and ready for use. On roads like these, automobiles are utterly impeded, while motorcycles, though feasible, create too much noise, easily attracting hordes of zombies. Although Chu Tianming harbors no fear of these undead creatures, he prefers to avoid unnecessary encounters. In such circumstances, riding a nimble and discreet electric scooter is undoubtedly the wisest choice. I recall a quaint little temple nearby, one I had visited with classmates in the past. Wu Gaofeng pointed in a certain direction, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. Chu Tianming understood that the classmate he referred to was likely his girlfriend. Alas, she has probably succumbed to becoming a mindless zombie, no longer recognizing Wu Gaofeng, her former beau. Such a fate would bring sorrow to anyone. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and the next moment, Chu Tianming spoke. "I have been there once. If I remember correctly, it is called Qianding Temple?" Wu Gaofeng nodded, Yes, it is called Qiandeng Temple, a rather small establishment, usually devoid of visitors. I recall there being only 2 or 3 monks, all quite elderly. It is said that long ago, the Qiandeng Temple was quite grand. Yet over time, it has diminished in size, seemingly as much of the land was sold off. 2 individuals conversed intermittently, and soon they found themselves before the temple they had discussed. The Qiandeng Temple was modest in scale, but its location was rather advantageous, situated right alongside the road. The ordinary yellow courtyard wall stood only 2 meters high, devoid of any decorative patterns, stretching a mere 30 meters in length. Within, there resided a small Desheng Bao Dian, accompanied by 2 or 3 structures resembling storage rooms. To refer to it as a Desheng Bao Dian might be an exaggeration. It was essentially a diminutive temple-like building. Chu Tianming recalled that inside, several Buddhist statues were displayed, with a central figure holding 1,000 lamps, though he was uncertain of the identity of this particular Buddha. At that moment, an unexpected throng congregated outside the Qiandeng Temple, appearing to number in the thousands. However, these individuals bore pale skin and tattered clothing, unmistakably a horde of zombies. The sheer number of zombies surrounding the temple raised a troubling question. Were there still living souls within? Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng simultaneously pondered this notion. Zombies do not gather in a particular location without reason. Through their observations over the past few days, Chu Tianming had noted that these creatures typically roamed restlessly when idle. Thus, it had perplexed him that so few zombies had been spotted along the extensive roadway. Now, it seemed evident that they had all congregated here. As the vehicle came to a halt, Chu Tianming gazed at the throng of zombies congregated outside the Qiandeng Temple and remarked, "The undead gather without reason. There must be living souls within." Wu Gaofeng, who had also stopped, nodded in agreement. Yet, upon beholding the formidable mass of zombies, a shiver coursed through him, extinguishing any inclination to venture forth and rescue those trapped inside. This sentiment was not exclusive to him. Even Chu Tianming felt no compulsion to act. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he had discerned something peculiar about the situation. Although the zombies encircled the temple, a closer inspection revealed that they exhibited no signs of movement, merely standing in silence, devoid of any growls or cries. This uncanny stillness piqued Chu Tianming's curiosity, hinting at an underlying strangeness. "Are we to proceed with a rescue?" Wu Gaofeng inquired, noticing Chu Tianming's hesitation. The latter cast a sidelong glance at him before shaking his head. "Let us refrain from rash actions. I sense that matters are not as they appear. It seems that there is no human presence compelling this gathering of zombies. Observe closely. Do these creatures not resemble the 5 controlled zombies you encountered previously?" Upon hearing Chu Tianming's words, Wu Gaofeng scrutinized the distant horde of zombies, and to his astonishment, he recognized their striking similarity to those he had faced before. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to the previous 5 zombies, which also exhibited an eerie stillness, trailing closely behind the diminutive undead without so much as a whisper. Even in their demise, they emitted no sound, lending an air of the uncanny. After Wu Gaofeng spoke, he cast a glance at the throng of zombies, pondering the implications if these creatures were likewise under the control of that earlier small zombie. How formidable must that particular zombie be to command such a multitude? With this thought, Wu Gaofeng could not restrain his curiosity and voiced his speculation. If these zombies are indeed subjugated by that earlier small one, just imagine the strength of the zombies within the temple. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianming felt a sudden shock, but he quickly dismissed the notion. The horde encircling Qiandeng Temple numbered at least 5,000. By the prior ratio of 1 controlling zombie managing 5 others. If these were indeed governed by a master zombie, it would imply that the controlling entity possessed no less than 5,000 points of mental energy, a notion that seemed utterly absurd. Of course, it is conceivable that upon reaching a certain threshold, the capacity to control would exponentially increase. Yet to wield authority over 5,000 zombies would invariably require hundreds of points of mental energy. Chu Tianming firmly believed that such a zombie was, at present, an impossibility. If there are several overlords, it indeed seems plausible. However, one cannot help but ponder why they have congregated here, standing idly without conflict. Have they simply filled their bellies to the point of complacency? After much contemplation, Chu Tianming firmly believed that these zombies were likely under the influence of some entity. Possibly a dozen overlord zombies, or perhaps other creatures endowed with the ability to control the undead. Their objective, it seemed, must lie within this Qiandeng Temple. Yet, What puzzled Chu Tianming was the nature of the allure that could draw such controlling beings to this seemingly unremarkable location. Was it treasure? Sustenance? Or perhaps some arcane mystery? Chu Tianming had visited Qianding Temple several times, and he could not recall any treasures therein. Could it be that something extraordinary had emerged post-apocalypse? The more he pondered, the deeper his intrigue grew for this Qianding Temple. Chapter 74. Fragments of an Asteroid. The chapter had garnered 196 votes. Merely 104 votes shy of an additional update, as Misha beseeched for the support of recommendation votes, welcoming any and all assistance. This tale begins on the eve preceding the apocalypse. Master Yi Zhao's countenance reflected nostalgia as he softly recounted the events of that fateful night. It had transpired 5 days prior, the very night when an asteroid from outer space collided with Earth. While Master Yi Zhao and the other monks of the temple were preparing to retire for the evening, just as they did routinely, before slumber had fully embraced the night, the sky outside erupted into a brilliant light, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds that terrified the monks within the temple, rendering them too fearful to venture beyond their chambers. Only Master Yi Zhao dared to leave his quarters and investigate the commotion. At that moment, nations around the globe were utilizing missiles to shatter fragments of an asteroid. Master Yi Zhao, maintaining his composure, witnessed the entire spectacle. However, once the assault concluded, he suddenly noticed a bright light in the sky hurtling towards him, followed by a tremendous roar. Alarmed, Master Yi Zhao dropped to the ground, and upon regaining his footing, he discovered that the great hall of the temple had been breached, a sizable gaping hole marring its structure, with the air thick with the scent of charred remnants. Summoning his courage, he approached the scene, only to find a deep pit within the hall. Looking up, he beheld the starry night above. The expansive rupture measuring 3 meters in diameter, with the pit on the ground exceeding 1 meter across. Dark, acrid smoke billowed from the pit, and Master Yi Zhao, wary of approaching too closely, called upon the other monks in the temple, deciding to wait until the smoke dissipated before further investigation. However, before long, they collectively succumbed to unconsciousness. When Master Yi Zhao regained consciousness, it was already midnight. By then, the smoke from the pit had cleared, allowing him to discern the situation within. The pit was approximately 2 meters deep, containing a dark, indistinct mass that quivered intermittently, suggesting an imminent emergence. Master Yi Zhao, emboldened by courage, dared to tap a wooden stick against the dark mass before him. To his astonishment, a gentle tap shattered the exterior, revealing a glimmer of green light within. It was a crystal, the size of an egg, radiating a luminous green glow that invigorated him, as though he were infused with boundless energy. After a considerable time, Master Yi Zhao found no other peculiarities within the crystal nor any imminent dangers. It was only then that he realized he was the sole individual who had awakened. Turning back, he noticed the other individuals still lay unconscious on the ground. In the next moment, Master Yi Zhao attempted to rouse them, but despite his fervent shouting and shaking, the 3 monks remained unresponsive. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, he resolved to call for medical assistance. However, upon dialing the number, he was met with silence as no one answered. Stepping out of the Great Hero Hall, he was struck by the eerie tranquility enveloping the city. In a state of panic, he rushed out of Qianding Temple, only to find the streets sparsely populated with a few haphazardly parked cars, devoid of any human presence. In the ensuing events, Chu Tianming was acutely aware that the comatose humans were gradually transforming into flesh-eating zombies. Those fortunate enough to awaken would officially step into this both familiar and alien hell. In truth, had Master Yi Zhao not benevolently gathered the monks of the temple into a single room, intending to care for them, he might have already fallen prey to the zombies. It was precisely because he confined them within that room and secured the door that he managed to escape such a fate. However, the subsequent occurrences took on a bizarre turn. According to Master Yi Zhao, he dared not approach the green crystal that had fallen from the sky, thus leaving it within the Great Hero Hall. Nevertheless, he would occasionally venture inside to observe it. He claimed that the closer he drew to the crystal, the more comfort he felt. When the zombies began to emerge en masse, Master Yi Zhao, adhering to the philosophy that a golden nest or a silver nest could not compare to one's own humble abode, resolved to fortify his position, firmly closing the temple's doors and windows, retreating into the Great Hero Hall alone. He successfully survived the first day. As the zombies were preoccupied with hunting the vast crowds of humans in the city, entirely overlooking the seemingly mundane temple, which appeared devoid of life. However, on the following day, Master Yixiao was horrified to discover that some zombies had begun to consciously gather towards his location. Gripped by fear, he fled through the back door as the first wave of zombies reached the temple. Before departing, he had intended to take the green crystal with him. But his astute mind quickly conjured an alternative possibility. It was precisely for this reason that he abandoned the plan to take the green crystal, which ultimately allowed him to survive until today. After Master Yixiao departed, the gates of Qiandeng Temple were swiftly breached by a multitude of zombies. Master Yixiao, exhibiting considerable courage, decided to remain nearby to observe the actions of these undead beings. To his astonishment, he discovered that the zombies merely congregated within the temple and exhibited no further actions. This revelation perfectly corroborated his earlier speculation. "Are you suggesting that these zombies are drawn here for the green crystal?" Chu Tianming inquired, gazing at Master Yixiao in disbelief. Master Yixiao nodded. "I suspect that is indeed the case." Subsequently, an overwhelming number of zombies arrived, leading to an unexpected conflict among them, which only subsided yesterday. Chu Tianming acknowledged this, fully aware that these zombies had been controlled. Moreover, from what he had just witnessed, it appeared that the dominating zombies were cooperating harmoniously with one another. Given this newfound camaraderie, further conflict seemed improbable. However, Chu Tianming remained puzzled about the true nature of the green crystal, which wielded such profound influence, attracting hordes of zombies and ensnaring both Master Yixiao and Yin Tianming in its allure. In truth, what concerned Chu Tianming most was the inexplicable fascination that Master Yixiao and Yin Tianming held for the crystal. Had they not possessed some vital knowledge, they would not have risked their lives to linger in such peril. From this perspective, it was evident that their understanding of the green crystal surpassed the mere fragments of information shared by Master Yixiao. If I am not mistaken, the green crystal must be a fragment of the asteroid, and everything occurring on Earth is nearly a consequence of that asteroid impact. To assert that this green crystal has no connection to the asteroid would be utterly implausible. Yet what exactly is its function? Chu Tianming felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart, akin to being scratched by a cat. Anyone grappling with a perplexing problem would undoubtedly experience such a feeling. Chapter 75. The Monk and the Police Officer's Abilities. Additional chapter. After contemplating the nature of this suspected asteroid fragment, Chu Tianming was still unable to ascertain its capabilities. However, in the next moment, a certain method sprang to his mind. Detection technique. Employing the detection technique twice in quick succession, the attributes of the master before him and Yin Tianming materialized directly in his mind. Biological name: human, evolver. Name: Yixiao level, 5 gender, male. Physical condition: good cell vitality, 6 cell strength, 6 nervous response, 6 mental power, 16 overall assessment. Level 8 life form skills: mental domination, utilizing mental power to exert pressure on the opponent, inducing various negative states contingent upon the disparity in mental strength between both parties. Mental control, employing mental power to govern sentient beings, with the success of control dictated by the strength of the souls involved, accompanied by a certain risk of backlash. Biological name: human, evolver. Name: Yin Tianming level, 3 gender, male. Physical condition: hungry cell vitality, 3 cell strength, 4 nervous response, 4 mental power, 5 overall assessment. Level 4 life form skills: eagle eye, enhances visual range, allowing penetration through 3 obstructions within the visual field. Mental needle, concentrates intangible mental energy into a tangible attack, delivering fundamental damage to the enemy. Both Yin Tianming and Master Yixiao are evolvers, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Master Yixiao astonishingly attained level 5, boasting a remarkable mental power of 16, while the other, Yin Tianming, remains at level 3, with a mere 5 points of mental power. Both can be regarded as practitioners of mental evolution, differing by merely 2 levels in rank. However, in terms of mental prowess, there exists a substantial gap of 11 points between them. The sole distinction between them lies in the fact that Master Yixiao had previously engaged in prolonged close contact with asteroid fragments, whereas Yin Tianming had not. Chu Tianming pondered to himself, if one considers it this way, does it not imply that the properties of that asteroid fragment enhance the capabilities of the beings that approach it? With this thought, Chu Tianming's eyes lit up. Even with the possession of the Requiem system, encountering such a treasure that could amplify one's innate strength would provide no reason to shy away from pursuing it. Who would ever consider their own power to be excessive? Even if one were invincible, there remains a desire for continual improvement. Moreover, Chu Tianming was far from being invincible. At best, he was merely a tall figure among a crowd of short individuals. With the prospect of possessing a treasure that could further elevate his strength, he had no justification for not setting his sights on it. Resolving this, Chu Tianming leaned towards his companion Wu Gaofeng and whispered a few instructions before casting a smile towards Master Yi Xiao and his companion. Following Chu Tianming's directive, Wu Gaofeng raised his hand and conjured a 2-meter-long ice spear, emanating waves of chilling energy, exuding an aura of lethal potential. The sudden display startled Yin Tianming. While Master Yi Xiao wore an expression of confirmation, turning to Chu Tianming with a look that clearly conveyed, "Now it's your turn to show what you can do." Chu Tianming smiled slightly, casually reaching down to grasp a chunk of asphalt directly from the road. With a gentle, yet forceful motion, he effortlessly crushed the sizable piece of solid tar into powder. This display astonished the two onlookers, despite the seemingly nonchalant manner in which Chu Tianming executed the act. It was a testament to his unique prowess. If one were to attempt the same, they would find it far from simple. Even the 5th-level master Yi Xiao could only leave an imprint on the asphalt, whereas Chu Tianming not only seized a fragment, but also pulverized it completely. The disparity between their abilities was indeed vast. This singular feat left both Yin Tianming and Master Yi Xiao thoroughly astounded. Yin Tianming focused intently on Chu Tianming's hand for quite some time before exclaiming, "My brother, with skin like yours. I dare say even a small-caliber handgun would struggle to inflict any harm." Chu Tianming chuckled and nodded in agreement. Not only small-caliber firearms, even large-caliber ones posed little concern for him unless fired at close range. It is worth noting that Chu Tianming now possessed attributes at a remarkable level of 64, a strength far exceeding mere multiplication. Considering the qualitative changes, the resilience of his skin was certainly beyond the capabilities of lightweight firearms to penetrate. In other words, at this moment, Chu Tianming could stand idly while the police from the small city fired at him indiscriminately, and he would remain unscathed, at most. His clothing would become tattered, but his body itself would sustain no damage. Such formidable resilience, achieved merely within 5 days post-apocalypse, was a source of great pride for Chu Tianming. Meanwhile, Yin Tianming could hardly contain his envy towards Chu Tianming's extraordinary physical prowess. As a member of the armed police, he had been reassigned to the northwest branch of Huayao City due to certain circumstances. Although he was accustomed to carrying a firearm, his true passion lay in close combat. One glance at his muscular physique revealed the result of years of rigorous training. After the apocalypse, he awakened his unique abilities, but they were not aligned with his preferences. Instead, they manifested in mental strength. His keen eyesight was well suited for a marksman, while his mental piercing ability was characteristic of a mental evolutionist, completely divergent from his own inclinations. Nonetheless, in a post-apocalyptic world, one could scarcely afford to be choosy. Possessing such abilities was nothing short of divine favor. With his newfound powers, he had fought his way from the northwest branch to this point, leaving a considerable number of zombies defeated along the way, most of which he dispatched with cold weapons, as he was reluctant to use his only handgun indiscriminately. Upon arriving here and encountering Master Yi Xiao, who spoke of the treasure within Qiandeng Temple, Yin Tianming resolved to remain and collaborate with Master Yi Xiao in hopes of devising a means to acquire that coveted artifact. After 2 days of waiting in vain, I never anticipated encountering 2 strangers today, both of whom are evolved beings, and I find myself envious of Chu Tianming's abilities. Although Wu Gaofeng's skill of conjuring ice appears impressive, to Yin Tianming, it seems superficial, merely an ice spear. What practical use could it serve? It pales in comparison to a steel rod. Of course, such thoughts remain unspoken within Yin Tianming, as he is not one to disparage others behind their backs, preferring to keep certain reflections to himself. However, should he witness Wu Gaofeng's ice arrow technique, his perspective might shift dramatically. Chapter 76. Do you agree? At a distance of 500 to 600 meters from Qiandeng Temple, the 4 of them ponder their individual thoughts, each harboring reflections known only to themselves. Yet, these musings flit through their minds in mere moments. After showcasing their abilities, Chu Tianming turned directly to Master Yi Xiao and remarked, "You two must be mental power evolved beings, correct? Since it seems unwise to demonstrate further, allow me to briefly outline my own capabilities. Remarkable that you can discern our abilities. exclaimed Master Yishao, both he and his companion visibly startled by Chu Tianming's words. Chu Tianming smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. Gradually, Master Yishao regained his composure, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier reaction, as he awkwardly touched his chin, as though he had misplaced a whisker there. Since you have discerned my abilities, I shall speak candidly. After uttering a sacred phrase, Master Yishao first conveyed to Chu Tianming and his companion the essence of his abilities. My prowess lies in the realm of mental prowess, specifically in the capacity to exert pressure on the minds of those whose mental fortitude is inferior to mine. Furthermore, I possess the ability to control certain beings with relatively weaker mental faculties, compelling them to serve my will. Chu Tianming nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating Master Yishiao's straightforwardness. He revealed his abilities candidly, devoid of any pretense or concealment. This honesty left Chu Tianming with a sense of newfound respect. In a world where modern monks often straddle the line of propriety, engaging in various dubious activities, it was a rare blessing to encounter a monk who was both sincere and trustworthy. Meanwhile, Yin Tianming, seizing the opportunity to elaborate, added, "My ability is known as Eagle Eye. As the name suggests, it enables me to see great distances and penetrate 3 layers of obstructions within my line of sight. Of course, this does not extend to seeing through clothing. The obstructions refer to barriers such as walls or trees." He continued, "As for my other ability, it seems somewhat less advantageous, Mental Needle. This allows me to launch mental attacks against adversaries, albeit with limited potency and significant mental resource consumption." Upon hearing the phrase significant consumption, Wu Gaofeng cast a sympathetic glance at Yin Tianming, as if sharing a mutual understanding of their respective challenges. After listening to the introductions of the two individuals, Chu Tianming appropriately interjected, "May I inquire why Master Yishiao possesses abilities that far surpass those of Brother Yin? Remarkably, you have discerned this." Master Yishiao responded, gazing at Chu Tianming with astonishment, feeling as though he had no secrets before him. Chu Tianming chuckled and elucidated, "I merely possess a talent that allows me to perceive the strength of others, albeit only those who are weaker than myself." Although Chu Tianming had told a slight fib, Master Yishiao and the others appeared to accept his fabricated claim, their expressions reflecting a sense of understanding. However, in the next moment, Master Yishiao promptly inquired, "Then, Chu Benefactor, can you discern just how much stronger my abilities are compared to those of Yin Benefactor?" With a smile, Chu Tianming recognized that Master Yishiao was testing him. He felt no resentment and replied directly, "The greatest disparity between you two lies in mental prowess. Master Yishiao, your mental strength is undoubtedly more than 3 times that of Brother Yin." As soon as Chu Tianming finished speaking, Master Yishiao exchanged a glance with Yin Tianming, both revealing expressions of astonishment. "I must concede, Brother Chu, your abilities are truly remarkable. Since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you." Yin Tianming looked at Chu Tianming with admiration and said, "Master Yishiao once mentioned to me that the reason he possesses such formidable spiritual power likely stems from his prolonged close contact with that green crystal. Aside from this, he could not conceive of any other explanation. Indeed, it was just as I had surmised." Chu Tianming mused to himself, cradling his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head to meet the gazes of the two, his expression grave as he declared, "To be frank, I surmise that these zombies have also benefited from the influence of that green crystal, rendering them significantly more powerful than those found elsewhere. If it were just the 2 of you, even attempting to lure them out one by one would be futile. We would never exhaust their numbers. Furthermore, I am unreserved in informing you that these zombies are under the control of others with special abilities, and those zombies possess intelligence. They are not so easily lured and eliminated individually. Therefore, Master Chu, you wish to assist us, but the condition is that green crystal. Am I correct?" Master Yishiao interjected suddenly. Chu Tianming did not refute this, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I require that green crystal which has the potential to enhance one's strength. Yet I do not seek to monopolize it. As you have observed, this crystal cannot be absorbed by just one individual, otherwise, those zombies with special abilities would not have entered together. Thus, we can all partake in its benefits collectively. What say you?" Having spoken, Chu Tianming did not press further, allowing them both the time to ponder his proposal. Had it not been for the shared humanity and the impending need to unite against the undead and mutated creatures, Chu Tianming could very well have claimed the green crystal for himself. However, Such an action would have been rather selfish, prompting him to offer them an opportunity. Should they acquiesce to his proposal, they could amicably enjoy the fragment of the asteroid together. Conversely, if they declined, they would have no one to blame but themselves when he unceremoniously took the fragment without granting them even a glance. Typically, such items are considered consumable, and Chu Tianming was skeptical of its ability to retain its potency indefinitely. The principle of conservation of energy dictates that the more one consumes, the lesser the total mass becomes. It defies logic to believe that one could consume 1% each second for hours without depleting it completely. Yet, in the apocalyptic era, many illogical phenomena have emerged. Have you ever encountered a zombie? Or seen ants the size of a dog? What about a lizard the size of a stretch limousine? Such occurrences defy reason, yet they have manifested for reasons yet unknown. Chu Tianming harbored a hope that the fragment of the asteroid would also defy logic, remaining inexhaustible. However, one must always prepare for the worst, for where would the surprises come from otherwise? Chapter 77, Cooperation, Additional Chapter, Master Yi and Yin Tianming conferred for several minutes. Their discourse devoid of any pretense to shield Chu Tianming from their intentions, as they expressed their thoughts candidly. After deliberation, Master Yi Xiao clearly conveyed their decision to Chu Tianming and the others. Chu, we have resolved to collaborate with you to seize the treasures within the Qiandeng Temple. Once we acquire the treasures, we are willing to grant you the right to carry them. Surprised, Chu Tianming glanced at the two, astonished that not only had they agreed to cooperate, but they also intended to bestow upon him the rights to the green crystal. However, upon reflection, he comprehended their reasoning. The unknown often incites fear. Master Yi Xiao had not yet encountered the green crystal and was uncertain if possessing it would pose any danger. Hence, the two were hesitant to take the risk and chose to offer this opportunity to Chu Tianming and his companions. Yet, all parties involved were astute. They understood the underlying implications of this concession. Chu Tianming was confident they recognized that this was not a maneuver against him, but rather a provision of choice. He could either choose to carry the crystal or not, with the ultimate decision resting in his hands. With a bold spirit and without much hesitation, Chu Tianming readily agreed. Very well, it is settled then. Since we are now allies, let us discuss how we shall extract the green crystal from Qiandeng Temple. As he spoke, Chu Tianming turned to Master Yi Xiao, for he was most familiar with the intricacies of Qiandeng Temple, and having observed it for 2 days, they possessed far greater insight than Chu Tianming and his companion, who had only just arrived. Upon noticing Chu Tianming's gaze, Master Yi Xiao smiled and remarked, "Surely both of you have visited the Qiandeng Temple?" Chu Tianming and Wu Gaofeng nodded in affirmation. Since they were familiar with the site, the monk decided to forego a description of its layout and instead address the formidable nature of the zombies. With a smile fading into seriousness, Master Yi Xiao continued, "These zombies are categorized into several groups. Previously, I was puzzled by their division, but now it seems clear that it is the result of the unique zombies you mentioned. Chu, among these numerous groups, the largest consists of over 1,000 zombies, while the others number below 100. If what you say is true, then it is likely that these 1,000 zombies are under the control of a singular, extraordinary zombie. Our focus must be on identifying this particular creature." Chu Tianming and the others nodded in agreement. However, after observing for the past 2 days, the monk had yet to detect this specific zombie. Perhaps its appearance was too ordinary for him to notice. "This task will now rest upon you, Chu." Chu Tianming replied confidently, "No problem. The moment it appears, I will certainly discern whether it is the master of those 1,000 zombies. Under my detection technique, I have no doubt I will uncover your presence." Master Yi Xiao nodded lightly. Proceeding, "Thus, we should first eliminate the weaker zombies. Given our combined strength, this should pose no challenge." Having concluded his words, Master Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Chu Tianming, suggesting that it would be prudent for Chu to orchestrate the next steps. Chu Tianming nodded in agreement and articulated his plan. In a moment, Wu Gaofeng will employ long-range attacks to attempt to eliminate the zombies outside, observing whether the special zombies within will react. Should any emerge, I shall advance to vanquish them. If this strategy proves effective, then Master Yi Xiao and Brother Yin, you shall systematically dispatch the ordinary zombies outside to draw out the principal adversaries. Once they appear, I will devise a means to eliminate them. After a brief period of contemplation, the three concurred with Chu Tianming's strategy. "Rest assured, if this does not succeed, I possess a secondary plan," he reassured them. With that, Chu Tianming nodded at Wu Gaofeng, who promptly leapt from the remnants of the vehicle. The trio followed suit, making their way towards Qiandeng Temple. In a matter of moments, they covered the distance of 300 to 400 meters. Wu Gaofeng approached cautiously until he was approximately 30 meters from the outermost zombies, then raised his hand to conjure an ice arrow. The arrow flew true, piercing the skull of one zombie and causing the resulting shards of ice to cascade onto the nearby undead. The thud of a collapsing zombie incited a commotion among the horde. Although these zombies are under control, they still act according to their instincts in the absence of commands from their master. Thus, after Wu Gaofeng eliminated one zombie, a dozen others nearby immediately charged toward him. Wu Gaofeng, displaying remarkable bravery, swiftly conjured another ice arrow, instantly dispatching one of the zombies. He then placed both hands on the ground, summoning waves of frost that erupted from his palms, extending into the distance. No matter how formidable the zombies were, they could not soar through the skies. They were bound to the earth. Wu Gaofeng transformed the ground into a slick, frozen surface, and as the approaching zombies took just a few steps, they slipped and fell, unable to regain their footing. Every time they attempted to rise, they would tumble back down, rendered powerless to advance. Meanwhile, Wu Gaofeng, with a cheerful grin, unleashed another ice arrow, swiftly eliminating another zombie. With a few more swift gestures, he dispatched 2 more with additional ice arrows. I can only slay so many, but they cannot reach me. This trick still has its merits. Wu Gaofeng exclaimed as he approached Chu Tianming with a smile. Indeed, quite impressive, Chu Tianming remarked, and his words rang true. This technique was undeniably formidable. For creatures incapable of flight, this maneuver was undoubtedly a life-saving tactic. Alas, Wu Gaofeng's powers were limited, confining him to freezing a mere 20-meter radius ahead. Otherwise, he could have frozen the entire Qiandeng Temple, rendering any battle unnecessary. Wu Gaofeng withdrew to restore his spiritual energy, greeted by the radiant smiles of Yan Tianming and Master Yi Shao. While Chu Tianming stood in the position previously occupied by Wu Gaofeng, gazing intently at the throng of zombies before him, refraining from launching any attacks. He was biding his time, awaiting the emergence of the dominating zombies. Once they appeared, he would swiftly employ a soul-snatching spell to seize control over them. With his current level of spiritual energy, he could easily dominate these beings whose power barely exceeded a score, and the burden would be negligible. Moreover, subjugating these commanding zombies would indirectly grant Chu Tianming authority over the surrounding ordinary zombies. In the ensuing chaos, he would seize the opportunity to procure the fragment of the small asteroid. Chapter 78. Infiltration. Chu Tianming waited for a considerable time, to the point where the ice on the ground was nearly melted, yet the commanding zombies still did not appear, leaving him with a visage of disappointment. It seemed this tactic was ineffective. Was he truly compelled to charge indirectly? The sight of such a vast horde of zombies filled him with trepidation. While this course of action was not entirely unfeasible, it undoubtedly heightened his own peril. With the enemy's true strength still ambiguous, Chu Tianming dared not act recklessly. After a prolonged wait with no sign of movement, he pondered whether the external chaos was insufficient, preventing the dominating zombies, who were currently absorbing the energy from the asteroid fragments, from venturing forth. However, he was confident that once the turmoil outside reached a certain threshold, they would inevitably emerge. With this thought in mind, Chu Tianming gestured towards Yan Tianming and Master Yi Shao, signaling them to commence their assault. Although Yan Tianming's mental strength needle has limited power, it is still capable of inflicting damage upon the enemy. At this moment, although his mental prowess cannot significantly harm the undead, it can effectively sow chaos among the horde. With Master Yi Shao's assistance, the duo fought with great fervor. Soon, the vast group of zombies was thrown into disarray, as they roared and scrambled to abandon their positions. Glaring furiously at the foremost figure, Chu Tianming, the ice upon the ground had melted, and it was evident that such a minor obstruction could not deter the multitude of zombies. In no time, they surged towards Chu Tianming. Come forth. I shall refrain from charging in, but should you choose to emerge, I will not show mercy. With that declaration, the alloy combat knife in Chu Tianming's hand erupted with a dazzling array of blade light, akin to a silver moon illuminating a 10-meter radius. Within that span, 7 or 8 zombies met their demise in an instant, their bodies severed beyond recovery. In the next moment, Chu Tianming plunged into the throng of corpses, his blade radiating light as it claimed the lives of numerous undead. The three companions behind him were momentarily stunned. Their attacks halted as they became entranced by the spectacle of the shimmering blades surrounding Chu Tianming. As over 300 zombies surged forth, he dispatched half of them in mere breaths. Just as the remaining zombies trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, a passage finally opened within the Qiandeng Temple, allowing several diminutive, commanding zombies to emerge, unable to contain themselves any longer. Upon encountering the diminutive, seven-headed Dominator zombies that appeared within his line of sight, Chu Tianming could not help but smile broadly. "I've been waiting for you." With this thought, he swiftly eradicated the nearby 7 or 8 zombies, then raised his hand to cast a soul-snatching spell. The spirit departed. A beam of green light instantaneously penetrated the cranium of one of the Dominator zombies. In the next moment, this controlled Dominator zombie immediately turned to flee, commanding its subordinates to unleash a massacre. Yet, this was not the end. The lowest-ranked Dominator zombie evidently failed to meet Chu Tianming's expectations. Therefore, after the ordinary zombies under its command were annihilated, he discarded this Dominator zombie and cast another soul-snatching spell. The spirit departed. The green light re-emerged, and this time, the controlled Dominator zombie remained stationary, directing its subordinates to launch an attack, while it itself raised its claws to strike at its former companions. However, the other Dominator zombies were not oblivious. In terms of intelligence, they were akin to 12 or 13-year-old children. Having witnessed the rebellion of their companion upon the first appearance of the green light, they were not caught off guard during the second occurrence. Indeed, although this Dominator zombie attempted a sneak attack at the first opportunity, the outcome was far from favorable. Before long, it was besieged and beaten to death by the other Dominator zombies. Quite clever indeed. Alas, they simply lacked the requisite strength. With a cold smile playing at the corners of Chu Tianming's mouth, he observed the demise of the Dominator zombie he had previously controlled. Undeterred, he proceeded to exert his influence over another Dominator zombie. The ensuing events unfolded with remarkable ease. The 8 Dominator zombies that emerged were swiftly subdued and eliminated by Chu Tianming's command. The final Dominator zombie, after orchestrating a surprise attack on its neighboring undead, charged boldly into the passageway. Meanwhile, not far off, Chu Tianming, having ceased his own combat, utilized the perspective of this Dominator zombie to scrutinize the interior of Qiandeng Temple. Navigating through the throngs of zombies, the Dominator zombie successfully infiltrated the temple's interior. Qiandeng Temple appeared largely unchanged, though it was evident that the flooring and surrounding decor had sustained considerable damage. Before approaching the Great Buddha Hall, the Dominator zombie under Chu Tianming's control was halted by another, smaller Dominator zombie. This latter entity emitted a series of low growls, the meaning of which eluded Chu Tianming. Yet it seemed to convey a warning against entering. Chu Tianming, not wishing to force his way through, intended to utilize this Dominator zombie to discern the true sovereign within Qiandeng Temple. Thus, he commanded it to come to a standstill, adopting a posture akin to that of the other Dominator zombies, remaining motionless in place. Through his control, Chu Tianming distinctly sensed a faint energy gradually flowing into the body of the Dominator zombie. This energy appeared weak and intermittent, which he speculated was due to his considerable distance from the fragment of the asteroid. Yet, even from his position, Chu could perceive its presence, let alone if he were to stand directly beside it. At this moment, he also observed the other Dominator zombies in the courtyard. The ones standing alongside him were all relatively diminutive Dominator zombies, while within the group were those of standard stature. Outside the Great Buddha Hall, there were 3 towering Dominator zombies, and within the hall itself, Chu surmised lay the formidable zombie king controlling thousands of ordinary zombies. However, the grand doors of the Great Buddha Hall were firmly shut, obscuring his view of the interior. This led Chu to reminisce about Yin Tianming's ability, how he wished he possessed that power at this moment. After a while, Chu idly sensed the subtle flow of energy in the air, while simultaneously directing a portion of his focus towards the entrance of the Great Buddha Hall. Eventually, perhaps the chaos outside had subsided due to Chu's stillness. Although 7 Dominator zombies were absent, the remaining ones appeared indifferent, and Chu even detected a hint of glee among them, as if they were pleased by the absence of a few companions. Chapter 79. The Zombie King. It is Saturday once again, and as the week draws to a close, Demon's End has reached nearly 200,000 words, with collections approaching 10,000. Overall, the results are commendable, filling my heart with immense joy. I sincerely hope that in the coming week, and especially tomorrow, on this Sunday, everyone will extend more support and encouragement to me, allowing me to journey further and ascend higher. I express my heartfelt gratitude here, standing outside the Great Hall. I awaited while feeling the energy of asteroid fragments gradually merging within me. Chu Tianming remained vigilant to the movements behind the grand doors. Approximately half an hour had passed, and outside, Chu Tianming, along with 3 others, had taken refuge inside a bus situated 300 meters from Qianding Temple. Through the glass windows, the 4 could clearly observe any activity outside the temple. Chu Tianming sat upright on one of the relatively clean seats, eyes closed. His mind largely focused on the ruler zombie he commanded. At that moment, he suddenly trembled, and his tightly shut eyes snapped open, a fleeting glimmer of terror flashing across them. What happened? Master Yi, who had been closely monitoring Chu Tianming, was the first to notice his unusual demeanor and immediately inquired. The 3 turned their gazes toward him, noticing that Chu Tianming still appeared somewhat shaken. After regaining his composure, he exhaled a deep breath and spoke. I have seen the leader of this horde of zombies. I have seen it. What do you think? Is it formidable? Given your appearance, this zombie king must be quite terrifying, correct? After a brief pause, Chu Tianming spoke. Indeed, it is exceedingly fearsome. No less formidable than the ice giant lizard we encountered previously, and in fact, it poses an even greater challenge to confront. I fear we may have to abandon all our prior plans. The acquisition of that green crystal remains uncertain. Though he uttered such words, deep within, Chu Tianming harbored no intention of relinquishing the fragment of the asteroid. Yet, the mere thought of that towering figure sent a shiver of trepidation through him. Moments ago, the overseer zombie under his control had awaited the grand gates of the Great Hall to swing open. As the doors creaked ajar, a shadowy figure emerged from within. In that instant, the overseer zombie instinctively knelt upon the ground, not daring to entertain any notion of resistance. It was a pressure emanating from the very depths of the soul, a natural dominance exerted by a superior upon their subordinates. Even though it was under Chu Tianming's command, it remained powerless against the weight of that authority. In the very next moment, Chu Tianming could only hastily utilize a detection spell through the controlled overseer zombie before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. However, before the overseer zombie met its demise, it honorably fulfilled the task assigned by Chu Tianming, encountering the king among the zombies within the Qianding Temple and relaying that information into Chu Tianming's mind. Biological name: Dominator, First Order Overlord Zombie Evolution. Second Order Mutated Zombie. Level: 20. Gender: male. Physical condition: excellent cell vitality, 50 cell strength, 50 neural response, 50 mental power, 150 comprehensive assessment. Level 75. Life form: innate skill, mental power amplification, an innate talent that allows skills of the mental power category to exhibit double their potency. Skills: mental shock, emits a shockwave using mental power to attack, inflicting significant damage on the opponent. The disparity between both parties may be lethal. Mental manipulation, manipulates tangible substances using mental power. All material entities can be controlled. Mental control among these 3 skills and 1 innate skill, aside from mental control, which Chu Tianming is familiar with. The others are entirely new to him. Mental shock bears resemblance to Yin Tianming's mental needle attack, yet one targets a point while the other resembles an area attack. Although encountering mental manipulation for the first time, Chu Tianming recognizes similar abilities from films and television, akin to telekinesis, enabling the control of rocks, swords, and other objects with mental power. However, what truly instills terror in Chu Tianming is the innate skill, doubling the potency of mental power skills. What does this imply? With the Dominator zombie's terrifying mental power of 150, doubling it results in a staggering 300. Just imagine the magnitude of power that entails. If I have already ascended to level 6, I would not fear him. While I believe that a mental strength of 128 may not rival 300, it should suffice to avoid being vanquished in mere moments. However, with a mental strength of 64, the disparity is indeed vast. What if a single mental shock were to obliterate me? That would be an exasperating demise. Chu Tianming felt a sense of discontent. He had no desire to perish. Even in the face of an apocalypse, he wished to live fully. Moreover, with the extraordinary Reaper system he had acquired, one could only imagine the potential. Consider that a level 22nd tier mutated zombie possesses a mere 50 points in ordinary attributes, with only one outstanding attribute reaching 150 points. But is that truly impressive? It must be noted that Chu Tianming is currently only at level 5, boasting an average attribute of 64 points. What heights might he achieve by level 20? If the upgrade mechanism of the Reaper system dictates that each level doubles 1's attributes, then at level 6, Chu Tianming would possess 128 points, at level 7, 256, at level 8, 512, at level 9, he could surpass 1,000, reaching the formidable total of 1024 points, and at level 10, a staggering 2048 points. If this relentless progression continues, it is only a matter of time before Chu Tianming could stand alongside the deities and demons of legend. Is a physical prowess over 2,000 times greater than that of an ordinary person truly formidable? When converted into basic strength, it amounts to a mere 204.8 tons. It would require an immense effort to lift an object weighing over 200 tons, which pales in comparison to the mythic beings who effortlessly shatter mountains with a wave of their hands. The difference is akin to dust against the cosmos. In comparison, the formidable overlord zombie before him seemed utterly insignificant. To Chu Tianming, it was akin to an ant on the ground, easily crushed at will. However, at present, Chu Tianming was merely at level 5. This wretched level confined him to sitting idly in the vehicle, his mind racing with desperate thoughts of how to dispatch the dreaded overlord zombie within, thereby securing the fragment of the asteroid and enhancing his growth rate once more. The other 3 companions refrained from interrupting his contemplation, as they too were lost in a state of uncertainty. Should Chu Tianming fail to devise a solution, they would have no choice but to concede. Even Master Yi Xiao, who had been fervently aspiring to obtain the asteroid fragment, felt disheartened upon hearing of the overlord zombie's might. Had it not been for Chu Tianming's determination to persist, he likely would have voiced his intent to abandon the endeavor. One must not forget one's roots. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. A sentiment that Wu Gaofeng held in high regard. Chapter 80. The plan. Chu Tianming pondered various strategies, dismissing each in turn until a new idea emerged. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I have a plan, but it may require us to take some risks. If we fail, that green crystal may indeed slip from our grasp. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement, their expressions devoid of concern. If it were not meant to be, so be it. After all, they seemed unlikely to obtain it now, and how much worse could the outcome truly become? Upon encountering the 3-headed creature, Chu Tianming promptly articulated his thoughts. I believe everyone is familiar with the tale of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman reaps the benefits, correct? The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, if we aspire to obtain that green crystal within, we must position ourselves as the fisherman. Presently, there is already a snipe inside, and our task is to lure in a clam. Do you comprehend? The 3, initially taken aback, soon exchanged glances, with Master Yi Xiao being the first to speak. Do you think this plan will succeed? What if they do not engage in combat? Moreover, who will lure the clam? Chu Tianming chuckled and replied, Rest assured, the potency of that green crystal is formidable. I doubt any other zombies or mutated creatures can resist its allure. As for who will lure it, do you believe the 3 of you are capable? After a brief exchange of glances, they shook their heads at Chu Tianming. Well then, it seems that I shall take on that role. Chu Tianming rolled his eyes in exasperation and continued, Master Yi Xiao, you and Brother Yin are quite familiar with this area. Could you share if there are any formidable creatures nearby? Chu Tianming figured that since Yin Tianming and Master Yi Xiao had spent several days here, they would possess a fair knowledge of the region and be aware of any powerful beings within it. Indeed, just as Chu Tianming had surmised, Master Yi Xiao and Yin Tianming were indeed knowledgeable about the locations of some formidable creatures. The 2 individuals exchanged a glance. And then Master Yi Xiao spoke. The monk and benefactor Yin have lingered here for several days and have indeed encountered formidable creatures on multiple occasions. For instance, approximately 3 kilometers westward lies a pond, home to a colossal water python. I had the fortune of witnessing it the day before yesterday. Only half of its body was visible above the water, yet it measured nearly 10 meters in length. A water python, you say? I shall investigate further. Is there more? Inquired Chu Tianming, his gaze fixed upon Master Yi Xiao. Indeed, there is. If one travels roughly 5 kilometers northward, one will find a grand building occupied by an enormous monkey, comparable in size to the King Kong of cinema. With a mere wave of its hand, it could obliterate a horde of zombies. Furthermore, if one proceeds eastward, there lies a hotel that houses a gigantic lizard, equally immense and capable of emitting icy crystals. Chu Tianming paused in astonishment, quickly realizing that Master Yixiao must be referring to the ice giant lizard. However, he found it peculiar that Master Yixiao would venture so far to observe such a creature. Sensing Chu Tianming's confusion, Master Yixiao elucidated. These discoveries were made during our search for sustenance. The first time we beheld these three monsters, we were utterly terrified. Chu Tianming nodded in understanding. Indeed, there were no supermarkets in the vicinity of the highway, and the small shops had long been ransacked. Thus, it was only natural that Master Yixiao and Yan Tianming would need to journey farther in pursuit of food. After contemplating, Chu Tianming slapped his thigh and stood up, proclaiming, "Very well, I shall now investigate the formidable beings you mentioned. You all remain here and refrain from acting on your own. Furthermore, should the dominant zombie within emerge, prioritize your escape." With that, he nodded at Wu Gaofeng and swiftly darted westward. Given Chu Tianming's extraordinary speed, the trifling distance of 3 kilometers was traversed in the blink of an eye. His cellular strength, an astonishing 64 times that of an ordinary human, bestowed upon him remarkable velocity. However, due to air resistance, his speed did not quite reach that full 64-fold. Nevertheless, he still boasted a velocity exceeding 50 times that of an average person. For a typical individual, running at full speed without fatigue would require approximately 6 minutes to cover 3 kilometers. In contrast, Chu Tianming could ideally achieve this distance in a mere 7 seconds. Yet, this was clearly an impossibility. While a perfectly flat and straight path might allow for such a feat, the reality was far different. It took him nearly a minute to arrive at the pond described by Master Yixiao, dispatching numerous zombies that obstructed his path along the way. Upon reaching the location, Chu Tianming immediately reduced his pace and cautiously approached the pond, striving to emit no sound whatsoever. He even utilized his internal energy to suppress his breath, ensuring that he remained undetected. Soon, Chu Tianming discreetly moved behind a cluster of bushes, and just 3 meters away lay the pond. From his vantage point, he could distinctly observe the various corpses of creatures floating atop the water's surface, a nauseating stench emanating from them, prompting him to wrinkle his nose and stealthily pinch it shut. How revolting! Do snakes truly prefer to inhabit such vile places? Why would they allow so many carcasses to litter their own abode? How peculiar, he mused quietly to himself. At that moment, the previously tranquil water surface was suddenly disturbed, and a massive head erupted from beneath the waves, rising 3 or 4 meters into the air before plunging back into the depths with a twist. The sound of splashing water echoed as the enormous python continued to glide across the surface, while Chu Tianming swiftly employed a detection spell on the colossal serpent. Biological name: Blood Python. Evolved from ordinary non-venomous snakes. Tier: 2 level. 20 gender. Female. Physical condition: good cell vitality. 150 cell strength. 80 neural response. 80 mental power. 80 comprehensive evaluation. Grade 97 life form skills. Blood arrow. Emits a blood arrow from its mouth to assault enemies, with effects of corrosion, pollution, and extreme toxicity. Avatar: when severed, the detached portion can transform into another blood python, maintaining its strength and even enhancing it. Blood mist: a dense, crimson mist erupts from the mouth, imbued with a potent, dizzying toxin that can ensnare even foes far superior in strength. Despite possessing 3 formidable skills and superior physical attributes compared to that dominant zombie, he lacks any innate talents. With only 80 points of mental strength, he cannot withstand the onslaught of a 300-point mental attack for long. After perusing the attributes of this blood python, Chu Tianming couldn't help but murmur to himself,